In the twilight of her life, a renowned actress named Lu Ruan, afflicted by late-stage gastric cancer, awakens to find herself transported to the year 5050 in a distant realm among the stars. Upon opening her eyes, she discovers herself on a desolate planet. Accompanying an exploratory team that ventured to this barren world, she soon learns of the astonishing societal structure. The gender ratio stands at a staggering 100-to-1, making women a rare and cherished commodity. Upon reaching adulthood, women are compelled to bond with a minimum of 5 suitors, and the higher the prowess of these suitors, the greater the woman's contribution to society, allowing her the possibility of contending for the title of Interstellar Empress. As soon as her genetic information is recorded in the database, the Central Intelligence promptly binds her to 9 extraordinarily handsome suitors with a perfect genetic compatibility score of 100. Chapter 1. A Journey Among the Stars. Opening warm reminder, the primary focus is on emotional connections, with career as a secondary aspect. This is not a tale of gratuitous violence. For those who prefer audiobooks, it is advised to wear headphones and embrace the art of reading. On this desolate planet, Lu Ruan opens her eyes to an alien landscape. Towering wild grasses and colossal trees loom, shrouded in a veil of mist. Where am I? Achoo. Achoo. As Lu Ruan leans against a mutated tree, surveying her surroundings, the unfiltered air triggers a series of sneezes. The sensations are vividly acute. System? Lu Ruan attempts to call out to the AIR.IN. The next moment, a youthful voice resonates in her mind. Little Dumpling. The wish system, Little Dumpling, is now initializing. Dear host, you currently reside on the desolate planet in the future interstellar world. System. Little Dumpling, are you saying I've traversed into an interstellar realm? Little Dumpling, yes, host. Given your terminal illness and your generous donation of 10 million to a temple before your passing, the divine has assigned me to grant you one wish for a long life. Before her, a ghostly figure resembling a dumpling materializes, complete with large eyes and a tiny mouth. Is this the virtual visage of the system? Lu Ruan nods slightly at the adorable entity. In her earthly existence, she was a prominent actress, diagnosed with late-stage gastric cancer at the tender age of 20. From the age of 9, she had forsaken education, laboring tirelessly for monetary gain. After entering the entertainment industry, she underwent drastic measures to appear photogenic, ultimately achieving fame, only to be struck down by illness. The greatest sorrow of existence lies in the death of a person while their wealth remains. With a mere 3 days left to live, she selfishly sought solace in a temple, offering half of her remaining assets to the Buddha and the other half to Guanyin, fervently praying for a long life in her next incarnation. Upon returning home, she succumbed to slumber amid pain, only to awaken in this interstellar wilderness. Surely, this is the handiwork of Little Dumpling. Suddenly, a pressing thought strikes her. Am I inhabiting my physical form or a spiritual essence? Lu Ruan quickly examines herself, confirming that she is still clad in her pale yellow nightgown, her familiar oval face adorned with signature dimples. Indeed, this body is hers. Calculating the time left, she realizes her life has dwindled to a mere 2 days. A dull ache surges in her stomach, and she feels an overwhelming weakness, as if death is imminent. Gasping slightly, she urgently addresses the floating white dumpling. Little Dumpling, why do I feel so frail? Has the wish for longevity not yet taken effect? Little Dumpling, your cancer remains untreated, thus, it is natural for you to feel weak. What? Lu Ruan's voice rises sharply. Are you deceiving me, a wretched fairy with only 2 days left to live? Where's your conscience? Little Dumpling, I have not misled you, host. You shall indeed live a long life. However, according to earthly rules, you should have long since perished. Upon transferring your essence to the interstellar realm, your energy has dwindled to a mere 3, and you are on the verge of entering a dormant state. So what? Tell me plainly, will I survive? Lu Ruan's spirit wanes. After a decade of diligent toil in the entertainment industry, bound by moral obligations to donate, she has only 1 million left to her name, never having enjoyed a fulfilling life, and now she finds herself in this alien world. She refuses to accept her demise so easily. Yet, with the system's energy depleting, how can her ailing body endure in this perilous jungle? She is yet unaware of the dangers that lurk around her. Little Dumpling, fear not, host. I have detected indigenous inhabitants within a 5-kilometer radius. If you follow them out of the desolate planet, you can reach the finest hospital in the interstellar realm and be cured within 2 hours. Living a long life will be no problem. However what? Little dumpling, you lack the means to communicate. Do you require me to expend energy to exchange for the local language? Yes, yes. Exchange it quickly. The inability to communicate would be a significant hindrance, a necessity for survival in the interstellar realm. Lu Ruan answers without hesitation. Little dumpling, ding. Energy consumption at 3. The local language has been exchanged for the host. Ding. Warning. Warning. Insufficient energy. Entering dormant state. Lu Ruan's head spins momentarily, and as she regains her composure, knowledge of the universal language of the stars floods her mind. She attempts to shout in the local tongue, Little dumpling? How long will you be dormant? Silence ensues. The system does not respond. Abandoning her calls, she realizes she can now understand and utilize the interstellar language. Her only hope for survival lies in seeking assistance from the local inhabitants in this treacherous jungle. Time is of the essence. She must find someone within 5 kilometers. Lu Ruan rises, brushing off the dust from her attire, surveying her surroundings, contemplating which direction to take. Dense foliage surrounds her, with towering trees obscuring her view, making it challenging to locate anyone. A misstep in the wrong direction or an encounter with a wild beast would spell certain doom. After careful consideration, she tilts her head back to gaze at the nearest towering tree. Only from a height can she gain a clear vantage point to seek help and call out, potentially catching the attention of the interstellar natives. It is now or never. Climbing the tree. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruan wraps her arms around the trunk and begins the arduous ascent. Her frail body struggles to climb high, and soon she is panting, her hands scraped by the rough bark. But as she recalls her dwindling days, she grits her teeth and continues. Just as she reaches a sturdy branch, a mutated golden-eyed snake suddenly emerges from the trunk, locking eyes with her. Lu Ruan's legs quiver in fear, almost causing her to tumble down. Holding her breath, she quickly evades to the side, wrapping her legs around another branch, and seizes a twig, striking the serpent with all her might. The creature tumbles to the ground, its head raised as if planning to ascend. Without hesitation, Lu Ruan scrambles to the top of the tree, reaching a height of 10 meters. Stabilizing herself, she scans the horizon and finally spots movement 2 kilometers away. With all her strength, she calls out, "Is anyone there? Help me." A group of over a dozen individuals seems to hear her voice, turning in unison to look her way. They swiftly begin to approach her. Lu Ruan's tense nerves finally relax, hope glimmers for her survival. Chapter 2. The first encounter with a dazzling match. 10 minutes later. Lu Ruan gazes down at the team of interstellar explorers that has gathered beneath her. 12 men, each averaging a height of 6 feet, clad in dark blue and black expedition attire. They wear gas masks, obscuring their faces, yet their physiques suggest they are all strikingly handsome. Activate the life detector to locate the target. The captain, Kedong, searches for her amidst the foliage. Understood. The team member retrieves equipment to scan the surroundings. As Kedong continues his search, his gaze sweeps over the mutated serpent in the grass, his expression suddenly cold. He bends down, swiftly seizing the snake by its midsection and applying pressure until it goes limp. He carelessly discards the now lifeless creature, its body exposed to the elements. The man's movements are fluid and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Lu Ruan peered through the gaps in the branches and was taken aback by the scene before her. The captain was indeed a true man, a paragon among men. Kedong, having dealt with the venomous snake, surveyed the surroundings thoughtfully. There are mutated snakes in this vicinity. The woman who called for help has likely been bitten. Everyone, split up and search. We must act swiftly, or it may be too late. His deep and melodious voice resonated from beneath the tree. Lu Ruan regained her composure and called out to the group below, "Hello, I am up in the tree, obscured by the leaves." 12 pairs of eyes turned upward in unison. Lu Ruan quickly adjusted her skirt to prevent any exposure, offering them a friendly and obedient smile. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from below. Goodness, it truly is a woman. How rare and precious. How did she end up on this desolate planet? Whoever is responsible for this injustice will face my wrath and be imprisoned to endure a lifetime of suffering. Lu Ruan remained speechless, pushing aside the leaves as she contemplated how to descend, feeling utterly helpless. Having climbed up in haste, the 10-meter height now posed a challenge for her descent. Just then, the captain, who had killed the snake with his bare hands, reached out to touch the roots of the great tree. Subsequently, he activated a mechanism on his hand, causing sharp hooks to emerge from his gloves and the tips of his shoes. Utilizing the hooks, Kedong agilely scaled the tree. In no time, he reached Lu Ruan's side. He extended a hand and said in a steady voice, "Take my hand. I will help you down." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruan placed her hand in his. With a firm grip, Kedong pulled her close, holding her tightly with one arm as he gradually descended. She shut her eyes tightly, feeling the wind rush past her ears. At last, they safely reached the ground. As they landed, her legs wobbled, and her ankle twisted, nearly causing her to fall, but Kedong quickly steadied her. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. Lu Ruan shook her head. "I'm fine, thank you." Kedong's gaze softened as he looked at her. "This is what a man ought to do. But how did you end up on this desolate planet? Achoo." Lu Ruan sneezed again. The air here was truly dreadful. She sighed weakly and briefly recounted her situation. "I have been here since I regained consciousness, and many details have slipped my mind. Could you please take me to the hospital? Given my current state, I might not last 2 more days." Kedong's brow furrowed upon hearing this. "Do not worry, we will get you out of here." He signaled to his team to prepare for the return journey, removing his gloves and retrieving a new gas mask from his spatial pouch, which he personally placed on Lu Ruan's face. His cool fingertips brushed against her cheek, providing a momentary chill. Lu Ruan did not resist his gesture, prioritizing her safety above all. Once she donned the mask, breathing became significantly easier. She softly expressed her gratitude once more. "Thank you." A slight smile graced Kedong's lips as he pointed skyward. A beam of blue light shot from his fingertip, revealing a magnificent battleship hovering above. He then deployed a small mech into the jungle. "Everyone return." "Yes, Captain." The other team members followed suit, retrieving their respective mechs. Kedong climbed aboard a mech, extending a hand towards Lu Ruan in the cockpit. "Come on, sit with me in the same mech as we board the ship." Lu Ruan grasped his outstretched hand, using his strength to ascend. In the confined space, the distance between them diminished, allowing her to hear the steady rhythm of Kedong's heartbeat. He maneuvered the mech toward the battleship. Through the transparent walls, Lu Ruan gazed at the desolate landscape of the barren planet, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had traversed into a realm brimming with technology. Suddenly, alarms blared, and the ship's communicator crackled with urgency. Unidentified energy fluctuations detected, suspected enemy vessels approaching. Kedong's expression hardened as he swiftly maneuvered the mech to dock with the battleship. The mech's hatch opened, and he carried Lu Ruan inside, gently placing her in a seat in the rest area. The remaining team members entered the battleship and promptly took their positions in the control room, hastily removing their gas masks and donning headsets. Kedong reassured Lu Ruan, who appeared somewhat dazed, "Do not be afraid, just sit tight." And then, Lu Ruan nodded obediently. Kedong entered the control room, wholly focused on preparing for battle. Soon, 3 enemy warships emerged within a 500-meter range. One of the adversaries shouted, "You have 3 minutes to surrender all your valuables, or this barren planet will become your grave. Which insolent wretch dares expose our whereabouts?" The vice captain's face turned ashen with anger. Their covert operation should not have been detected by space pirates. Yet here they were, being pursued by pirates on this desolate planet. It was likely there was a traitor within their ranks. "Who among you leaked our mission? Step forward, and I promise to leave your corpse intact." For a moment, the 11 team members regarded one another, each harboring their own suspicions. As the enemy warships drew closer, Kedong assessed the expressions of his crew, snorted coldly, "Enough chatter. The traitor isn't here. Let's fight our way out." An intense interstellar battle ensued. Boom! A high-energy missile launched, exploding around the enemy warships. The 3 enemy vessels were scattered as Kedong maneuvered the battleship to escape. The pirates were not to be trifled with, quickly closing in. Kedong commanded his team to operate the battleship skillfully, weaving through the barrage of fire, searching for openings and launching missiles at the pursuing enemy vessels. Though fearful, Lu Ruan found an inexplicable sense of security in Kedong's steadfast profile in the control room. She silently prayed for a swift resolution to this conflict. Ugh. In the next moment, as the battleship executed a rapid 360-degree maneuver, her body spun along with it. The sudden shift left her dizzy, and she nearly retched the bile from her stomach. Chapter 3. The Duties and Responsibilities of a Man. The battle raged for an hour, concluding with the destruction of all enemy vessels. Vice Captain, take command of the battleship and head to the Alpha Star Hospital at maximum speed. The rest of you, assist the engineer in repairing the battle damage from the inside to ensure we reach Alpha Star safely. Kedong issued his commands with calm authority, then removed his headset and approached the pale Lu Ruan, kneeling beside her. He retrieved a towel from his spatial pouch and tenderly wiped the liquid from the corner of her mouth, speaking softly, "The battleship is racing toward the nearest Alpha star. It will take 10 hours to reach the hospital. I sincerely apologize. Just hold on a little longer. Lu Ruan turned her head, and an extraordinarily handsome face came into view. Short, jet black hair, thick brows, and large eyes complemented a high nose and thin lips adorned with a piercing. A hint of stubble graced his chin. Lu Ruan swallowed hard. The face beneath the gas mask possessed a striking allure. Coupled with his 1.88-meter athletic frame and the black and blue exploration uniform, he was 10 times more attractive than any top-tier actor on Earth. As he gently wiped her mouth with the hand that had just crushed the snake, the tenderness of his actions conveyed an endearing juxtaposition of strength and gentleness, evoking a sense of vulnerability within Lu Ruan. She felt a shameful flutter in her heart. Thankfully, her stomach was empty, and only bile threatened to escape. Otherwise, in the face of such a scene, she would wish to vanish into the ground. Lu Ruan strove to maintain her composure, forcing a weak smile and awkwardly stating, "Captain, you need not apologize. Without you and your team, I might not have survived. By the way, I still do not know your name." Kedong replied, "Kedong is my name. Shall I carry you to the medical chamber for some rest?" Lu Ruan gently nodded, but then quickly shook her head upon seeing his outstretched hand. Kedong looked puzzled. Lu Ruan felt a bit uneasy and replied, "Captain Ko, that's not necessary, haha. I can still manage to walk on my own." She wondered if this stunningly handsome man had a girlfriend or a wife. If he has a family, it is understandable that she did not consider this aspect earlier, but now, given the situation, she cannot act like a seductress and disrupt someone else's household, lest she invites calamity upon herself. On this matter, she holds firm principles. Kedong was increasingly perplexed. Women of the stars are accustomed to luxury and never refuse the care of men. They prefer to recline rather than stand, and if they can be carried by a man, they would never take a step on their own. Yet she is truly different. Kedong remained rooted in place. "Your body is quite frail. It is unwise for you to walk unaided. It is our duty and responsibility as men to care for women. If you do not wish for me to carry you, shall I summon another man whom you find more agreeable?" His gaze traversed the glass window to the 11 team members in the control room. Each one of them is clumsy. How could they possibly care for her? Lu Ruan, following Kedong's line of sight, spotted the other 11 individuals. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. Did he genuinely believe he was not attentive enough and was offering her the choice of a suitable attendant? What regal treatment this was. "I didn't mean that." Lu Ruan waved her hands, speaking candidly. "I merely wanted to inquire, Kedong, do you have a girlfriend? A girlfriend?" Kedong mulled over the term, seeming contemplative. Lu Ruan, feeling bold, pressed on. "So, are you single, or do you have a partner?" At last, Kedong grasped her meaning. He smiled softly. "I am single. I do not have a wife." In the realm of the stars, women are scarce, and the term girlfriend is non-existent. Only wife holds significance. If a woman's genetic lineage aligns with that of a fortunate man and they are registered together, it is a lifelong commitment. This fortunate man is bound to serve only his wife, forbidden from approaching any other woman. Such regulations are strictly enforced by the government, with violators facing 20 years in prison. The ultimate goal is to prevent the already rare women from quarreling over AMAN. It appears she has forgotten everything, even creating odd vocabulary. Lu Ruan felt a surge of joy upon hearing that Kedong was indeed a single handsome man. She would not hold back. Without a hint of shyness, she opened her arms to Kedong, then. "I must trouble you, Kedong. I truly feel weak." Kedong bent down to unfasten the safety belt restraining Lu Ruan, lifting her effortlessly and placing her into the capsule-shaped medical pod nestled in the corner of the rest area. Sealing the pod's lid, the medical pod, upon detecting a life form, initiated an automatic scan. Lu Ruan's physiological indicators fluctuated on the external display. Kedong's gaze sharpened, his brow furrowed. Blue alert. Patient's life value below threshold. Estimated lifespan reduced to 24 hours. A knot formed in Kedong's stomach. This woman, stranded on a desolate planet, appeared alarmingly frail. The last time he saw her, she was climbing a tree, and her condition did not seem so dire. He had assumed her remark about possibly not surviving 2 days was a jest. After the medical pod scan, however, he realized she had but 1 day left to live. What had transpired in her life? Kedong was filled with questions, but now was not the time to uncover the truth. After the scan concluded, he swiftly pressed the automatic treatment button on the control panel. A voice chimed, "Patient undergoing automatic treatment." Kadong spoke softly to Lu Ruan, "It is all right. You can rest easy. The medical pod will assist in repairing most of your injuries. By the time we reach Heir Hospital, your ailments will be treated." The absence of a red alert from the medical pod indicated she did not suffer from a level 1 genetic disease. If she could endure 10 hours, she would be saved. He exhaled a small sigh of relief. Lu Ruan gazed at Kadong's slightly fatigued yet gentle expression, warmth blossoming in her heart as she languidly closed her eyes within the medical pod. For the duration that followed, Kadong remained vigilant by the pod, periodically checking the data. The 10-hour journey unfolded in a tense yet comforting atmosphere, with Heir drawing ever closer. Automatic treatment complete. Patient's lifespan extended to 72 hours. As they drew within 2 hours of Heir, Lu Ruan was awakened by the prompt sound of the medical pod. The strikingly handsome Kadong was asleep beside her. She attempted to open the pod's lid but was unsuccessful, so she gently called out to him, "Kadong." Kadong opened his eyes, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Oh, my apologies. What is it?" Lu Ruan looked at him expectantly. "May I come out now?" Kadong paused, then realized, having dozed off, he had almost forgotten that this delicate woman before him was suffering from amnesia. "Let me check." He glanced at the smart panel on the medical pod, tapping a few buttons, causing the lid to open automatically. As Lu Ruan rose and placed her feet on the floor, the ship swayed slightly, causing her to wobble. Kadong instinctively caught her by the pale arm, the soft, smooth touch sending a jolt through him as his gaze darkened momentarily. In his earlier rush to rescue her, he had failed to notice just how delicate her form was. Chapter 4: Understanding the Star World. Once Lu Ruan settled into a chair, she waved her hand before Kadong's eyes. "Kadong, is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me so intently?" She hastily wiped her cheeks with her hands. "Nothing," Kadong replied. "I merely find you unlike anyone else. I apologize if I have offended you. Do you still remember your name? Or the name of your match?" Kadong's gaze shifted from Lu Ruan's face to the nightgown she wore. Though the fabric was soft, it was not the high-quality material typically worn by star women. Could it be that she had too many suitors, was taken to this desolate planet by a jealous man, leading a life of poverty and falling ill without means for treatment? The jealous man who abducted her may have perished in an accident, leaving her alone on this barren world, devoid of a quantum brain to contact the outside, succumbing to despair. And then amnesia, climbing trees and frolicking, she fortuitously encountered him and his team? Kadong's thoughts drifted further and further. This must be the case. He could think of no other hidden circumstances. After all, such a beautiful and gentle woman could not possibly harbor enmity towards anyone. How tragic her fate, and how despicable her previous match. A hint of pity colored Kadong's gaze as he looked at Lu Ruan, and suddenly he found himself wishing she would not regain her memories. Lu Ruan felt perplexed by Kadong's sympathetic gaze. "What is it, Kadong?" "My mind is a blank slate at the moment. I have essentially forgotten everything from before." "Perhaps I will slowly remember in the future." Kadong gently reassured her. "If you cannot remember, then do not worry. Perhaps those memories are not worth recalling." A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Lu Ruan's eyes as she nodded. "Then I shall not think about it. However, I currently feel quite alien to everything around me." "Kadong, could you tell me what year it is, what the world is like, and how people sustain themselves?" Since she had adopted the narrative of amnesia, she might as well go all in, while also seeking to understand this world. Kadong softly affirmed her request, settling beside her as he began to speak. "This year is the year 5050 of the star calendar. The star citizens primarily reside on the 9 major planets. The 1,000 explored satellite planets have harsh environments and are teeming with strange beasts, rendering them uninhabitable for humans. The desolate planet you found yourself on is merely a risky venture site for an expedition team seeking resources." Kadong's voice was magnetic and pleasant to the ear. Listening to him was a delight. Lu Ruan closed her eyes in bliss, casually asking, "What do people do for work on a daily basis?" Kadong organized his thoughts and succinctly responded, "Soldiers, mechanics, explorers, doctors, researchers, and ordinary scavengers. These are the primary occupations. Each person fulfills their role to earn star coins to purchase necessary supplies. Of course, star thieves are an exception, as are individuals with significant contributions to society who can receive government subsidies." Lu Ruan's curiosity was piqued. "And what about you, Kadong? What is your profession?" Kadong smiled faintly. I am an explorer, primarily tasked with missions issued by nobles or the royal family, venturing to the 1,000 satellite planets in search of resources. My family has always been engaged in this work. Though fraught with danger, the rewards are quite substantial. However, this task encountered a delay due to her presence. Lu Ruan praised, "You are truly remarkable." Dong rolled up his sleeves, revealing a black bracelet on his wrist. If you wish to know anything else, you may consult the Guang now. I shall teach you how to use it. All right. Lu Ruan nodded obediently, her gaze falling upon Kadong's bracelet, filled with anticipation. Dong gently grasped Lu Ruan's hand, lifting it, and patiently explained the usage of the Guang now. Do you still remember how to read? I do. Lu Ruan lowered her eyes, the warmth of Kadong's touch igniting a flutter in her heart. Kadong pointed to the diamond screen on the bracelet. After fingerprint unlocking, lightly touch to begin, and the virtual panel will automatically project into the air. Behold, this is the homepage of the Guang now. With Kadong's guidance, Lu Ruan's fingers lightly touched the screen area of his bracelet, and a 24-inch virtual panel instantly materialized before her eyes. The page displayed several icons: Xinguang, contacts, album, messages, settings. Dong patiently explained, you can use both voice commands and manual clicks. For any unclear information, enter the Xinguang query area to seek answers. May I borrow your Guang now to search for more information? Lu Ruan looked into Kadong's ink-black eyes. Of course, feel free to use it. We are nearing Alpha Star. I shall step into the command room for a moment. Noticing Lu Ruan's polite demeanor, Kadong couldn't help but smile as he removed the bracelet and carefully placed it on her wrist, before rising to head towards the command room. Left alone, Lu Ruan began to explore the Guang now. She accessed the home page and clicked on Xinguang. The page refreshed. News area, gaming area, forum, and finally, at the bottom of the page, she discovered the inconspicuous query area. Without hesitation, she began to pose a myriad of questions. For instance, the meaning of matching partner mentioned by Kadong, the male-to-female ratio in the galaxy, what occupations women typically held, and what food the interstellar populace consumed. After a barrage of inquiries, Lu Ruan's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, there are 9 main stars suitable for human habitation, each housing over 10 billion individuals, yet women constitute merely 1% of the total population? So scarce. The so-called matching partner is a man assigned to a woman once she reaches adulthood, based on genetic information by the central brain. If the matching value is 85% or higher, the woman may selectively bind to the man. A matching value of 100% results in compulsory binding. The woman with the most binding partners in history was the former Interstellar Empress, and even she had only 1,000. The former Interstellar Empress was a rarity, best left unmentioned. Currently, most interstellar women have between 5 to 50 matching partners. This implies that on any of the 9 main stars, there are approximately 7 billion men who remain single. Lu Ruan could hardly fathom such a scenario. It was terrifying. No wonder. Amidst such a severe gender imbalance, interstellar women are cherished. They are more precious than national treasures. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruan pinched the flesh between her thumb and forefinger. Once she steadied her thoughts, she continued to investigate fertility rates and other information. Fertility rates have been declining year by year, with a continuous negative growth for a century. Clones cannot survive in the interstellar environment, only children nurtured from fertilized eggs can grow safely. Incubators can develop fertilized eggs into boys. While only a mother's gestation can yield girls. And the probability of birthing girls is merely 10%. Lu Ruan absorbed this information, analyzing it, and arrived at a new conclusion. The scarcity of women in the interstellar realm is not solely due to their limited numbers. The primary reason lies in the fact that, under the condition that clones cannot survive, women represent the foundation for the continuation of human civilization. Should women face extinction, human civilization would inevitably vanish, and the species of humanity would cease to exist across the planets. Chapter 5. Struggling to survive in the embrace of a handsome man. The warship docked at a corner of Xingdu Square on Alpha Star. All crew members disembarked, and Kadong gently leaped from the deck, cradling Lu Ruan in his arms. Once he landed steadily, he issued commands to the 11 individuals standing in formation. Deputy Team Leader, take 2 brothers and investigate the traitor who leaked our mission details at the Ke family. Mechanic, gather your team to conduct maintenance on the warship. Once the ship is serviced, everyone should head to the mall to procure women's necessities, leaving 1 person to deliver the items to the hospital. The rest of you, assemble here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. "Understood, Captain," replied the deputy team leader, accepting his orders before departing with two others. Before they left, he cast a silly grin at Lu Ruan, nestled in Kadong's embrace. "Everyone, take your tools and follow me to repair the warship," the mechanic instructed, leading the remaining crew in a comprehensive inspection of the vessel. Kadong held Lu Ruan securely in his arms, and as he directed the team with precision, she remained undisturbed in his hold. After orchestrating the arrangements, Kadong turned to walk toward the edge of the square. Lu Ruan tightened her grip around his shoulders, curiously surveying her surroundings. 100 meters ahead lay a transit track, where transport robots sped toward various corners of the city, resembling elevator cabins in shape. She looked up in astonishment at the hundreds of ships crisscrossing the sky like shooting stars. "Are those interstellar spaceships?" As they walked, Kadong spoke. "I am taking you to the best hospital on Alpha Star for treatment." "Thank you," Lu Ruan replied warmly, her gaze returning to him in heartfelt appreciation. Their proximity was intimate. Kadong exuded a refreshing masculine scent that was clean and pleasant. His strong hands held her waist securely, the warmth of his palms seeping through her nightgown to her skin. She raised her eyes, her gaze landing on the chiseled line of his jaw, her cheeks flushing with heat. Fortunately, just before disembarking from the warship, she had learned that for interstellar men, carrying a rare woman in public was a matter of pride. Adapting to local customs, she accepted the Earthling's perception of unreserved physical contact and relished the privileges of an interstellar woman. "The best hospital on Alpha Star is 20 minutes away from the docking area. Would you prefer to take the public shuttle or the transport robot?" Kadong paused at the transit track. Lu Ruan hesitated slightly. "Is there any difference?" "The public shuttle accommodates 200 people, offering a stable ride, but is quite crowded. The transport robot carries 2 individuals, is faster, but tends to jolt." "Let's take the transport robot," she decided, not fond of crowded spaces. Kadong nodded, signaling an empty transport robot to stop, and stepped inside with Lu Ruan, fastening their seatbelts. The interior was cramped, resembling a transparent box. Kadong tapped the smart panel on the box's surface with his light brain, issuing the command, "Davidson Hospital." Beep. 10 star coins have been deducted from your account. You are now en route to Davidson Hospital, with an estimated travel time of 15 minutes. In the next moment, before Lu Ruan could comprehend, the transport robot launched into supersonic speed along the track. She squeezed her eyes shut as the outside world blurred into a haze. "What speed is this?" "It's faster than a roller coaster." Lu Ruan tightly closed her eyes, overwhelmed by the terror. No sooner had she done so than the transport robot swooped down from a horizontal track into a vertical curve, causing the box to sway drastically, tossing its occupants back and forth. Lu Ruan felt dizzy. What the hell? This isn't a roller coaster, it's a washing machine. Kadong had long since acclimated to such experiences. For interstellar men, this was child's play. When piloting mechs or warships, the craft would spin in all directions or tremble under attack, leaving the operator in a prolonged state of dizziness, far more intense than this. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lu Ruan's complexion was unusual. Her reaction mirrored that of someone experiencing their first ride on a transport robot. Had she never ventured outside before her memory loss? Kadong hurriedly unfastened Lu Ruan's seatbelt and pulled her into his arms to stabilize her. "I apologize. I should not have brought you on this. I didn't know you might blame me. Are you all right?" Sitting on Kadong's lap, Lu Ruan clung to him like a lifeline, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and burying her head in his neck, using him as a cushion. The material of his adventure suit was somewhat rigid, and the collar rubbed against her cheek painfully, which she disregarded. Feeling weak, being tossed around in the embrace of a stunningly handsome man was far more comfortable than experiencing dizziness alone. The robot plummeted down and ascended rapidly along the track, skimming past towering skyscrapers. Lu Ruan's head spun, and in her disorientation, she inadvertently brushed against the man's forbidden zone, though she remained oblivious. Kadong's pupils dilated in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. 10 minutes later, the transport robot completed its final vertical curve and glided onto a horizontal track, the box gradually stabilizing. Lu Ruan sensed the lack of turbulence and slowly lifted her head to look at Kadong. What she saw left her stunned. Beads of sweat dotted Kadong's forehead. His complexion flushed, and he was breathing heavily, his gaze strangely intense. His hand, resting on her waist, tightened its grip, pressing her closer to him. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Ruan attempted to shift back, but Kadong's hand held her firmly in place. I didn't bring any suppressants. We are almost at the hospital. But could you allow me to hold you for a moment? Kadong's voice was restrained and hoarse, and he promptly shut his eyes tightly. The elder's warning was not unfounded. Beautiful women possessed a certain magic. One should not get too close to them. All right, I won't move. You can hold me. Lu Ruan acquiesced after a pause, inquiring, what are suppressants? Kadong inhaled deeply, and after a moment, opened his eyes to respond. It is a genetic medication that alleviates the frenzy men experience due to arousal. Oh, Lu Ruan realized, her cheeks flushing crimson. But wait. I haven't even made a move to entice him yet. Why is Kadong reacting now when he held me before without issue? She pondered, perplexed. Noticing Kadong's struggle to maintain restraint, Lu Ruan lowered her head, obediently remaining still. Secretly relishing the overwhelming sensation of being embraced by such a strikingly handsome man and the terror of his predatory gaze. Beep. Arrival at Davidson Hospital. The voice of the box's internal announcement rang out, and Kadong's demeanor returned to normal. Just as Lu Ruan contemplated walking, Kadong scooped her up and carried her toward a sleek, technologically advanced white building. She chose to remain silent. Entering Davidson Hospital, Kadong stepped through the automatic doors, where scanning lasers struck both of them simultaneously. He remained unfazed. Upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, which was devoid of occupants save for a single robot, Lu Ruan observed Kadong swipe his light brain against the robot's midsection. Immediately, the humanoid robot greeted, "Dear Mr. Ko, welcome to Davidson Hospital. Please escort the precious patient to room 1005 on the 10th floor for treatment." Carrying her into the elevator, Kadong ascended to the 10th floor. Before room 1005, a slender male doctor awaited them. Upon seeing Lu Ruan, the doctor carefully received her and placed her on the operating table. "Precious and pitiable young lady. Your gastric tumor requires immediate removal. Do not be afraid, it will not hurt at all. Just rest here and have a good sleep." Lu Ruan's heart raced with trepidation. There was no need for a consultation or registration. The moment she entered the hospital, her ailments were automatically scanned, and the doctor immediately discussed treatment. The efficiency of Interstellar hospitals was astonishing. "Doctor, can my condition be completely cured?" "Of course." Chapter 6, She is Purebred Humanity Cancer Can Indeed Be Cured. Just as the system stated. How wonderful. In the realm of the Interstellar, the Rare Woman Protection Law, Article 108, stipulates that women may receive free treatment for various ailments at any interstellar hospital. Lu Ruan obediently lay on the operating table. Surrounding her were instruments she could not comprehend, and a humanoid robot stood in the corner, likely serving as a nurse. The thought of waking up to find all her ailments gone, no longer having to endure drinking to the point of gastric perforation, maintaining her figure through restrictive diets, and repeatedly enduring the cold water during her menstrual cycle while filming, made her eyes misty with tears of joy. "Where do you feel unwell?" Dr. Dawei and Kadong spoke in unison. "I am fine." She shook her head. Dawei scrutinized Lu Ruan, who was so frail and had barely reached adulthood, now facing death. If treatment were delayed for another 3 days, she would surely perish. What had she endured? Which scoundrel dared to mistreat a woman? Once we uncover the truth, we shall ensure he is imprisoned. Dawei cast a cold glance at Kadong before turning back to Lu Ruan with gentle words. "I will perform the surgery now. Do not be distressed, Mississippi." "Thank you, Doctor. Captain Ko saved me. He is a good man," Lu Ruan replied. "Captain Ko, please step outside," Dawei instructed. "You focus on the treatment." "I will wait for you outside," Kadong responded as he turned to leave the room and gently closed the door, leaning against a bench in the corridor to rest his eyes. After Kadong departed, Dawei began the preoperative preparations for Lu Ruan. As the chief physician at Davidson Hospital and the nephew of the hospital's director, his medical skills ranked second to none. He specialized in treating critically ill patients and women. Dawei donned gloves, first placing an oxygen mask on Lu Ruan, then activated a special gas to disinfect the room, subsequently injecting anesthetic into her body. Lu Ruan slowly closed her eyes, her consciousness fading gradually. 5 minutes later, the special gas had eradicated the bacteria and viruses in the room, creating a sterile environment. "Xiaoji, bring the complete set of tumor removal tools and medications," Dawei commanded. Noticing Lu Ruan was successfully anesthetized and her vital signs were stable, he signaled the robot standing in the corner to deliver the necessary instruments and medications. The robot wheeled the items to Dawei's side. He carefully removed the straps of Lu Ruan's nightgown, lowering it to her waist, revealing her delicate curves and skin like jade exposed to the air. He quickly averted his gaze, taking a suppressor from the tray held by the robot and injecting it into his arm. After regaining his composure for a few moments, Dawei grasped the scalpel, wholly focused as he made a small incision in Lu Ruan's skin. Utilizing the tumor instrument, he inserted a probe into her stomach and activated the device to begin the meticulous treatment and repair of her gastric damage. However, upon seeing the magnified images displayed on the monitor, Dawei's brow furrowed deeply, a surge of anger igniting within him. Which devil had severed half of her stomach and mishandled the situation? The women he had previously treated had either suffered from colds or common gynecological diseases. This was the first time he encountered such a case. Dawei administered another dose of anesthetic to Lu Ruan, then proceeded to address the gastric incision, suturing the wound before employing advanced equipment to scan her body for any other ailments. He discovered traces of foreign particles in her lungs, indicating that this female patient had previously been on the auxiliary star. Time gradually passed. Outside, Kadong occasionally glanced at the door. 3 hours later, after injecting a cancer cell eradicator into Lu Ruan, Dawei gently placed her unconscious form into a high-tech medical pod. He removed his surgical attire and mask, opening the door with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind as he sat down across from Kadong. Kadong inquired anxiously, "Doctor, how is she?" Davidson Hospital was among the top 10 hospitals in the interstellar realm, with physicians whose expertise far surpassed that of doctors in smaller establishments. Why had this doctor taken so long? Was her condition so grave? Dawei interrupted Kadong's concerns. The surgery proceeded relatively smoothly. She is now resting in the medical pod and is expected to awaken in about 10 hours. But are you her follower? How did she come to be afflicted? In interstellar relationships, there exist not only bound partners, but also unbound followers. These individuals fall into the category of those with insufficient genetic compatibility yet are infatuated with the female party, willingly accepting their lack of formal recognition. In simpler terms, they are akin to mistresses. However, due to genetic mismatches, offspring produced from such unions are often born with congenital disabilities, leading the government to prohibit them from procreating with precious women. But I digress. Kadong replied calmly, "I am not her follower. A day ago, I encountered her while exploring a desolate star and brought her to the nearest Alpha Star hospital for treatment. She claimed to have lost her memory. We are unclear about her previous experiences. Perhaps someone deliberately abandoned her on the desolate star." Lost her memory? Dawei expressed his skepticism. Could it be that his medical skills were lacking and he had failed to detect any brain injuries? Kadong recounted Lu Ruan's actions and behaviors after her rescue in detail. "Therefore, doctor, please conduct a genetic test to help her find her relatives and compatible partners so we can filter out the villain who discarded her on the desolate star through the star network." Understood. Dawei rose to enter the room and draw blood for genetic testing. Kadong fell into another round of waiting. After a while, Dawei emerged with a shocked expression, holding the genetic test report. "Captain Ko, the situation is somewhat complex. Her genetic analysis reveals that she is indeed a pure human, and I could not find any prior genetic archive information in the Federal Gene Database." Kadong sprang to his feet, astonishment filling his eyes. How could this be? Pure humans have been extinct for 300 years. The interstellar environment is utterly unsuitable for their survival. Long ago, in order to adapt, interstellar scientists incorporated superior genes from alien beasts into human genetics, allowing humanity to gradually survive in health and longevity. Although some individuals born from these genetic blends may exhibit traits such as wings, scales, or tails, these features do not hinder their normal lives. If she truly is a pure human, her frailty could indeed be explained. Dawei shook his head, sensing deeper implications at play. We shall not dwell on this for now. What is most crucial is that pure humans have a short lifespan. Under top-tier protective measures, she can live at most another 80 years. Kadong remained silent for a while. She has lost her memory and suffers from illness. Can you find a way to help her live a bit longer? In the interstellar realm, the average lifespan is 300 years, with some individuals reaching 500. The thought of the only woman he had ever come into close contact with, who had softly called him Captain Ko just hours ago, who had nestled against him in the mobility robot, stirred emotions within him. Yet now she could only navigate in a sealed protective zone, with every misstep potentially leading to her demise. An indescribable feeling enveloped Kadong. I have relayed the information to the director. He is an expert in genetic diseases. Let's see if there are any alternative solutions. Chapter 7. Encountering the enigmatic matched partner. Lu Ruan's body gradually recuperated within the advanced medical pod. Upon receiving the news, Director Davidson hastily returned to the hospital from the military base on the auxiliary star. Outside room 1005 on the 10th floor, a man with a refined appearance, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an academic aura, stepped out of the elevator. Director Davidson, Kadong stood up. Dawei greeted the bespectacled man with a smile. Uncle, you have finally arrived. The pure woman I attended to today is in a fragile state and is still resting in the medical pod. My understanding of genetics is limited. As an expert, you must have ways to extend her life and improve her health. I will first assess her condition. Davidson nodded slightly at Kadong, casting a glance at his nephew, though he did not immediately agree. Please follow me. She has yet to awaken. Here is her genetic test report and medical history. Davidson accompanied Dawei into the room and halted beside the medical pod in the corner, taking the paper report to review. After 2 minutes, he glanced at the physiological data displayed on the advanced medical pod. Having lain for 2 hours, her heart rate and blood oxygen levels are still at the lowest thresholds. Her condition is worse than I anticipated. Uncle, you must devise a way to ensure her health and longevity. She is the last pure human in the interstellar realm, and indeed the only pure woman. The purer the genes, the greater the probability of bearing daughters. If her genetic purity reaches 100, and if she can survive in health and longevity, she will undoubtedly be able to conceive a multitude of female offspring in the future. Moreover, it may not even be necessary for her to undergo traditional gestation. With some human intervention and the use of an incubator, her XX-type fertilized eggs could be successfully nurtured. Over the past 2 decades, among the 1 trillion inhabitants across the 9 major planets, not a single girl has been born from such numerous families, which, if this trend continues, will inevitably lead to societal chaos. This singular pure blood represents the hope of producing daughters, should she perish prematurely. It would be an immense loss for interstellar society. David expressed all his thoughts in one breath, and Davidson did not interrupt his nephew. He had extensively studied historical documents regarding purebloods and confirmed that his nephew's assertions were indeed accurate. Kadong listened to their conversation, profoundly shaken. He understood the rarity of women and the even greater scarcity of pure-blood women. He had not realized her significance until now. His previous assumptions were likely erroneous. Perhaps she had been secretly raised by some scientific madman from birth, intended as a weapon for a nefarious scheme. She had never been exposed to the outside world and, by chance, had ended up on the desolate star, where she encountered him. This explained why her genetic information was absent from the federal gene database, and why she was ignorant of interstellar common knowledge. This possibility seemed most plausible. Kadong pressed his lips together, feeling a deeper sympathy for Lu Ruan's background. Davidson glanced at David, then turned to Kadong, his elegant and handsome face now bearing a hint of seriousness. The implications of her existence were surely understood by Mr. Kadong. The knowledge of her being a pureblood must not be disclosed to the outside world. This matter should remain confined to the 3 of us. After all, if malevolent individuals were to catch wind of this, they would employ every means at their disposal to capture her and force her to bear daughters, which would lead to an uncontrollable situation. Kadong smiled lightly and reassured. Dean David, you worry too much. I rescued her from the distant desolate star. I will not allow any evil to threaten her safety. Davidson replied, then we must thank Mr. Kadong. Kadong continued, protecting rare women is a shared responsibility among us men. David declared, I will promptly destroy all her medical records and test reports. The 3 handsome men exchanged smiles. Davidson cast a glance at the medical chamber where Lu Ruan rested, his eyes softening with tenderness and pity, though it was regrettable. Kadong furrowed his brow slightly. Davidson pondered for a moment, noting that this pure-blood woman had reached adulthood. Yet the probability of successfully integrating exotic beast genes was merely 0.1, with a mortality risk as high as 99.9. It was impossible to extend her life. The best they could do was to attempt to enhance her physical constitution. Kadong inquired, is there truly no other way? No, Davidson replied. The lifespan limit of pure-blood humans is fixed. Her condition is severe. Thus, she may live at most another 80 years, aging 3 times faster than normal. Davidson turned to his nephew. Heir, go to the cold storage and retrieve a vial each of fire lizard, blue dragon, and serrated tiger venom peptides. Let us see if we can stimulate her cellular structure to awaken her potential, enabling this soul-pure blood to gradually adapt to harsh environments, ultimately achieving a physique comparable to hybrids, allowing her to consume exotic beast meat, alien flora, and engage in moderate aerobic activities outdoors. David hurriedly departed to fulfill the request. Kadong remained, anxiously hopeful as he observed Davidson. Davidson was intently focused, meticulously analyzing the data from the medical chamber. Shortly thereafter, David returned, breathless, carrying 3 vials of venom peptides. Shall we commence the experiment now, Uncle? Let us extract some of her cellular tissue and cultivate it in the peptides to assess her tolerance. Once her body has recovered, we will select an appropriate dosage for injection. 8 hours later, Lu Ruan, in a daze, vaguely heard voices discussing matters nearby, including an unfamiliar voice. She opened her eyes to find 3 faces staring back at her. Davidson greeted her with a gentle smile. Your tumor has been completely cured. Do you feel any discomfort? Lu Ruan moved her limbs, feeling light as though heavy shackles had been lifted. Her stomach no longer ached, though she felt a twinge of hunger. She looked towards Davidson and replied, I feel well, thank you, doctor. David opened the medical chamber and produced a tube of high-grade nutritional paste, tearing open the packaging along the seal. He squeezed the paste out, resembling a cat treat, and offered it to Lu Ruan. Open wide, this will give you strength. Lu Ruan hesitated before taking a small bite of the ham-colored paste. After a few chews, an odd flavor spread across her palate. Her beautiful face, adorned with a faint dimple, twisted into a mask of agony. She found herself at a loss, unable to spit it out or swallow it. The texture was akin to fermented tofu, intensely sweet with industrial saccharin, accompanied by an overwhelming fishy odor. It was truly unforgettable. She never wished to taste such a concoction again. After mustering the courage to swallow, she looked at Kadong with pleading eyes. Captain Kadong, could I have a glass of water? Kadong immediately fetched her a cup. Lu Ruan drank it in one go, her pained expression finally easing. Kadong, David, and Davidson exchanged glances, bewildered. Isn't this fishy nutritional paste one of the most favored among interstellar women? Is it truly that unpalatable? Heir, bring one of each flavor of nutritional supplements, pastes, and cakes here. Understood, Uncle. Although your illness is cured, your constitution remains fragile. We must strengthen your physique in the future. I will use the venom peptides to stimulate your cellular structure, enhancing your constitution. You are to come for a checkup at Davidson's hospital monthly, receiving peptide injections until your physique aligns with that of a normal person. Davidson removed his gold-framed glasses, his deep light brown eyes fixed on Lu Ruan. She nodded in understanding. She was aware that her constitution could not compare to that of the interstellar natives. Chapter 8. Willing to buy for her. Meanwhile, Kadong pulled a spatial button from his exploration suit pocket and handed it to Lu Ruan. This is for you. It contains a light brain, a caretaker robot, clothing, food, a game console, and other daily necessities. When you wish to retrieve something, simply press the fingerprint unlock area and softly state the item you desire. The chip will respond to your voice and automatically procure it. Storing items follows the same procedure. Captain Kadong, you are so kind. This must have cost a considerable amount of star coins, hasn't it? Lu Ruan beamed with joy. She admired Kadong's handsome features and strong jawline, feeling an internal surge of excitement. Having traversed to a desolate star in the interstellar realm, she had encountered Kadong, who halted his mission to expedite her treatment and now generously provided her with supplies. Such kindness, combined with his integrity and good looks, was not to be overlooked. She resolved that after her discharge, she would attach herself to Kadong, securing him as a long-term benefactor. From now on, she would rely on this dashing gentleman for support. Kadong maintained a calm demeanor, downplaying the value of the items. These are not particularly expensive. If you need anything else, just let me know. I will buy it for you. He had spent star coins to procure these items for her through his team members. The annual income of an ordinary star citizen was around 100,000 star coins. The total cost of these items amounted to 1 million star coins, slightly exceeding his budget. However, lacking a wife and with the portion owed to his family set aside, the remaining assets were at his disposal, and he was pleased to buy for her. Then, Captain Kadong, may I accompany you after my discharge? I have nowhere to go and I barely eat. I'm very easy to care for and won't be a burden to you. Lu Ruan's smile widened, her gaze toward Kadong growing increasingly fervent. He was handsome and kind-hearted. A wise woman knows how to seize opportunities and adapt to circumstances. In a place where women are revered as national treasures, who would still toil away at work? Wouldn't it be more delightful to accompany an exceptional gentleman on daring adventures? Kadong felt his heart race under Lu Ruan's gaze, yearning to take her with him. However, he suppressed his reluctance and stated solemnly, I must continue my exploration of the desolate star, where the environment is harsh and exotic beasts roam freely. It would not be safe for you to accompany me. Soon, Dean Davidson will upload your genetic information to the federal gene database and complete your identity registration, personally escorting you to a welfare villa. This villa is a dedicated residence granted by the federal government to every interstellar woman upon reaching adulthood. I see. Lu Ruan could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. Kadong was the first person she encountered in the interstellar realm, and with her innocent yearning, she longed to follow him. Kadong responded with a soft hum. Settle in comfortably there, and once I complete my mission, I shall return to see you. All right. Lu Ruan nodded, feeling grateful that Kadong would come to see her after finishing his tasks. The benefits for interstellar women are indeed remarkable. With government-provided housing, she would have a home here in the future. Davidson cast a half-smile as he surveyed Kadong's adventure attire, his voice smooth as he said, Mr. Ko. It is rare to see an adventurer like you in the hospital. You should prepare more medicine for your own safety. You frequently venture into perilous zones. Earning your living is not easy. How about this? I will offer you a 30% discount on all medicines in the hospital. Additionally, I will cover the expenses for any supplies you purchase for her. This amount will be deducted from the hospital's charity fund. You need not feel burdened. Kadong's expression abruptly turned cold, his eyes flashing with anger as if he wished to pierce Davidson with daggers. Director Davidson, that is unnecessary. I am not in need of such trivialities. Lu Ruan's expression froze instantly, and she quickly returned the spatial button to Kadong. Captain Ke, you have saved my life by bringing me here, and I cannot accept any more from you. Please return or sell them. Kadong's earnings were derived from risking his life? She had previously considered relying on him, transforming him into a long-term support, but was that not repaying kindness with enmity? Best to reconsider. It is acceptable to benefit without guilt, but one must not take advantage of another's hard-earned money. The notion of long-term support must be contemplated further. Kadong grasped Lu Ruan's delicate hand, gently yet insistently pressing the spatial button into her palm. Keep it safe. This is my gift to you, and besides, these are merely women's items, non-returnable and unsellable. Then let me store your contact information, and I will express my gratitude properly later. Lu Ruan remained silent for a moment, and, unable to refuse, reluctantly accepted it. She placed the spatial button on her index finger, using her thumb to press the fingerprint unlock area, softly uttering light brain, causing a beautiful silver bracelet to fall into her hand. Kadong fastened the light brain onto Lu Ruan's wrist, activated it, and saved his contact number in her list. Davidson entered, carrying a pile of food. I have brought all the flavors of food from the hospital. Pick what you like. Kadong stood up to bid farewell to Lu Ruan. I must rejoin my team. Once you can register for a personal account, remember to reach out to me. Feel free to contact me even without any urgent matters. All right. Lu Ruan watched his departing figure, her mood sinking, her lips parted. Yet she ultimately did not call out to him. Davidson placed a heap of food on the table. Eat, do not dwell on him. After you are full, my uncle will upload your genetic information. A treasure like you should certainly match with many outstanding candidates. Do not worry about your future life. Stay cheerful, optimistic, and positive. Lu Ruan perked up at his words, raising an eyebrow and smiled. Candidates? Will my long-term supporter, oh no, my match, be arriving soon? A moment of surprise, followed by excitement and anticipation. You are now an adult. The main system will force a match for you. Davidson chuckled at Lu Ruan's expression. From being despondent one moment to radiating joy the next, this woman changes emotions with remarkable speed. He opened a bottle of nutrient solution and, along with his nephew, offered it to her. Two elegant, slender hands reached towards Lu Ruan's petite face, each presenting a bottle to her lips with eager anticipation, waiting for her to try. Try this liquid. It should not be as strong tasting as the fish mint-flavored nutrient paste. Lu Ruan took a sip of the nutrient solution Davidson had offered, furrowing her brows and promptly shaking her head. This nutrient paste has a beautiful color. You should like it. She sampled what Davidson had given her, continuing to shake her head. The two began to open package after package, while Lu Ruan repeatedly tried, and the food Davidson brought dwindled. Davidson pondered Lu Ruan's changing expressions. The original flavor biscuits have no added flavorings. They are made from pure plant extracts. Give them a try. Lu Ruan leaned against the medical pod, shivering all over. At this moment, there were still 10 unopened varieties remaining on the table, while the trash bin was filled with 50 or 60 opened packets of nutrient pastes and biscuits. She felt a shiver of trepidation within. Director Davidson, may I choose to receive nutrient liquids instead? If she had to continue tasting in front of them, it might lead to an embarrassing situation. Davidson remained non-committal, tearing open the packaging of the original flavor biscuits, delicately offering a piece resembling a mushroom cake to her lips. Lu Ruan's lips quivered as she opened her mouth slightly, taking a small bite and chewing. The next moment, a relieved smile graced her face. This one I can eat. The texture and flavor are delightful. Director Davidson, this will do. Davidson silently noted the nutrient biscuits Lu Ruan could consume, and a thoughtfulness flickered in his gaze. His pheromones seemed to resonate well with hers. Once her genetic information is uploaded, he wondered if this purebred woman would match with him. Chapter 9 What? How many husbands can she bind herself to? In the hospital's data room, Lu Ruan stood before the device as a scanning beam swept from her head to her feet. Davidson pricked her fingertip with a sampling needle, then pressed her finger onto the sample area of the machine. Genetic identification in progress. Director Davidson, I have forgotten my past. After uploading my genetic information, can I directly register my identity? You need not worry about that. Leave it to me. The machine's green light illuminated, and a citizen registration form appeared on the display. Davidson released Lu Ruan's hand, donned his gold-framed glasses, and focused intently on the panel. It's ready. What name would you like to register? Would you like me to suggest one? He placed his hands on the device's keyboard, preparing to input. I will think of it myself. Lu Ruan feigned contemplation, and after 2 seconds, she sweetly voiced, Lu Ruan. Let us use Lu Ruan. Davidson nodded, skillfully typing Lu Ruan on the keyboard. Other basic information: age, 20, address, new district, Raoul City, Alpha Star. He skipped over the remaining details. Once the registration form was completed, just as he clicked to confirm the upload, a line of red text flashed on the screen. Genetic anomaly detected. Significant safety risk present. Lu Ruan's heart tightened. Could it be that the machine recognized her non-interstellar bloodline? Do not be alarmed, you are a purebred. And there are some differences between you and us mixed breeds, which is why the program cannot accurately identify your genetic information. However, remember, your identity as a purebred is a secret and must not be disclosed lightly, as it could bring unexpected dangers. Davidson spoke softly as he gently tapped the confirmation key, then lifted his gaze, his eyes intense as they bore into Lu Ruan. Only 5 individuals possess access to the Federal Gene Bank. The Interstellar Empress, the highest executive of the federal government, and 3 esteemed directors from the top 10 interstellar hospitals. He is one of those esteemed directors. Once her genetic information is uploaded to the Federal Gene Bank, even if anomalies arise, the Empress and the executive will not comprehend it. The other 2 directors are not focused on genetic diseases and seldom log into the gene bank to access data. As long as Lu Ruan does not speak, and neither does his nephew nor the adventurer named Kadong, this secret will remain hidden. Lu Ruan was taken aback by Davidson's serious gaze. This gentle director appeared somewhat intimidating when serious. She involuntarily swallowed and nodded obediently, responding, all right, I understand. The tension she had been holding on to finally eased slightly, yet simultaneously. Her curiosity rippled like waves, expanding in circles. There truly exists a distinction between purebreds and mixed breeds. What are the differences? What dangers might purebreds encounter? Seeing Davidson busy, Lu Ruan suppressed her questions. It appears that once the light brain can be utilized, she must swiftly comprehend the intricacies of this world. The values displayed on the instrument panel fluctuate incessantly. Gene identification is in progress, currently at 27 and then at 99. When the identification reaches 99, the progress bar halts, and the device emits a sharp alarm. Warning, genetic anomaly detected. Davidson disregards the alarm and swiftly clicks the continue option at the end of the progress bar. Authorization documents requiring signatures emerge page after page. Lu Ruan, intrigued, leans in for a closer look. Witnessing Davidson click the mouse with a speed rivaling that of an esports champion, the page transitions into the Federal Gene Database. She exhales softly, yet her gaze gradually becomes entranced by his hands. These hands are long and distinctly knuckled, with nails trimmed to a rounded neatness, each click of the mouse resonating with an elegant rhythm. Just as Lu Ruan is captivated, an alert sound rings out. Davidson pauses, glancing up to find Lu Ruan gazing intently at his hands. Davidson smiles gently, inquiring, "What's wrong with my hands?" "I was thinking, Director Dai. You must have saved many patients in your time." Lu Ruan awkwardly averts her gaze, wanting to express that his hands are indeed beautiful, long and fair, with pronounced knuckles, akin to a fine work of art. However, in the presence of this handsome director who had rescued and assisted her, she hesitates to be overly frivolous. Davidson suddenly smiles. "Not many, just a few million." His voice is soft, imbued with a reassuring strength. Lu Ruan, taken aback, stares at Davidson in surprise. She had anticipated a more modest response, yet he casually mentions such a staggering figure. "A few million? That is no small number." Davidson seems oblivious to her astonishment as he adjusts his glasses with a graceful, natural movement. The glasses on his face do not seem out of place, rather. They enhance his aura as a healer. At that moment, the system notification sounds. Gene information upload at 100 complete. Adult status detected for Ms. Lu Ruan, initiating matchmaking process. Currently searching for compatible male partners. Both Lu Ruan and Davidson direct their gazes to the screen. Lu Ruan, her hands ringing with excitement, anticipates the miraculous moment of matching. What kind of man will she be paired with? A hint of inscrutable expectation glimmers in Davidson's eyes. She appears gentle and soft, her presence brings him pleasure. And the closer he is to her, the more his genes seem to awaken, suggesting an attraction on a genetic level. Will she match with him? If they are indeed compatible, it wouldn't be so bad, should their compatibility exceed 95 and her number of matches be no more than 10. He might just seek to bind himself to her. Noticing the progress bar remains stagnant, Lu Ruan inquires with concern, "Director Dai, how long does it usually take for the matching results?" The duration depends on the number of potential matches, ranging from a minute to 10. 1 minute, 3 minutes. 10 minutes pass. Lu Ruan observes no progress in the bar. Davidson frowns. Generally speaking, when a hybrid female matches with a hybrid male, the male, having integrated genes from formidable alien beasts or those with vastly different traits, tends to have a low compatibility with the hybrid female. For instance, if one were to combine the genes of a flying eagle and a crawling serpent, the maximum compatibility would be a mere 5. Conversely, when two individuals share genes from similar alien beasts, their compatibility often reaches 85 or higher, even 100. Lu Ruan is purebred. This is his first experience with the compatibility between a purebred and a hybrid. Is it possible that purebred genes possess greater tolerance? The previous Interstellar Empress had 1,000 potential matches. How many will hers be? Time ticks away. As day turns to night, Lu Ruan, nearly dozing off in the data room, is jolted by the instrument S alert. She quickly looks up, her pupils dilating in disbelief. Her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. What? How many zeros is that? Surely she must be mistaken. The number of potential partners she combined with is 500 billion? Simultaneously, Davidson's light brain beeps, a matchmaking message from the Federal Gene Database appearing. "Congratulations. Director Dai, the mainframe has forcibly bound Ms. Lu Ruan with a genetic matching value of 100 as your wife. Wishing you a joyful marriage. Please contact Ms. Lu Ruan promptly to facilitate the transfer of assets. Lu Ruan's contact information, unavailable 404 not found." After reading the message, a subtle smile curves Davidson's lips. Upon glancing at the number of potential matches on the panel, he hastily removes his glasses, meticulously cleans them, and puts them back on. The value remains unchanged at a staggering 500 billion. Leaning back in his chair, Davidson is rendered speechless. Contemplating whether he must compete with 500 billion men for a wife, the weight of the world feels overwhelming. "Help, this is absurd." Lu Ruan's legs weaken, and she collapses onto the man's lap. Chapter 10. The entire galaxy in an uproar. Initially, she merely sought a few meal tickets, but the mainframe's enthusiasm is overwhelming, presenting her with 500 billion meal tickets, leaving her astounded. In the future, as she strolls through the streets, calling out for her husband, the ground will tremble as men flock from all directions, blocking the streets. With every step she takes, the men she encounters will be her matches. The 9 major stars teeming with her husbands. Such a terrifying prospect. She is destined to become an unparalleled legend among all women in interstellar history. The most formidable and illustrious empress. Her previous aspirations now seem trivial. Lu Ruan slowly rises from Davidson's lap, using her hands to support herself on his long thigh. Her eyes sparkling as she looks at him. Director Dai, are you also one of my matched husbands? Yes. Davidson nods weakly. Lu Ruan's eyes glimmer as she extends a delicate hand, playfully tilting Davidson's chin, and lightly kisses his pale lips, akin to a dragonfly touching water. A fresh, subtle fragrance envelopes her senses, and the soft sensation lingers on her lips like a gentle electric current coursing through her body. Davidson feels his heart stir. His deep hazel eyes tinged with desire, each cell in his body becoming increasingly animated. He grips the chair tightly, his voice low and restrained. You are frail and delicate. It is not the right time for such antics. Interstellar men cannot withstand a woman's teasing, especially one with a genetic matching value of 100. Once they are near, their pheromones are detected by the woman's receptors, leading the man into a state of uncontrollable arousal. If not released, emotions can spiral into frenzy. Lu Ruan intends to provoke him a little. She stands tall, puffing out her chest. Director Dai, how am I both frail and delicate? Perhaps you should take a closer look? I'd prefer if you kept your distance. Davidson's ears flush red as he awkwardly turns his face away. The refined and cultured director rendered flustered. Shall I leave then? Lu Ruan leans closer to Davidson, planting another gentle kiss on his handsome face, before standing a respectful 2 meters away. Having been stimulated by the notion of 500 billion potential partners, a world within her awakens. And she begins to grasp certain truths. In the interstellar realm, women hold the reins. If one desires something, they should pursue it boldly. Is it truly demeaning to act a little shamelessly? Should she, like other heroines, maintain an aloof demeanor, waiting for men to grovel or impose their affections upon her to appear noble and dignified? She scoffs at this notion. With 500 billion men, they're akin to rotten cabbages littering the ground, unwanted and unloved. The entire expanse of the interstellar landscape is dotted with them. She can select freely, without constraint. A fleeting image of Kudong flashes in her mind. She is not capricious, merely wishing to provide a home for the 500 billion men. Davidson takes a deep breath, finally regaining his composure as he turns his gaze back to the instrument panel. Initially startled by the overwhelming figure of 500 billion potential matches, he realizes that this does not necessarily indicate the number of compulsory matches. He clicks to view detailed data, refreshing the page to reveal Lu Ruan's matching information. The number of matches with a genetic compatibility score of 100, 9 individuals, the main brain system has enforced binding. The count of matches with a genetic compatibility score above 85, 50 billion. The number of matches with a genetic compatibility score above 99, 10, 000. Davidson Weishu let out a breath. For those matches not subjected to enforced binding, women could refuse. Analyzing the data, Lu Ruan, his current wife, had a multitude of matches due to her high genetic purity. To elaborate, purebreds can almost align with all hybrids, while men with compatibility scores below 85 should belong to those who have integrated a significant amount of beast genes, deviating nearly from the human category. As Davidson pondered, Lu Ruan stepped closer, adhering to decorum this time. She inquired, Director Davidson, does this mean I have registered my identity? Can I now create my own social account? Just a moment, Davidson replied, diligently assisting Lu Ruan in completing subsequent documentation to ensure her identity registration and the creation of her light brain account. Lu Ruan patiently awaited as the man busied himself. Amid their warm busyness, unbeknownst to them, the entire galaxy was in an uproar. The 50 billion men with a genetic compatibility score greater than 85 with Lu Ruan had all received notifications for possible binding. Everyone was excited yet frustrated due to the lack of contact information. The internet buzzed with searches for who is Lu Ruan? In stark contrast to the 50 billion men, the 9 exceptional men who were forcibly matched with Lu Ruan exhibited varying emotions. In the perilous depths of the wilderness on the dangerous planet, Kudong, alongside his team, had just emerged from a fierce battle with a beast over food, his expedition suit riddled with holes and his stern face marred with a few drops of blood. Leaning against a large tree to rest, his team members stood guard around him. Suddenly, a red light flashed from the light brain on his wrist. Upon inspecting it, he found a marriage notification from the Federation gene. Congratulations, Captain Ke, the main brain has forcibly bound you with Miss Lu Ruan, who has a genetic compatibility score of 100, as your wife. Wishing you a happy marriage. Please contact Miss Lu Ruan promptly to arrange asset transfer. Contact information for Lu Ruan. Unlocked 404 not found. Kadong's expression shifted drastically. He tore off the light brain and nearly smashed it against the ground. But at the last moment, he restrained himself. Why no? He already had a woman he wished to follow for life. And now the main brain was binding him to someone named Lu Ruan. How was he to interact with the frail and pitiful purebred woman? He had promised to visit her once he finished his tasks, encouraging her to reach out to him for anything she needed. Once bound to a wife, he could no longer engage closely with other women, with violators facing a 20-year prison sentence. With a resounding thud, Kadong stood up, raised his fist, and struck the tree root with a forceful blow, his skin colliding with the rough bark, causing blood to splatter. Captain, what happened? You need to stay calm. His team members quickly surrounded him, expressing their concern. After muttering that he was fine, Kadong fell into silence, his eyes betraying a tumultuous and obscure emotion. Surprises abounded. On the Imperial Star, a cool and noble prince sat in a resplendent palace, engaged in a game of chess when he suddenly received a marriage notification. A flicker of astonishment crossed his blue eyes as he promptly excused himself from his opponent. Pardon me. On the Black Underworld Star, 3 identical men disembarked from a cargo-laden devilish warship. Their light brains illuminated simultaneously, displaying a marriage notification. He Jin's disdainful gaze flashed momentarily. What? 100 enforced binding? If this woman dares to misappropriate my star currency, lock her up and break her legs. She better know her place and not covet what doesn't belong to her. Elder brother, you matched with Lu Ruan too? Should we warn her? He Jin's eyes darkened as he fixated on the message regarding asset transfer. A sinister smile curled at the corner of He Jin's mouth as he scoffed, TCH, no contact information. Let's wait a bit. After stepping off the warship, the trio adeptly shed their battle suits, donning filthy attire akin to scavengers. As the devilish warship vanished, the 3 beggars strolled into a bustling, vibrant street. Chapter 11. Living a century no longer suffices. As the entire galaxy buzzed over the lack of contact information for the 50 billion men eligible to bind with Lu Ruan, Davidson had already completed her identity registration at the hospital and contacted the Empress to resolve the matter. With the Empress's intervention, all posts regarding who is Lu Ruan were removed from the internet. After accomplishing this, Davidson rejected the binding requests for Lu Ruan with a single click, causing an uproar among countless men across the 9 major stars. Lu Ruan's potential matches plummeted from 50 billion to just 9. Sitting nearby, she glared reproachfully at Davidson's devilish hand. Director Davidson, why did you reject my 50 billion potential matches with a single click? I hadn't even had a chance to look them over. Although she had no intention of binding with them, she believed she had the right to at least glance at them, didn't she? As her lofty hopes settled, she realized she didn't particularly desire such a multitude of meal tickets. Firstly, this would disrupt social order. If she single-handedly attracted all the single men in the galaxy, by the next year, when girls came of age, they would find no partners. Moreover, with 50 billion husbands, 999 of them might never see her face in their lifetimes. Balancing 50 billion bowls of water was simply impossible. Secondly, what if those men became overly aggressive? Her fragile physique could hardly withstand such torment. Her greatest wish now was to live healthily for a century, not to have an entourage of 3,000 handsome men. From the Federation Gene Database, she could view detailed information about her matches. She had just noticed one match who was 277 years old, appearing much like a middle-aged man. She was about to delve further into this anomaly when Davidson interrupted. Seeing Lu Ruan's expression of grievance, Davidson nearly chuckled at the thought that she was reluctant to part with billions of men. As he closed the equipment, he gently remarked, among your 9 matches, apart from the 3 scavengers from the Black Underworld Star, which one is not an exceptionally outstanding man in the galaxy? As the director of one of the top 10 hospitals and a luminary in the field of genetic research, I need not mention the adventurer Kadong. Who brought you to the hospital? He is a prominent figure among the younger generation of adventurers. Then there's the second prince of the empire, Dichin. A distinguished general with numerous accolades, the young master of the Jupiter Feather clan, Luo Yao, the galaxy's foremost mechanic, Samuel, 6 stellar prodigies, and 3 exceptionally handsome scavengers bound to you. Are you truly dissatisfied? Lu Ruan, caught between laughter and tears, retorted, Director Davidson, please don't misconstrue my meaning. I'm not complaining about the number. 9 meal tickets, or rather, 9 exceptionally handsome prodigies are quite sufficient for me. I'm really not greedy. It's just that I seem to have spotted a match among them who is 277 years old. Can he still father children at that age? 277 years old. What is the lifespan limit for interstellar beings? At this moment, her mind was filled with confusion, fear, and disbelief. Davidson, understanding her bewilderment, gently caressed Lu Ruan's delicate, fair face and explained softly that elderly gentleman is a hybrid with alien plant genes. Hybrids with alien plant genes tend to live much longer than those with alien beast genes. The average lifespan of ordinary individuals is 300 years, with their lifespan limit reaching 500 years. At 277, he is in his prime and capable of reproduction. The main brain selections are never erroneous. You need not be surprised. Lu Ruan stumbled slightly, her expression transitioning from confusion to shock, eventually morphing into frustration and regret. Her perspective had been too narrow. Back on Earth, she had wished for a century of life with 10 million RMV, which now seemed utterly insufficient. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind, she tentatively asked, "So, are you a hybrid with alien beast genes or alien plant genes? What about my other matches? Apart from me, they are all hybrids of alien beast genes." Davidson's eyes gleamed with pride. The probability of successfully merging alien plant genes is 1 in a billion, and those who possess such hybrid genes across the entire galaxy are exceedingly rare, teetering on the brink of extinction. Lu Ruan assessed Davidson anew, inquiring, "At what age do hybrids like you begin to show signs of aging?" "For 100 years. And those with alien beast genes? 220 years. Lu Ruan felt a wave of despair wash over her. As a pure and unadulterated human from Earth, being a woman, no matter how well she maintained herself, she would begin to show signs of aging in no more than 20 years, and after a few decades, she would inevitably turn to dust. In stark contrast, the 9 bonds that tethered her to the present were all youthful and striking as if they were in the prime of their lives. "I wish to be alone," she murmured, slumping in her chair, casting a weary glance at Davidson before turning her gaze downward, silently invoking the system. "System, come forth. I do not desire to live 100 years. I wish for a myriad of years. You have led me astray." Initially, she believed that once her illness was healed, she could live a carefree life, but alas, no response came. Lu Ruan altered her approach, gently calling out, "Oh, the most adorable little dumpling in the universe. I miss you dearly. Can we meet and have a chat?" A tiny dumpling, visible only to Lu Ruan, floated from her body and hovered before her. "Little dumpling, the wish system is now activated. Host, what can I assist you with?" Faced with a request, Lu Ruan had to adopt a pleasant demeanor. "Little dumpling, you must take responsibility for me now that I am in the interstellar realm. You cannot abandon me. My lifespan here is merely a third or even a fifth of others. You must grant me longevity. If I cannot live to 10,000 years, then let me at least live to 1,000. Lu Ruan anticipated a counteroffer from the system, yet the next moment, tears welled in her eyes. "Little dumpling, host, I have already granted your wish for longevity. The rest is beyond my purview. Once my energy is fully replenished, I shall detach from your being. Please take care of yourself." "No. If I do not reach 100 years and pass away, it means you have not fulfilled my wish, so you cannot leave yet. For safety's sake, extend my life to 500 years first, then you may depart." "Little dumpling, wish granted. Aftercare is not my responsibility." Lu Ruan erupted in frustration before channeling the performance skills of a seasoned actor, feigning sorrow and innocence, spiraling into a frenzy. An hour later, "Little dumpling, host, please stop. My head is spinning. Is it merely a matter of living healthily for 500 years? I shall help you achieve that." Lu Ruan's sorrowful visage transformed into a radiant smile as she awaited the system's next words. "Little dumpling, I am the wish system, as long as there is sufficient willpower. I can help you realize any desire." What constitutes sufficient willpower? Lu Ruan pondered privately, realizing that to fulfill her own wishes, she would need to undertake tasks for the system. The little dumpling chuckled mischievously. "As long as the host fulfills the current wishes of those in contractual relationships with you, I can accumulate willpower. Once I have enough, I will grant you longevity of 500 years. In truth, assisting the host in realizing wishes also allows it to gain experience and upgrade." Lu Ruan nodded, understanding that she could only achieve her desires by fulfilling the wishes of others. Little dumpling, if I help the matchmakers realize their current wishes, will you gain willpower? Not quite, host. You and those 9 men are merely bound by data. A true contract is only established once you achieve a physical mark together, allowing me to acquire willpower. Moreover, their wishes must not pertain to you. For instance, if they wish for you to gain weight, to be healthier, or to love only one among them, these would be invalid wishes. Even if you fulfill them, I cannot obtain willpower. I understand. Little dumpling, please elaborate on what constitutes a physical mark. It was evident that her first step was to establish a contractual relationship with the matchmakers, i.e., the physical mark. The second step would be to help them realize their wishes. The third step would involve the system gaining willpower to grant her 500 years of life. Little dumpling, a physical mark can be defined as human reproduction. Lu Ruan's eyes widened. That is excessive. Are you suggesting that I must bear children with them to form a contractual relationship? It is not necessary to go that far. Cohabiting with interstellar beings will automatically mark you with their pheromones, thus achieving the contract. Lu Ruan sighed in relief. She had no desire to bear children prematurely. One last question. How many wishes must I help them realize for you to gain sufficient willpower? Host, this cannot be quantified by mere numbers. It also depends on the difficulty and significance of their wishes. The harder the wish to realize and the greater its societal importance, the more willpower I can acquire. Lu Ruan slowly raised her gaze to Davidson, who was examining the profiles of the other 8 matchmakers. Director Davidson. Davidson set aside the materials in hand and turned to her. Have you calmed down? Lu Ruan smiled slightly. Yes, Director Davidson. Do you have any wishes at present? I have no particular wishes. If I must mention one, it would be for your health and longevity. No other wishes? None. Please come over and add the contact information of the other individuals so we can proceed with asset transfers. Asset transfers? Once you are bound to us 9, you can freely manage or sell the assets under our names. The mainframe has already linked our asset accounts to yours. After adding friends, she would be able to view and freely manage their interstellar currency or other assets via their communication numbers. Lu Ruan's eyes brightened. She immediately sat up and approached Davidson. Glancing at the 9 documents he held, she opened her light brain and began adding the husbands she was matched with. Captain K had previously saved his contact information, so she sent a direct request. Next, Ji. Contact DI 55557795548. Jean phone. DI 55555752686. Luo Yao. Move 4668555896. As Davidson read aloud, Lu Ruan diligently entered the information and sent requests. The 8 men, situated in distant star systems, received Lu Ruan's friend requests simultaneously and apart from Kadong. All promptly accepted. Entering her asset section, Lu Ruan discovered a new category labeled husbands appeared next to her original selections after adding the 9 friends. She clicked to explore. Although she was unaware of Kadong's status, the assets of the other 8 husbands varied drastically. Luo Yao, minus 150. 000 interstellar currency, no other real estate. Ji, 900 interstellar currency, other real estate. 1 SSS grade castle, 1 SSS grade battleship, 1 SSS grade mech, 1 private shuttle. Davidson, 20. 000 interstellar currency, other real estate. Ownership of Davidson Hospital X1, Chin Fong. 5 million interstellar currency, other real estate. 1 SSS grade battleship, 5 SS grade battleships, 10 S grade battleships. 2 SSS grade mechs, Samuel. 2 billion interstellar currency, other real estate. 1 interstellar first mechanical building, Heijin Yen. 100 billion interstellar currency, no other real estate. Heijin Yuan. 100 billion interstellar currency, no other real estate. Heijin Yi. 100 billion interstellar currency, no other real estate. After reviewing the asset status of the 8 husbands, Lu Ruan scrutinized Davidson for a moment. As the director of the hospital, how did he only possess 20,000 interstellar currency? Director Davidson, are you truly so impoverished? Everything within 100 meters of where you stand is my asset. Do you still think I am poor? Lu Ruan surveyed her surroundings. Filled with advanced medical equipment and expensive medicines, if sold, they would surely be worth billions. Indeed, like the second prince of the interstellar realm, you may have little currency, but your real estate is abundant. Once bound, all our interstellar currency becomes yours. You may utilize it as you wish. Now, you can transfer all our interstellar currency to your account, or you need not transfer it. When purchasing items, You can also directly deduct currency from the accounts of us few. Lu Ruan pondered for a moment and decided against transferring all the star coins from her 9 husbands into her own account. She feared the complications that might arise. After all, if they urgently needed money while she was asleep or preoccupied, they could very well resent her. Her future life would involve nurturing relationships and fulfilling wishes with these 9 men. Being overly demanding at the outset could yield counterproductive results. With a serene demeanor, she remarked, "I want to transfer your funds. You may utilize your star coins when it's time to settle bills." Davidson was taken aback. His wife was truly unlike any other women in the galaxy. Typically, once interstellar women paired with their match, they promptly transferred all assets under their partner's name. If the match needed star coins, they would request them from their wives. This was a common method for interstellar women to manage their husbands and families. And men were accustomed to being governed by rare women, viewing it as both an honor and a mission. One could say that the men bound to rare women took on a lifelong mission to protect their wives. "That works. You may spend our star coins freely," he conceded. Lu Ruan beamed, "Excellent. With 9 meal tickets in hand, I shall never worry about food and drink for the rest of my life." Davidson took Lu Ruan's hand, saying, "Now let's proceed to the 10th floor infirmary for your first injection of peptide toxin. After that, you will be taken to your exclusive villa in the new district of Lowell City." Lu Ruan wriggled free from Davidson's long, elegant grasp and opened her arms, playfully blinking. "Aren't you going to carry me down, my dear husband Davidson?" Interstellar men took pride in carrying women, and she relished the thought of being pampered by handsome men. "All right. Just this once. Given your weak constitution, allowing you to walk is merely a means to strengthen your physique," he replied, slightly bending down and enveloping her in his arms, striding out of the information room with his long legs. Lu Ruan wrapped her arms around Davidson's neck, inhaling a unique medicinal scent that wafted from him, a rather pleasant aroma. She couldn't resist leaning in for a closer whiff. Her warm breath brushed against Davidson's neck, causing him to shiver. "Lu Ruan, please remain still," he warned, his gaze darkening as he quickened his pace. Faced with his sometimes obedient, sometimes mischievous wife, he felt a mix of affection and helplessness. Lu Ruan tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. "I haven't moved. How come you smell of medicine?" "It is the pheromone scent unique to hybrid beings," he responded. In the infirmary on the 10th floor, Lu Ruan was placed upon the bed by Davidson, who was soon joined by Dai Wei. "Uncle, I have adjusted the dosage as per your request. It's ready for intramuscular injection," Dai Wei announced, handing the syringe and medication to Davidson, whose gaze involuntarily shifted towards Lu Ruan. She was still clad in a soft yellow nightgown, her face pure and beautiful. And when she smiled, shallow dimples graced her cheeks, rendering her inexplicably adorable. The delicate curve of her neck, the subtle reveal of her bosom, her slender arms, petite waist, and smooth calves, along with her pink toes, exuded an enchanting purity and allure. Fortunately, the climate on Alpha Star was warm. She was not cold in that attire. Dai Wei felt a pang of regret. Why was this stunning purebred woman not his wife? That evening, he received a matching notification, with a gene matching value soaring to 99. He had intended to speak with her, hoping she would consider giving him a chance, but before he could voice his thoughts, he was turned down. Davidson, noticing his nephew's gaze lingering on Lu Ruan, frowned and said coldly, "Heir, if you have nothing to do, you may leave." "Oh," Dai Wei replied, withdrawing from the infirmary. The room was left with just the two of them. Lu Ruan looked apprehensively at the needle in Davidson's hand, swallowing nervously. She then closed her eyes and extended her arm toward him. "Director Davidson, please be quick. For intramuscular injection, the gluteus maximus is preferable. Your arms are too slender." Lacking sufficient flesh, Davidson stated in a low, resonant voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan's face flushed crimson to the roots of her hair. She gazed at Davidson in disbelief. "What did you say? Inject there?" No. Davidson displayed no signs of embarrassment or awkwardness, addressing her with an air of professionalism. "This is the most scientifically effective injection site. There is no need for you to feel shy. I am merely fulfilling my duties as a physician." With that, he extracted a suppressor and administered it to his own arm. Lu Ruan bit her lip, wrestling with her inner turmoil. "Besides, aren't you my husband?" Davidson smirked, teasingly replying, "Just a moment ago, you called me husband Davidson, and now you've forgotten?" Ordinarily, Davidson would allow patients to lie down in the medical chamber and set the program for automatic medication delivery. However, given that this was his obedient and soft-hearted wife, he preferred to administer the injection himself. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ruan finally turned around, presenting her back to Davidson, gripping the hem of her dress tightly. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Then please be quick." Davidson approached, lifted her skirt, disinfected the area, and injected her with swift precision. Once finished, he softly declared, "All done." Lu Ruan turned around with a sigh of relief, her face still flushed. She adjusted her skirt and gazed at Davidson, the elegant and refined director with gold-rimmed glasses, who now bore a hint of a different emotion in his eyes. This husband was undeniably handsome, exuding a gentle yet slightly domineering charm. Davidson properly disposed of the syringe and calmly instructed, "Rest well, the pain is yet to come. 3 minutes after the peptide toxin enters your body, you will experience intense itching and discomfort. This is a normal reaction, indicating that your immune system is engaged in a fierce battle. This process will last for half an hour until the peptide toxin stabilizes within you. With the assistance of the toxin, your cellular structure will gradually adapt to the harsh environment, and your constitution will steadily strengthen." Lu Ruan listened, a shiver of apprehension coursing through her, yet she nodded in agreement. Just 2 minutes later, she began to feel waves of itching, starting from her buttocks, spreading to her thighs, calves, and toes, then her upper body, neck, and head, followed by a surge of pain akin to a tidal wave. Her skin erupted in a rash of tiny bumps, and lymph nodes swelled at her neck and behind her ears. Unable to contain herself, she twisted her body and scratched at her skin. Davidson, noticing her distress, furrowed his brow and gently grasped her hands, murmuring, "Don't scratch, you'll harm your skin." Lu Ruan gazed at him with pleading eyes, filled with both pain and discomfort. Davidson enveloped her in his arms, soothing her back, "Just bear with it. It will pass soon." In his warm embrace, inhaling the faint scent of medicine, Lu Ruan gradually found some calmness, though the pain remained unrelenting. She unconsciously tightened her grip on Davidson's clothing. Observing her in agony, Davidson felt a surge of compassion. He held her tightly, whispering comforting words in her ear. Finally, after half an hour, Lu Ruan's pain began to subside. The rashes on her skin ceased to spread, leaving a multitude of tiny red spots across her fair skin, which was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. She glanced at her arm and then her calves. "Oh my goodness, what has happened to my skin?" Lu Ruan's mind spiraled into chaos. Davidson, undeterred, carried her into the medical chamber, covering her with a blanket, setting the repair program in motion. "Close your eyes and rest. Soon the rashes on your skin will disappear." Lu Ruan leaned against the warm and comfortable medical chamber, her nerves relaxing as her consciousness gradually faded, leading her into a deep slumber. Davidson gazed at her serene, oval face, his light brown eyes filled with gentle affection. He pulled up a chair and sat quietly beside her, patiently awaiting Lu Ruan. The peptide toxins from the fire lizard, blue dragon, and serrated tiger were not easily obtainable. The single vial he had just injected was worth 10 billion star coins. He hoped she would soon reach the physical strength of a hybrid being. After settling her into the exclusive villa he had arranged, he needed to hasten back to the military base on the F-1008 satellite, where the fire lizards and serrated tigers were frequently active, and frontline soldiers were hunting these exotic beasts. He must take samples at the earliest possible moment to ensure the activity of the toxic peptides. Davidson contemplated as he observed Lu Ruan lying in the medical pod, the small bumps on her skin gradually disappearing, and the swollen lymph nodes around her neck and behind her ears vanishing as well. The mixed toxic peptides injected into her body stabilized within her organs, rejuvenating her cellular vitality significantly. After approximately 2 hours of slumber, Lu Ruan awoke from a nightmare. Taking deep breaths. After a few breaths, her gaze swept over her arms and calves, where the once dense rash had completely vanished, leaving her skin more radiant than ever. Most delightfully, her breathing was now smooth and unimpeded, devoid of the previous sensation of chest tightness and shortness of breath. Is this the interstellar version of body refinement? Remarkable. She lifted her gaze and saw Davidson sitting quietly beside her, eyes closed in meditation, and a warm current surged within her heart. Her husband was indeed warm-hearted. She gently called out, "Director Davidson." Davidson suddenly opened his eyes and replied, "Since you're awake, I shall escort you." "I wish to take the mobility robot," she stated. eager to experience the effects of her recovery from stomach cancer and the body refinement process firsthand. Davidson hesitated for 2 seconds, but ultimately acquiesced. Very well. Chapter 14. Exclusive mansion. Half an hour later, Lu Ruan and Davidson arrived at the new district of Luoir City on Alpha Star via the mobility robot. Although it was nighttime, the area was illuminated by streetlights, creating a bright and cheerful atmosphere. As she stepped out of the mobility robot, a refreshing breeze infused with floral fragrances greeted her, invigorating her senses. She looked up to see 2 rows of detached villas standing majestically on either side of a 5-meter-wide road, adorned with climbing vines and blooming flowers. The roofs of the villas were a stunning shade of purple, each covering an area of approximately 500 square meters, grand and magnificent. "This is extravagant," Lu Ruan remarked, patting Davidson's arm. "Director Davidson, are these government-subsidized residences?" "Indeed," Davidson replied, guiding her towards the first villa on the left. Stepping on the specially paved surface, Lu Ruan felt as if she were walking on a cloud, her feet pleasantly massaged. She glanced at her husband, the tall and handsome doctor, and thought of the charming Kadong, far away on the desolate star, while gazing at the exclusive villa ahead. She had never felt such happiness before. Since the age of 9, she had been acting, enduring countless slaps from co-stars and facing censorship from directors attempting to exploit her, ultimately rising to the position of a leading actress. Now, with 9 meal tickets in hand and a luxurious man by her side, her status as a woman felt highly esteemed. Truly remarkable. "Thank you, all the divine beings." "Soft Ruan, we have arrived." Upon reaching the entrance of the first villa, Davidson paused. Lu Ruan peered into the yard, where she could vaguely see 2 cleaning robots tidying up. "Let us go inside," Davidson said, taking her hand and using the diamond screen on her wrist to unlock the smart lock on the villa's gate. With a soft click, the gate opened automatically. This villa is enormous. From the outside, it seemed to cover nearly 500 square meters, and the overall area must be even larger. "Living here alone feels somewhat lonely," Lu Ruan mused as she stepped into the courtyard, growing increasingly satisfied with the spaciousness, though it was too large for one person. Fortunately, there were cleaning robots. Otherwise, cleaning such a vast area would take an entire day. "The 9 of us will move in later, so you won't be lonely." "That's wonderful." Lu Ruan joyfully closed the gate and walked towards the villa door, the robots recognizing her presence and stepping aside. She imitated Davidson, using the diamond screen to open the villa door. Inside, she was greeted by an elegant European-style living room featuring a crystal chandelier and plush sofas. Following that was a beautifully crafted dining table, an open kitchen, and a bar with a wine cabinet. After exploring the first floor, she ascended the stairs, with Davidson patiently accompanying her to familiarize her with the surroundings. The second floor housed the bedrooms. Lu Ruan pushed open the door to the largest master bedroom, instantly captivated by the sight before her. A gigantic round bed with soft drapes hung gracefully, and a small viewing balcony offered a glimpse of the beautiful garden outside. "Oh my, this is utterly dreamlike," Lu Ruan exclaimed, spinning around in excitement before plopping down onto the soft bed, which could comfortably accommodate 10 people. Davidson, observing the radiant smile on her face, felt his once indifferent heart soften. "If you need anything, just let me know." "All right, I won't hold back. But I must truly thank you, Director Davidson. May I call you Asen from now on?" Lu Ruan pondered. The first step in human relationships often lies in how one addresses another. Davidson called her Soft Ruan, and she could no longer refer to him as Director, as that felt too distant. After all, the mainframe had bound her and the other 9 as legally recognized spouses in the interstellar realm. A relationship that could only end in widowhood, not divorce. "Very well," Davidson chuckled lightly, then retrieved a bag of plain nutritional biscuits and a carton of purified water from his spatial button, placing them in a wall cabinet. "While your physical condition has not yet improved, you should consume these plain biscuits. Remember, avoid eating unprocessed exotic meat or plants. The alien energies within them can harm your body. Only after your constitution has changed can you experiment with them. Additionally, make sure to walk around more at home for exercise. I need to attend to business on F1008. Contact me immediately if you need anything." His careful instructions to Lu Ruan were delivered with utmost tenderness. Lu Ruan stood up from the bed, reluctantly gazing at Davidson. "When will you leave?" "Right now," Davidson replied, standing at the door. Noticing the flicker of emotions in her eyes, he shifted topics. I'll check the other rooms and see if the bathing facilities are functional. We'll depart tomorrow morning. The villas in this new district have been around for 10 years, although robots clean regularly. The electrical appliances may not all be in working order. Wait here, I'll call for you once I'm done. He initially intended to leave immediately but reconsidered, deciding to help her with some tasks a husband should do before she fell asleep. After Davidson left, Lu Ruan quickly retrieved the nanny robot, gaming console, clothing, and food that Kadong had purchased for her from her spatial button. The nanny robot, unlike the cleaning robots in the yard, was entirely white and humanoid in appearance, standing at 1.5 meters tall. The gaming console resembled a helmet, and the food consisted of various nutritional agents and biscuits. She organized these items and then laid out a pile of clothing on the bed, inspecting each piece. The collection included dresses, sleepwear, shoes, underwear, and bath towels, totaling 10 stylish outfits that were both fresh and beautiful, likely in line with Interstellar fashion, and the fabric felt incredibly comfortable to the touch. I must thank Captain K properly. After reviewing everything, she neatly stored the clothing in the wardrobe and opened her diamond screen to message Kadong. To her surprise, her friend request had yet to be accepted. Is he still busy? Never mind, I'll address that later. After closing the diamond screen, she approached the small viewing balcony and peered outside. The night sky was starless, and the villa across from hers was bustling with activity. 7 tall men, their muscular abs on display, encircled a voluptuous woman. She quickly drew the curtains, blood rushing from her nose. What an indecent sight. Interstellar women are indeed quite liberated. Not even bothering to draw the curtains? Lu Ruan hastily wiped away the blood, just as Davidson's gentle, resonant voice reached her from behind. Soft Ruan. I've repaired all the electrical appliances. Oh, good, good. Are you hurt? Davidson detected a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood in the air, causing his heart to tighten. He hurried towards Lu Ruan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. No, you must be mistaken. Lu Ruan's mind was a haze of colors. Her eyes cast down in embarrassment as she swiftly moved to the wardrobe to fetch a bath towel. Without looking back, she inquired, Asen, where is the bathroom? In Chapter 15, Ruan, may I? After cleansing herself, Lu Ruan changed into a soft nightgown and lay upon the comfort of the enormous circular bed. Before long, the master bedroom door swung open and Davidson entered, clad in a loosely fitting nightshirt and shorts. Striding towards her with his long legs bare against the unique vacuum floor, each step seemed to tread upon the lake of her heart. He exuded elegance and restraint. Ruan, the other rooms are still not tidied up. I will sleep with you tonight. Lu Ruan sat up quickly to regard him. The esteemed director, at this moment, had removed his gold-framed glasses, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on her. His pale, thin lips conveyed an air of refined restraint. Beneath his nightwear, his toned physique was subtly discernible. As myriad thoughts swirled in Lu Ruan's mind, she felt a slight depression beside her. Davidson had taken a seat. Attempting to feign calm, she replied, all right. The bed is large enough for both of us. In her previous life as an actress, she had shared intimate scenes with many male co-stars, hugs and embraces, but at that time, her heart remained unperturbed. After all, it was merely acting, a job in front of an audience. Now, however, devoid of the professional guise. It was the first time a man had climbed into her bed at night, and not just any man, but a gentle and handsome enigma. To claim she felt no nervousness would be untrue. Davidson observed the expression on Lu Ruan's face, his lips curving gently as he pulled the covers over her and commanded the intelligent light above to dim. Instantly, darkness enveloped the room. As Lu Ruan's tension dissipated and she prepared to close her eyes and drift into slumber, a pair of warm, strong hands drew her into his embrace, their breaths mingling audibly. Asen, Lu Ruan called softly, wrapping her delicate arms around Davidson's waist, burying her cheek against his chest, and closing her eyes to sleep. In his embrace, Davidson felt every cell in his body come alive. He relished the moment, his eyes narrowing in delight, captivated by the scent emanating from his wife. Sleep well, he tenderly stroked Lu Ruan's head. As he infused her with the toxin peptide, he also administered a dose of suppressants to himself, assuring that holding her as she slept would pose no issue. He wished to linger a while longer, knowing that opportunities to monopolize her like this would be rare. Lu Ruan inhaled the medicinal scent clinging to Davidson, attuned to the steady rhythm of his heart, her fatigue vanishing as her spirits heightened. After a while, She noticed Davidson's body temperature rising and his breathing becoming uneven, which was hardly conducive to sleep. Lu Ruan, Asen, are you unable to sleep? Would you share your story with me? I wish to know more about you. Davidson paused in the darkness, then slowly replied, my story? Perhaps I shall tell you about my family. We are one of the smallest families in the entire star system. My parents have passed away, leaving only my sister, brother-in-law, 5 brothers, and a nephew. You have met my nephew, Dyer. As a hybrid of alien genes, their numbers are exceedingly few. My sister's matched partner is only her husband. She has not found enough matches, and thus he must pay an annual fine of 100,000 to the federal government. My 5 brothers and nephew have fared no better. For years, none have encountered a match with a compatibility above 85, incurring a yearly unmarried tax of 50,000. My sister and brother-in-law, fearing they might burden their descendants, have refrained from having more children, leaving only their son, Lu Ruan. Being able to bond with you is the greatest fortune of my life. Lu Ruan tightened her hold on Davidson, attempting to comfort him in this manner. So their family had suffered so, with so few hybrids. It became clear why the elder uncle with a compatibility score of 277 had remained single for so long. Indeed, she felt fortunate. Lu Ruan chuckled lightly. I am even luckier to encounter such a rare and handsome man. Once we bond, my identity, household registration, and assets will automatically transfer to your family, severing ties with my own. However, since my parents nurtured me late in life, after their passing, my 5 brothers and sister raised me. Even after leaving my family, I still wish to assist my brothers with their annual unmarried taxes to alleviate their burdens. Is that acceptable? Lu Ruan was astonished. Your nephew Dyer works in your hospital. What do your brothers do? With such low incomes, how can they require your assistance for their unmarried taxes? Aren't you the renowned director? Surely helping your brothers find work would not be difficult? Davidson sighed deeply, revealing that an accident during their parents' nurturing had left his 5 brothers with disabilities, rendering them incapable of ordinary work. I chose to become a doctor with the hope of healing them one day. Yet, after years of research, I have been unable to fully cure them. They can only survive as scavengers. Lu Ruan understood now. It's all right, continue to support them, I have no objections. But doesn't the federal government intervene? I mean, in situations like your brothers, shouldn't there be official subsidies? In a scenario akin to Earth, Davidson's 5 brothers would likely qualify for welfare. Star system men are already numerous. The government has no need for those who are incapable. Since his brothers have not contributed significantly to society from birth, it could be said that the government's lack of extermination was a form of mercy. Davidson's eyes flickered with a hint of derision. Lu Ruan felt a swell of emotions, realizing the stark contrast in the government's attitudes towards men and women. For men deemed unproductive, there were no subsidies. Rather, the aim was to eliminate them. Asen, did your brothers scavenge to support you when you were young? Davidson softly acknowledged her question. I mean, you are not lacking star coins, and I have no objections to you providing for your 5 brothers. Davidson felt profoundly moved. In the star system, single men, from childhood to old age, must fend for themselves. His wife, remarkably understanding and compassionate, had agreed to such an outrageous proposition. She truly seemed like an angel. What is the matter? Davidson mused inwardly, secretly grateful to have acquired such a kind and rare treasure. As Lu Ruan awaited his response, Davidson, who held her tightly, suddenly fell silent. His hand around her waist tightened further. Lu Ruan did not resist. After their earlier conversation, the distance between her and her esteemed husband had greatly diminished, and if he wished to embrace her, so be it. In the next moment, his soft lips met hers in a kiss, devoid of any finesse. Lu Ruan's mind went blank. As their breaths intertwined, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Having acted since she was 9 until the age of 18, she had never dated anyone during that time. After achieving fame at 18, she transitioned from drama to family-themed films, only to withdraw from the entertainment industry due to severe gastric cancer at 19. Now, at 20. Having traversed to the star system, this was her first genuine kiss with a man. Did it feel good? Davidson abruptly halted, his lips slightly parting from Lu Ruan's. Lu Ruan, may I? His voice carried a breathy whisper, husky and captivating. Lu Ruan's mind flashed with thoughts of the system's task, marking the bond with her match to fulfill their wishes and, in turn, achieve her own. Davidson's current desire was intertwined with her. Yet, humans are inherently greedy, and one wish seldom suffices. As he offered himself to her, she resolved to mark him first, thereby completing the system's certification of their bond. Lu Ruan responded to Davidson's inquiry through action. She reached out in the darkness, her fingers grazing Davidson's face, clumsily capturing his thin lips, and kissed him back. After a moment of surprise, Davidson deepened the kiss. Gradually, his hand gently caressed Lu Ruan's soft back, a tender yet slightly urgent motion, as he removed her nightgown and effortlessly shifted her onto his body. Lu Ruan felt as though she were engulfed in a sea of flames, her blood boiling. Davidson breathed heavily, restrained yet primal in his release of masculine desire. Lu Ruan slowly succumbed to Davidson's tenderness, ultimately surrendering to the depths of their passion. In a daze, a voice echoed in her mind, congratulating her on successfully marking Davidson and establishing a contractual relationship. Chapter 16. Her next target in the afternoon. Lu Ruan opened her hazy eyes to find the space beside her empty. The vast room was devoid of anyone but herself. She winced as she sat up, her waist feeling as if it had been disassembled, aching and weak. It was all Davidson's fault for his gentle insistence last night, only managing to restrain himself when dawn broke. Yet, she felt somewhat fortunate that her first experience was with Davidson, a doctor who would regulate himself according to her physical state. Had it been another partner, she might have already met her demise. It must be said that interstellar men possess a robust and fierce constitution. Host, you've missed out greatly. You've had a free night with Davidson. The caretaker system robot approached her bedside on its mechanical legs, holding a cup filled with a green medicinal liquid. Lu Ruan turned her head, her gaze locking onto the robot's black and white mechanical eyes. The system controlled the caretaker robot's body, forcing a mechanical smile. I am your little dumpling, now inhabiting this form. This medicine was sent by Davidson. It is said to help restore your strength. Here, take it. Filled with delight, Lu Ruan accepted the cup and drank it in one go, finding it tasteless, confirming that it was indeed Davidson's instruction. The medicinal liquid warmed her abdomen, spreading a soothing heat through her limbs, alleviating the ache in her waist. Once her body felt somewhat better, Lu Ruan, with a puzzled expression, inquired of the system. Little dumpling, what do you mean by I've had a free night with Davidson? Hurry and explain. Did I not establish a contractual relationship with him? Don't mislead me. You first fulfilled his current wish. After leaving his family, he could continue to help his brothers with their single tax before forming the contractual relationship. Was that not a free night? Next time, do not reverse the order. You must establish the contract first before helping fulfill wishes to gain willpower. Once an old wish is fulfilled, there will certainly be new wishes, and he cannot possibly have none. Davidson's other wishes are related to you. The system shrugged, displaying a resigned expression. His wish last night was not grand, but it held deep significance. Had you first formed a contract with him and then agreed to his request, we could have gained 3 willpower points. Accumulate enough, and when the willpower reaches 100, wouldn't you achieve an extended life of 500 years? Tell me, are you not at a loss? Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Lu Ruan realized that had she initiated the encounter before discussing casual matters with Davidson and consented to help him with his brother's single tax, the 3 willpower points would have been hers. What a miscalculation, she exclaimed, smiting her forehead in frustration. A moment later, she reflected on her actions and decided to seek fault in the system. Why had it not warned her in advance? Little dumpling, had you informed me of his wish beforehand, I surely would not have reversed the order. Host, I am merely a humble wish system, capable only of querying the wishes of bound individuals. Before you establish a contract with those men, I cannot invade their mental seas. Once you form the contract, I can access their thoughts through your connection. As long as you successfully mark them, the system can read the wishes of your husbands. Understanding dawned upon Lu Ruan. Henceforth, regardless of circumstances, she would prioritize securing her connection with the men before discussing subsequent matters. All right, I shall be mindful next time. Little dumpling, please assist me by cleaning the sheets. Lu Ruan slipped out of bed, donned her shoes, and glanced at the remnants of intimacy on the round bed, issuing her command. Host, I do not wish to go. Should you choose not to, then detach from the caretaker robot. I will send it to wash. You cannot occupy its body without working. For now, it is my sole caretaker. The system paused for a moment, but ultimately extended its mechanical hand, rolling up the sheets and stepping out of the door. It required energy to inhabit physical forms. Once detached, reattachment would waste energy. After some consideration, it resolved to get to work. The host is so annoying. Always exploiting its cosmic cuteness. Dressed and refreshed, Lu Ruan sat down at the tea table on the first floor of the villa. First, she opened her light brain to check her contacts. It had been almost a day since she applied to add Captain Ku as a friend. Why had he not approved her yet? Others had responded. Davidson sent her warm messages to take care of herself, while the second prince of the Interstellar Empire, Dichin, indicated that he would be mailing his belongings. Grand Marshal Qin Feng sent her a sticker stating, "Hello, my wife." The remaining individuals, once added, were quiet. Not a single bubble of conversation emerging. Lu Ruan entered the chat box, sending a friendly message to Dichin along with the villa coordinates, and replied to Grand Marshal Qin Feng with a sticker saying, "Hello, my husband." She pondered for a moment, now that her mark with Davidson was complete. It was time to switch to her next target and swiftly realize her wish for longevity, so she could truly lounge around in the interstellar realm. Who should her next target be? Captain Ke had not approved her friend request, so she would have to set him aside. Dichin, the second prince of the Interstellar Empire, was a man born at the top of the food chain. His wishes would surely be significant, thus he was excluded. Grand Marshal Qin Feng, the highest military commander, likely had wishes related to exterminating alien beasts, and given her current circumstances, she could not assist him. Lu Ruan then turned her gaze to the other candidates, the three He brothers, each possessing a fortune of 1 billion star coins, who, despite their appearances as scavengers, were likely engaged in illicit dealings behind the scenes to amass such wealth. For now, she would refrain from provoking such underworld forces. That left her with the Interstellar's foremost mechanic, Samuel, and the young master of the Jupiter U clan, Luo Yao. She decided on Luo Yao. Suddenly recalling that Luo Yao was in a state of negative assets, she realized that assisting him in clearing his debts would equate to fulfilling one of his current wishes. Lu Ruan opened her asset list to verify the status of her husband's. The page loaded, and she gazed in disbelief at the asset information. Luo Yao, -200. 000 star coins, other real estate. 1 C-class mech? What is this? How could this young master spend 50,000 star coins on a C-class mech overnight? Increasing his debt from 150,000 to 200,000. Wasn't he a young master of the U clan? How could he be in such dire straits? Lu Ruan retrieved the stack of matching partner information she had received from Davidson when adding her husbands as friends. She found Luo Yao's details and began to browse. Name: Luo Yao. Gender: male. Age: 23. Height: 183 centimeters. Weight: 74 kilograms. Mixed race. U clan. Occupation: uncertain. Family coordinates: Jupiter, Kavira Great Forest. District 108. Personal synopsis: Luo Yao, the 500th son of the leader of the White Feather clan on Jupiter. Born under much scrutiny. He was ridiculed and bullied by his peers for failing to grow the wings of the U clan upon reaching adulthood. Unable to endure the humiliation, Luo Yao requested to leave the family but was trapped within their ranks, forced to serve as a laborer due to his lack of a wife and failure to repay the family's training investment in him. Chapter 17: The Untamed Silver-Haired Brother. After browsing through Luo Yao's profile, Lu Ruan had already formulated a plan in her mind. The young master of the U tribe finds himself confined within his clan, laboring like a beast of burden, thus his assets are in a state of debt. How impoverished. Yet how fascinating. If she assists Luo Yao in clearing his debts, her first wish value will materialize. Settling debts is a straightforward task. Once a woman in the starry realm binds herself to a man, she becomes the head of the household, wielding the authority to manage the assets of her match and allocate the resources of the men in her home, thereby achieving the goal of resource sharing. Consequently, every member of the family can enjoy resources that were previously unattainable during their single days. She can allocate the star coins of other husbands to eliminate Luo Yao's debts. However, the fact that he lacks the wings of the U tribe poses a slight challenge. She must understand his circumstances firsthand to extract this wish value. What could Luo Yao be engaged in? Perhaps a video call would help her familiarize herself with him. Lu Ruan sat before the coffee table, took a sip of water to moisten her throat, and then clicked on her light brain to initiate a video call to Luo Yao. After waiting for a minute without success, she tried again, but the call did not connect. After 5 consecutive attempts, just as Lu Ruan was about to give up, a blue light emanated from her light brain. A rebellious youth with silver, slightly disheveled hair and sapphire earrings materialized before her. The projection was strikingly lifelike, with the pores of his skin clearly visible. A shocking wound marred the corner of his mouth, indicating he had recently endured a skirmish. His arms bore numerous bruises, and his clothes were dusty, stained with traces of blood. "Lu Yao?" she called gently. Lu Yao's appearance belied his age, perhaps due to the prolonged lifespan of interstellar beings. At 23, he resembled a 17 or 18-year-old boy from Earth. Observing this battle-worn young master, it became clear he had been preoccupied with fighting. "What is it?" Luo Yao asked, his tone indifferent, a hint of ferocity lingering in his eyes. As he spoke, the wound at the corner of his mouth pulled painfully, causing him to slightly furrow his brow. "I am your matched wife, Lu Ruan. Have you severed ties with your original clan? When will you move to Alpha Star to live with me?" Given his current appearance, she opted not to engage in idle chatter and got straight to the point. "In half a year, I will move." The young man pondered for 2 seconds before curtly responding, then abruptly ended the video call. Nearby, the ground was littered with a dozen winged men and several fragments of C-grade mechas, damaged to the extent of 80. After closing his light brain, he surveyed the fallen men from a superior vantage point. "What does it matter if you have wings?" "Easily defeated." The winged men grimaced, struggling to rise. One man, barely managing to stand, shouted at Luo Yao, "The use of mechas is prohibited within the Yu tribe. You have violated clan rules and intentionally harmed your own kin. Prepare to be imprisoned by the clan elders and have your blood drained to feed the young ones. You're nothing but a wingless waste. Do not expect your leader mother to forgive you. Is that so? I will wait." Alpha Star. Lu Ruan leaned against the sofa, contemplating the abruptly terminated video call for a moment. Was this young master somewhat aloof? 6 months was an eternity. She could not afford to procrastinate on her mission, lest she end up in a coffin without having accumulated 100 wish values. Her match could either be a potential malevolent force or a renowned high-ranking individual across the stars, and fulfilling their desires was akin to scaling a mountain. It would be prudent to start with the more straightforward Yu tribe young master. Later that evening, Lu Ruan attempted to call Luo Yao again. This time, it seemed he had some free time, as the call connected after approximately 30 seconds. The holographic projection revealed the young man sitting beneath the roots of a large tree, holding a bottle of water, twisting the cap off and tilting his head back to drink. His mouth wound had been treated, but he was drenched in sweat, and his black-fitted uniform appeared soaked, suggesting he had just completed a strenuous task. "Luo Yao, what have you been busy with in the Yu tribe?" "Some trivial matters," Luo Yao replied vaguely, putting away the water bottle. His tasks within the clan were hardly honorable. "All right, if you prefer not to share, if you cannot come to Alpha Star, I will have no choice but to seek you out on Jupiter." Upon hearing her words, the silver-haired youth fell silent. She could not decipher his thoughts. She resolutely stated, "Either you come here, or I will go to you." "Of course, I would prefer you come." "Come then. When would you like to arrive?" After a moment of consideration, Luo Yao replied, "In a month." Lu Ruan's face lit up with joy. Her brother was still communicative. She needed to prepare before heading to Jupiter. While aboard the warship, she had learned that women in the starry realm enjoyed exceptional treatment, with laws consistently favoring them. Men dared not harm women, lest they face incarceration. However, she required further education on many more aspects of interstellar knowledge. Having just recovered from stomach cancer, she was not yet fit for travel. She would wait until a month later when she received her second peptide injection, significantly enhancing her physical condition before embarking on her journey. All right. The youth on the other end seemed particularly busy after receiving her answer, and without further pleasantries, he cut the connection. Lu Ruan shut down her light brain, opened the door to her villa, and began jogging around the courtyard. She soon found herself panting and exhausted. Yet, visions of living for 500 years, surrounded by 9 charming young men sharing an unrestrained life with her, and a gaggle of obedient children calling her mother spurred her on. In the ensuing days, Lu Ruan engaged in weight-bearing runs, weightlifting, sit-ups, and yoga, never allowing herself a day of slack even when fatigued. At night, she voraciously studied interstellar knowledge using her light brain. A month later, Lu Ruan's health had significantly improved, and she had fully grasped interstellar knowledge. Gaining a deeper understanding of the interstellar world, she discovered that in interstellar families, daughters had inheritance rights while sons did not. When a man is bound, He effectively severs ties with his original clan and is integrated into the woman's family. In their new household, if a daughter is born, she can inherit the family business, and upon reaching adulthood, match with a man to bear grandchildren, thereby expanding the family into a larger clan. Conversely, if only sons are born, the family business remains without an heir, preventing the formation of a larger family. Upon a woman's death, the federal government confiscates the benefits villa previously granted to her, along with 50 of the assets, dispersing the remaining assets among her husbands and sons. It was revealed that pure-blooded individuals had gone extinct 300 years prior, and all interstellar citizens were hybrids, with her being the only pure-blooded individual in the entire star realm. Among the hybrids, numerous races were delineated, with the U tribe being one of them. Distinct from other races, the U tribe prided itself on growing beastly wings from their bodies. Members of the U tribe were natural warriors, often excelling as military soldiers or exceptional adventurers. With their wings, they could safely retreat when mechas were destroyed, surviving in perilous situations. Returning to the present, after receiving her second peptide injection, which further enhanced her physical condition, she packed her belongings and bid farewell to Davidson before setting off for Jupiter. Interstellar women could travel independently without concerns for safety, though they occasionally faced minor inconveniences reminiscent of celebrity effects. Standing before the observation window of the starship, she was surrounded by a throng of men vying for her attention, one of whom presented her with a flower. She ignored them, gazing into the vast cosmos, a mix of nervousness and anticipation swelling within her. Wish value, dear sister. I have arrived. Chapter 18, You Still Cannot Take Lu Ruan Away, Jupiter. In the Kavira Great Forest, jurisdiction number 108. Lu Ruan stood with the system outside the protective net, awaiting Lu Ruan. The mutated trees within the jurisdiction towered at 500 meters, even taller than those on the Barren planets. Their root systems extended a kilometer away, with their dense canopies casting shadows over the ground. Within the 300-meter-high trunk area, the U tribe had constructed numerous small tree houses, each housing one individual, with a single tree capable of accommodating around 200 people. She peered through the protective net and beheld two winged men standing before the entrance of the nearest treehouse, gently flapping their wings as they glided down from the heights. Upon landing and folding away their wings, they appeared indistinguishable from ordinary humans. One of them stood by the roots of the tree, gazing up at the highest treehouse with a malicious grin, exclaiming, "You worthless, wingless creature! 300 young ones in our clan are waiting for you to feed them. Why don't you come down, haha? If the offspring of the elders go hungry, this punishment will be far more severe than last time. It won't merely involve taking 3 vials of your blood. Brother, that useless one's flying device has been destroyed by us. And the C-class mech he purchased on loan was reduced to mere fragments a month ago. He currently possesses no tools. Jumping from 300 meters will surely result in his demise. Does he dare?" Another man mocked. Creak. The door of the highest treehouse suddenly swung open. A youth with silver hair and sapphire earrings emerged. He cast a cold glance at the 2 men below, then donned a pair of black gloves, gripping the protruding edges of the tree trunk as he meticulously descended, stepping on the bark with great difficulty. The trunk of the mutated tree was immense, so large that 20 people holding hands could not encircle it. The winged clan relied on their wings to navigate between the small treehouses. Descending without them was nearly impossible. The boy found himself 300 meters above the ground, with no safety measures below. A moment's carelessness could lead to his death. Lu Ruan stood outside the protective net, her breath catching in her throat, her heart nearly leaping into her mouth. She feared that the boy would become distracted by her presence and fall, so she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, suppressing any sound. This appearance, this figure, he was undoubtedly the Lu Ruan she had been waiting for. From the information she had gathered, she knew Lu Ruan's situation within the winged clan was dire, but she had not anticipated it to be this bad. How could he be bullied to such an extent by his own kin? Those 2 men from the winged clan had destroyed his flying device, forcing him, a wingless individual, to descend from the treehouse? Before Lu Ruan could ponder further, the 2 men below began to hurl cold taunts at Lu Ruan as he emerged. "Oh, look who decided to come out. Are you really intending to climb down without wings? You should take a moment to consider your own worth. Useless. If you fall to your death, it's none of our concern, ha ha ha. In your childhood, you relied on your identity as the favored son of a noble birth and the leader's affection, didn't you? Now that you are an adult, You are nothing but a useless waste. The leader no longer cares about your fate. Can you still act so arrogantly? Luo Yao. Now shout 3 times for the entire clan. I am worthless. I am the dog of Grandfather Luo Ji and Grandfather Luo Ko, and after landing, slap yourself 10 times. Then we may show some mercy and catch you before you hit the ground. The laughter of the 2 men grew louder. Luo Yao paid them no heed, focusing intently on his painstaking descent. His hands turned white from exertion, and the veins in his arms bulged. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he lost his balance, plummeting towards the ground. Lu Ruan's heart tightened, and she instinctively wanted to rush to save him, but the protective net barred her entry. Just as everyone thought Luo Yao would meet a tragic fate, he swiftly adjusted his posture, gripping the tree trunk's protrusion once more. Stabilizing himself after a brief wobble in the air, the smiles of the 2 men below faltered. Luo Yao took a deep breath and continued his descent, step by careful step. Each movement was fraught with difficulty, yet finally, under the gaze of all, he successfully reached the ground. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, strode towards the 2 men without uttering a word, seized one by the collar, and delivered a fierce punch to his face. 1 blow. 2 blows, each struck with such force that the man became dizzy, forgetting to retaliate. Lu Ruan's mouth formed an O shape, her heart silently cheering for each blow. Well done. How dare you bully my husband? She thought. The other man, regaining his composure, unfurled his wings and fanned them towards Luo Yao. Instantly, Luo Yao was sent crashing into a 2-meter-high tree root with a heavy thud, his body sliding down and rolling onto the ground. Feeling so proud, are we? The winged man approached Luo Yao. Get up, kneel, and slap yourself 50 times, apologizing to your grandfather Luo Ji and grandfather Luo Ko. Otherwise, Luo Yao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the man. His lips moved slightly, whispering a few words. The winged man squatted down, a smug expression on his face as he leaned closer to Luo Yao. What did you say? Do you know what it means to apologize? Speak louder. Have you not eaten? Bah. At that moment, as the man leaned in, Luo Yao spat a mouthful of saliva in disgust. Enraged, the man kicked Luo Yao fiercely. Thud. Luo Yao spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as the winged man prepared to strike again, Lu Ruan, in a moment of desperation, picked up a stone from outside the protective net and hurled it with all her might. The stone struck the man's wings, causing him to falter as he turned to look at her. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yao rolled to the side, struggling to rise. Retrieving a thick iron rod from his spatial button, aiming it at the back of the man's head, ready to strike. Suddenly, a massive flying vehicle descended from the distance, landing steadily nearby. A regal woman stepped out, the leader of the winged clan and, incidentally, Luo Yao's mother. Her authoritative gaze swept across the scene, and she commanded, "Stop this at once." Luo Yao felt a surge of irritation, but ultimately released the iron rod. Leader. The 2 winged men bowed respectfully to her. The leader approached Luo Yao, her expression devoid of emotion as she surveyed his disheveled state. She then turned to the 2 men, rebuking them. What kind of decorum is this, to bully one of your own kin? Luo Yao, Luo Ji, Luo Ko, all 3 of you return and reflect on your actions. If I encounter such behavior again, you shall all be imprisoned. She then turned to the area beyond the protective net. Miss, what brings you to our winged clan? Leader. I have come to take my husband, Luo Yao, home. We have been bound for a month, yet he has not arrived, so I had to come personally. Lu Ruan replied, standing a meter from the protective net, her demeanor calm and composed. Women in the Interstellar society hold a revered status, and among women, their ranks are relatively equal. Although Luo Yao's mother was the clan leader, she did not need to lower herself before another woman. Luo Yao looked out to see a woman in a flowing blue gown, her beauty pure and ethereal, conversing with his mother. He felt a flicker of surprise. Had his newly bound wife arrived early? You cannot take Luo Yao away just yet. Why not? Chapter 19. No one has ever asked him if it hurts. Once a man is bound to a wife, he can sever ties with his original family. It was reasonable for her to wish to take Luo Yao with her. So why was his mother refusing? Lu Ruan felt perplexed. The moment Luo Yao settles his debts to the clan, he will be required to care for the clan's younglings as part of his repayment. Until he has fulfilled the obligations outlined in the Caring for Younglings agreement, he cannot leave with you. Leader, why not employ professional infant care robots for such a task? Lu Ruan found it hard to believe. Surely the winged clan could afford such technology? What kind of operation was it to expect a youth to tend to 300 clan infants? The leader replied curtly, "This is a matter of our winged clan. You have no right to inquire." The younglings of the winged clan differ from those of other races, possessing activity levels tenfold greater than that of other younglings. Some hatchlings grow wings as soon as they emerge, flying about chaotically. They require human supervision. No robot can fulfill that role. Otherwise, if a lively batch of 300 yuzu cubs were entirely entrusted to robots, by the time these younglings developed to a satisfactory level of intelligence, only a handful would remain. How much debt does he owe? I shall repay it for him. You may find others to care for the cubs. I wish to take him away from here. Are you certain you wish to assist him in repaying? Indeed, Lu Ruan said, as the strikingly beautiful youth, reminiscent of a comic book character, walked step by step towards her from the jurisdiction. His face bore an air of defiance, with sharp brows slightly lowered, and he walked with an unsteady gait. She smiled gently at the youth, who returned her gaze momentarily before continuing to stagger closer. Lu Ruan withdrew her gaze. The chief, oblivious to the presence of Luo Yao behind him, raised an eyebrow at Lu Ruan, intrigued. The debt he owes amounts to 3,270,000 star coins. My lady, if you cannot repay it, please take your leave. The Yuzu clan does not entertain outsiders. The hopes she once held for Luo Yao were now matched by her disappointment. After enduring 10 arduous months of pregnancy, she had given birth to a son instead of a daughter. She had invested considerable resources in this youngest son, hoping he would become the most exceptional warrior of the Yuzu clan, bringing glory to the family. Yet, 3 years into adulthood, he still had not grown his wings and had now become a source of shame for the Yuzu clan, tarnishing her reputation as the clan leader. It would be for the best if someone were to take him away, out of sight, out of mind. 3,270,000 star coins? Lu Ruan pondered for a moment, her expression unwavering as she fixed her gaze upon the Yuzu clan leader. I can repay Luo Yao's debt, but I will need a few days to gather the required star coins. During this time, I wish to stay by Luo Yao's side, as his wife. I am not considered an outsider. Is that agreeable, Chief Luo? Having learned from her previous experience, she understood she must first mark her man and establish a contract before repaying the debt. The matter of clearing the clan debt was evidently one of Luo Yao's current desires as well, and she would not overlook any opportunity to gain willpower. A few days would suffice for her to win over Luo Yao. The chief's gaze shifted towards the 50,000 star coin nanny robot beside Lu Ruan, then to the fabric of her dress. After a moment of silence, she smiled readily. Very well, you may do as you wish during these days. The woman matched with my youngest son does not appear impoverished. A regular nanny robot would suffice for 100,000 star coins. Yet she could afford one worth 50,000 and wore a dress valued at 20,000 star coins. Evidently, she hails from a middle-class family. Just as the chief finished speaking, another voice, somewhat urgent, interrupted her. Mother, I do not need her to repay my debt. Luo Yao hurriedly approached the two. He looked at Lu Ruan. Disapproval etched across his face. I can handle my own affairs. Over 3 million is no trifling sum. Lu Ruan gazed sincerely into his eyes. Since you have already entered into my small family, your debts are mine as well. If you feel uneasy, you may earn back double later. She produced a vial of restorative potion and pressed it into the youth's hand. Before arriving, she had acquired many valuable items from Davidson, and she lacked for basic potions. Luo Yao examined the potion, worth 20,000 star coins, which could sustain him for months. He uncapped the bottle and drank the potion. Up close, Lu Ruan's gaze was drawn to the sapphire earring dangling from the youth's earlobe. This earring was the perfect finishing touch, endowing the comic-like defiant youth with a wild and alluring charm. Setting aside other matters, this younger brother conformed to her aesthetic. After stowing the potion bottle, a flicker of gratitude rose in Luo Yao's eyes as he said softly, I accept the potion. You have seen my circumstances, now you should return. Once I have repaid the debt, I will seek you out first. I am currently very busy and have no time to care for a woman. Lu Ruan smirked mischievously, then return the money for the potion to me, and I shall take my leave. You, Luo Yao faltered, realizing it was impossible to regurgitate the potion. As they spoke, their gazes remained fixed upon each other, entirely unaware that the Yuzu clan leader had long departed. Chief Luo. This matter, Lu Ruan turned, only to find the surroundings empty. A solitary figure of a woman remained 100 meters ahead in the jurisdiction. Luo Yao, this matter is settled. I will gather the star coins to repay your debt, and once it is settled, you shall return with me to Alpha Star. Another 6 months of hard work. And the cubs should be capable of moving about freely. You need not waste star coins on me. Given the recent situation, even his biological mother did not advocate for him if he lingered for another 6 months. This young master of the Yuzu clan might very well be harmed by his kin. Lu Ruan would not heed the youth's words. Even if she were to depart, she would first seize a handful of willpower. In a gentle tone, she spoke piercing words. Luo Yao, the Yuzu clan is not suited for you. What purpose does your stay here serve? Are you willing to endure humiliation within the clan, like today, nearly falling to your demise from the treehouse? Or would you prefer to be kicked to the ground by your peers until you bleed? Your mother will not care whether you live or die. It was uncertain which of Lu Ruan's words struck a chord with Luo Yao, but his expression darkened. I will repay you for the potion. Now leave. His hands clenched slightly, suppressing a swell of emotion in his eyes. How laughable, being kicked until bloodied by peers, this bound wife, like others, viewed him as worthless and feeble due to his lack of wings? He had previously harbored the fleeting notion that his wife would not be so superficial. With that, Luo Yao strode purposefully into the jurisdiction, but due to his injuries still not healed, he stumbled and fell to the ground, clumsily rising before swiftly moving forward again. Realizing she had crossed a line, Lu Ruan felt a pang of regret for her bluntness. She had inadvertently struck at Luo Yao's wounds and should have left him some dignity. With a silent sigh, Lu Ruan stepped forward and grasped the youth's arm. Rephrasing, Yao, you are now my bound husband. I was merely worried about you earlier, with no ulterior motives. I cannot bear to see them treat you that way. I certainly do not wish to witness you injured and unsteady. Do you understand my intent? Luo Yao halted, looking down at the arm she had seized. Then gazing into Lu Ruan's gentle smile, her shallow dimples, and the crescent-shaped sparkle in her eyes. He observed her for a long time. There was no hint of disdain in her eyes, only persistent kindness. It turned out she was not mocking him after all. After a prolonged moment, Luo Yao acquiesced. Very well. Seeing his softened demeanor, Lu Ruan promptly produced 3 identical vials of restorative potion and pressed them into his hands. Is the pain from your earlier injuries still lingering? 1 vial is insufficient. Take 3. I have plenty of potions, all for you. Thank you. Luo Yao felt inexplicably choked up. After failing to grow the wings of the Yuzu clan, no one had cared whether he lived or died, nor had anyone asked if he was in pain. His peers mocked and humiliated him for their amusement, while the elders treated him as a beast, making him care for the 300 cubs of the clan alone. Never had anyone shown such selfless concern for his well-being as Lu Ruan did. He swiftly uncapped the bottles and drank them all, regaining his previous air of aloofness and defiance. From now on, he would repay her double if need be. Chapter 20. Asking her to bear 10 pregnancies in 5 years? The cubs are waking now. I must go attend to them. Jupiter is filled with forests, and the bustling city of Starjo lies 100 kilometers from the Yuzu jurisdiction. His treehouse was inaccessible, and for a moment, Luo Yao was uncertain where to arrange for Lu Ruan to go. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Lu Ruan pulled the hesitant youth into the jurisdiction, turning to call out to the robot, Little Tuanzi, keep up. Certainly. Little Tuanzi hurriedly followed along on its mechanical legs. Seeing this, Luo Yao ultimately relented and allowed Lu Ruan to accompany him. The protective gate closed behind them. Luoku and Luoji were seated at the base of a large tree, taking potions. Upon noticing Lu Ruan entering the jurisdiction, Luoku helped Luoji to his feet and approached her. Esteemed and beautiful lady, I am Luoku, the most handsome man of the Yuzu clan. Were you captivated by my magnificent figure and broad wings when you used a stone to massage my wings? My brother and I are willing to be your followers, however. We hope you can part ways with Luo Yao. Luoku posed dramatically for Lu Ruan, his wings unfurling like a peacock displaying its feathers. A chill ran down Lu Ruan's spine. Do not be so deluded. Before her stood 2 individuals. One bore the bruises of Luo Yao's recent beating, while the other, with a robust physique, struck a feminine pose. Was he truly the most handsome man of the feathered race? He fell woefully short of Luo Yao. With our combined wealth reaching 7 figures in star coins, your attachment to Luo Yao, a useless liability, would only yield a mere 3 million in return, a decidedly unwise transaction. Luoku cast a scornful glance at Luo Yao, recalling how the woman they had previously followed had far too many husbands, leaving little room for him and his brother to enjoy her company. It was evident that this woman was accompanied by a robotic caretaker, indicating a scarcity of suitable partners. Abandoning the former woman to follow her would not be a loss. Luo Ji concurred. Indeed, miss, should you agree. My brother and I would gladly bestow half of our fortunes upon you. Luo Yao stood silently beside Lu Ruan, observing the brazen advances of the two men. Should she acquiesce, she could gain 2 devoted followers from the feathered race, a substantial sum of star coins, and rid herself of her useless husband, saving herself 327,000 in the process. Surely no woman across the galaxies could resist such temptation. Lu Ruan smiled enigmatically. If you wish for my consent to become my followers, you must each sever a wing as a token of your unwavering loyalty. And then I might consider your proposal. Luo Ku instinctively took a step back, his eyes wide with horror as he regarded the pure and beautiful Lu Ruan. While Luo Yao's wife exuded a comforting aura and possessed a gentle beauty, her demeanor was astoundingly more ruthless than other women in the galaxy. My lady. Luo Yao is utterly inadequate. Only a magnificent specimen like myself, the foremost beauty of the feathered race, can ensure you bear daughters. After all, my father succeeded in fathering 3 sisters with my mother, and I have inherited his impeccable genes, assuring you 10 pregnancies within 5 years, each one a girl. Once Luo Ku regained his composure, he attempted to entice Lu Ruan with tales of his father's glorious achievements. For nearly 2 decades, no female infant had been born throughout the galaxy. He was certain she could not remain unmoved by such a prospect. Luo Yao's eyes glinted with icy fury as he retrieved an iron rod, thick as an arm, from his spatial button. Regrettably, I am unwilling. You two are far from worthy. As the atmosphere became palpably tense, Lu Ruan disdainfully rejected Luo Ku's advances. 10 pregnancies in 5 years? Did they take her for a sow? Luo Yao coldly fixed his gaze on Luo Ku. Have you understood? She is unwilling. Should you not wish to be imprisoned in the clan's jail, I suggest you leave at once. Saying this, he raised the iron rod, preparing to confront both Luo Ku and Luo Ji. The tension among the 3 men escalated dramatically. In that moment, a small figure entered the fray. Host. The second clause of the Interstellar reproductive law, followers and women are prohibited from bearing children together. Any violations will incur a fine of 300,000 star coins for the woman and 30 years of imprisonment for the man. Luo Yao smirked, his lips curling in disdain. If you do not leave, enticing a rare woman is a violation of the law, compounded by further penalties. Luo Ku, begrudgingly, recalled the leader's warning before departing. A fight would lead to the clan's prison. With a huff, he assisted Luo Ji in turning away. You will regret this. Wait for me, brother. We shall settle the score next time. Luo Ji spread his wings, ready to fly back to the treehouse, but turned back to Lu Ruan, advising, Miss, Luo Yao is truly a useless waste. Should you come to regret your decision, seek us out. Regret? How laughable. Lu Ruan dismissed the two with a glance. As for children, I would only bear them with you and other suitable partners. Indeed. Luo Yao smiled, sheathing his weapon and leading Lu Ruan towards the hatching base. 10 minutes later, deep within the forest, Lu Ruan beheld a 500-square-meter single-story wooden house. This was the hatching base. Standing before the entrance, Luo Yao felt a surge of irritation at the thought of the 300 young ones inside. Upon entering, Lu Ruan was met with a shocking sight. The 30 rows of cribs were entirely empty. 300 younglings scurried about the room, crawling, flying, fighting, and wailing. Clad in blue, purple, and black garments, the blue-clad infants, around 2 years old, were the most numerous, primarily crawling on the ground. A dozen winged ones flapped about chaotically, colliding with the ceiling and crashing to the floor, bursting into tears. The purple-clad youths aged 3 waved their small hands, wreaking havoc, leaving many cribs in disarray. The 10 black-clad ones, the oldest at 5, were engaged in a fierce tussle in the corner, some bearing bruises, others with broken arms, and a few lying on the ground, bloodied and trampled by their peers. The scene was utterly suffocating. Lu Ruan pinched her philtrum, the chaos overwhelming. Just as she was about to speak, Luo Yao bellowed into the room, cease at once. Maintain silence. Instantly, the younglings fell silent, the vast room so quiet that a pin could be heard dropping. All the children, including the injured, turned their gaze toward the visibly irate Luo Yao. The blue and purple-clad ones returned to their cribs, while the black-clad stood in a line. Luo Yao's voice rang out again, and the children, overwhelmed by his authority, complied without hesitation. Lu Ruan watched in astonishment, realizing the young ones were quite intimidated by him. Shaking off her thoughts, she hurried toward the injured infants. A number of winged ones had fallen hard, one even with a gash on its forehead. She could not create any further trouble before leaving the feathered clan. Crouching down, she took out healing ointment and cotton swabs. Beginning with the most severely injured, do not cry, sister will apply the medicine, and it won't hurt. The blue-clad infant wiped its tears and asked in a tiny voice, sister, who are you? Sister is called Lu Ruan, and I am your Luo Yao brother's wife. Lu Ruan gently caressed the infant's face, then called out to the robotic caretaker. Little one, come over and help. Luo Yao, having placed the severely injured black infants in the medical chamber, turned to see Lu Ruan patiently tending to the young ones. Her movements were gentle and careful, the infants, surprisingly calm, did not cry or fuss. It was the first time he witnessed such maternal charm in a woman, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within him. In Chapter 21, calling sister, as he envisioned their future offspring, he hoped she would not resemble his mother, who abandoned her children once they lost their value. Luo Yao chuckled softly, then shook his head. She was Lu Ruan, the coveted wife sought by hundreds of billions of men on the Star Network, and surely she had no lack of suitable partners. Furthermore, his genes were not favorable, and their offspring could not sprout wings. Dismissing his thoughts, he requested of the busy figure on the ground, there are only 3 medical chambers in the base, and they cannot be vacated at the moment. Would you kindly continue to tend to the injured blue infants? I must feed the others, they will become restless if hungry, and it would be difficult to calm them. Lu Ruan paused her ministrations, raising her head with a sly smile. Ah Yao, call me sister, and I shall assist you. Luo Yao blinked in surprise. Huh? This wife of his was not much older than he was. Did she think he looked too youthful to be considered a man? Lu Ruan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If you do not call me sister soon, the other younglings will grow hungry. Sister. Luo Yao's mouth moved, awkwardly uttering the word. Ah, wonderful, such a sweet sound. Go feed the others. I shall join you once I finish my task. Internally, Lu Ruan reveled in her small triumph. It seemed the once untamed brother was not as indifferent as he appeared, still quite obedient to her. She resumed her work, first tending to the remaining injured blue infants, applying ointment and then placing them in their designated cribs. As for those whose beds had been dismantled, they could only sit on the soft floor and wait. Upon rising, Lu Ruan noticed Luo Yao pushing a cart down the aisle, distributing bottles to the infants in their cribs with practiced ease. His movements were remarkably smooth, revealing countless repetitions, yet a hint of annoyance flickered across his brow, even as he handled them with tender care. Upon encountering the wailing infants, he would gently soothe them in hushed tones. The little ones gradually quieted down, extending their tiny hands, resembling lotus roots, to grasp the bottle, obediently drinking their milk. A faint smile graced her lips as she approached Luo Yao. Shall I assist you in feeding? Is there a stroller available? Luo Yao glanced at the infants, noting that they were not yet ravenous and could endure until he delivered the milk. With a languid smile, he replied, no need. You can rest while you wait for me. In the realm of the stars, women of the Yuzu were precious and scarce, requiring only to wait for men to attend to them. Had he not been preoccupied earlier, he would never have requested her assistance, now that the urgency had passed. It was only natural he would not burden her with work. Very well, I will go with the little dumpling to fix their crib. I will return after distributing the milk, you need not worry. It's fine, continue feeding, I will manage on my own. Lu Ruan and the little dumpling approached the disassembled crib, now in disarray thanks to the purple infants, and began their new endeavor, albeit at a leisurely pace. The afternoon slipped away, encompassing feeding, repairing the crib, intellectual training, physical training, laundry, and cleaning. By the time they paused for rest, 6 hours had elapsed. Luo Yao was drenched in sweat, while Lu Ruan had also developed a light sheen on her forehead. His black caretaker's uniform clung to him, accentuating the contours of his chest and abdominal muscles, while the unique pheromones of the feathered race wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of sweat. Lu Ruan squinted slightly, inhaling the masculine aroma emanating from the youth, her every cell delighting in it. Unconsciously, she began to appraise the young man's physique. It appeared that this young master's build was not inferior to Davidson's, who had the kind of figure that looked slim in clothes yet robust without them. It seemed that her chosen husband was no frail creature. Here, have a drink. Luo Yao, unfazed by Lu Ruan's unabashed gaze, retrieved a water bottle and a cup, pouring her a drink. Men of the starry realm were generally unreserved, allowing women to gaze upon them. It seemed his wife was quite satisfied with his less-than-perfect physique. Lu Ruan raised the cup to her lips, taking a sip before asking, Luo Yao, are you the only one taking care of the 300 infants in the base? That must be at least a 10-person workload. If I hadn't been here today, would you have been occupied until midnight? The two were seated in the resting area, which housed a simple table and a chair. The chair Lu Ruan occupied was one she had brought herself. Luo Yao took out a towel and gently wiped the beads of sweat from her face. The previous blow and kick from Rock had nearly incapacitated him. Fortunately, he had consumed 4 of her recovery potions, otherwise, his injured body would not have endured. Feeling the tender warmth beneath Luo Yao's rebellious exterior, Lu Ruan could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. Given Luo Yao's status, he ought to be a proud figure. Yet due to his inability to grow the wings of the feathered race, he had plummeted from a position of prominence to one of obscurity. In the starry realm, individuals came of age at 20, he was now 23, having endured countless torments in the 3 years since. Although he had not lost his pride in front of his peers, she sensed that his demeanor was more akin to a protective camouflage. Since when did you start taking care of the infants? 2 years ago, Luo Yao replied flatly. At that time, he had been determined to escape the Yuzu. But the clan elders had refused, and he was ultimately forced to sign an agreement to care for the infants. Several elders had taken the opportunity to have him raise their own young. They would arrive intermittently to check on the infants' conditions, and should any minor issues arise, he would face beatings, curses, or even have his blood drawn to feed the infants. Now, among the 10 black infants in the base, any one of them had grown on his blood. Luo Yao, I will try to take you away from the Yuzu tomorrow. There's no need to rush. I will stay a few more months to train the smallest batch of blue infants before we can leave. I disagree. We should leave the day after tomorrow instead. The Yuzu do not lack for personnel. There are plenty of others to care for the infants in your absence. You need not suffer here any longer. However, before we depart, we must find an opportunity to teach a lesson to those who have bullied you. A warm current surged through Luo Yao's heart as he hesitated, contemplating the situation within the Yuzu. Very well, but Lu Ruan inquired, what? The expression on Luo Yao's exquisitely handsome face shifted from indifference to embarrassment. As he hesitated to speak, my flying vehicle is broken, and I cannot ascend to the treehouse. The infants have already begun to fall asleep, so I will take you to find my mother, asking her to clear a room for you to rest, or perhaps lend us a flying vehicle. The Yuzu never accommodated outsiders, and there were no guest rooms within the clan. He had no choice but to shamelessly seek assistance from his mother, hoping that she would grant him favor for having a wife who was also a noble lady. No need for that. If we lack a flying vehicle, we can simply purchase another. Lu Ruan produced her light brain and entered the star network to shop. Luo Yao's flying vehicle had been damaged by those flamboyant male siblings. The Interstellar Express was remarkably swift. Should she order one now, it would likely arrive within half an hour. Observing Lu Ruan's actions, Luo Yao saw the projection of the light brain page in the air. In the shopping section, a variety of flying vehicles were priced between 10,000 and 1 million star coins. He interjected, choose a cheaper one. How about this one for 50,000 star coins? The quality is decent and quite economical, though its appearance is a tad unattractive. What do you think? Lu Ruan's gaze lingered on a basic flying vehicle resembling a flying saucer. Luo Yao nodded, all right. Lu Ruan decisively placed the order. But as the page transitioned to the payment section, she discovered her balance was 0 star coins. Her husband's balance read, Luo Yao, minus 200. 000 star coins, Dichin. 888 star coins, Davidson. 100, 000 star coins, Chin Feng. 4, 880, 000 star coins, Kadong. 5, 200, 000 star coins, Samuel. 2 billion star coins. She hesitated for 2 seconds, pondering whose account to use. Luo Yao stared at the names and balances displayed in the projection, his pupils trembling. It appeared he had unwittingly married into an extraordinary family. Chapter 22, moving into his treehouse, the esteemed authority in interstellar medical genetics. A distinguished member of the Gamma Star adventurer family, a general with numerous accolades in the interstellar wars, the second prince proficient in both strategy and martial arts, and the foremost mechanic in the stars, these were the illustrious individuals among her matchmakers, with Luo Yao being the only one not exemplifying the ideal man. Luo Yao felt a pang of inadequacy, pursing his lips and lowering his gaze into silence. Lu Ruan's fingertips danced lightly in the air, transferring 50,000 star coins from the account of the Grand Marshal for payment. Captain Ke had accepted her friend request 10 days prior. His account balance was 5.2 million, but she was reluctant to spend the hard-earned money of another unless absolutely necessary. The Grand Marshal was generous, so she would begin with this individual. The order was successfully placed. Exiting the light brain, Lu Ruan found Luo Yao's expression dull, exuding an air of despondency. In stark contrast to the unyielding pride he had displayed when facing that flamboyant male. Luo Yao, what is the matter? Luo Yao looked up at her, forcing a smile. It's nothing. I am your wife now and for all time. I am your closest family. You can share anything with me. Lu Ruan pulled her chair closer to Luo Yao, grasping his hand and gazing into his dim eyes. After a prolonged silence, Luo Yao hoarsely inquired, how many matchmakers have you bound to? Including you, there are a total of 9. You all share a 100 gene matching value. And the mainframe forcibly bound you as my husband's, Lu Ruan replied. If I am not mistaken. You're the one who was sought after by hundreds of billions of men a month ago for binding, and you have only bound 9 men? Indeed. Then what about in the future? Luo Yao began, but Lu Ruan interrupted with a light laugh. 9 of you are sufficient. I have no intention of binding any new matchmakers. In the starry realm, women have an opportunity each year to apply for rematching. Should they encounter a man with a matching value that meets the standard, they may add new husbands to their household. This year. Although Da Wei-sin rejected her 500 billion potential matches with a mere click, she still has the opportunity to match with new suitors each year. The men who had been turned away before remain available for her selection, although currently, she lacks the inclination to do so. In this manner, Luo Yao received the answer he sought, feeling inexplicably at ease and relaxed. He had been trapped in the Yu tribe for many years, constantly devising ways to grow wings, only to ultimately fail and become a burden, enduring humiliation from his kin. With the number of new family members being exceedingly small, the few men present are prominent figures. Despite his shortcomings, they are unlikely to mistreat him. His future days may indeed prove to be much better than those spent within the Yu tribe. Lu Ruan retrieved a large bag of original flavor biscuits from her space and gently placed it on the table. After toiling for the entire afternoon, it was wise to have some nutritious snacks to stave off hunger. Thank you, Luo Yao replied, casually taking a biscuit and savoring it. Lu Ruan also took a piece, slowly biting into it and relishing the flavor. The two enjoyed their biscuits while engaging in light conversation. Half an hour passed, and Lu Ruan's light brain emitted a blue glow, signaling the arrival of goods. She stood up, glanced at the row of sleeping cubs, then turned to the little ball. You stay here at the base to watch over the cubs. We will return tomorrow morning. If we are late, just comfort them first. Within the interstellar realm, the system can sense her and can return to her body at any time, so she felt secure leaving it to watch over the cubs. The little ball responded, Host, you've already exploited me for the whole afternoon, and now you want to monopolize my lovely evening? Nonsense. If you are unwilling, you can abandon the caretaker robot's body. I have no other options, Lu Ruan retorted playfully, knowing this tactic was always effective. The caretaker robot standing nearby wore a resigned expression, reluctantly acknowledging her words before moving to stand before the row of cubs. Lu Ruan said to Luo Yao, the flyer has arrived, let us depart. Luo Yao rose in response and closed the base door. By the time they reached the entrance of the jurisdiction, night had fallen. A brand new flyer awaited them at the entrance, and Lu Ruan skillfully unlocked and verified it with her light brain. After confirming everything was in order, she opened the flyer's hatch and seated herself in the passenger area. This model she purchased could accommodate 5 people and featured automatic driving capabilities. Come aboard. Luo Yao replied as he climbed in, opening the view window and night vision device, allowing the scenery beyond the transparent glass made of special material to come into clear focus. This is your territory, so you operate it, she urged. Set the destination coordinates. Directly ahead, 100 meters, treehouse number 7, building 101. Beep. Scanning complete. Currently in transit. Estimated arrival in 15 seconds, the system announced. Lu Ruan closed her eyes, experiencing several seconds of weightlessness as the flyer ascended. Upon reaching the appropriate altitude, it glided over the protective net, entered the jurisdiction, and then descended, hovering at the entrance of Luo Yao's treehouse. We have arrived. Luo Yao opened the hatch, stepped onto the threshold of the treehouse, pushed the door open, and extended his hand toward Lu Ruan. With her eyes now open, Lu Ruan shifted her body inward, using Luo Yao's support to step into the treehouse. The interior was modest, divided into 2 levels. The lower level served as the living area. The walls were adorned with soundproof panels, an air purification system, and a portrait. There was a simple kitchen with a dining table and a storage cabinet. On the upper level, there was a bed, a wardrobe, and a compact washroom. My place is rather simple. I can only ask you to make do for now. It's quite well equipped. It's really nice, she reassured him. After heading upstairs, you'll find a bathing area behind that door on the wall. After a long day, you should take a bath and relax your muscles while I prepare dinner for you. Lu Ruan waved her hand dismissively. I'm already full. Just make enough for yourself. Lo Yao approached the small kitchen, opened the freezer, and showcased the ingredients to Lu Ruan. In the freezer, I have the exotic snake, rabbit, and pig I hunted in the forest, along with the fresh exotic plants I grew myself. I can prepare any dish you desire. Are you sure you don't want to eat a bit more? Lo Yao inquired earnestly, noting that his wife had only consumed a few biscuits at the incubation base and had a rather poor appetite. I truly don't need it. I'm going to wash up. Lu Ruan smiled as she declined, ascending the stairs while Lo Yao looked on with disappointment. When she descended again, she found him finishing his meal, removing his sweat-soaked black caretaker uniform. She paused, her gaze lingering on Lo Yao's 183-meter-tall figure, his broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. His back, resembling a perfect illustration, was captivating. After averting her gaze, she was unexpectedly drawn to the blue sapphire earring adorning his earlobe. He looked both wild and alluring. At that moment, Lo Yao seemed to sense her intense gaze and turned to face her. Have you finished? How was the taste? Their eyes met, and Lu Ruan coughed awkwardly twice, feigning composure as she descended the stairs. Tonight's meal was quite good. Too bad you didn't get to taste it. Lo Yao lazily tossed his discarded shirt over his arm and ascended the stairs, a wild smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, hidden from Lu Ruan's view. What did it matter that he was a failure who could not grow wings? After all, he had a wife who adored him. Chapter 23. Unable to satisfy her, Lu Ruan gazed at the silhouette of the youth ascending the stairs, her eyes flickering slightly. She then approached the table, opened the teapot, and dropped a pellet into her tea, shaking the pot. With everything in place, she merely had to wait for the right opportunity. Setting the teapot down, she took a couple of steps toward the staircase, then turned back to retrieve another identical pellet to drop into the tea. With double the dosage, even a man weighing 10 meters would struggle to withstand it. She must mark Lo Yao tonight, enabling her to clear his clan debts and take him away from the Yu tribe. Having made all the necessary preparations, Lu Ruan ascended the stairs, removed her shoes, and lay down on the youth's simple bed, adjusting her sleep dress. She lay on her side, adopting an alluring posture, waiting for the right moment. If anyone were to glimpse the scene within the room, they would be unable to look away. The woman, clad in a red sleep dress, reclined on a black and gray single bed, her head resting on a man's pillow, her eyes sparkling with allure, her red lips slightly parted. Her swan-like neck was slender and pale, with suggestive curves barely concealed, her slim waist pressed against the folded thin blanket, and her long legs elegantly positioned, her pink toes lightly tapping the bed frame. At first glance, she appeared both pure and enticing. After maintaining her posture for a while, Lu Ruan felt a slight stiffness in her neck. Just then, her light brain lit up, and Da Wei-sin called her via video. She immediately sat up, swiftly adjusting her shoulder straps. Once satisfied everything was in order, she sat to take the video call. A reserved and scholarly man clad in a white coat materialized before her, with a well-equipped medical room visible behind him. Ruan, he greeted. Sin. Have you returned to our Fashing? Lu Ruan felt a surge of joy when she had gone to Asin's hospital for her second dose of the peptide. He had still been at the front lines collecting samples, with everything being administered to her by his nephew Da Wei, or using the medical pod. She missed the comfort of being with him, as their time together had been truly pleasant. I just returned today. The man in the projection looked at her with eyes brimming with longing, his voice tender and deep, as if he wished to envelop her in his embrace to alleviate his yearning. Asin, this time you shouldn't rush out to collect samples. I'll be returning to Fashing in a couple of days. Just stay home and wait for me. All right. Da Wei-sin reluctantly ended the video call. Lu Ruan glanced at her chat with Kadong and sighed softly. Just as she was about to lie down, her light brain lit up again. It was her husband, the Grand Marshal, calling. Qin Feng had been video calling her every few days throughout the past month. This amiable, muscular gentleman, having remained single for many years before finally matching with a woman, seemed to cherish her quite a bit. She accepted the call, and a man in crisply tailored military attire appeared before her, his rugged face adorned with a radiant smile. His deep, resonant voice rang out clearly, "Little Ruan. Have you had dinner today?" Lu Ruan forced a smile. "Yes, I have." "What did you eat?" Lu Ruan was at a loss for words. Original flavor cookies." This was the 20th time this month that Marshall's husband had greeted her and engaged in conversation in this manner. Setting aside his identity, it was unlikely that such a straightforward man could find a wife on Earth. "You are so thin. You must stop indulging in these treats. Our frontline warriors have captured a black eel. I will send you the most tender and fresh pork tenderloin." With a click, a side door opened. Hearing the commotion, Lu Ruan hastily ended the video call, lowered the straps of her top, and arranged herself in her most alluring pose as originally intended. Just then, Luo Yao approached, shirtless, clad in shorts and barefoot. With affectionate eyes, Lu Ruan smiled gently, her lips curving into a perfectly subtle smile. As a professional actress, she had spent an entire month practicing to capture the most enchanting and seductive postures. Now, applying this skill to a young interstellar man felt like a treat for her husband. In an instant, Luo Yao was greeted by the vivid scene before him. His throat parched and the air around them seemed to heat up. He swallowed hard, walking toward the bed with an awkward gait, pulling the blanket from the inner side of the bed to cover Lu Ruan. Trembling slightly, he grasped her outstretched, delicate leg, tucking it under the blanket before lying down beside her. The narrow single bed was now occupied by two adults, their bodies pressed closely together. Luo Yao turned his back to Lu Ruan, his heart pounding ferociously, too afraid to face her. His mind was filled with thoughts of Lu Ruan's alluring figure and the silky smoothness of her leg. Lu Ruan, pressed against Luo Yao's back, sensed his body was slightly tense. Her gaze shifted, noticing the flesh creeping up his ears. Was he too nervous to move? She had traveled all the way from Alpha Star to find him, worked hard for an entire afternoon, and still had debts to repay tomorrow. She couldn't afford to earn no willingness points. A flicker of determination crossed Lu Ruan's eyes. She would give it another try. Her secret weapon downstairs hadn't been unleashed yet. Slowly, she wrapped her arms around Luo Yao's firm waist, but as her hands brushed against his side, he flinched, causing her to jump. Yao, Lu Ruan said through gritted teeth. She let her hands roam freely over him, and when she encountered his abdominal muscles, she playfully pinched them 2 times, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Luo Yao let out a muffled groan, his taut body nearly breaking under the pressure. "Turn around. I have something important to tell you." Oh, Luo Yao slowly turned to face Lu Ruan, his voice husky. "What's so important? Speak." A wife with a 100 genetic compatibility was indeed a heavy burden. He found it impossible to maintain his composure. Though the interstellar realm had more men than women, men were thoroughly trained before adulthood to better serve the rare female populace. He was knowledgeable in all matters, yet after a day of injury followed by exhausting work, he was far from his best. If he failed to satisfy her, would he even have another chance to be summoned? Previously, he had heard of a matriarch who summoned 30 suitors in one night, and the next day, those 30 men appeared utterly drained while she remained radiant, even flying 100 kilometers to Xingzhou City for leisure. His wife seemed delicate, but that did not guarantee he could meet her needs in his current state. Tonight, he would endure. Next time, he would be fully rested to attend to her properly. The important matter was that Lu Ruan gazed into Luo Yao's handsome face, locking eyes with his intense gaze and earnest expression, before softly pressing her lips against his sensual mouth. As their lips met, the world around them came to a standstill. Luo Yao's mind went blank, his being felt as though it had broken free from a cage, as he pulled Lu Ruan's head closer, passionately and wildly claiming her lips. His eyelids began to flush red, his body ablaze with heat. Encouraged by his fervor, Lu Ruan's initial annoyance gradually dissipated. She pressed her body against his, responding eagerly until she suddenly felt something rigid against her waist. As the marking task reached 99, Luo Yao abruptly released her. "Sister, I need to get some fresh air." Before Lu Ruan could respond, she watched as the flushed young man hurried down the stairs. What? The duck that was just within reach has flown away. Chapter 24. He came back again. Luo Yao reached the bottom of the stairs, opened the treehouse door to let in a moment of cool air, yet the heat within him refused to subside. Interstellar men were easily stirred. especially when faced with a woman boasting a perfect genetic compatibility score. He glanced at the dark night sky and opened his light brain to consider alone. If he placed an urgent order for 10 suppressants, selecting Xingzhou City as the nearest shipping location to the Yuclan, they would arrive in approximately 15 minutes. However, as soon as he opened the loan app, a flood of reminders about repaying debts appeared, and he discovered he had been blacklisted by the platform. With a bang, Luo Yao irritably shut the treehouse door and approached the small table. Having not used suppressants for many years, he decided to drink some water to calm himself and wait for Lu Ruan to fall asleep before heading upstairs. He picked up the teapot on the table and downed a cup in one go. A wave of coolness spread through his body, instantly alleviating some of the internal heat. Luo Yao finished the remaining tea, feeling quite comfortable. He sighed, set down the teapot, and sat down to rest, opening his light brain to check the latest news from Alpha Star. In the next moment, the refreshing sensation faded, and the heat surged back, engulfing him like a raging fire, his skin reddening and burning. Simultaneously, an unnamed fire surged towards his lower abdomen. Luo Yao's eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet, hastily making his way upstairs. Meanwhile, Lu Ruan sat on the dark gray bed, gazing at the door. She was certain Luo Yao had no hidden ailments. Had he truly fled at such a critical moment? She muttered, puzzled. Does this young master have some sort of fear of women? Preparing to go downstairs to find him, she had just stood when the silver-haired, blue-earring boy rushed up. His exquisitely handsome face was flushed like a fiery cloud, his skin tone darker than moments before. Her gaze traveled from Luo Yao's face, sweeping over his chest and firm abdominal muscles, before landing on an impressive sight that made her take half a step back. The rebellious young man appeared youthful and small, but in other aspects, he was remarkably formidable. Lu Ruan swallowed hard, her earlier resolve wavering. He had returned. And boldly at that. Now, should she advance or retreat? Before she could deliberate any further, Luo Yao emerged from the staircase, entering the room and heading straight for the wall door. Ah Yao, wait. As Luo Yao was about to enter the bathing area, Lu Ruan's hesitation vanished. She called out to him loudly. Luo Yao halted, turning to look at Lu Ruan. She swiftly approached him, grasping his hands and pulling him closer. Before he could react, she reversed his hands and gently pushed him onto the bed. Her swift movements left no opportunity for Luo Yao to resist. Having practiced this grappling maneuver for an entire week during her acting days, she executed it flawlessly on him. Luo Yao momentarily forgot to struggle, collapsing onto the bed like a beautiful fish awaiting slaughter. Lu Ruan's fingers delicately traced Luo Yao's sharp brow and eyes, gliding down to his lips, softly caressing them. Luo Yao's mind cleared momentarily, and in a low, restrained voice, he asked, "Sister, what are you doing?" His body was on the verge of explosion. He felt himself losing control. Lu Ruan leaned closer to Luo Yao's ear, her breath warm and fragrant. "Ah Yao, please don't run away this time. I want you." The way she raised her voice at the end sent a thrill through his heart. Meeting Lu Ruan's sultry gaze, the thread of rationality within Luo Yao snapped, and all his reservations were cast aside. In his eyes, only the enchanting figure of the woman remained, accompanied by a faint, intoxicating scent. A tempest swirled within him as he gazed at Lu Ruan, as if ready to obliterate everything in its path. Seeing Luo Yao freeze, Lu Ruan's lips brushed against his earlobe, and in response to his smoldering gaze, she captured his lips, engaging in a tender and intricate kiss. In the sharp contours of Luo Yao's brow, desire swiftly enveloped the atmosphere. His hands, previously unoccupied, now held the soft waist of the woman tightly. Soon, the room was filled with a sense of spring. The creaking single bed echoed with low moans and gasps. Within a kilometer of the treehouse, congratulations rang out. The host and Luo Yao had successfully marked each other, establishing a contract. After reporting the task progress in the incubation base, the little one danced joyfully in circles. The following morning, Lu Ruan awoke in the embrace of the young man. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the empty single bed and the sight of the young man sleeping soundly on the floor. She hazily recalled the madness of the previous night. Under the influence of a double dose of the potion, Luo Yao's fiery passion showed no signs of waning. Discontent with the narrowness of the bed, he had thrown down a blanket onto the slightly more spacious floor and taken her there, plunging into ecstasy time and again until they were utterly exhausted. Fortunately, Luoyao's injuries had not healed, and her constitution had noticeably strengthened before arriving at the clan. Otherwise, he could have truly overwhelmed her. As Lu Ruan contemplated rising, Luoyao stirred awake. Sensing the weight upon him, he looked down to find Lu Ruan nestled in his arms, her long hair tousled, embodying an innocent allure. Memories of the previous night surged within him like a tidal wave, his eyes brimming with affection as he spoke in a hoarse, languid voice, "Sister, stay with me a while longer." Lu Ruan playfully poked his cheek. "After we're done, we can rest. We need to find your mother to repay the debt and teach your enemies a lesson." In truth, she was eager to discover how much willpower she could gain from helping Luoyao settle his debts. "There's no rush." Luoyao secured her in his arms, his warm breath brushing against her neck as his hand slowly caressed her waist, descending gradually. His low, sultry voice carried a hint of desire. "Sister, I still want more." Feeling the firmness at her waist, Lu Ruan shot him an admonishing glare. What sort of devilish brother was he? Could there still be remnants of the potion from last night? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she intended to struggle, but found herself hesitating, her delicate fingers inching towards Luoyao's skin. With a slight exertion of his arm, they were pressed intimately together. At that moment, a childish voice echoed in Lu Ruan's mind. "Host, there are young ones crawling everywhere. Hurry." Chapter 25. Seeking justice for him. When Lu Ruan and Luoyao arrived at the entrance of the incubation base, the door stood ajar. A glance revealed the clan leader, an elder matriarch, and the flamboyant brothers from yesterday standing in the corridor between the small beds. The scene of young ones crawling about had vanished. Instead, the black cubs surrounded the elder matriarch, some tugging at her arms, others clinging to her legs, clamoring to report grievances. "Mother, yesterday my arm was broken. He pushed me down and stepped on my stomach. It hurt so badly. My eyes were almost poked out by him. You didn't go blind. I almost couldn't take flight because you yanked on my newly grown wings." The black cubs pointed fingers at one another. This elder matriarch was the mother of the flamboyant brothers and also the common mother of the 10 black cubs. Previously, when the cubs had any minor issues, she would mercilessly whip Luoyao, nearly to the point of death, and draw half of his blood to nourish the young ones. Clad in an opulent black lace dress, her figure was slightly plump. Upon hearing the cubs' complaints, the elder hurriedly examined each of them. Discovering a healed scar on one of the black cubs' arms, her fury erupted. "Chief, Luoyao has failed to supervise the young ones, allowing them to be injured like this. I propose we imprison him in the clan's dungeon and whip him for 7 days. You can't show favoritism just because he is your son." Unaware of Luoyao's past suffering at the elder's hands, Lu Ruan frowned at the harshness of the elder's expression. Upon seeing the flamboyant brothers again, she quickly grasped the situation. Initially intending to repay the debt and then seek revenge with Luoku and Luoji, she realized that everyone was gathered here. This saved her the trouble of searching for them. Chief Luo reflected on the previous day's events. Her younger son had been preoccupied with fighting his kin and had neglected the clan's young ones, which indeed warranted punishment. She glanced at the wailing black cubs and nodded to the elder. "You handle this matter. A minor punishment will suffice. After all, Luoyao has matched with a wife. My son-in-law will take him away in a few days, and the Yu clan is expanding. It is unwise to offend outsiders." In the Interstellar context, son-in-law referred to the woman bound to her son, akin to the earthly term. Standing beside Lu Ruan, Luoyao observed as his mother made such impartial statements without inquiring into the circumstances, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips. "Let us proceed, once this is resolved. Return home with me." Lu Ruan grasped Luoyao's hand and stepped into the room. The individuals in the corridor turned to look at the door upon hearing the sound. The elder, seeing Luoyao, bellowed fiercely, "Luoyao, will you voluntarily go to the clan's dungeon to accept your punishment, or shall I send someone to escort you?" She even ignored Lu Ruan standing beside him. Luoyao chuckled coldly. "Elder, perhaps you should examine your 2 fine sons closely and ascertain what truly transpired. Do not attempt to evade responsibility. The injuries sustained by the young ones are your fault. They deliberately damaged my aircraft. And in my haste to care for the young ones, I risked my life descending from the tree. After I landed, they provocatively taunted me, and in the end, no one attended to the young ones, allowing them to fight among themselves. What does that have to do with me?" He had not intended to explain, for it seemed futile. However, after today, he would likely never encounter these individuals again, and he did not wish to continue being slandered. While Luoyao exchanged words with the elder, Lu Ruan inquired within her mind. Little one, inquire about Luo Yao's current wishes. The little one responded. Luo Yao has 3 current wishes: to clear his debts, to administer a sound beating to the elder, and to grow the wings of the clan. His second wish was to beat the elder rather than the flamboyant brothers? What was going on? The little one explained, host. Wishes are called so precisely because they are difficult to realize. Punishing Luo Ku and Luo Ji would be simple for him, but taking on the elder and avenging past grievances is considerably more challenging. Because in the interstellar realm, men are imprisoned for striking women, he cannot act freely. Lu Ruan understood. At this moment, the elder, feeling her dignity affronted by Luo Yao's accusations, sought to regain her composure. Luo Yao, if you do not provoke a Ku and a Ji, why would they bother with a useless person like you? Moreover, regarding the damage to your aircraft, could you not have contacted others to assist you down from the tree? Ultimately, you did not take the care of the young ones seriously, allowing the future hope of the Yu clan to be injured. Punishment is warranted, and it must be severe. After speaking, the elder muttered under her breath. Still thinking of yourself as the pampered young master of the clan, causing trouble at will. Luo Yao grew weary of the conversation, turning his gaze towards his mother. He wanted to see if she could handle the situation fairly once she understood the truth. The chief, noticing her younger son suddenly looking at her, furrowed her brow and asked, "Can you not distinguish the importance of the young ones? Why did you not contact me regarding the damaged aircraft?" Mother, have you forgotten that 2 years ago you blocked my communication number? Luo Yao's heart grew cold. Previously, he felt disappointment, but now it was indifference. Once the debts were settled, he would sever ties with this place, and the Yu clan would no longer concern him. What? The chief was taken aback. She quickly activated her light brain to verify. A moment later, she turned to the elder, Elder Wu. This matter is the fault of Luo Ji and Luo Ko. You take them to the clan's dungeon for punishment. The elder hesitated, but the chief's voice suddenly turned icy. The young ones of Elder Si and Elder Chi are also in the base. Are you still going to protect your sons who harmed the young ones? Go with me to the clan's dungeon for punishment. Having no outlet for her anger towards Luo Yao, the elder snorted coldly and prepared to drag her 2 sons away. Wait, they cannot leave yet. Lu Ruan called out, halting the departing trio. The chief turned to Lu Ruan. What is it? Chief, today I will repay Luo Yao's debts, but before that, I would like to seek justice for him. You are already aware that what transpired yesterday was not his fault. However, have you examined the multitude of yesterdays that preceded it? In truth, over the past 3 years, he has committed no wrongdoing, yet he has been subjected to countless beatings and bloodlettings. The leader of the Luo clan displayed a cool demeanor, so? I hope you can hand over those 3 to me for punishment, and refrain from interfering with my subsequent actions. Once the matter is resolved, I shall promptly repay his clan debts. Naturally, you may disagree. I can afford to wait a few more months until he fulfills the terms of the agreement before taking him away. However, I will not be responsible for repaying his debts. Lu Ruan replied. On the territory of the Yu clan, if one wishes to teach the Yu people a thorough lesson without inciting further conflict, only money can resolve the matter. She would not be so short-sighted as to hesitate in spending this sum of star coins. The leader of the Luo clan began to weigh the pros and cons, and after careful consideration, prioritized the interests of the Yu clan. The resources expended in nurturing his younger son amounted to 3 million star coins. He had offset 2/3 of that by caring for the cubs over the past 3 years. Now, by sacrificing the clan elder and the 2 clan sons, he could obtain 327,000, making this a lucrative deal. She addressed Lu Ruan. Fine. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile. She strode over to the clan elder and the flamboyant brothers, raised her hand, and waved it twice in the air, causing a transparent powder to swiftly infiltrate the lungs of the 3. Chapter 26. Into the heart, the female clan elder and her 2 sons collapsed to the ground in an instant. They were utterly powerless, yet their minds remained remarkably clear. The leader of the Luo clan furrowed her brow slightly. What do you intend to do with them? Lu Ruan first bound the 3 with thin ropes, then sealed their mouths. She clapped her hands, lifted her gaze to the leader, and smiled meaningfully. Naturally, I intend to deal with them. You just promised me that you would not interfere. Will you keep your word? Yes, I will. The leader of the Luo clan nodded slightly. As soon as she finished speaking, the clan elder's eyes widened in fury, but she was unable to exert any strength. Her mouth was blocked, and she could only emit muffled sounds. The flamboyant brothers were initially bewildered, then terror-stricken. Despite the seemingly delicate appearance of Luo Yao's wife, her heart was exceedingly ruthless. It is not illegal for women to strike men. As long as they do not kill anyone, all will be well. Should matters escalate, the most that could happen would be a tenfold compensation for medical expenses. Luo Yao's wife would leave after incapacitating them, merely having to pay for medical treatment. Reflecting on her statement from the previous day, that she would be willing to accept them as her followers. But they must first sever their own wings as a gift. The fear in Luo Ke's eyes transformed into dread. If their proud wings were truly severed, would they not become as useless as Luo Yao? Furthermore, men who strike women face imprisonment. After Luo Yao's wife incapacitated them, they would be unable to seek revenge. Yao, I leave the men to you. Repay them for how they treated you in the past, while I will handle the clan elder. Lu Ruan urged the youth forward 2 steps, pointing at the flamboyant brothers on the ground. Very well. A warm current coursed through Luo Yao's heart. No one had ever asked him if he was in pain after he had become useless, nor had anyone repaid his debts or embraced him despite his inferior genes. Upon learning of his plight, someone sought justice and revenge for him. He looked at Luo Ji and Luo Ke, who were sprawled on the ground. And the warmth in his gaze instantly transformed into icy resolve as he raised his foot and kicked at the two repeatedly. Luo Ke attempted to struggle and scream, but it ultimately devolved into pained groans. Soon, both were covered in bruises and the blood that spilled from their mouths, blocked by the rags Lu Ruan had used to seal their mouths, could only be swallowed down. Meanwhile, Lu Ruan was not idle. She improvised, finding a whip, and began lashing the previously menacing clan elder before the small group could announce the completion of their task. Such instances of women striking women are rare. Given the scarcity of women, making encounters difficult and conflicts even less common. Should a fight break out, the federal government would likely intervene to mediate, with the offending party required to compensate for damages tenfold. Moreover, the leader of the Luo clan had just promised not to interfere, so she was free to act as she pleased. The leader of the Luo clan silently observed the scene, saying nothing. After 20 minutes, Lu Ruan's palms had blistered, while the clan elder was left with lacerated skin, resembling the torment she had once inflicted upon Luo Yao. Thankfully, her lace dress was black, and the blood-soaked fabric appeared more like sweat-soaked clothing, rendering the scene less gruesome. After halting his kicks, Luo Yao glanced at the contorted face of the clan elder on the ground, then turned to Lu Ruan, who wielded the long whip, his heart swelling with an uncontrollable flutter. Her slender figure, brandishing the whip, etched itself deeper into his heart, taking root in a place untouched by anyone else. Thank you, sister. At that moment, all he had endured over the past 3 years faded into oblivion, leaving only a single name, Lu Ruan, within his heart. From this day forth, he would become her most loyal protector. As Luo Yao released his hatred, the small group joyfully announced in Lu Ruan's mind, "Congratulations, host, for helping Luo Yao fulfill his current wish, whipping the clan elder for revenge, earning 2 willpower points." Lu Ruan finally heard the voice of the small group and ceased her actions. She avenged her husband, dealt a beating, and garnered 2 willpower points. It was truly splendid. Accumulating little by little with 2 points, would 100 be too far off? Lu Ruan cast a sidelong glance at the clan elder, who was now a bloody mess, and at the pitiful Luo Ke and Luo Ji at Luo Yao's feet, letting out a cold laugh. She then approached the leader of the Luo clan and opened her light brain to reveal her assets. "Leader Luo, I am now repaying Luo Yao's debts. May I have the agreement he previously signed?" The leader of the Luo clan nodded slightly and handed Lu Ruan a document while simultaneously preparing to process the payment. After glancing at the document a few times, Lu Ruan tore it up and transferred a small portion from her husband's account of 2 billion star coins to clear Luo Yao's debts. Payment of 327,000 star coins. Receipt of 327,000 star coins. After Lu Ruan had settled Luo Yao's clan debts, she stood in place for a few seconds, yet did not hear the announcement from the small group. Oh. Perhaps merely repaying the clan debts is insufficient. I must also balance his negative assets. Lu Ruan tapped her light brain a few more times, then transferred an additional 300,000 star coins from her husband's account to offset Luo Yao's deficits. Payment of 300,000 star coins. Luo Yao's light brain lit up, and the cheerful notification echoed through the base. Receipt of 300,000 star coins. Dear user, your account has been reset. And your balance is now 100,000 star coins. Small group, congratulations, host, for helping Luo Yao fulfill his current wish, clearing the debts, earning 2 willpower points. Totaling 4 willpower points, host, continue to strive. Finally, the matter drew to a close. Lu Ruan brushed off non-existent dust from her attire. She grasped Luo Yao's hand and said, Yao, let's go. Luo Yao glanced at the 3 on the ground, then at Lu Ruan, and with a light step, he followed her out with ease. The 3 on the ground could only watch helplessly as the 2 departed, their hearts filled with resentment yet powerless to act. While the previously boisterous black cubs, frightened, trembled in the corners, remaining motionless. Whenever these 10 cubs heard mention of a fight, they would flee faster than rabbits. Just as Lu Ruan stepped out of the hatching base's entrance, she was suddenly lifted into the air, cradled in Luo Yao's arms. Sister, women need not walk. Lu Ruan wrapped her arms around the youth's neck and teased with a smile. Then why didn't you take the initiative to carry me when I first arrived? Luo Yao's sharp gaze softened, turning gentle as he gazed into Lu Ruan's eyes, a hint of affection hidden within, yet his words stumbled. All right. I see you're unfamiliar with me at first. Let's return home, to our true home on Alpha Star. Yes, Luo Yao responded in a low voice. Just as the 2 reached the gate of the protective barrier, the sky rumbled with thunder and torrential rain began to pour. Chapter 27, Late Bloomer Sister. The rain outside is too heavy. Let us wait indoors until it stops before we set out. Luo Yao retrieved a flying device and placed Lu Ruan inside, following closely behind with the caretaker robot that quickly slipped into the cabin. Upon returning to the treehouse, Lu Ruan and Xiao Tuanzi engaged in conversation while Luo Yao busily packed his belongings. After residing in the Yu tribe for over 20 years, he realized, as he prepared to depart, that there was nothing he was truly reluctant to leave behind, leaving him uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The most precious item he possessed was the portrait hanging on the wall of the first floor and the bathing space concealed behind the wall on the second. Xiao Tuanzi, would you like to enter the space? The host does not wish to. The air outside is so fresh and beautiful. All right. As Lu Ruan chatted with Xiao Tuanzi, she suddenly noticed Luo Yao standing by the wall, gazing intently at a painting. In the artwork, a strikingly handsome Yu tribe man was soaring through the air, his broad black wings captivating and evoking the image of a majestic rock soaring across the vast skies. Yao, who is the figure depicted in the painting? She inquired, having overlooked it during her visit the previous day. Luo Yao, standing before the painting for so long, surely found it to have profound significance. With a demeanor lost in reminiscence, Luo Yao slowly replied, the figure in the painting is an ancestor of the Baiyu clan, my great-grandfather. A millennium ago, during a time when resources on the 9 main stars were scarce, humanity had only discovered 10 subordinate stars. In search of more survival resources, the Marshal waged battles and explored new planets. At that time, my ancestor was a deputy commander by the Marshal's side. He single-handedly rescued the army from dire situations multiple times. On several occasions, when the army lost contact with the main star and their mecha warships were completely destroyed on an unknown new star, with their supplies nearly depleted, he flew for a month in one direction to reach the main star, eventually bringing back rescue supplies to save the army. Today, humanity can explore 1,000 subordinate stars, half of which is due to his contributions. After growing old, he carried his glory and came to live in the present-day Yu tribe with his matriarch, gradually developing and strengthening the tribe. However, the Yu tribe has since fallen into decline. Lu Ruan's eyes widened in disbelief. To fly from one star to another, without considering the possibility of getting lost, how could a mere mortal survive in the perilous cosmos? Does he still belong to humanity? Before coming to the Yu tribe, she had heard tales of a formidable ancestor, but the online resources depicted an elderly man, lacking detailed accounts of his exploits. Now, hearing Luo Yao's account, she finally grasped the magnitude of his prowess. As for whether he belongs to humanity, I cannot say. Nevertheless, he remains the unparalleled legend of the Yu tribe to this day. The first gift my mother ever gave me was this painting. She wished for me to take my ancestor as a model, aspiring to reach just 1% of his level, which would be a way to honor our family. A hint of irony danced at the corners of Luo Yao's lips. Lu Ruan, filled with curiosity, asked Yao, why does your great-grandfather have black wings when you belong to the Baiyu clan? The elders say he had a genetic mutation. Lu Ruan's excitement surged. Did he possess wings from birth, or did they appear later? I wonder if you might have inherited that trait, which is why you have yet to show any signs. Ancestors typically sprout their wings in the year preceding their coming of age. Initially, the entire clan believed I was the same as him, but I am already 23. Luo Yao chuckled softly. Once a member of the Yu tribe reaches adulthood, they can no longer grow wings. I have no hope for that now. Lu Ruan's excitement began to wane. She quickly called out to Xiao Tuanzi. If I help Luo Yao fulfill his wish of growing wings, how many wish power points would I earn? 20. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruan calculated that the first 2 wishes only amounted to 4 points. If she assisted Luo Yao in growing his wings, she would accumulate 20 more wish points, equating to a quarter of her wish fulfillment. She certainly did not want to let go of those 20 points. This matter required careful consideration. Big sister, I am truly happy that you do not despise me. Luo Yao embraced Lu Ruan, solemnly vowing in his heart that, even without wings, he would protect her with his life. Lu Ruan stroked the youth's soft, beautiful silver hair. Yao, hurry and gather what you need to take. The rain outside is letting up. We'll leave once it stops. All right. Cautiously. Luo Yao stored the painting in his space. This was an authentic piece. Surely someone would purchase it if it were listed on the Star Network. Providing her with some pocket money. He was utterly impoverished. My apologies, great-grandfather. Once upstairs, Lu Ruan eagerly asked Xiao Tuanzi, you are knowledgeable. Are there any instances in the Yu tribe of individuals growing wings after reaching adulthood? Host, according to the knowledge I have assimilated about the interstellar world, none exist. However, anything is possible. Do you not humans have an old saying that great talents mature late? Given Luo Yao's youthful appearance despite being 23, he may still develop wings with time. Xiao Tuanzi smiled. You make a good point. Lu Ruan fell into contemplation. Luo Yao, at 23, resembled a 17 or 18-year-old youth. She had always regarded him as a younger brother and never considered the possibility of delayed development. Thus, despite his age marking him as an adult, his body might still possess the potential for wing growth. Lu Ruan rapidly activated her light brain and accessed the Star Network to view images of interstellar men aged 20. The page transitioned, revealing a plethora of young, handsome faces. Her eyes brightened. Luo Yao truly was delayed in his development. Therefore, all she needed to do was find every possible means to assist him in growing wings before his body reached full maturity, thereby fulfilling her wish task. A wave of relief washed over her. As calm enveloped the surroundings, she rose and approached the door, opening it to gaze outside. The torrential rain had ceased, and the sky was clearing, though the ground remained damp. Peering down from the treehouse, she felt a dizzying sensation at the 300-meter height. Luo Yao's audacious leap from the tree yesterday was truly brave. Wait, audacious leap? An idea struck Lu Ruan. If Luo Yao witnessed her falling from the doorway of the treehouse, would he not jump after her to save her? And in that critical moment, might he sprout wings? Xiao Tuanzi, I have thought of a brilliant plan. I just wonder how significant my presence is in Luo Yao's heart. Would he leap to save me? Host? That would earn you 20 wish power points. Lu Ruan chuckled. Well, regardless of how significant I am, I must at least give it a try. Before coming to the Yu tribe, she had already prepared a fall protection device for herself, knowing Luo Yao lived high in the treehouse. Big sister, let us return home. As Luo Yao descended the stairs and approached Lu Ruan, a charming smile graced his handsome face, his eyes brimming with anticipation. However, in the next moment, the hope in his gaze transformed into urgency and panic. Big sister. Chapter 28. Men. Men. Lu Ruan stepped onto the precarious platform before the treehouse, her body uncontrollably tilting backward, plummeting toward the 300-meter ground. Upon seeing Luo Yao rushing towards her, a glimmer of hope ignited in her otherwise despairing eyes. She extended a hand toward him, grasping at the lifeline he represented. Yao, save me! Every movement she made, every subtle expression, felt so genuine. Mirroring the instinctive reaction of someone in freefall, her acting prowess truly worthy of an Oscar. As Luo Yao hastened to the doorway, Lu Ruan's form had already descended beyond the horizontal line of the treehouse. His outstretched hand fell short by 10 centimeters, unable to reach her. Gazing at Lu Ruan's beautiful, desperate face below, filled with longing, Luo Yao's heart shattered. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to leap into the void. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. A man and a woman fell vertically from the sky, the youth positioned 2 meters above the woman. Everything around them blurred into obscurity, save for the deafening roar of the wind, akin to a demon's growl, ringing in their ears. Luo Yao desperately searched for Lu Ruan's figure, aiming to grasp her. Yet, the moment his gaze locked onto her, it felt as though some enchantment had befallen his hands, rendering them powerless to reach her below. In a fleeting moment, Luo Yao's mind raced through 2 decades of his life, akin to a cinematic montage. His memories crystallized on Lu Ruan, with whom he had intended to return home just 2 seconds prior, to live a blissful life together, accumulating countless Xingbi for her to spend. Even if deemed a failure, he vowed to protect her with his very existence. Yet now, all of this appeared to dissipate like a mirage before his eyes. Regret, self-reproach, and loathing filled his heart. He lamented the decision to take her up the tree, reproached himself for not keeping a vigilant watch after they had climbed, and despised his inability to save her as she fell. As he watched his beloved descend closer to the ground, the next moment would surely see her slender, beautiful form reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, her blood staining the land of the clan. Luo Yao's eyes blazed crimson, and a hoarse scream erupted from his throat. No, a Yao! A crystalline tear slipped down Lu Ruan's cheek, as if bidding a final farewell to the young man. A powerful impulse surged within Luo Yao, a desperate desire to sprout wings. Only by taking flight could he possibly save her from such a fate. Their figures drew nearer to the ground. With 300 meters of height, the fall would take merely 7 or 8 seconds, and 5 seconds had already elapsed. The descent accelerated, with only 30 meters, 29, 28, 11, 10, 9, 8 remaining. Lu Ruan glanced up at Luo Yao, noting his back was still empty, devoid of any movement, and she sighed inwardly. This performance was a failure. Indeed, the wish value of 20 was not easily earned. Luo Yao's desire was exceedingly difficult to fulfill. Their bodies continued to plummet, 7 meters, 6 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Just as despair enveloped Luo Yao, a miracle occurred. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his back, followed by the violent emergence of enormous black wings that tore through his clothing, extending from his shoulder blades. Simultaneously, Lu Ruan closed her eyes in hopeless resignation, awaiting impact. With a thud, the threefold anti-fall devices she carried activated simultaneously. A protective cushion, 5 square meters wide, expanded beneath her, while a safety helmet sprang forth to shield her vital areas. Finally, the ultimate secret weapon, the anti-gravity device, engaged. Under this triple layer of protection, even 10 fearsome creatures would not dare to claim her life. She was a woman who valued her existence. As Lu Ruan rolled to the side, trying to make space for Luo Yao to land safely, a pair of expansive wings enveloped her, hindering her movement. A silver-haired figure landed heavily upon her chest, cracking several of her ribs in an instant. Lu Ruan's once closed eyes shot open, filled with shock and disbelief. A Yao Yu in the next moment. She foamed at the mouth and fainted. Just before losing consciousness, she heard the excited voice of a small companion announcing, "Congratulations, host, for assisting Luo Yao in fulfilling the current wish, sprouting the wings of the clan, earning 20 wish points, totaling 24 wish points." She had meticulously planned, yet never anticipated being struck in the chest, resulting in broken ribs. Today's sacrifice was considerable. Oh men. Fortunately, the task was completed, or else she would have dearly liked to give him a good thrashing. Luo Yao, witnessing his wife unconscious beneath him, felt a surge of panic. In that critical moment, within those fleeting seconds, he had not anticipated her possessing life-saving equipment. His sole thought had been to envelop her with his newly sprouted wings, lifting her to prevent her from becoming a mere splatter. Alas, the newly formed black wings could not bear the weight, and due to inertia, he crashed down heavily upon her. At this moment, Luo Yao wished fervently to slap himself. If time could rewind, he would not have acted so foolishly. Trembling, he checked for Lu Ruan's breath, relieved to find signs of life. He swiftly retracted his wings and hurriedly cradled Lu Ruan, entering the aircraft and setting it to autopilot, directing it toward the hospital in Xingzhou City. 15 minutes later, Luo Yao arrived at the transport station on the outskirts of Xingzhou City. The federal government had installed disruptors in the airspace above the city to ensure public safety, prohibiting citizens from operating aircraft within the urban area. Everyone was required to use transport robots or public shuttles. Luo Yao, frantic with worry, paced anxiously for a minute. The hospital was a 10-minute journey away, but the transport robots were unstable and unsuitable for injured passengers. The next public shuttle would not arrive for another 15 minutes. He gazed down at his wife, her pallid complexion tugging at his heartstrings, and the furrow of her brow made him wish he could smooth it away. Taking a deep breath, he unfurled his black wings with determination, soaring toward the hospital with Lu Ruan in his arms. However, as he flew into the city from the edge of the station, piercing alarms blared above, and blinding energy beams locked onto him. Unauthorized flight within the city was deemed a serious threat, and he found himself in such a predicament. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yao evaded the beams, the newly formed black wings aching under the assault, yet he steadfastly protected Lu Ruan, ensuring she suffered no further harm. Bystanders glancing upward gasped in astonishment. Is he mad? Look, a man with black wings is flying over Xingzhou City, such a rare sight. Wait. He appears to be abducting a woman. We must report this. Ignoring the cries below, he finally reached the hospital amidst the onslaught of energy beams. He retracted his singed wings and entered the hospital, scanning the two of them as they passed through the entrance. The laser scanners swept over them, and Luo Yao pressed his light brain against the auxiliary robot's abdomen. Welcome, Mr. Luo, to the 5th Hospital of Xingzhou City. Please take the precious patient to room 301 on the 3rd floor for treatment. Your laser burns should be treated in room 305 on the same floor. Luo Yao first carried Lu Ruan upstairs. Just as they ascended, a group of adventurers entered the hospital's entrance. Their black and blue expedition suits were tattered, their skin marred with injuries. Most alarming was the short-haired, thick-browed man being carried in, blood-soaked and with vacant eyes. Captain, hold on. We're almost at the hospital. Chapter 29. What is wrong with spending a few Xingbi? Kedong was taken to room 303 on the 3rd floor, accompanied by his team members for treatment. However, Kedong was gravely injured and required surgery, while the team members merely needed to lie in the medical pods for recovery. The surgical area and medical pod zone were separated by soundproof glass. The team members lay in their pods, craning their necks to watch Kedong undergoing surgery, recalling with trepidation the harrowing mission they had just completed. This task was truly perilous. Without our captain, we might have all perished among the beasts and never returned. This marks the 120th time our team has encountered danger. Indeed, under the captain's leadership, we have navigated through countless crises, completing one adventure after another, accumulating enough Xingbi for a comfortable retirement. Deputy, do you wish to continue adventuring? We, as adventurers, were born for this. I know nothing else, so of course, we must press on. But the captain matched with his wife a month ago, effectively leaving the family, and once the settlement is done, our team will disband. They were all members of the Gamma Star Adventurers family, and the resources within their team, such as mechs, warships, and medical pods, were family assets. Consequently, half of the Xingbi earned from each mission was surrendered to the family. With the captain's departure from the family, he would no longer have to share his earnings, but he would also lose access to family resources. Thus, the team faced dissolution. Upon the disbandment of the team, lacking the guidance of their captain, the members hesitated to venture into perilous subordinate stars for exploration. After all, in the absence of their experienced leader, it would be arduous to escape unscathed should any misfortune arise. At that moment, the deputy captain's earnest visage revealed a resolute expression. With the captain departing from the family, we shall rely on ourselves henceforth. Those who wish to follow me may enlist now. Those who do not wish to, may part amicably. Deputy, we shall follow you. The others chimed in unison. After a brief discussion, someone gazed at the operating table where Kedong was still undergoing surgery, sighing softly, I wonder if the captain, upon joining his new family, will recruit new members for further adventures or pursue a different path entirely. It's hard to bid farewell to the captain. Yet, there was no choice. After all, their captain had found a mate. In room 303 on the 3rd floor, activity was bustling, and the medical rooms on either side were equally occupied. Lu Ruan was in operating room 301 receiving rib repairs, while Luo Yao sat in room 305, where the doctor was re-examining his burned wings. The feathers on Luo Yao's wings, each one resembling intricately carved onyx, shone with a lustrous sheen, spreading out like a canopy of dark clouds. Unfortunately, after sustaining damage from energy beams, the once glimmering feathers had been singed, and the flesh beneath had turned a charred yellow, releasing a faintly burnt aroma into the air. After assessing his condition, the doctor remarked, Mr. Luo, your wing burns are quite severe, classified as deep tissue burns, making them challenging to treat. We have 3 treatment options. the advanced medical pod, which takes 5 hours and can heal most of the burns, but cannot restore them to their original state, costing 150,000 star coins. The medicinal bath, which also takes 5 hours, can heal your severe burns without scarring, but normal appearance will take 5 years, costing 1,000,000 star coins, or the premium medicinal bath, which takes 24 hours and will restore your wings to their original state immediately, costing 10,000,000 star coins. Which do you choose? Without hesitation, Lu Yao made his choice. The doctor reconfirmed, Mr. Lu, are you certain about your choice? With unwavering determination, Lu Yao replied, please proceed with the most expensive option for prompt treatment. After years of yearning, his wings had finally grown, rare black feathers at that. He could not accept the idea of his black feathers becoming damaged, nor could he wait 5 years for restoration. Swift healing was imperative. Upon awakening, his wife would surely admire his beautiful wings, and he could later obtain a flying permit to take her soaring through the skies. Eliminating the need for a bumpy transport robot, he would be her vehicle. More importantly, his wings would serve as the finest weapon to protect her. As for lacking the star coins for treatment, a slight smirk graced Lu Yao's lips. His wife's other suitors were all immensely wealthy. After all, they were family. So, what was wrong with appropriating a fraction of their wealth for her treatment? He would earn countless star coins for her in the future. Very well, Mr. Lu. Please proceed here to make your payment. Once completed, I will arrange for your premium medicinal bath immediately. The doctor indicated towards the auxiliary robot in the room. Women received free treatment in interstellar hospitals, while men were required to pay. Otherwise, regardless of the severity of their injuries, without funds, no treatment would be administered. Such was the ruthless nature of the rules. Please wait, Lu Yao said as he stood and exited the room. 20 minutes later, he returned to the burn treatment room, holding a silver bracelet-like light brain. His wife's ribs had been mended, and she had just settled into the medical pod. She had given him carte blanche to use her funds, and he took advantage of it without hesitation. In 2 strides, Lu Yao approached the auxiliary robot, placing Lu Ruan's light brain against its abdomen, and a payment interface materialized in the air. Payment options included mine, hers. Lu Yao selected the latter. The page transitioned to Lu Ruan's suitors' accounts, and he swiftly bypassed those with slightly fewer star coins, scrolling down to the extraordinarily wealthy Samuel and the Hay triplets. Samuel, 198, 870, 000 star coins. Hay Jin Yen, 100, 000, 911, 000 star coins. Hay Jin Yuan, 100, 000, 910, 000 star coins. Hay Jin Ya, 100, 000, 901, 000 star coins. The doctor, observing the projection in the air, was left speechless, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Who were these friends of the feathered young master, Lu Yao? Samuel was well known, but who were the others? Their combined wealth surpassed the GDP of Xingzhou City for 5 years. It was beyond what he had imagined. Perhaps he could borrow some funds for treatment. Unaware of the doctor's astonishment, Lu Yao adhered to the principle of paying from the highest to the lowest, deducting from He Jinyan's account to cover the medical expenses. Payment of 10,000 star coins was successfully processed. A crisp system notification chimed, and the doctor promptly arranged for Lu Yao's premium medicinal bath. Inside one compartment of the medical room was a spacious bath, emanating a steamy warmth, with medicinal properties swirling and bubbling in the water. Lu Yao stepped into the pool, the warm medicinal liquid enveloping his injured wings, providing a soothing sensation. He blissfully closed his eyes, envisioning the look of delight on Lu Ruan's face when she beheld his beautiful wings upon awakening. Meanwhile, far away in the secret villa on Haming Star, He Jinyan was engrossed in organizational affairs, his 2 inseparable brothers by his side. Suddenly, a payment notification pinged on his light brain. What? 10,000 star coins? He Jinyan's brow furrowed, an unpleasant glare darkening his expression. He swiftly reviewed the payment details, discovering that it was the handiwork of his wife, whom he had bound to his account a month prior, rather than a breach by hackers. With a cold chuckle, he tapped on his light brain to investigate the audacious woman who had unilaterally appropriated his star coins for extravagant purchases. Brother, such matters can occur either once or infinitely, He Jin Yuan remarked, a fleeting shadow crossing his eyes. Our ambitions must not be disrupted by a woman. Perhaps we should consider confining her instead. He Jin's gaze was icy and merciless, as if he believed abducting a woman required no consequence. After examining the payment details, He Jinyan raised his head to look at his twin brothers, stating, 3 days from now, after concluding negotiations with the federal government, we shall visit Heir Fostar. Meanwhile, Lu Ruan lay in the medical pod, drowsily asleep, entirely unaware that a storm was quietly brewing. Chapter 30. Who shall be the next target? 12 hours later. In the medical pod of room 301, Lu Ruan gradually regained consciousness, her eyelashes fluttering before she opened her eyes. Miss, do you feel any discomfort? The attending physician inquired promptly, having vigilantly attended to her throughout, never having witnessed an interstellar woman so severely injured, with all 6 ribs fractured. Fortunately, her lung cavity remained intact, otherwise, she likely would not have survived to reach the hospital. Not really, just a bit tired, Lu Ruan replied as she sat up, the pain in her ribs having dissipated. Indeed, the advanced medical technology of the stars had enabled her swift recovery. You are recovering far better than anticipated, however, after discharge. You must refrain from vigorous activities for 3 days, requiring careful recuperation before engaging in activities such as intimate relations or stimulating entertainment, the attending physician remarked with a smile, gently lifting the cover of the medical pod while offering careful advice. Thank you, Doctor, Lu Ruan said as she rose to leave room 301. Heading towards room 305 to see Luoyao. As she passed by the doorway of room 303, the doctor who had been operating on Kedong emerged, muttering to himself, once my sons grow up, they must never become adventurers. Anyone who disobeys will have their legs broken. It's far better than dying in perilous lands. Lu Ruan couldn't help but glance at the door of room 303. Was there a gravely injured adventurer inside who had succumbed without treatment? Speaking of adventurers, she wondered if Kedong had completed his mission or not. After Kedong accepted her friend request, she had messaged him, but he had taken a week to respond. And even then, he had only replied with a punctuation mark. She found it particularly puzzling why such a fine man as Kedong would exhibit such a drastic change in attitude. When he rescued her from the desolate star, he treated her with utmost kindness, lavishly spending to provide her with supplies, encouraging her to reach out to him whenever needed, and promising to return to her once he completed his mission. At that time, she could keenly sense that Kedong harbored feelings for her, a sentiment of romantic affection. However, now, bound by the mainframe's enforced connection, she has become his wife, yet Kedong seems to disregard her entirely. The most egregious part is that every time she attempts to initiate a video call, it remains unanswered, instilling in her a sense of helplessness. The thoughts of a man's heart are as elusive as needles in the ocean, and Captain K's feelings are more inscrutable than those of any young lady on Earth. Lu Ruan sighed for the umpteenth time at the thought of Kedong. She then departed from the entrance of room 303 and made her way to room 305 to visit Luoyao. Upon entering room 305, she found a doctor soundly asleep in a massage chair, while the boy, submerged in a milky solution in the bathing pool, rested with his head propped on the edge, his sharp eyes closed and lips slightly parted, breathing steadily. Beside the pool, her light brain and his spatial button lay on a shelf. Lu Ruan tiptoed to the side of the bathing pool, picked up the light brain, and retrieved a chair from her spatial storage, settling down to wait for Luoyao to awaken. Each time she opened her light brain, her first action was to check the chat box. She first looked for a response from Captain Ko, and then checked to see if her other husbands had messaged her. However, in the past month, the only individuals who had contacted her were Davidson and Chin Fong. Samuel and the He brothers had not sent her a single punctuation mark since befriending her, maintaining an infuriatingly aloof demeanor. Lu Ruan opened the chat box with Kedong. Captain Ko, when will you finish your mission and come visit me on Alpha Star? Date: 1 week ago, Captain Ko. Date: 1 week ago. He replied with a single punctuation mark and then fell silent. Remembering the words she had heard at the entrance of room 303, she felt a twinge of concern for Kedong's safety. She reached out her hands to the projection panel, typing a message, Captain Ko, are you still exploring the desolate star? Please reply upon receipt. She sent it off, unaware of when he might respond, and subsequently shut her light brain, contemplating her next steps. Out of her 9 husbands, she had already exhausted 2 options. Who should she target next? She had no desire to pursue the 4 aloof ones, who showed her no interest. Thus, She was left with the Interstellar second Prince Dichinji, the Grand Marshal Qin Feng, and the notoriously slow-to-respond Captain Ku, who was also unreachable by video call. A choice among three. In the past month, Dichinji had merely sent items to her villa while remaining occupied with state affairs on D-Star. Grand Marshal Qin Feng, however, showed a keen interest in her, frequently calling out little Lu Ruan and suggesting she come to the base to stay with him. Tempting her with exotic beasts he had captured from the front lines, claiming he wanted to fatten her up. She had considered the Grand Marshal, but he was far away on the F-1008 satellite, and his current wishes seemed to revolve around her, wishes she was unable to fulfill at the moment. Captain Ke. Oh, Captain Ke, will you not reply to me until next month? Lu Ruan found herself in a state of helplessness and inner turmoil as time passed slowly. In the adjacent room, Kedong gradually awakened from his stupor. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to survey his surroundings. His last memory was of the mecha being wrecked by an alien beast, and he had exerted every effort to protect his team, finally managing to get everyone aboard the warship for their return journey. Seeing his team members safe and sound in the medical cabin brought him immense relief. As he attempted to move his body, he discovered he was largely unharmed. He picked up his light brain, instinctively opening it, and was met with Lu Ruan's message. Captain Ke, are you still exploring the desolate star? Please reply upon receipt. Please reply? A wave of frustration surged within him. This woman, Lu Ruan, who had been forcibly bound to him, he had taken the time to learn about a month ago. Even though related posts had been swiftly deleted, the fact that billions of men across the star network were searching for her was impossible to conceal. His team members would gather every time they paused to discuss Lu Ruan. As captain, how could he be unaware? Fearing she might report him missing, he accepted her friend request. However, after that, she inundated him with a barrage of messages asking what he was doing. Each time he read them, he had no desire to respond, but fearing a report, he replied with a single punctuation mark after a week, hoping to convey to her that he was not the type to engage and that she should quickly seek out another man, preferably never to contact him again. What was happening now? Was it not enough that she had billions of men vying for her attention? Why did she have to fixate on him? How exhausting. If he had not encountered a pure woman, he would have resigned himself to becoming merely one among the billions of men vying for Lu Ruan. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the shadow of her presence lingered in his heart. He did not desire a wife with a compatibility score of 100. The woman he wished to protect was the one who was beautiful and gentle, frail and pitiable, who would timidly crawl into his arms while learning to use the light brain, calling him Captain Ku in a soft voice, a true pure woman. As Kedong's expression gradually fell into reminiscence, a hint of tenderness emerged in his ink-black eyes. He had given that pure woman his contact information, yet she had not added him as a friend. He wondered how she was faring now and how her health was. Chapter 31. Her private aircraft. The medicinal bathing time had reached 24 hours. Patients are required to exit the bath and proceed to the cleansing area. Lu Ruan, nearly dozing off beside the bathing pool, was awakened by the voice of the assistant robot, which also stirred the doctor from his slumber in the massage chair. Yao, wake up. She gently tapped the silver-haired boy, who resembled a character from a comic, in the pool, but he showed no sign of response, his breathing remaining unchanged. Lu Ruan. At that moment, the doctor approached and explained, Miss, the liquid in the pool is a special medicine for growth and repair, with strong stimulating effects. To minimize Mr. Luo's discomfort, I administered an anesthetic before treatment. Now that the course is complete, he needs to detoxify before awakening. So that was it. She had wondered why Luo Yao was sleeping so soundly. Lu Ruan tucked away Luo Yao's spatial button and stepped aside to allow the doctor space. The doctor leaned down and inserted a needle into Luo Yao's arm. 2 minutes later, Luo Yao gradually stirred awake, though his gaze appeared somewhat dazed. Only upon seeing Lu Ruan did his confused mind begin to clear. Sister, he called out softly. Lu Ruan responded with a gentle Luo Yao's eyes fell on Lu Ruan's chest, and he apologetically murmured, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Just get up and clean yourself so I can see what your newly sprouted wings look like, Lu Ruan said tenderly. Although it was somewhat excessive for her to have suffered broken ribs due to her younger brother's actions in that critical moment, there had been merely a fraction of a second to react. Luo Yao had not acted intentionally, and she would not dwell on the matter. Besides, he had unhesitatingly jumped down from the treehouse with her, contributing 24 units of willpower. In her heart, She had already accepted this young master. Sister, you are truly wonderful. Luo Yao's once rebellious brows and eyes transformed into a gentle demeanor. His wife had sustained such serious injuries because of him yet did not blame him. She was undoubtedly the most magnanimous woman in the galaxy. He silently vowed to earn countless star coins for her to spend, taking her to explore every corner of the universe and witness the most beautiful sights. Then from now on, you must listen to my every command, Lu Ruan instructed. Luo Yao slowly stood up from the pool. The wings at his shoulder blades revealed themselves halfway, droplets of water cascading down the feathers like a waterborne elfin prince. His skin appeared exceptionally smooth under the light, with muscle contours subtly visible, exuding a sense of masculine beauty and strength. Lu Ruan found herself captivated. The younger brother, now adorned with a pair of wings, has shed much of his youthful exuberance, and the allure of a mature man begins to manifest with increasing intensity. It appears that within the ranks of suitable men, yet another extraordinary talent has emerged. Luo Yao followed the doctor to the cleansing area to wash off the medicinal liquids and dry his wings. Upon re-emerging, he walked to a relatively spacious spot indoors, halted, turned his back to Lu Ruan, and slightly leaned forward, showcasing his broad, black wings. Sister, take a look. Lu Ruan focused her gaze, instantly captivated by the magnificent black wings adorning Luo Yao's back. Unable to divert her attention for quite some time, her heart was profoundly shaken. Prior to her fainting, she had not observed the appearance of his black feathers, but now that she beheld them clearly, she could only describe them as breathtaking. Luo Yao's single wing measured 3 meters, and when both wings unfurled, they spanned over 6 meters wide, far more flamboyant than the wings of the ostentatious man. With a gentle flutter, they resembled a surging wave of black, imposing in presence. Each feather on his wings shimmered with a mysterious glow, romantic and enigmatic, soft to the touch as if woven from the satin of night, inviting one to reach out and caress them. Sensing the intense gaze upon him, Luo Yao smirked. How do you find them? Lu Ruan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she stepped closer to lightly touch them, the silky texture eliciting her genuine exclamation, truly beautiful. Sister, the Zhou mansion is only a 5-minute journey from the hospital. Let us first acquire the flight permit there, and in the future, wherever you wish to go, I shall take you flying. Luo Yao turned to face Lu Ruan, his demeanor restored to the wild, carefree nature of his youth. In truth, he had always been a proud individual. Lu Ruan playfully inquired, how far can you fly? Based on my current stamina, I can temporarily fly 5,000 miles. With systematic training in the future, I could soar millions or even tens of millions of kilometers, and like our ancestors, travel from one planet to another without issue. Flight is merely a fundamental skill of the feathered clan. Utilizing wings in combat is the ultimate technique. With diligent practice, I can face off against exotic beasts without the need for mecha battleships. Lu Ruan found it hard to believe. Is that true? It sounds a bit exaggerated. Luo Yao grinned with reckless confidence. Sister, you will find out the truth in due time. If our ancestors could achieve it, I trust one shall not fall short. I believe in you. Lu Ruan smiled, her heart brimming with anticipation. This brother would become her personal aircraft, allowing her to fly wherever she wished. At whatever hour she desired, her visit to Jupiter would truly be a windfall. Would the leaders and elders of the feathered clan regret their rigorous training of Luo Yao over the past 3 years if they knew he had grown black feathers? However, that was of little consequence now. She had already claimed the clan's most precious treasure for herself. What are we waiting for? Let us leave the hospital now to obtain the flight permit at the Zhou mansion and let you experience it. He wrapped his arm around Lu Ruan's waist and gently kissed the strands of her hair at the crown of her head. Lu Ruan embraced her personal aircraft with affection, playfully feeling his abdominal muscles. Luo Yao let out a soft hum, his heart feeling as if it were enveloped in honey. The doctor, observing the harmonious interaction between the two, couldn't help but shed tears of envy and jealousy. Had he received the contact information from the matching message a month prior, he would not have to witness such displays of affection. My dear Lu Ruan, could you possibly match me with someone again next year? I could reclaim her from among the hundreds of billions of men. As the doctor lamented, Lu Ruan and Luo Yao exited the hospital and boarded a transport robot heading to the nearby Zhou mansion. Unbeknownst to them, as they departed, Kudong and his team had just completed their treatment and were also en route to the Zhou mansion. A few deputy team members and team members crowded into the public shuttle. The deputy spoke. Captain, after we settle the task at the Zhou mansion, we will return to the clan for replacements. What about you? Will you continue recruiting new members for exploration, or will you pursue another endeavor? Kedong remained silent, taking a sip of water from his cup. His gaze was fixed on the scene outside the window. Just beneath the shuttle's trajectory, a familiar figure sat within a transport robot. Could it truly be her? Was it merely an illusion? The transport robot beneath them and the shuttle moved in the same direction. In the next moment, it ascended along the curved track, aligning almost perfectly with the shuttle's path. In that instant, Kedong caught a clear glimpse of the woman's gentle dimples and the silver-haired youth who held her close, kissing her waist. With a loud crash, his cup slipped from his hand, shattering into several pieces upon impact with the floor. Chapter 32. Homeless Captain, what is wrong? The cleaning robot swiftly cleared the glass shards from the floor, yet Kedong's silence left the team members bewildered. Kedong replied coolly, "It's nothing." The deputy, pondering, noted that ever since the captain matched with his wife, he had been daydreaming during rest periods, often absent-minded and unresponsive to their conversations. He could sense that the captain was in a foul mood, yet he could not discern the reason. Moments later, the shuttle arrived at the entrance of the Zhou mansion. Kedong stepped out, pausing for a few seconds to gaze at the grand structure before entering with his team, moving like a specter. The Zhou mansion serves as an official institution in the Interstellar realm. Each of the 9 main stars boasts a Zhou mansion dedicated to serving interstellar citizens, with the highest authority being the Interstellar Empress. Within this comprehensive building, citizens can not only process documents and report incidents, but also undertake bounty tasks issued by the royal family or various families across the 9 main stars. Due to the lucrative rewards, many adventurers have emerged in the interstellar realm, although those who have gained prominence typically hail from the adventurer families of Gamma Star. Upon entering the mansion, Kedong and his team headed straight for the bounty task area. At the front of the bounty task area sat an agent, behind whom was a large projection panel displaying a list of abbreviated bounty tasks along with their rewards. "Gentlemen, are you here to accept or settle tasks?" The agent inquired with a professional smile, briefly lingering his gaze on Kedong. Kedong handed over a task token for settlement. The task token is a special storage device provided by agents after adventurers accept tasks. The agent affixed the token to the belly of a robotic assistant, and moments later, a crisp mechanical voice echoed, "Verification complete. 2 exotic ivory tusks, task number R0099 completed, reward of 5 million star coins, 10 kilograms of clam grass. Task number R00537 completed, reward of 97 million star coins, task number R00078 completed, reward of 50 million star coins." After the robot finished announcing the rewards, Kedong's light brain illuminated, and his account balance surged dramatically. After verifying the amounts were correct, he promptly transferred the appropriate shares to his team members. This time, the net income exceeded 3 million, quite substantial. The team members, upon receiving the transfers, wore radiant smiles. Given the number of tasks accepted, they could submit half to their clan and still retain a significant portion for themselves. "Captain, having settled the tasks, we ought to return to the clan. Farewell, take care. And best wishes to you and your wife on your new union." After the deputy spoke, he led the team out. Kedong stood alone, watching the team members depart through the Zhou mansion's entrance, his expression vacant. He was now homeless, destined to be all alone from this point forward. At that moment, the agent at the front desk noticed Kedong standing still and assumed he wished to accept a task, so she called out, "Mr. Ko. A task has been issued by the esteemed interstellar mechanic Samuel to locate rare minerals, with a reward of 100 million. As an experienced adventurer, would you like to take a look?" Kedong was quite well known in the adventurer circles, and the agent recognized him. Every time these agents see the familiar face of Kedong arriving to accept a task, they feel an immense joy. After all, Kedong boasts an impressive task completion rate of 99, placing him 7th on the explorer's ladder rankings. Whatever tasks he undertakes, regardless of their scale, he has nearly never failed. Each time an explorer returns to settle their completed tasks, agents reap commissions, and the larger the task's bounty, the greater their share. They particularly relish the presence of individuals like Kedong, for with merely a few words, they can secure substantial gains. Kedong turned and approached the front desk. "Please show me the task details." Certainly, Mr. K, the agent responded, swiftly typing commands on the keyboard. The projection behind him immediately switched pages, revealing the specifics of Samuel's personal assignment. Could Dong read each word displayed on the panel? Task bounty, 100 million. Samuel has hired a team of explorers to search for rare minerals, and he wants to accompany them personally. If they find the rare mineral, the bounty can multiply tenfold. If they do not find it, as long as Samuel remains unharmed during the expedition, the team can still claim 100 million. Kadong continued reading. The penalty for failing the task is 5 of the bounty. The penalty for task failure is half of what it usually is, enticing explorers to accept the assignment. If they fail, they only need to compensate Samuel with 5 million. However, if they succeed, the expedition team will immediately receive Samuel's bounty of 1 billion. After finishing the details, Kadong's eyes sparkled. Completing this task would allow him to customize a 2S class exclusive mech. Mr. K, such opportunities are rare. The bounty is 10 times that of your previous task. I implore you to accept it promptly, otherwise another team may take it, the agent urged, noticing Kadong's interest. I will consider it, Kadong replied before turning to leave the Zhoufu building and stopping in front of the transport truck. He raised his wrist to activate his holographic device and checked his assets. Account balance, 13.09 million star coins. Other properties, none. A team of explorers requires at least 7 members, including a commander, team leader, a mechanic, a medic, and mech warriors. A mechanic is indispensable. The medical pod can barely substitute for a medic, and the more mech warriors there are, the better. With a balance of 10 million, he could recruit a team of explorers. Yet, all the equipment he had previously used belonged to his family, and now that he had severed ties with them, all that equipment had been reclaimed. Furthermore, high-grade medical pods, S-class mechs, and warships cannot be rented. Even if he managed to recruit newcomers, he had no gear for exploration. After leaving his family, he found himself destitute and without direction. How wonderful it would be to have a team and a set of S-class gear. This way, he could accept the bounty tasks released by Samuel, accumulate wealth to purchase top-tier equipment, and explore any star he desired, leaving behind that mandatory wife. Alas, his account balance barely sufficed to purchase an A-class mech or recruit personnel, and nothing else was feasible. He wondered to whom Samuel's bounty task would ultimately belong. It certainly seemed a boon for other exploration teams. Kadong gazed up at the gray sky, where shuttles darted through the air like fleeting shadows, and transit robots scurried to every corner of the city, each person having their destination. As for him, where should he go? Kadong stood at the transport track for quite some time before finally making his way to the Xingdu Square, boarding the starship bound for Heir. Chapter 33. A man unwanted by women is a loser. I never expected you to not only fly steadily, but also at a decent speed. At the Xingdu Square on Jupiter, Lu Ruan stood in front of a starship, her legs still slightly trembling. After handling the flight permit at Zhoufu, Lua Yao had taken her to experience the sensation of soaring through the skies, covering the distance from Zhoufu to here in roughly the same time as a shuttle. If you weren't afraid, I could go even faster, Lua Yao remarked, elegantly retracting his black wings and lifting the weak-legged Lu Ruan aboard the last starship heading for Heir. Lu Ruan pinched Lua Yao's handsome face. No matter the circumstances, safety first, remember? All right, I'll listen to you, sister, Lua Yao replied as they walked. The starship's cabin was filled with a throng of men, numbering around 100. As soon as Lu Ruan stepped on board, she attracted numerous infatuated gazes from the men. Lua Yao quickly positioned himself to shield her from their prying eyes. These men were all single, each looking at his wife with such longing, as if they hadn't seen a woman in decades. It was truly irritating. They should not even think of competing for her affection. Keep your eyes to yourselves. My wife is timid and does not like being stared at, Lua Yao glared coldly. TCH, what a miserly man. The other men in the cabin murmured their dissatisfaction upon hearing Lua Yao's words, then lowered their heads to focus on their own affairs. Only one strikingly handsome man with thick brows and a short beard remained silent, keeping his eyes closed and resting against his seat. Lu Ruan's head nestled against the young man's chest, oblivious to the man resting with his eyes shut. She reminisced about her previous visit to Jupiter, where the men of the starry realm tended to respect women. The last time, those men had looked at her with the same infatuation, but without any lewdness. Upon seeing her alone, they had flocked to her, eager to please, but when she decisively rejected their advances, they respectfully returned to their seats, stealing glances at her. The rare woman, from time to time. The glances she received as an actress on Earth varied from admiration to lewdness. The scrutiny from interstellar men was hardly worth mentioning. She found herself adapting quite well to this atmosphere. There were 2 empty seats in front of the handsome man, and Lu Yao carried Lu Ruan to one of the vacant spots. As soon as Lu Ruan settled down, she instinctively leaned her head against the young man's shoulder. Ah Yao, the journey from Jupiter to heir star takes only 10 hours. We will soon be home. Lu Ruan's voice was gentle yet tinged with sweetness, pleasing to the ear. The men around her yearned for her to speak more, while the handsome man behind them suddenly opened his dark eyes. I look forward to it. Lu Yao replied, feeling the weight on his shoulder and extending his arm to draw her closer, ensuring she was more comfortable. Lu Ruan continued, currently. Only Asen is at home, the others are busy outside. Asen is older than you, so you can call him Singa. Lu Yao reluctantly responded with an O. Lu Ruan slightly emphasized her tone, you two must be courteous to each other, we are all family. And you must not quarrel or fight over trivial matters. Lu Yao, with his inherently rebellious nature, had become even more unruly after sprouting wings. Given Davidson's gentle demeanor, if they were to have a disagreement, her husband would surely suffer at Lu Yao's hands. Unless he provokes me, I have no interest in arguing with him. Lu Yao replied lazily. The fact that his wife left Davidson at home and came alone to find him, without seeking other suitors, indicated that among all her suitors, she favored the young and handsome him. He had no need to compete with her older partners for her affection. Lu Ruan, then I shall rest easy. Lu Yao carried Lu Ruan from Zhoufu to Xingdu Square, his body weary. Before long, he held her close and fell into a deep slumber. Kedong sat in the back row, gazing at the 2 round heads closely adjacent in front of him, one silver-haired and the other black-haired. The black-haired woman before him bore a striking resemblance in both form and voice to the pure-blood woman he had saved. Her mention of Asen further confirmed her identity. It truly was her. Before boarding the starship, he convinced himself that the scene he had witnessed 3 hours prior was merely an illusion. How could a purebred woman, with her delicate physique, possibly venture to Jupiter? Perhaps the individual he saw merely bore a resemblance to her. He planned a journey to Alpha Star, fulfill the promise he had made to her, and then return to see her. However, it now appeared that she no longer needed him. She had recovered remarkably well, found a youthful husband, and was associated with the illustrious director Davidson. Surrounded by a multitude of men, how could she possibly remember to contact him? A pang of bitterness surged within Kedong as he observed Lu Ruan leaning against Lu Yao's shoulder. He had often fantasized about this purebred woman resting softly in his embrace, sweetly calling him husband, clinging to him, relying on him, and seeking his help with a pitiful Captain Ko, please help me. Yet now, she had others by her side, and she no longer required him. A man who is not needed by a woman is deemed a loser. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions within him, and slowly rose to his feet, intending to disembark from the starship and wander aimlessly wherever fate may lead him. For he would never set foot on Alpha Star in this lifetime. Just as Kedong was about to take a step, the starship propelled itself into the sky, causing the cabin to lurch violently, compelling him to return to his seat. Lu Ruan was unaware that the man seated behind her was her longed-for Captain Ko. Once the starship entered a stable trajectory and the turbulence subsided, she instinctively activated her holographic device to check the chat box. Captain Ko, are you still exploring the Barren star? Please respond. There were no subsequent messages. Damn it, when would Captain Ko deign to reply? She resorted to initiating a video call. Even if he were engaged in combat with alien beasts, he could connect without speaking. If he failed to respond, it must mean he was in some form of peril. Kedong's holographic device illuminated, and a video call request appeared. He squinted, hastily setting the notification to silent, but in his haste, he inadvertently disconnected the call. This disconnection spiraled out of control. Lu Ruan glanced at the holographic device on her wrist, her brows knitting together. What was going on? Captain Ko had disconnected? Undeterred, she called again. Kedong, sitting in the back, saw another call request pop up and quickly declined it. After all, he had already rejected it once. What harm would there be in doing so again? Lu Ruan, fuming in the front, redialed. Kedong, feeling exasperated, disconnected once more. This cycle repeated numerous times until Lu Ruan, witnessing yet another disconnection, felt a spark of indignation ignite within her clear eyes, her cheeks flushed with anger. Kadong's patience was wearing thin. How could Lu Ruan be so bothersome? Star women were rare and precious. Without them, human civilization could not endure, and they deserved respect. Protecting and caring for women was a shared duty among men, and safeguarding one's bonded wife was a man's lifelong mission. Yet, this forcibly bonded Lu Ruan had not only rendered him homeless, severing his chances of pursuing a purebred woman, but she was also incessantly harassing him. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and a bitterness he could not voice. She wanted star coins at her leisure, desired his presence, and his body, something he would never willingly relinquish. Unable to endure any longer, Kadong sent a message: "If you want star coins, just take them. Stop calling me for video chats." Chapter 34. The most challenging dilemma of his life. Lu Ruan stared at the words in the chat box, momentarily stunned. The first man she encountered in this interstellar journey was Captain Ko, who had rescued her from the Barren star, granting her the beautiful life she now led. In her heart, Kadong was unlike the other 8 matches. She harbored a unique emotional attachment to him, a kind of infatuation. She remembered their first parting with great reluctance, wishing to accompany him, to cling to this exceptionally charming man, transforming him into her long-term provider. However, as Captain Ka had to embark on adventures, earning a living through perilous endeavors, she had obediently remained with Davidson at the hospital. Once a splendid man, Captain Ka now seemed so cold, sending such indifferent messages. Could it truly be him? Lu Ruan bit her lip, edited her message, and sent, "Captain Ko, I do not want your star coins. Do you remember what you gave me in the hospital and what you promised me before leaving? If you remember, press 1. If you do not, press 2. Should he remain silent or respond incorrectly, she would immediately report him. It was not uncommon for star women to report their matches. Once she reported, unless he ceased using his holographic device, the Federation officers could utilize the mainframe's location information to dispatch troops and bring him before her. Thus, she would ascertain whether the one using his device was indeed him. If it were him, and he had truly changed, no longer resembling the righteous and kind Captain Ku in her heart, she would swiftly cast him aside. After all, she had 8 lifelong providers and 500 billion alternative options. It was impossible for her to tolerate Captain Ku's cold demeanor indefinitely. Within 5 seconds of Lu Ruan sending her new message, Kadong's gaze fixated on the phrases in the hospital. "What did you give? And what did you promise before leaving?" causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Only he, the purebred woman, and Davidson knew of this matter. Even De Weir, who had gone out to fetch nutrients for the purebred woman, had not witnessed it. How could the woman on the other end of the holographic device know? Unless the mainframe had forcibly bound him to the entire network's wife, who was that purebred woman? A sudden realization dawned upon him. The person he had been forcibly bound to a month ago was indeed the one he had longed for, a singular and precious purebred. He was no longer solitary. He had a home and someone to care for, not just an isolated existence. Kadong slowly lifted his gaze toward Lu Ruan's full, rounded head. His heart raced, a buzz filling his mind, and his dark eyes sparkled like stars. His thin lips parted, yearning to call out to her. However, upon glancing at the chat box's content, he pressed his lips together, choosing to remain silent for the time being. Just as he had been resolute in refusing the call, he now felt a pang of guilt and a hint of unease. Lu Ruan silently counted down. 10, 9, 8. She awaited Captain Ku's response. If he did not reply within a minute, she would report him. Hearing Lu Ruan's murmurs, Kadong, without a moment to ponder, swiftly retracted his previous message. "If you want star coins, just take them. Stop calling me for video chats," and promptly sent a 1. Fortunately, he had not exceeded 3 minutes and was able to retract it. "Kadong, the other party has retracted a message. Kadong, 1. Seeing that Kadong had retracted his message, Lu Ruan quickly responded with a 1 in return, proceeding to inquire about the details. "What did you give me? And what did you promise me?" Kadong answered every question, his fingers flying across the device as he accurately composed his replies. Once Lu Ruan confirmed that Kadong had not been abducted, her tongue pressed against her back molars, her eyes glinting with determination. "Captain Ka, why do you always disconnect my video calls?" Kadong's heart tightened at her words. His wife had previously suffered from amnesia and could not recall her name. He was unaware that she had later chosen the name Lu Ruan, which had led to a series of misunderstandings. She must be exceedingly furious. For the first time, Kadong felt a sense of urgency. How could he earn his wife's forgiveness? He faced the most challenging dilemma of his life. It was all his fault for harboring selfish desires, unwilling to engage with other rare women. But now that matters had escalated, it was his responsibility for upsetting her. He had no choice but to seek assistance on Xinguang, posting in the help section, "Help, I have a friend who has ignored his wife for an entire month. Has actively rejected video calls 100 times and has said some rather outrageous things. What should he do to appease her and earn her forgiveness?" He then set a reward for the post, offering 2 Xing coins to anyone who could provide an answer. As users on Xinguang stumbled upon the reward post, they were momentarily taken aback by the content of Kadong's plea. "Brother, your friend must be quite stubborn. What outrageous things did he say? I'm curious." Noticing the inquiry, Kadong decided to be forthright and confessed. "After continuously refusing video calls, my friend also told his wife to transfer her Xing coins away, forbidding her from calling him." With a staggering population of 1 trillion citizens utilizing Xinguang, a multitude of users were online. Soon, a flurry of comments erupted beneath Kadong's post, and his account balance plummeted from 13.09 million Xing coins to 12.99 million. Once he perceived that users had provided ample responses, he removed the reward and commenced a rapid perusal of the forgiveness guide. However, amidst the flood of comments, he found, "Brother, your friend is doomed. Good luck to him. Haha, let me see who is foolish enough to provoke a woman. OP, share a picture of your friend so we can see what this interstellar oddity looks like. And first apologize, second accept punishment, third present a gift, fourth kneel, fifth declare your love until she forgives you." Out of 50,000 comments, 30,000 expressed sympathy, while 100 reveled in schadenfreude, and 1 offered some advice. Kadong murmured to himself the steps to seek forgiveness. Yet he felt a sense of unreliability in the suggestions. As he racked his brain to think of how to placate Lu Ruan, time slipped away. Lu Ruan sat like a statue, waiting for Kadong's message. An hour passed without any response, making her feel as if her message had vanished into the abyss. She swiftly edited her last message and sent it. "Why is it so difficult to answer why you keep hanging up on my video calls? If you don't want to talk, then don't say anything at all." She then closed her light brain, donned high-tech earplugs, isolating herself from the external noise. Akin to an irate pufferfish, angrily closing her eyes to sleep, her chest rising and falling, her cheeks puffed up like a squirrel. Amen. She now wished to cast Kadong aside. Upon seeing Lu Ruan's message, Kadong sensed her displeasure and felt a pang of panic, realizing he had thoroughly angered his wife. Ignoring the unreliable forgiveness guides, he rose from his seat, maneuvering through the narrow aisle to kneel beside Lu Ruan. He cautiously touched her shoulder, and when she offered no reaction, he gently poked her puffed cheeks. The soft sensation traveled from his fingertips to his heart, electrifying him with a tingling warmth. Unable to resist, he poked her again, and once more. His wife truly felt soft. Lu Ruan, already vexed, had just closed her eyes to sleep when she felt a man's persistent harassment, his fingers intruding upon her face, prompting her to swiftly deliver a slap without hesitation. It was not illegal for a woman to strike a man, especially when he was the instigator. The resounding slap left a bright red mark on his chiseled face. "Wife, I was wrong." A deep, magnetic voice reached her ears. Turning her head, she was greeted by an unexpectedly familiar face. Chapter 35. Only now realizing your wife is upset? Lu Ruan fixed her gaze. Kadong, clad in a sharp suit, had replaced his previous black and blue expedition attire. The suit hugged his tall, muscular frame perfectly, accentuating his physique, exuding the essence of a mature man. His hair was meticulously combed, his dark brows hinting at a touch of resolute sharpness, while his thin lips held an alluring yet cool demeanor. The commanding aura that should have emanated from him softened due to the gentle light in his eyes and the visible slap mark on his face. He now knelt beside her chair, gazing at her. Lu Ruan scoffed, turning her head and pressing her high-tech earplugs more tightly. Kadong had continuously rejected her video calls without offering an explanation, and for an entire month, he had been indifferent toward her. She was still angry. After being exposed to the charms of Davidson and Luoyao, Kadong's handsome demeanor had lost its effect on her. A mere "I was wrong" followed by a softened gaze would not extinguish her fury and grievance. Absolutely not. Wife, let me explain. Kadong removed Lu Ruan's earplugs, ensuring she could hear him. Lu Ruan swatted his hand away. I won't listen. Don't call me wife. Having encountered all sorts of people and bizarre situations during her acting career, she had remained unfazed, as she simply did not care. However, here, Captain Ku was someone she truly cared for. His indifference and aloofness would deeply upset her and even bring a hint of sadness. Seeing Lu Ruan's staunch resistance, Kudong recalled the steps from the forgiveness guide: apologize, accept punishment, present gifts, kneel, and declare his love. Transitioning from a crouch to a single knee, he grasped Lu Ruan's hand, urging her to look at him as he explained, Wife, can I call you Ruan? I previously thought the woman bound to me by the mainframe was someone else, which is why I consistently avoided communication. I was wrong. If you want to hit me a few more times to relieve your anger, please don't ignore me. He continued, I saved some Xing coins after completing my mission. So when we get home, you can buy whatever you want. It's all for you. I love you. Lu Ruan gazed down at Kudong, who knelt before her, holding her hand as if he were proposing. Yet upon hearing his explanation, her anger subsided slightly. She was perplexed. Why did you think your bound wife was someone else and not me? Because Kudong recalled the moment he was forcibly bound. The team members had been ecstatic upon receiving the matching text, unable to sleep all night, and the posts asking for Lu Ruan's contact information flooded Xinguang. In his mind, a pure woman was one of a kind. The bound individual had to be the most exceptional man in the entire universe. How could he possibly be matched with so many mismatched partners, even his own teammates? From the beginning, he could not associate the rare treasure that was her with Lu Ruan. Now it seemed that his rare treasure was simply too formidable. She was merely accommodating him. Because I'm foolish, Kudong remarked, maintaining his composure while uttering self-deprecating words, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Ruan. After a moment of silence, Lu Ruan's anger dissipated. All right. You can get up now and return to your seat. Have you forgiven me? Kudong's lips curled into a smile, his underlying fear dissipating slightly. He had genuinely feared she would never forgive him. Lu Ruan brushed Kudong's hand aside, turning her head away, her expression neutral and unreadable, leaving one guessing her thoughts. Although she had internally accepted his apology and explanation, she could not immediately forgive him, lest he come to believe that the price of angering her was merely an easy apology and explanation, leading him to think her temperament was soft and easy to manipulate. She needed to let him stew for a while until he fully recognized his mistake and made tangible reparations before she could smile at him. Otherwise, her month of sighs and frustrations, culminating in her present state of indignation, would have been in vain. Wife, Kudong's eyes reflected a hint of grievance, akin to a neglected puppy. Lu Ruan, I can't hear you. Wife, Ruan, please respond to me. Lu Ruan, I can't hear you. As she contemplated that Kudong would return to his original position for reflection, pondering how to compensate her, a pair of distinctly knuckled hands slipped around her waist and the bend of her legs. Suddenly, her body was lifted into the air, and the unique scent of Kudong enveloped her. In the next heartbeat, she found herself seated upon his long thigh. Kudong had actually carried her to the back row, placing her on his lap. Captain Ke, what are you doing? Lu Ruan squirmed, attempting to descend from his lap to return to her place beside Lu Yao. However, Kudong's warm hands firmly encircled her waist, playfully refusing to let her go. Wife, you may punish me however you wish, just don't ignore me. A flash of jealousy and a tinge of sorrow filled his heart as he recalled the moment when Lu Ruan had passionately kissed the silver-haired youth within a mobility robot. Previously, when he had saved her, she had expressed her affection, stating she wanted to be with him. Now, with another match, did she intend to abandon him? After a brief pause without a response from the treasure on his lap, his heart sank. With a swift motion, he captured her hand and slapped it against his own face. With an unflinching demeanor, he continued to strike himself multiple times. Lu Ruan quickly withdrew her hand from his grasp. I'm not ignoring you, just let me down first. Let's discuss this at home. What are you doing? Have you forgotten Article 10 of the Rare Woman Protection Law? Just then, the men awake in the cabin heard the commotion and turned their attention to the scene. Upon witnessing Kudong's forceful hold on Lu Ruan, they began to approach from various angles to rescue her. I'm fine, don't worry about him, thank you. Lu Ruan waved her hand at the group. Once the other men retreated, Kudong secured Lu Ruan within his embrace, extending his fingers to open his holographic screen, transferring all the star coins he had earned over the past 2 years to Lu Ruan. Payment of 12,990. 000 star coins. Your account balance is 0. Wife. I am uncertain what gift would please you, so I can only give you my accumulated star coins. I promise to respond to your messages instantly and will never refuse your video calls. Just forgive me this once, will you? Upon hearing the notification from the holographic screen and witnessing Kedong's humble demeanor, along with the red palm print on his handsome face, Lu Ruan's resolve began to waver. Some things, when overdone, can be counterproductive. She realized she could not maintain her aloofness. Gently touching his brow with her fingertips, she said, I am no longer angry. But you must keep your word. Kedong softly acquiesced, all right. Meanwhile, in the front row, Lu Yao, who had been dozing off, instinctively reached out to embrace, only to find nothing but air. He jolted awake and, upon opening his eyes, was dismayed to find Lu Ruan seated on the lap of the man in the back row, her delicate hand caressing his throat. Do not seduce my wife. Kedong shot a mocking glance at Lu Yao. Oh, so you only realize your wife is missing now? Let her go. Lu Yao growled, akin to a wild beast in fury, as he approached Kedong with determination. Kedong regarded the youth with disdain, teasingly tightening his hold around Lu Ruan's slender waist and planting a heavy kiss upon her cheek, his tone languid and contemptuous, completely disregarding Lu Yao. This reckless boy could not be trusted. He could not allow Lu Ruan to accompany him again. While most interstellar men are law-abiding citizens, there exists a small faction devoid of moral compass, treating women as mere objects for gratification or breeding. If this were the lawless planet of Heimingxing, Lu Ruan would likely be abducted multiple times while he remained fast asleep. Unlike them, he would keep Lu Ruan securely within his arms, refusing to let anyone take her away. Witnessing Kedong's provocation and his kiss upon his wife, Lu Yao felt as though someone had licked his piece of cake. Do not push your luck. Enraged, he lunged at Kedong once more. I can be much worse. Kedong narrowed his eyes, preparing to retaliate. Stop it. Lu Ruan emerged from Kedong's embrace, arms outstretched to prevent further confrontation between the two men. Reluctantly, Lu Yao ceased his advance, but his gaze pierced Kedong with icy daggers. Kedong met his gaze with equal intensity. As the two men exchanged glances, a flurry of sparks ignited between them, creating a tension that felt almost electric. Lu Ruan, caught between them, felt as if she were in a storm, fearing she might be struck by lightning at any moment. With a nervous swallow, she forced a smile and introduced the two. Yao, this is Kedong, Captain Ke, an adventurer and one of my matches. Slightly older than you can call him Dong Ge from now on. Captain Ke, this is Lu Yao of the Yu tribe, also one of my matches. We are all family, so let us maintain harmony. She wished to avoid the battlefield of two mesmerizing men vying for her affection. All she desired were her star coins, to earn them diligently without the burden of past struggles. In this interstellar realm dominated by men, she sought a life of ease, to be pampered by a collection of handsome suitors, relishing in her newfound freedom. So you're Kedong, Lu Yao observed, scrutinizing the man in the back row. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Kedong as a member of the adventurer clan, having been too preoccupied with his own affairs to notice earlier. Kedong, Lu Yao. Do not obstruct the view. Sister, I won't sleep anymore. Come back to the front row with me. You can touch wherever you wish. This old man is not as pleasant to touch as I am. Lu Yao disregarded Kedong's comment, leaning closer to Lu Ruan's ear, whispering enticingly as he took her hand and placed it upon his defined abdomen. With a cough, the firm yet supple sensation transmitted through her palm caused Lu Ruan to blush and retract her hand as if jolted. In a different era, she might have faced severe consequences for such behavior. In today's world, it was merely commonplace among interstellar men. Glancing at the time, she noted half an hour remained before entering the cosmic storm zone. Captain Ke, I wish to return to the front row for safety. Wait half an hour. We will go then. Kedong was displeased, pulling Lu Ruan back into his embrace, addressing Lu Yao coldly. You are still young and cannot care for your wife. You almost lost her while sleeping. I will take care of her, so you should return to your seat. He had finally encountered the woman he cherished. He would not allow this unreliable boy to compete with him. Yao, you return to the front row. I will speak with Captain Ke for a moment. Lu Ruan assumed a commanding posture. Reluctantly, Lu Yao returned to his seat. She opened her holographic screen to transfer 100,000 star coins to Kedong. As he had just transferred all his assets to her, she could not accept it all. A sum of 100,000 was allocated as pocket money, while the remainder served as a penalty for his transgressions. As for whether she would later utilize the funds he painstakingly amassed, that matter would be addressed in due course. The notification of the arrival of 100,000 Xingbi brought an exhilarating joy to Kedong's heart. His wife was indeed generous, though he found that he did not require such an abundance at the moment. "Darling, 200 Xingbi would suffice," he remarked. Previously, he had saved Xingbi for his own retirement, and in the future, he would save to provide for his sweet and gentle wife. The mere thought of having a beautiful wife to support in the days to come filled him with renewed motivation, igniting a desire to team up for quests and assemble a new crew. Lu Ruan shook her head. A man must not appear too shabby in public. Kedong's lips curled into a smile. "You're wonderful, my dear, but why do you call him a Yao yet refer to me as Captain Ko? Should I then call you a Dong?" A flicker of regret passed through his dark eyes as he recalled the myriad posts flooding the Star Network a month prior. After a brief pause, he inquired, "How many matchmakers have you bound yourself to?" 9, all enforced by the mainframe. Lu Ruan chuckled, noting that this question had previously been posed by Luo Yao. Kedong nodded, relieved that the number was not excessive. Just as she began to rise from his lap, Kedong leaned in close to her ear, his voice a low, husky whisper. "Wife, do not heed Luo Yao's nonsensical remarks. What could a boy who has yet to fully mature possess that is worth touching? If you wish to touch someone, let it be me." His heated breath caressed her sensitive ear, sending shivers down her spine. Lu Ruan's ears tingled, her heart fluttering. She tilted her head slightly to avoid his lips. Yet his hand grasped hers, drawing her closer. 5 hours later, the starship arrived at Alpha Stars Plaza. Kedong carried Lu Ruan as they descended from the starship. Meanwhile, Luo Yao seized the moment to whisk Lu Ruan away as Kedong searched for a transport robot, lifting her effortlessly into the air. "Sister, I shall take you back." Luo Yao spread his broad black wings, flapping them vigorously, creating a whirlwind that scattered his shed feathers, which comically landed upon Kedong's face. By the time Lu Ruan regained her composure, she found herself soaring high above the ground, gazing down at the minuscule figures below. In a flurry, she activated her light brain to send Kedong the address. "A Dong, we shall depart ahead of you. I have sent you the address. Just you wait, Luo Yao." Kedong muttered, brushing the feathers from his hair and squinting up at the sky. Half an hour later, Lu Ruan and Luo Yao arrived at the villa's entrance. She activated the door with her light brain, spotting Davidson seated in the yard, seemingly having waited for quite some time. He donned a brown shirt, reminiscent of autumn leaves, warm and profound, with its hem neatly tucked into black trousers, accentuating his tall, elegant frame. The slightly open collar revealed a hint of skin, subtly suggesting an air of casual allure. Upon seeing her and Luo Yao approach, he adjusted his glasses, a gentle smile gracing his face as he rose to greet them. "Wan," he called softly, his voice brimming with the longing of the past month. Lu Ruan's heart stirred. She had not anticipated that her husband, the dean, would be waiting for her in the yard, and he seemed to have been there for quite a while. This feeling was indescribable, yet it enveloped her in warmth. She stepped forward and embraced Davidson, burying her face in his warm chest, inhaling the scent of his mixed pheromones that carried a hint of wood and medicinal fragrance. Murmuring affectionately, a Senator Davidson was her first man, and in her heart, he held a unique significance, akin to that of Kedong. The embrace took Davidson by surprise momentarily, but his smile deepened as he gently returned her embrace, his hand softly patting her back, his light brown eyes reflecting tender emotions. Luo Yao observed the two and let out a soft scoff. His wife appeared quite fond of her older companions, seemingly relying on them, which led him to question his previous assumptions. Was it not the youthful and dashing him that she favored? "Hey, have you two embraced enough? Sister, I wish to see what our home is like." After 10 minutes of watching the two remain in their intimate embrace, he felt inexplicably irritated. His wife had never engaged with him in such a manner. Lu Ruan finally released Davidson and began the introductions. "Asin, this is Luo Yao." "A Yao. You should be familiar with Asin, as I mentioned him aboard the starship, yes? A family should practice humility and foster harmony." "Mr. Sin," Luo Yao said, his expression devoid of emotion. Having grown the rare black feathers of the feathered race, he was no longer the worthless boy of the past, and he felt no shame in the presence of the illustrious dean. Davidson regarded Luo Yao with a few discerning glances, offering a subtle nod. Lu Ruan took one hand in each of theirs, leading them inside. "Come on, Yao, let me show you the environment at home." Just then, a deep male voice called from outside the gate. "Wife, wait." Open the door for me first. Lu Ruan turned to see Kadong, looking somewhat disheveled. Having just arrived at the villa gate, she paused, activating her light brain to command the gate to open. As Kadong entered, it closed automatically behind him. He approached Lu Ruan and pushed Luoyao aside with his arm. Kadong, are you looking for a fight? Luoyao retorted, clearly displeased with Kadong's actions. However, recalling Lu Ruan's earlier words, he swallowed the retort that had risen to his throat. As Kadong grasped Lu Ruan's hand and cast a provocative glance at Luoyao, the atmosphere between the two men grew tense. Lu Ruan found the situation amusing. She noticed Luoyao addressing Davidson as Go. Yet he had never referred to Kadong as Dong Go. Clearly, there was some underlying tension between the two. Let us go, she declared, ignoring the men's rivalry and stepping into the house first. Davidson cast a brief glance at Kadong before following Lu Ruan inside. Upon entering, a refreshing floral scent enveloped them, reminiscent of a clear spring. In the center of the living room, a bouquet of vibrant blossoms adorned the table, their petals interwoven in a stunning display. Lu Ruan settled onto the sofa, relishing its plush comfort as her body gradually relaxed, the weariness dissipating swiftly. Nothing compares to the comfort of home, she sighed contentedly. Davidson retrieved his medical instruments and sat before her, taking her hand gently. Ruan, allow me to examine your health. She willingly extended her arm as he conducted a series of checks, blood draws, scans, and various assessments. Your current health is satisfactory. With an additional injection of a high-dose toxin peptide and a regimen of exercise, you can reach a physical condition comparable to that of an ordinary star citizen, enabling you to engage in moderate activities outdoors. However, have you sustained any significant blows to your chest or ribs in recent days? Davidson inquired after concluding his examination. Yes, I sustained some injuries while on Jupiter, Lu Ruan replied. Casting a glance outside where the two men were engaged in a playful scuffle, the silver-haired youth flapping his wings above the browed handsome man, who was brandishing a laser weapon, attempting to bring down the airborne youth. As feathers fluttered down from their playful battle, she returned her gaze to Davidson. I was inadvertently struck by falling debris while in the territory of the feathered race. Senator, is there any concern regarding this injury? She could not reveal that it was Luoyao who had caused the incident, as that would lead to chaos at home and likely result in a brawl among the three men. Davidson intently advised, the injury is not severe. The fractured ribs have healed. Over the next few days, I will provide meticulous care. Avoid any intense physical activity, and it would be best to refrain from contact with those two outside. The two brutish men, who only knew how to brawl with their fists, were utterly incapable of caring for their wives. However, as she watched Davidson bustling about for her, a warm current surged within her heart. Suddenly, she found herself inexplicably leaning in to gently kiss Davidson's cheek. This unexpected gesture caused a slight flutter in Davidson's heart, and his deep hazel eyes brimmed with longing. Unable to contain himself, he wrapped his arms around Lu Ruan's soft waist and kissed her lips. The familiar kiss enveloped Lu Ruan, and for a moment, they forgot the world outside, leaving only each other in their universe. Davidson tugged at his shirt collar, breathing sensually, struggling to maintain control, yet somewhat losing himself in the moment. Lu Ruan followed suit, her senses in a daze. As she removed his glasses, she clung to her waning rationality and reluctantly pushed away his encroaching form. Asen, no. Davidson injected a suppressant into his arm, yet the restlessness within him would not subside. Softly biting her lip, he gasped, grasping Lu Ruan's hand and touching himself. Time slipped by, and the air was filled with a rich musk. Lu Ruan felt weak, collapsing contentedly onto the sofa, her ears flushed crimson, realizing that her seemingly reserved husband, the dean, was secretly quite the libertine. In the midst of their lingering gazes, the door swung open. Kadong and Luoyao detected the unusual atmosphere, and upon seeing Lu Ruan's reddened palms, they simultaneously unleashed their fists at the disheveled Davidson. Chapter 38. What the husbands are thinking, no fighting. Whoever throws another punch will be kicked out of the villa. A somewhat fierce, dolphin-like voice echoed throughout the spacious living room. The punches of the two men halted abruptly, mere centimeters from Davidson's forehead, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Kadong glared at Davidson. Just wait. Davidson, how can you bully my sister like this? Luoyao chimed in, his expression unfriendly. Davidson wore a subtle smile, seemingly unaffected by their words, calmly fastening his belt, slowly sitting up and methodically buttoning his shirt. He then donned his glasses from the table, gently smoothing Lu Ruan's disheveled hair, and finally stood up from the sofa, saying, Ruan, I shall prepare breakfast for you. His voice still carried a hint of raspy indulgence. Lu Ruan smiled and nodded. Go ahead. Davidson stepped steadily towards the kitchen, the desire in his eyes fading. Yet a trace of unnoticeable determination flickered within. If looks could kill, her husband, the Dean, might have already been subjected to 1,000 tortures by Captain Ku and his brother. She directed her gaze towards the two, who were casting daggers at Davidson's retreating figure. Dong, Yao, why don't you head upstairs to choose your rooms? Upstairs, apart from the main bedroom designated for women, there were numerous guest rooms for the suitors to rest. She needed to disperse the three of them to avoid a domestic showdown. All right, sister. I will choose the room closest to you. Luo Yao quickly ascended the stairs, while Kedong did not follow. Silently, he bent down and lifted her in one arm, carrying her towards the sink. Lu Ruan felt a twinge of curiosity. In the next moment, Kedong gently set her down, turned on the faucet, and meticulously washed her slightly reddened hand with soap, sparing not even her fingernails. Water flowed continuously as he rinsed her hand for 3 minutes before allowing it to dry. Lu Ruan hadn't thought much of it, but after Kedong's thorough cleansing, she glanced down at her hand and suddenly felt as if it were unclean, having touched too many things in a single day. She feigned an explanation. Dong, actually. Kedong restrained the urge to throw Davidson out of the villa, leaning in to listen to what Lu Ruan wished to say. The red mark on my hand was from slapping you, not what you think. Oh. Kedong chuckled softly. He carried her back to the sofa, bracing his hands on either side of her, gazing seriously at her with scrutinizing eyes. I recall you used your right hand to hit me, but this is your left. Lu Ruan avoided Kedong's penetrating gaze, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Captain Ku remembered so clearly, and just moments ago, he had helped her wash that guilty hand. Oh dear, how mortifying. Just as she was contemplating how to escape the situation, Kedong left her in stunned silence with his next statement. No, tonight, let me show you. He then strode upstairs, his back straight as a pine tree, exuding a commanding presence like a top predator lying in wait. Lu Ruan even forgot her embarrassment, her expression shifting through a spectrum of colors. Was Captain Ku implying he was capable? She couldn't help but glance at his well-defined physique. Ugh, what was she thinking? She hastily discarded her wandering thoughts, retrieving the housekeeper robot from her space and placing it on the floor, beginning to discuss tasks with the small creature. Her next target was already determined to be Kedong. She just needed to ascertain what desires this enchanting husband currently harbored, hoping she possessed the ability to fulfill them. In the kitchen, upon hearing Kedong's derogatory remarks about him, Davidson merely chuckled lightly, continuing to prepare breakfast for Lu Ruan without a care. His wife's physical condition was still below par, and she had recently sustained injuries requiring careful nurturing. He would need to sternly warn that Cafello and that silver-haired boy. Especially Kedong, he could not allow him to act recklessly towards his wife. The thought of his precious purebred's lifespan dwindling to a mere 80 years filled him with an indescribable melancholy. She had yet to enter her prime, and already she would face mortality. The last time he visited planet F-1008, he had only procured the venom peptides from the fire lizard and the sawtooth tiger. The mixed peptides he had injected into her were insufficient without one crucial component. He needed to obtain the venom peptides from the blue serpent to administer the final injection. Marshal Chin had recently captured a black serpent, yet after a month of searching, he had found no trace of the elusive blue serpent. Where could such a rare creature be hidden now? He turned to look at her, interacting with the housekeeper robot. Her gentle smile was so healing to the heart. He wished for her to smile a little longer, to accompany him for a while more, and not leave him to endure 4 centuries of solitude. What cruelty that would be. He sighed helplessly. Since the outcome could not be altered, he might as well savor the process. Davidson paused with a knife in hand, suddenly rolling up his sleeves and slicing his arm with the sharp blade. In no time, a long gash appeared on his arm, green blood gushing forth from the wound. He discarded the knife and filled a cup with his blood, quickly tending to the wound and pulling down his sleeve as if nothing had happened. If Lu Ruan were to witness this, she would surely recognize that the green liquid in the cup resembled the restorative potion he had ordered for her after she marked him awake. Davidson wiped the rim of the cup with a handkerchief, muttering softly to himself. This blood would help her swiftly recover her health, but to fully unlock her cellular potential, it would require the mixed venom peptides. He needed to devise a plan to find the blue serpent swiftly. Upstairs, in the bedroom closest to the master suite, Luo Yao sat on the edge of the bed, grooming his feathers before opening his light brain to check the listings on the Interstellar marketplace. Items for sale: genuine artifact of the Feather Clan ancestors. Remarks: this piece allows one to admire the youth and splendor of the Feather Clan ancestors, boasting high aesthetic and collectible value. Buyer bidding information: buyer number 1 bids 10,000 star coins. Buyer number 2 bids 110,000 star coins. Buyer number 10 bids 100,000 star coins. Highest bid. After browsing, Luo Yao opened his shopping cart, eyeing a pair of yet-to-be-customized sapphire earrings for ladies. Price: 150,000 star coins each. Oh, ancestors! How can you only be worth 100,000 star coins? Such disappointment. Selling you wouldn't even cover the cost of one of my wife's earrings. A look of exasperation crossed Luo Yao's unruly features. Chapter 39. What if he has a woman? Well, if it's 100,000, then so be it. Luo Yao sold the first handsome man of the clan, who had been enchanting for a millennium, and his account balance immediately surged to 200,000 star coins. Without hesitation, he ordered a single ear stud, paying 15,000 star coins, and the order was successfully placed. Just one would suffice. The older men lacked an understanding of fashion. They were only concerned with their wives' meals and health, oblivious to the joy that exquisite adornments could bring, enhancing their wives' beauty and uplifting their spirits. It was clear that this young master possessed both intelligence and subtlety. Regrettably, only 50,000 remained in his account, which rendered him unable to take his wife to the Imperial Star for a delightful getaway. He needed to earn a substantial amount of star coins. He was determined not to rely on the star coins of other men to support his wife and himself. Previously, his wife had repaid his debts, and subsequently, he had spent $1 million to treat his wings, all of which were the burdens he bore with a heavy heart. He truly wished to earn star coins. What industry should he pursue? Luo Yao gradually fell into contemplation. In a room adjacent to the master bedroom, Kudong meticulously combed his hair, languidly reclining in a lounge chair as he opened his light brain and accessed the adventurer's website. His demeanor was no longer the fierce one from his conflict with Luo Yao, nor the cold severity he had displayed when he wished to throw Davidson out of the villa. Instead, he appeared composed and stern. Adventurers were required to personally confirm tasks at the provincial office, yet the details of newly released tasks could be perused on an exclusive website. Upon entering the adventurer's site, he habitually browsed the top 10 ranked tasks. No one. The royal family seeks the blue flood dragon. Bounty 30 billion star coins. Failure incurs a penalty of 10 star coins. Not claimed, incomplete. Task deadline: 1 year, no 2. Samuel seeks rare minerals. Base bounty 100 million. Completion can multiply by 10. Failure incurs a penalty of 5 star coins. Claimed, incomplete. Task deadline: 6 months. Scrolling further down, he found that the remaining tasks were all in acclaimed status. He clicked on the second-ranked task to view the details. It was a task previously released by Samuel, and just 2 hours post-refresh, someone had already taken it. The team that accepted the task belonged to a scheming second cousin from the original family. Currently, the cousin was likely leading Samuel on a wild goose chase. And once 6 months had passed, he would extort 100 million star coins from that fool, Samuel. How amusing. However, this was of no concern to him. The blue flood dragon had been missing for many years, and no one dared to accept the royal family's task due to the fear of incurring a 3 billion star coin penalty for failure. He recalled a time when his team had overlooked the beastly footprints on a subsidiary star. Those had been the claw marks of the blue flood dragon. It was highly probable that the creature still resided on that star. Having missed Samuel's task last time, he could not afford to miss the royal one again. After a moment's thought, Kudong resolved to join another adventure team, persuading the team leader to accept the task, thus allowing him to share in the rewards upon completion. He browsed the recruitment status of new teams. The result was that every team imposed rigid age restrictions: male adventurers aged between 25 and 100, possessing the requisite qualifications, and no women allowed. Here, women fell into 2 categories: either a man's legitimate wife or a closely followed woman without formal ties. The levels of these teams were still below S grade. What was wrong with having a woman? Were they afraid he would be forcibly recalled home by his wife during an adventure? Kudong rubbed his throbbing temples. The new teams rejected him outright. And he had no hope of joining the adventure teams from his family, as participation from non-family members was strictly prohibited. He was left with leads but no opportunities to accept tasks. Watching the golden 30 billion star coins slip away from his grasp was indeed a frustrating experience. He lit a cigarette, took a gentle puff, and exhaled a ring of smoke, which slightly alleviated his inner turmoil. 3 days later, as night fell, Lu Ruan had carefully tended to herself in the villa for 3 days. Her previous injuries had completely healed. After 3 days filled with chaos, the men in the villa finally learned to coexist peacefully, no longer quick to resort to blows. That night, she intended to mark Kedong and establish a contractual relationship with him. Lu Ruan softly closed the door to the master bedroom, stealthily crept past Luo Yao's room, and arrived at Kedong's door, using her light brain to unlock it. With a click, the door to Kedong's room opened just a crack. She cautiously pushed the door open and silently closed it behind her. This caution was to prevent Luo Yao from seeing her and dragging her into his room for a wild night. Raising her gaze within the dimly lit room, her pupils suddenly constricted. In the dark space, Kedong sat in a rattan chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression inscrutable as he smoked, the thin white smoke curling into the air. Cigarette butts littered the ground, and the room was shrouded in a haze. His gaze was directed outside, and she could not tell what he was observing. Cigarettes had not lost their potency in the cosmos, they remained a curious substance, though their harm to hybrid individuals had been mitigated to the utmost. For the men of the cosmos, such things served as a means to relieve stress, akin to a calming agent against their urges. Nonetheless, the scent of interstellar cigarettes was as acrid as that of those from Earth. She wrinkled her nose and called out, "A dong, wife?" Upon hearing her voice, Kedong turned to see Lu Ruan scrunching her nose in distaste at the smell of smoke. He quickly extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into the trash can, activating the air purification system and murmuring an apology. In under 2 minutes, the air in the room returned to freshness. Lu Ruan stepped over to Kedong's side and naturally settled onto his lap. She cradled his sculpted, resolute face in her hands, gazing into his eyes with a tenderness akin to flowing water as she softly asked, "Adong, I noticed you seem a bit troubled. Would you care to share the reason with me?" With her warm body pressed against his chest, Kedong felt his heart melt into a pool of spring water. He suppressed the previous vexation and smiled faintly, his voice low and husky as he replied, "I was pondering what work to pursue next." In truth, work comprised only a fraction of his thoughts. The greater concern was related to her. "Regardless of whether you continue adventuring or choose another path, I will support you. However," Lu Ruan nodded slightly before shifting the conversation, "if you continue adventuring, you must ensure your safety. Completing the task is not what matters. What matters is that you return home safe and sound. Otherwise, I cannot agree to your departure. My wife is truly wonderful." Kedong held Lu Ruan's delicate waist, a glint passing through his eyes, and his throat slightly bobbed. These past 3 days, Davidson had guarded against him as if he were a plague. Whenever he drew near his wife, the other would resort to underhanded tactics. Seeing Kedong's mood brighten, Lu Ruan wasted no time in kissing his enticing lips. Chapter 40. Her 188K husband. There was a hint of cigarette flavor lingering in his mouth. Kedong's gaze darkened, a flicker of emotion rising within him, and his steady heartbeat skipped a beat. This was the first kiss from his wife. Yet, unbeknownst to her, he had kissed her countless times in his dreams over the past month, waking up alone in a haze of melancholy. Following their reunion, accompanying her to the villa, and witnessing her closeness with other suitors, he had harbored violent thoughts against all the men who had touched her, fantasizing about turning them to pulp and flushing them down the filthy sewers, only to rein in his impulses with sheer rationality time and again. He withdrew his hand from her waist, his lips drifting away from hers. She was the precious treasure he wished to protect above all else. She disliked the scent of smoke, and thus he could not kiss her in such a manner. Damn it, why had he smoked just now? Lu Ruan gently adjusted his turned head, her fingertips tenderly caressing his face. "Adong, as long as it's you, I do not mind." She was not fond of the strong, piercing odor. After the air had been purified, she could accept kissing him, mingling the taste of smoke with his crisp breath. Upon first encountering Kedong, she felt an irresistible urge to accompany him home. This man possessed an alluring charm, and the faint scent of smoke was inconsequential. Kedong hesitated slightly. Did she truly disregard the smell of smoke lingering on his lips? A sweet sensation blossomed within him. But what was this? Lu Ruan lowered her head to gently kiss the pronounced Adam's apple of Kedong, her tongue flicking against it. A muffled groan escaped his throat, causing his fingers to involuntarily grip the chair, the corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Lu Ruan paused for a moment before reclaiming his lips, this time engaging in a fervent kiss, one that was far from mere teasing. "Ah, Dong, close your eyes," she instructed, her hand brushing over his dark eyes as she surrendered to the moment. As Kedong closed his eyes, his strong hands encircled Lu Ruan's shoulders, passionately devouring her lips and tongue, savoring the sweetness she offered. In the dimly lit room, the chemistry between the fiery couple ignited like a spark to dry tinder. After an extended exchange of fervent kisses, Lu Ruan slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the enchanting man before her, now tinged with desire. And a wave of affection surged within her. She yanked off Kedong's tie and tossed it aside, her hands deftly unbuttoning his shirt. Captain Ko was undoubtedly the most masculine of all her current suitors. With his sculpted features and tall, statuesque form, he would undoubtedly captivate countless women if he were to stroll down any street on Earth. Each time he approached her, he bore an uncanny resemblance to an international male model strutting down a runway. At that moment, he sat in a perfectly tailored suit on a rattan chair, while she perched on his lap. Kedong suddenly opened his dark eyes, his lips slightly parted and swollen from her kisses, and rasped, "Wife, you are truly sweet." Lu Ruan felt her heart flutter at his enticing demeanor. This man was akin to a fine, aged wine, the aroma wafting from the cellar intoxicatingly alluring. After a moment of restraint, Kedong lifted Lu Ruan, cradling her waist as he prepared to exit. "My room is too small. Let us go to the master bedroom." "No, don't." Lu Ruan's heart raced as she struggled to escape his embrace. She could not allow him to take her there. Her room still harbored a comatose husband, Director Da Wei-sin. Although he lay unconscious, she could not simply treat him as if he were non-existent. Kedong noted the change in her expression and seemed to come to a realization, pausing momentarily. "Is there someone in your room?" he inquired. Da Wei-sin just delivered a restorative potion and hasn't tea left yet," she replied. Kedong's bronzed hand gripped her waist tightly, his fingers whitening as he clenched his fist. His expression darkened, a flicker of destructive intent flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he alone could not protect and care for her, the only pure woman in the galaxy, he would have annihilated all her other suitors. Possessiveness and jealousy were the greatest taboos among interstellar men. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging his guilt. Yet, Da Wei-sin constantly clung to his wife, leveraging his status as a healer, and he could not resort to violence against him. It was truly vexing. "Dome. What is wrong?" Lu Ruan asked, noticing his somber demeanor. "Nothing." Kedong suppressed his darker thoughts, offering Lu Ruan a gentle smile before lifting her and sitting on the bed. His rough fingers roamed over her legs. Lu Ruan trembled slightly, her skin igniting with warmth, turning from pale to a rosy hue. She raised her gaze, intending to read his expression, but her attention was immediately drawn to his impressive physique. His shirt was wide open, revealing his bronzed skin, radiating an overwhelming masculinity. His well-defined muscles spoke of strength, not the hollow gains of those who merely consumed protein shakes, but rather the result of his perilous experiences in dangerous territories. Unable to resist, her hands instinctively explored his body, relishing the sensation. His eight-pack abs were as solid as stone, brimming with explosive power. Lu Ruan felt her cheeks flush. Her towering husband, Kedong, possessed a physique that left her breathless. She finally understood his earlier remark about testing her worth that night. She swallowed hard, her once innocent eyes now filled with desire. "Wife," Kedong murmured as he followed her gaze to her small hand resting on his waist, noticing her sultry eyes appraising his physique. His heart raced. He shed his obstructive clothing, tossing it aside carelessly, and firmly embraced her, drawing her closer. The next moment, Lu Ruan found herself nestled in the gray blanket, which faintly carried the scent of smoke. In the blink of an eye, he became her cover, and the blanket transformed into their bed. Kedong's lips found her earlobe, kissing it tenderly before moving to her lips and down to her collarbone, leaving no inch untouched. Her breath was stolen by his kisses, the mingling sense of smoke and his fresh aroma penetrating her very being. She felt herself melting under his onslaught, oblivious to the moment when her sleepwear was removed, transforming her into a pool of desire. His large hand held her waist, their bodies pressed together. Lu Ruan listened to Kedong's heavy breathing, her consciousness fading. Just before she succumbed to darkness, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully marked Kedong, establishing a contractual relationship." Kedong gazed down at the woman who had fainted beneath him, his dark eyes still reflecting a hint of unfulfilled desire. He sighed, resigned to his fate, and carefully carried Lu Ruan to the bathroom. The following morning, Lu Ruan, still in a daze, caught a whiff of an almost imperceptible metallic scent mixed with the aroma of male hormones. As she pondered the situation, she felt something shift beneath her. Startled, she opened her eyes and rolled off the man. Kedong, sensing the sudden loss of weight, slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing that Lu Ruan was awake, he quickly tugged at the sleeves of his nightshirt to cover the wounds and injection marks on his arms. "Dong, good morning," Lu Ruan mumbled languidly. Once her gaze focused and she recognized him, she exclaimed, "Why do you have such severe dark circles?" Kedong turned to embrace Lu Ruan, burying his head in her neck and affectionately rubbing against her. In a husky voice, he replied, "I couldn't sleep last night." Interstellar women typically summoned an average of 7 suitors at once, but since Lu Ruan had a weaker constitution and he had only summoned one last night, she had become overly excited and fainted. He had only managed to eat a small portion, and holding her made it impossible to fall asleep. Rationality urged him to maintain distance, yet his body drew him closer, resulting in multiple injections of suppressants and even drawing a vial of blood just to find a semblance of sleep. However, he had barely slept for 2 hours before dawn broke. Lu Ruan gently stroked his head nestled against her neck. "Then you should catch up on sleep. I'll get up first and wake you for lunch." Kedong raised his head, his eyes filled with longing as he gazed at Lu Ruan. "Then, could you kiss me once more?" With a soft peck on his lips, Lu Ruan retrieved her clothes from the space and dressed quickly before descending from the bed, exiting the room and closing the door behind her as she made her way to the communal restroom in the hallway. As she walked, she called out to the small robot, "Xiaotuanzi, please check Kedong's current wishes." A white caretaker robot emerged from the master bedroom, scurrying toward Lu Ruan. "Host, Kedong's current wishes are twofold: to establish an S-rank exploration team and to complete the royal task of capturing the Blue Dragon." "What is the willpower value for these 2 wishes?" Forming an S-rank exploration team grants 5 willpower points, while capturing the Blue Dragon bestows 15 willpower points. The nanny robot approached Lu Ruan, sporting an endearing yet clumsy grin. "Host, could you please repair my arm?" "Just a moment. I will assist you after I wash up," she replied. As Lu Ruan stepped into the washroom, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror, revealing a multitude of strawberry kiss marks adorning her neck, purple and blue, glaring yet suggestive. The memories of last night's passionate encounter flashed through her mind. Although it was his first time, Kulauging's technique was surprisingly adept, offering an exceptional experience. One could not deny that the Men of the Stars had acquired a wealth of knowledge. Shaking off her distracting thoughts, she briskly picked up her toothbrush to begin her morning routine. After finishing her cleansing, she intended to tackle her system tasks, as achieving a longevity of 500 years was of utmost importance. Just as she finished drying her face and began applying skincare products, a figure suddenly enveloped her from behind. A pair of long, graceful hands emerged around her waist, followed by a silver-haired head resting upon her shoulder. "Sister, good morning," came a languid, deep voice. Lu Ruan gently nudged the head off her shoulder and smiled. Yao, could you take a look at the nanny robot's arm and help fix it?" "All right." Just as Luo Yao prepared to obediently attend to the robot's arm, he caught sight of the conspicuous bruise on Lu Ruan's neck. He hesitated momentarily, and only after 2 seconds did he release Lu Ruan to repair the nanny robot's arm. While Luo Yao worked on the robot, another figure entered the washroom. Davidson, yawning, quickly noticed the kiss marks on Lu Ruan's neck, narrowing his eyes behind his glasses. "Luo Yao, I need to speak with you shortly." He had slept rather soundly the previous night, oblivious to the fact that his wife had been taken away by Luo Yao. It was time for this silver-haired lad to experience what it meant to be caught between a rock and a hard place. "I also have something to discuss with you." Luo Yao swiftly repaired the robot's arm, discarded his tools, and a predatory smile crept across his lips. This old man, relying on his medical skills, had claimed he needed to help his wife regain her health and had taken up residence in her room. Was it not tantamount to guarding the henhouse while stealing the eggs? It was time for the other party to feel what it meant to have nowhere to turn. As Lu Ruan turned around after finishing her skincare, she found Davidson and Luo Yao engaged in a fierce staring contest. Perplexed, she wondered when the two had begun to clash. Alas, the presence of too many men often breeds unnecessary strife. They appeared to coexist peacefully in her presence. Yet turmoil brewed beneath the surface. "Asen, I'm done. You can come in and wash up now," she interrupted. "Wan, this is a premium recovery potion. Drinking it will help you recover swiftly," Davidson said, retracting his gaze and presenting Lu Ruan with a bottle of green elixir. She took it, unscrewed the cap, and drank it down, feeling the soreness in her waist dissipate within seconds. Unbeknownst to her, the marks on her skin faded away just as quickly. "Thank you, Asen," she said with a beaming smile. Davidson replied gently, "You go downstairs and wait for me. I will come to prepare breakfast for you once I am done." "All right." Lu Ruan nodded softly. Just as she was about to leave, Luo Yao called out to her, "Sister, I bought you a pair of earrings. Let me put them on for you and see if you like them." He produced a delicate sapphire earring and carefully adorned Lu Ruan with it. As she gazed into the mirror, the unadorned woman transformed with the addition of the blue earring, her elegance shining forth like a pearl freed from its layer of dust. To her surprise, her brother's taste aligned perfectly with her own. Yao, you have a keen eye, I truly like it. I'm heading downstairs now. If you and Asen have any disagreements, please resolve them amicably. We are all family, and you must not resort to violence, understand?" She admonished them both. "Rest assured." Wan, they replied in unison. Lu Ruan departed peacefully, descending the stairs to research the necessities for forming an expedition team. Unbeknownst to her, as she stepped down the staircase, the expressions of Davidson and Luo Yao shifted from gentle to fierce in an instant. Luo Yao seized Davidson by the collar, dragging him towards the door, while Davidson, smirking, swiftly produced a miniature syringe and jabbed it into Luo Yao. Within moments, Luo Yao was engulfed in an unbearable itch. The toxin would not dissipate for at least an hour. If you feel an overwhelming urge to scratch, remember that your skin is most vulnerable at this moment. A single scratch will lead to festering wounds, and after an hour, you will require advanced medical treatment, spending at least a day in recovery to ensure your healing. "I suggest you do nothing but relish the sensation," Davidson said, his tone deceptively calm yet chilling. With that, he quickly exited the scene. Luo Yao, sensing Davidson's attempt to flee, immediately pursued him, grasping his collar and flinging open the corridor window. Together, they leapt outside, spreading dark wings to ascend into the sky. 100 meters above the villa, Luo Yao exclaimed, "Let me down. I need to prepare breakfast for Wan. If she goes hungry, I do not mind disposing of you right here. You old rascal, quickly provide me with the antidote, or I will drop you and turn you into a pulp." Luo Yao retorted, feeling utterly miserable, his desire to tear Davidson apart intensifying. Meanwhile, Davidson, who harbored a fear of heights, felt his heart racing beyond control and hastily administered a calming agent. Back in his room, Kadong remained blissfully unaware of the conflict brewing between Luo Yao and Davidson. Lu Ruan, engrossed in her exploration of adventure knowledge, remained oblivious to the commotion occurring above. She settled into the soft sofa, discovering that assembling an expedition team required at least 7 members. Chapter 42, an annual salary of 1 million, are you joking? Team composition, 1 captain, 1 mechanic, 1 medic. For mecha warriors, a mechanic is indispensable and a medic is crucial, as medical pods are often irreplaceable. However, the challenge arises as doctors are typically quite cautious about their lives. They tend to remain on the main planet and rarely accompany expedition teams to auxiliary planets. The medic among Kadong's former teammates was specifically trained by his family for exploration and was not afraid of death. Where could she find a doctor unafraid of danger? Perhaps the Adventure Network? Lu Ruan accessed the Star Network and clicked on the link to the professional adventure site. However, she soon realized that registration required a certification of explorer qualification. With no other choice, she resigned herself to waiting for Kadong to awaken. While idly surfing the Star Network, the living room door suddenly swung open, and Luo Yao and Davidson entered. Lu Ruan was taken aback. Should they not have come down the stairs? Yao, Asen, why did you both come in from outside? She inquired in surprise. Sister, Davidson expressed a desire to experience the sky, so I reluctantly took him for a brief flight, Luo Yao replied with a grin. He had just been poisoned by Davidson. rendering his wings useless. Otherwise, he would not have entered through the first floor. He speaks the truth, Davidson added, offering Lu Ruan a slight smile. Without any protective measures moments ago, Luo Yao had nearly sent him plummeting to his demise, making him fear he might never see her again. This debt would be settled later. He needed to prepare breakfast for her quickly and ensure she was well fed. Lu Ruan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "Ah, Sen, do you enjoy thrills?" she asked. Davidson maintained his smile, though he was not fond of losing control. "When do you plan to commence work?" She pressed further. Her husband, the director, enjoyed thrills. Perhaps he could be included in the expedition team, thus resolving her difficulty in finding a doctor. As long as the team was formed, she would earn 5 wish points. However, if this team completed the second task, would she receive the 15 wish points from Kadong's second wish? She summoned the little robot. "If I form a team, but do not participate, will that still count as helping him fulfill his next wish?" The little robot replied, "Host. If you only form the team without participating, your contribution will only reach 20, which does not qualify as helping him fulfill his next wish." "I must participate?" she asked. "Indeed," came the response. Not only must she participate, but she also needs to assist in capturing the Lanjiao, contributing at least 80 to the task of searching for and capturing the Lanjiao. Lu Ruan understood this well. With a slight sigh, she reflected on the fact that no amount of willpower is easily earned. Davidson sat beside Lu Ruan. "Ruan, I plan to spend some quality time with you at home. Would you like to go out?" His foremost priority was to find the Lanjiao to enhance her physical strength. Without any leads on the Lanjiao, he intended to stay indoors until General Qin located traces of this extraordinary beast. "It's great that you have the time to accompany me," Lu Ruan replied with a smile, shaking her head. Perhaps her caregiver had finally found a lead. Davidson gently ruffled Lu Ruan's hair before rising. "I'll prepare breakfast for you." After Davidson left, Luo Yao settled down next to Lu Ruan, embracing her in a state of feline bliss. "Sister, you smell wonderful." Yao, do you plan to stay at home with me all the time? Don't you have any thoughts of going out to work?" Luo Yao looked up at Lu Ruan. "In a few days, I intend to participate in the Explorer assessment and then embark on an adventure." Over the past few days, he had reviewed numerous job opportunities, yet none piqued his interest. Explorers earn between 100,000 to 5 million star coins for completing a single task, while the average star citizen earns merely 100,000 star coins annually. Even respectable professions like doctors or mentors offer a maximum annual salary of just 1 million. The thought of performing a mundane job as an ordinary citizen seemed less lucrative than scavenging. He couldn't fathom what the 3 elderly men, He Jinyan, He Jinyuan, and He Jinya were up to, each possessing billions of star coins. Surely, they hadn't robbed 100 banks? Lu Ruan's eyes sparkled again. "This is perfect. You can adventure alongside a Dong, you can look out for each other." Luo Yao smiled faintly. "That works." Joining other expedition teams could lead to situations where he would contribute the most effort yet receive the least reward upon task completion, which would be disadvantageous. Kadong was considered a senior player among explorers, and having him lead would ensure that any earnings from task settlements would primarily benefit his wife, with no conflict of interest between them. "Yao, are you proficient with mechas?" "Yes." "What is your psychic energy level?" Not every man in the star realm can operate a mecha. One must possess sufficient psychic energy to control corresponding levels of mechas, as well as those below that level. The psychic energy levels range from high to low, classified into 9 tiers: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. She was entirely unaware of the psychic energy levels of her 9 potential husbands. Luo Yao recalled, "When I was a child, I measured at 2S. I should be at 3S now." For the Yu tribe, psychic energy levels were not of utmost significance. He preferred to engage in combat using his wings, making mechas optional. Lu Ruan was elated. An S-level expedition team consists of 7 members whose combat capabilities or professional skills all reach S-level. Luo Yao's psychic energy signifies that he could effortlessly utilize S-level mechas. The team would thus welcome its first mecha warrior. As noon approached, she eagerly ascended the stairs to summon Kadong. Upon opening the door, she found him standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, a burning cigarette between his fingers as he conversed on the phone. "Mr. Ke, we cordially invite you to serve as an exploration mentor at the 5th Military Academy, with an annual salary of 1 million. 1 million annual salary? Are you joking?" This is the highest salary the Academy can offer, unique among mentors in the same field. Oh, I'll come over the day after tomorrow. Hearing the commotion outside, Kadong decisively extinguished his recently lit cigarette. Chapter 43. Husband, I love you. Adong. Please don't take the mentor position. Lu Ruan approached Kadong disapprovingly after hearing the conversation. Kadong redialed the military academy contact to decline the invitation. I'm sorry, but I have some urgent matters to attend to. So I must decline this position for now. Mr. Ka, would you reconsider? If you finish your tasks and are still interested, please contact us again. Kadong severed the connection and activated the air purification system, his movement swift as the wind. Wife, you don't want me to become a mentor at the military academy? He pulled her onto a chair, gazing at her with puzzled eyes. Military academy mentors hold a high societal status, and over half of the women in the star realm aspire to have a mentor as their husband. He had originally intended to spend a year at the academy, training promising explorers, then resign and form a team composed solely of his own students to embark on adventures with peace of mind. To be frank, it was about recruiting the best talents for his own team. Unfortunately, the mentor's salary of 1 million was relatively modest. Moreover, taking this position would mean missing out on the royal bounty task, which had a reward of 3 billion, leaving him with no chance of obtaining it. Lu Ruan gently touched Kadong's lips with her finger, coaxing a smile from him. I noticed you've been rather downcast lately. Have you encountered a task you wish to accept but cannot? She paused momentarily, then continued with a cheerful tone. I'm not opposing your role as a mentor. I simply hope you can pursue a career you love. Thus, I wish to help you form an exploration team so you can accept tasks. Huh? Kadong was taken aback. Did she understand him so well? Meeting Lu Ruan's gentle gaze stirred a warmth within him. He embraced her tightly. Wife, you are truly wonderful. As long as you are happy. Forming a team is no easy task. Besides myself, we need at least 6 more members, and we must have the necessary exploration gear. Kadong chuckled. You need to worry about that. Our family has plenty of mechas, warships, and medical pods. For team members, I will have a Sin and Yao accompany you. You can now log into the exploration network to recruit 1 mechanic and 3 mecha warriors. Kadong hesitated. Lu Ruan grasped his arm and shook it anxiously, urging him, no time to waste, act quickly. Log into the exploration network to recruit people, and as soon as lunch is over, head straight to the state office to accept tasks. The royal tasks cannot be claimed by others first, otherwise I will lose 15 willpower points. All right, don't rush me. Kadong operated his light brain, accessing the exploration website to swiftly draft a post for recruiting team members. The royal task this time offered a substantial reward, and some S-level expedition teams might even join forces to undertake it, if they were to accept it. Swift action was imperative. As for recruiting talent at the military academy, there would be time for that next year. Oh, by the way, we are only recruiting S-level members. Why? Your previous team consisted of S-level members. The new team cannot recruit those who would only hold you back. Otherwise, if the expedition task remains incomplete, you would end up having to rescue them. Understood. Kadong nodded, raising the criteria and posting the message. Team name, Luca Exploration Team. Recruiting members, 1 S-level mechanic. 3 S-level mecha warriors. Salary, generous compensation. Specifics to be discussed. Notes, ages 25 to 100, must possess exploration qualifications, no women allowed. Lu Ruan was also busy. She opened her light brain to review her husband's assets, closely examining the mechas and warships owned by 3 individuals. Dichinji, 600 star coins, other real estate, 1 SSS-level warship, 1 SSS-level mecha, 1 private shuttle. Qinfeng, 4. 5 million star coins, other real estate, 1 SSS-level warship, 5 SS-level warships, 10 S-level warships, 2 SSS-level mechas, 5 SS-level mechas, 10 S-level mechas. Samu 2. 1 billion star coins, other real estate, 1 building of the Star Realm's premier mechanical tower. Kadong gazed at the familiar names projected in the air, a flicker of surprise crossing his narrow eyes. It was them. Lu Ruan had no time to notice Kadong's expression. She contemplated which husband to contact for resources. The prince husband had mechas and warships, but found no use for them. The martial husband possessed many equipment, yet he was stationed on a perilous satellite, consuming resources excessively. The mechanic husband's assets were not displayed, but within the Star Realm's premier mechanical tower, who knows how many treasures were hidden. She pondered over it repeatedly and ultimately decided against making a choice. She composed a message, "Husband, I would like you to send me the mechas and battleships that you no longer need, preferably of S rank or above. The more numerous and higher in rank, the better. Thank you, darling. Love you." She added a playful and adorable expression at the end of the message, and then long pressed the display panel to select and send it to multiple recipients. Whatever. Whoever sends the items, she will gladly accept them. If all three send, she will happily receive them all. Kadong gazed at the words husband, love you shimmering in the air, pursing his lips. Wife, you've never called me husband. Lu Ruan playfully tousled Kadong's handsome hair and chuckled. All right, my husband. Let us head downstairs for a meal. After we eat, you should hurry to the Zhoufu to accept your mission. As she spoke, she planted a kiss on his lips. Only then did Kadong relent. Meanwhile, 3 men in different star systems received the message. Dichin, seated beside the Empress, noticed the cute expression in the message and the term husband, which caused a rare smile to grace his stern face. Mother Empress, I'm full. Please take your time. He stood, returning to his castle, where he located the long-unused SSS-grade mechas and SSS battleships to prepare for mailing. At the F-1008 military base on the auxiliary star, Qin Feng had just removed his military jacket to rest when he received Lu Ruan's message. His eyes lit up, and he immediately video-called her. My little Ruan. It's been 3 days since we last video-called. I've been wondering what you've been up to. I miss you so much. In a distant, unknown star system, a girl resembling a Barbie doll, with long hair and a sporty outfit, sat in the control room of the adventurer family's battleship, performing system repairs. Suddenly, she received a message, and a look of confusion crossed her face as her light blue, glowing eyes questioned the purpose of the request. What does my wife need this for? Can a woman operate a battleship mecha? Such dangerous things should not be handled by women. Lord Samuel, the captain requests your presence in the ship's cabin. Next time, don't disturb me without my permission. Leave. The long-haired girl pointed at the man who entered the control room, and with a flash of eerie light, he was instantaneously knocked to the ground by an unknown force. Chapter 44. Team Formation. 3 lacking Lu Ruan had spent 3 days in the villa, during which Kadong successfully accepted the royal bounty mission. And the other husbands had also sent the mechas and battleships. In the villa's yard, 5 towering mechas stood in a row, while Davidson, Luoyao, and she admired their dazzling appearances. Above the villa, 2 5-meter-long battleships hovered. On one of the battleships, Kadong held a detector and addressed the 3 on the ground. 1 SSS-grade mecha and battleship, 1 SS mecha, 3 S-grade mechas, and 1 S-grade battleship. That's all. Everything has been checked, and all is in order. Upon hearing Kadong's words, Luoyao soared into the air, grabbing Kadong and bringing him down to the ground. Adong, you are the captain. You will collect the equipment. How to distribute and use it is up to you. Lu Ruan looked at Kadong. All right. Kadong scrutinized Davidson. You are the team's medic. Once we set off, just take care of my wife and treat any injuries the team members may sustain. You have no objections to not receiving a mecha, right? Davidson adjusted his glasses. Even if you give me one, I wouldn't know how to use it. I have no objections. Kadong turned to Luoyao. You prefer to fight with wings, but there are situations where you need to conserve energy to avoid unforeseen circumstances. I will give you the only 2S mecha. I want the 3S mecha. Will you even know how to use a 3S mecha? What do you mean I want to know how to use it? I just need to practice. Luoyao retorted. Kadong chuckled softly. By the time you become proficient, the mission deadline will have passed. Fine, you can use it. We still have 3 S-grade mechas left, which will be assigned to the 3 S-grade mecha warriors we are recruiting. Kadong collected all the mechas into the mecha button and also retrieved the 2 hovering battleships. Currently, there was no shortage of mechas and battleships, and they even had an SSS-grade battleship. If the recruited team members could reach a mental strength level of 3S, they could operate the 3S battleship together. If only at S level, they would use the S-grade battleship for combat. Davidson followed along, no longer worrying about team members suffering injuries, allowing them to fight with abandon. Luoyao interrupted Kadong's thoughts. Do we have all the equipment? Have you recruited any mecha warriors yet? Currently, aside from themselves, they had only recruited 1 mechanic, leaving them still short of 3 mecha warriors. Don't rush, let us wait a bit. Kadong opened his light brain to check the previous recruitment post on the Adventure Network, but there were no new messages in the back end. The number of interstellar men with a mental strength level of S was around 10, with about 5 at SS and fewer than 1 at SSS. Most of these individuals had been drafted into the military, and those who ventured out as adventurers were relatively few. His luck had not been favorable. He hadn't encountered any adventurers in a transition period. Kadong, I suggest we collaborate with other teams to set out early and complete the mission sooner. Every time Luo Yao saw the asymmetrical earrings on Lu Ruan's ears, he felt an urgent desire to earn a significant amount of star coins. He was indeed quite poor, unable even to gather enough for his wife's earrings. He longed to complete the mission and acquire 30 billion star coins so that he could buy another earring and take his wife to the Imperial Star for a vacation. Upon hearing Luo Yao's words, Lu Ruan was the first to voice her opposition. If we collaborate with other teams, how will the bounty be divided when the mission is settled? What if we do all the work, and they take a large portion of the bounty for just their words? Her true concern was that collaborating with other teams would mean failure for her team, resulting in the loss of 5 points of her wish power. Kadong concurred with Lu Ruan's perspective. What my wife said is correct. We are well equipped now. Let's form our own team without needing to collaborate with others. Luo Yao frowned, then lowered the recruitment standards. If we can't recruit S-grade mecha warriors, can't we just recruit more A-grade mecha warriors? He understood these principles, but was simply too eager to become rich overnight. 30 billion star coins were not a small sum. Kadong replied, quality over quantity when it comes to team members. A-grade warriors would only be a burden, and most importantly, they cannot fight alongside us in operating S-grade battleships. Luo Yao looked dejected, but after a moment, he had a flash of inspiration. Let us go to the Zhoufu Hall's bounty area to scout for people. We can lure them over with double the salary. Kadong chuckled at Luo Yao. Adventurers coming over to settle tasks have mostly signed long-term contracts. Can you compensate for their hefty breach of contract fees if you want to lure them away? That's not possible, and neither is that. When can we set out? Luo Yao felt utterly deflated. Lu Ruan, noticing Luo Yao's anxiety, reassured him, Yao, we've already accepted the mission. There's no hurry, let us look again tomorrow. If we still can't recruit the other 3 mecha warriors, we'll go to the Zhoufu's bounty area to recruit in person. Kadong handed the 2S mecha button to Luo Yao. For now, let us do this. Take the time before we set off to familiarize yourself with the mecha. Alright. Luo Yao took the mecha button, unfurling his wings to soar into the sky, seeking a place to practice with the mecha. Davidson silently observed the 3 from the side. He hadn't expected that after asking General Qin to search for the Blue Flood Dragon for over a month with no results, Kadong would have a lead on the Blue Flood Dragon. He now just needed to wait for the team to form before setting off. Lu Ruan, after a busy day, let us head back to rest. The 3 of them entered the house. On Haiming Star, 3 identical-looking men boarded a devil battleship, simultaneously entering the control room and taking their positions in the cockpit. Elder brother, this negotiation did not go smoothly and delayed us for 2 days. Fortunately, we ultimately achieved the desired outcome. He Jin crossed his legs. Now that the security intervention is gone, once our defensive network comprehensively envelopes the entire Haiming Xing, it will unequivocally become our dominion. In the future, the various provinces of Haiming Xing will serve as our private gardens, with federal officials therein reduced to mere puppets. Any individual we encounter on the streets will be nothing but a tool for accumulating Xingbi. He Junyi chuckled ominously. Yuan, please check the current location of Lu Ruan. Yi, this time you shall take the wheel. I shall rest for a while. Chapter 45. Which one shall we touch first? The afternoon sunlight cascaded through the window, illuminating the 4 individuals gathered in the living room for a meal, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere. Sister, Kadong and I will head to the province to recruit personnel. You stay home and await our return. Luo Yao elegantly set down his utensils and turned to the small figure nibbling on a nutritional biscuit, Lu Ruan. That old man Kadong checked the exploration network early in the morning, but the recruitment posts remain unanswered. It would be better to try our luck in the province's task reward area. Alright, you may go. If you encounter any suitable adventurers whose breach of contract penalties fall within our range, do your utmost to bring them in. Ruan. I will head to the hospital to prepare medical supplies. If you feel bored at home, video call me or play a game. Davidson handed a milk-like nutritional supplement to Lu Ruan, his deep, light brown eyes exuding warmth and tenderness. Kadong smirked, adding, you can also video call me. You all may rest easy and depart. Lu Ruan took a sip of the nutritional supplement and waved her hand at the 3 men, who truly regarded her as a restless little girl. Davidson rose and called to the housekeeping robot standing by the wall, "Little Tuanzi, come over and clear the dishes." Little Tuanzi resignedly fulfilled the role of housekeeper for the family. Kadong and Luo Yao stood simultaneously, one pair of strong bronze hands and another set of long, slender, pale hands stretching towards her in unison, seeking a hug before they left. However, the cold, white, slender hands were quicker, enveloping her first. In the next moment, the youth pressed his lips against hers, followed by a soft tongue gliding over the corner of her mouth, licking away a droplet of the milky nutritional supplement. Lu Ruan, she looked up to see Luo Yao licking his lips with a wild and desirous gaze, his eyes filled with possessiveness. In the next instant, he languidly spoke. "Sister, it tastes wonderful." Before she could respond, Kadong pushed Luo Yao aside with his bronze hand, encircling her waist with his broad palm. With a gentle force, he lifted her to her feet, drawing her into his heated embrace. A surge of masculine pheromones invaded her senses, causing her heart to tremble slightly. He leaned down, nibbling on her earlobe, his voice low and husky, murmuring, "Come with me tonight, A tingling current surged through her mind, and Lu Ruan felt a shiver run down her spine. At that moment, Davidson approached, witnessing the scene. His refined expression shifted momentarily before quickly returning to normal. He pulled her from Kadong's grasp. She looked innocently at her stoic, restrained husband, Davidson, who glanced over her lips that had been kissed by Luo Yao and her ear that had been nibbled by Kadong. Finally, seemingly at a loss, he gently ruffled her hair, saying, Ruan, tonight I will teach you a set of aerobics to enhance your physique. All right, you all should hurry and leave." Lu Ruan gently pushed the three men toward the door, watching their charming figures disappear into the yard before returning indoors and closing the door. She sat on the sofa, playing a game for half an hour, growing increasingly drowsy, and eventually removed her gaming headset to take an afternoon nap upstairs. Lu Ruan lay on the bed in the master bedroom, quickly falling asleep. Unbeknownst to her, 3 identical men stood at her villa's entrance. They possessed a head of flaxen gray-brown hair and faint golden eyes, their gaze as menacing as a snake, with downturned lips and features that exuded an intimidating aura. Standing at 6 feet tall, they donned form-fitting black leather jackets over their bare torsos, displaying a row of well-defined wheat-colored abdominal muscles, paired with loose trousers. If one overlooked their frightening presence, they would indeed appear as a striking sight. One of them glanced at the detector in his hand. "Big brother. Lu Ruan's location is within this villa." He Junyan surveyed the villa, instructing, "Do not ring the doorbell or make phone calls. Yuan, continue to investigate how many people are inside the villa." He Junyuan tapped the detector twice, and after 3 seconds, confirmed, "Just her. This will be easier." He Junyi pressed the doorbell of the villa. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The 3 silently counted down, but the woman inside remained unresponsive. He Junyan gestured for He Junyi to take action. He Junyi donned sunglasses and insulated gloves, retrieving a chainsaw from his spatial pocket. He raised the chainsaw and began cutting along the doorframe from top to bottom. The moment the rare alloy security door met the chainsaw, countless sparks erupted, accompanied by a piercing buzzing sound. Within minutes, the gate of Lu Ruan's villa crashed down from the outside. The 3 men stepped over the fallen door and entered her garden, replete with blooming flowers and grass. With another crash, the villa door fell, and the 3 men strode into her living room, ascending the stairs step by step until they reached the door of her bedroom. "Lu Ruan, will you come out on your own, or shall we drag you out?" Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks echoed, but the woman inside remained silent. He Junyi and He Junyuan exchanged glances before looking to He Junyan. He Junyan indicated for He Junyi to proceed. He Junyi retrieved his tool once more, and with a few swift motions, the unprotected inner door's lock fell away. He put away his tools and kicked the door open. Bang! The master bedroom door swung wide open, revealing the scene within to the 3 men. On an enormous round bed, Lu Ruan lay peacefully in the center, clad in a sheer nightgown, a corner of the blanket covering her abdomen, her limbs casually sprawled. Her long black hair cascaded over the pillow like a waterfall, gently brushing against her fair neck, creating a scene both beautiful and tender. A faint smile graced her lips, as if she were experiencing something delightful in her dreams. Suddenly, her lips stirred slightly, releasing a gentle murmur. Almost immediately, her soft laughter filled the quiet room, a light sound reverberating, conveying her inner joy. He Junyan signaled for his 2 younger brothers to approach. He Junyuan and He Junyi simultaneously reached out, each grasping one of her ankles, dragging her from the center of the round bed to its edge. He Junyan stepped onto the soft mat and approached Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively reaching for the blanket to cover her abdomen. As she fumbled around, her hand encountered something cold. She jolted awake from her dream. Upon opening her eyes, her blurred vision met 3 pairs of wheat-colored 8-pack abs. However, the curtains in the master bedroom were drawn, and the shadows obscured the wheat color. She assumed it was evening and that Kadong, Luo Yao, and Davidson had returned home. Which one shall I touch first? Lu Ruan extended both hands, first squeezing the 2 sides, and as she prepared to evenly distribute her attention to the central set of abs, a cold hand grasped her chin. Chapter 46. The mainframe has betrothed you to me. You truly fear nothing. A voice, seemingly emerging from a decayed, damp well, laden with a musty scent and oppressive gloom, pierced her eardrum. Her hazy consciousness instantly sharpened. With a swoosh, the curtains were pulled open by He Junyuan, flooding the dim room with light. Simultaneously, Lu Ruan could clearly see the man's face. It seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered it before. As her gaze shifted slightly, 2 identical faces came into view. Lu Ruan's mind flickered with the information about the matchers she had previously seen, and suddenly everything became clear. Let go, you're hurting me. She averted her gaze from He Jinyan's unfriendly eyes, her heart-shaped face shifting slightly as she attempted to escape the grip of his hand that clutched her chin. However, He Jinyan's strength was formidable. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free from his hold. Resolutely, she bit down hard on the flesh between his thumb and index finger. He Jinyan gradually loosened his grip, his gaze sweeping over the row of bite marks, and his pale golden eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, He Jinyuan and He Jinyi drew closer, and the 3 men surrounded her by the bedside, looking down at her from their elevated position. A week ago, you misappropriated 10 million star coins from my elder brother. Now you have 3 choices. Either transfer all your star coins, along with those of the other matchers, to my brother's account, and never dare to misappropriate our brother's assets again, and we shall let this matter rest, or you can obediently come with us, or we will break your legs and drag you away. He Jinya's lips curled into a sinister smile as he slowly uttered words that dared not be defied. His voice was as cold as the waters of a frigid pool. After speaking, he roughly removed the light brain from her wrist, seated himself at the edge of the bed, and presented the device before her, signaling her to unlock it. Come on, unlock it and do as I say. If you dare to play tricks, I will break your legs. A chill rose from the depths of Lu Ruan's heart, causing her to feel increasingly anxious. While she could agree to transfer her own account balance to these 3, she would never allow them to take the star coins of other matchers. Following them or being dragged away was out of the question. After all, she still had adventures to embark on and a desire value of 515 to earn. She glanced out the window. It appeared to be 3 in the afternoon, and the dean's husband, Kalaogong, and Luo Ya would not return home so soon. How could she escape the coercion of these 3 men? He Jinyi waited for 2 seconds, and, seeing that Lu Ruan did not respond, forcefully seized her hand and pressed the power button on her light brain. However, her device was secured with a password, and he was unable to unlock it as anticipated. He Jinyi glared at Lu Ruan, warning that cooperating could spare her some suffering. As he spoke, his grip tightened slightly. Ouch! I will transfer the funds to you now, just let me go, she exclaimed. He Jinyi clicked his tongue and gradually eased his grip. Lu Ruan pulled her hand away from his grasp and forced a compliant smile. The last time I borrowed your 10 million was out of necessity. I will return it to you now. She had not anticipated that Luo Yao, undergoing treatment for his wing burns at the hospital, had used their star coins, including 10 million. However, these 3 men with the surname He were indeed petty and vindictive. Each of them held over 100 billion in their accounts. Yet they had come all this way to threaten her over a mere 10 million, disregarding the protection of women law, showing her no respect, intruding into her villa, and attempting to seize the star coins of other matchers? It was evident that those from He Mingxing were not law-abiding citizens. They were ruthless, cold-hearted, pedantic, and petty bandits. She feigned compliance, unlocking her light brain while continuing to ponder how to escape their clutches. Suddenly, Lu Ruan caught sight of the spatial button on her hand and felt a surge of joy. She had something useful in her space. To which account should the star coins be transferred? She entered the password to unlock her light brain, accessed her assets, and diverted the trio's attention to the device while secretly plotting her next move. "Transfer to my elder brother's account," she declared. He Jin Yuan and He Jin Yi responded in unison. She scrutinized the three men before her, pondering, who is my elder brother? In reality, facing three identical faces. Identical outfits and identical abdominal muscles, one with a sinister gaze, another with a shadowy look. And the last with a dark smile. There was nothing distinctive to help her differentiate between them. "He is Yen," He Jin Yen replied. Lu Ruan extended her finger and clicked, transfer, then proceeded to select from the husband list, scrolling down to He Jin Yan's name, transferring her balance of 12 million entirely to him. 12 million star coins have been credited. He Jin Yan's light brain lit up. Lu Ruan attempted to negotiate. "I have returned the 10 million I borrowed from you, and I even added an extra 2 million in interest. I assure you that I will not touch your star coins in the future. Let this matter be settled." "Proceed," He Jin Yan uttered coolly. "The mainframe has betrothed you to me. You are all mine. What does it matter if I use some of your star coins? Besides, don't interstellar men earn star coins for their wives?" As soon as he finished speaking, an unsettling gaze fell upon her. "If you are so unwilling, I won't force you. Let us just avoid each other from now on." Lu Ruan clenched the hand hidden beneath her nightgown. "Proceed," He Jin Yan reiterated, though this time his tone was different. "All right, I will transfer, but the star coins of the other matchers are minimal." She tapped the assets under husband before the three men, beginning with the matcher with the least star coins, Di Chenji, who had only a few hundred star coins. "Do you want these too?" After she spoke, she held her breath, and as the three heads leaned in closer to scrutinize the contents of He Jin Ye's light brain, she seized the opportunity. With her other hand, she quickly pulled out a small pouch hidden beneath her nightgown and flung it towards their faces. Transparent powder dispersed from her palm, entering their lungs with each breath they took. Bang! The three men crashed heavily onto the bed. Lu Ruan observed as the men who had just fiercely threatened her now lay incapacitated under the drug's influence, akin to three little lambs. "This is what you get for threatening me." A triumphant smile spread across her face as she shed the facade of compliance, forcefully kicking He Jin Yan, who lay sprawled on the bed. Fortunately, the medicinal powder she had prepared during her trip to Jupiter to visit Luo Yao had some left. The dean's husband's supplies were indeed effective. He Jin Yan shot her a murderous glare, struggling to rise, but finding himself too weak to do so. "This is what you get for stealing my light brain," she kicked He Jin Yi again. "And for looking at me with such eyes?" She turned her foot to strike He Jin Yuan. After delivering her kicks, Lu Ruan successfully earned the venomous gazes of all three men. She quickly reached for He Jin Yi, attempting to reclaim her light brain to notify Kadong and Davidson outside. However, He Jin Yi suddenly seized her arm. Chapter 47. A daring maneuver rendered them helpless. Revised, Lu Ruan struggled to free herself from He Jin Yi's grasp, but found herself unable to escape. A flicker of shock flashed in her eyes. The powder she had just dispersed could incapacitate a beast with just a few milligrams, and its effect lasted for an hour. During this time, her prey would be unable to move an inch. Yet this man had fallen only moments ago and was already regaining strength? What extraordinary resistance to toxins! Pausing her struggle, she turned her gaze to the other two. To her surprise, He Jin Yan and He Jin Yuan, who had previously been unable to rise, were now recovering a measure of strength, each gripping her ankles tightly. Their sun-kissed hands were notably cold, sending a chill up her ankle and into her heart, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She felt increasingly astonished. The normal body temperature for interstellar citizens is around 37 degrees Celsius, and men typically run warmer than women. So their skin should feel warm, yet all three of them felt as frigid as ice. What kind of hybrid breed were they? She needed to find an opportunity to examine their detailed profiles again. It was truly abnormal. "Very well, you have successfully provoked my ire." He Jin Ya's lips curled into a sinister smile as he swiftly released her arm, then, like lightning, clamped his fingers around her neck, mercilessly tightening his grip. Lu Ruan snapped back to reality and struggled with all her might. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and He Jin Ye's grip only tightened further. "Cough, cough. Brother. Big brother, let us discuss this calmly. Just let me go, I was wrong. Killing me does you no good." Lu Ruan clawed and scratched at He Jin Ye's hand. Yet he seemed impervious to her actions, maintaining his stance, constricting her breath and causing discomfort in her throat. Speaking became a challenge, and she had no choice but to feign weakness. Hygienai, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Weren't you quite brave just a moment ago? Why not continue kicking us?" Hygienuen firmly held Lu Ruan's foot in place, rendering her immobile. Hygienai gazed at Lu Ruan's discomfort with a detached fascination, akin to a predator reveling in the struggles of its prey. "Oh, have you come to your senses now? Brothers, I promise I won't dare again," Lu Ruan fervently nodded. Her expression transformed into one of exaggerated obedience, her aura shifting from arrogant to pitiful, resembling a delicate white flower wilting under pressure. Her peripheral vision scanned the surroundings, her mind racing to devise an escape plan. The drugs in the space were depleted, and employing the same trick would surely not work a second time. Resorting to medication was futile. What to do? She must not fall into the clutches of these three ruthless bandits. Suddenly, she spotted through the window a plump woman lounging on a sofa in a villa across the street, indulging in the attentions of her suitors. She discreetly withdrew her gaze and continued. Hygienai's lips parted slightly, issuing commands with an economy of words, signaling Hygienai to take action. Hygienai released his grip on Lu Ruan's neck and presented her with a holographic device, instructing her to transfer funds quickly, warning of dire consequences should she attempt any trickery. The ominous tone in his voice sent a shiver down her spine. However, recalling how swiftly the trio regained their strength, she pushed aside her fear and executed her plan. "All right, I'm transferring now." She entered her password, accessed her assets, and promptly transferred 600 star coins from Dichin to Hygienai. 600 star coins received. Hygienai's device lit up. 20,000 star coins received. She followed up with a transfer of 20,000 star coins from Davidson, and Hygienai's device glowed once more. The trio regarded her with a hint of satisfaction. Stealing a glance at Hygienai and Hygienuen, she noted a slight relaxation in their vigilance, their grip on her foot loosening just enough for her to bide her time. In this precarious situation, contacting anyone or reporting her predicament in their presence would be unwise. She might vanish before help could arrive. Thus, she resolved to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. "Don't stop, transfer the remaining 4 star coins," Hygienai urged, exchanging glances with his brothers. Initially, they had assumed that Lu Ruan had countless potential suitors, expecting her to bind with hundreds of thousands, and thought to seize the opportunity to rob her while warning her against coveting their wealth. They planned to use the ill-gotten gains to bolster their organization. To their dismay, her number of matches was far fewer than anticipated, and those she had were well-known figures across the galaxy. The prospect of a lucrative haul now seemed elusive. They could only ensure she learned a lesson from this encounter. They needed to return to Hymingstar soon, lest they encounter those formidable men and invite trouble. Hygienai activated the alert for received funds. "Hurry up. Stop rushing me, I'm on it." In the room, the 4 were positioned awkwardly. With Lu Ruan's backside pressed against the edge of the bed, her face directed toward the headboard, her legs straddling the window side, while Hygienai's knees pressed against the ground beneath her feet, and Hygienai and Hygienuen, who had barely risen to sit at her toes, held her firmly in place. The arrangement was peculiar, akin to her sitting sideways on Hygienai's lap, her feet captured by the other 2. One of her hands manipulated the holographic device presented by Hygienai. 50,000 star coins received. She transferred the balance from Luoyao. 100,000 star coins received. She transferred the balance from Kadom. With each crisp notification, the satisfaction in the trio's eyes deepened, and their wariness of Lu Ruan diminished further. Just as Hygienai and Hygienuen anticipated that Lu Ruan would continue her transfers, she leaned closer to Hygienai's face, drawing near to his unyielding lips. Noticing his unresponsiveness, she playfully licked them twice to gauge his reaction, employing this distraction to her advantage. The softness of her tongue glided over his lips, causing Hygienai to stiffen, his pupils constricting in surprise, a ripple of intrigue flashing in his gaze. Hygienai and Hygienuen were momentarily captivated by the scene, their expressions frozen in disbelief, even loosening their grip on Lu Ruan's ankle. This? The woman had them all mesmerized. Seizing the opportunity while they were momentarily dazed, Lu Ruan wrapped her arms around Hygienai's neck, using him as leverage to shield her movements. Her feet slipping from the grasp of Hygienai and Hygienuen, her toes aimed squarely at their unmentionable zones, delivering a powerful kick. Thanks to her background in dance, she executed the maneuver with remarkable agility. Hygieni and Hyginuan inhaled sharply, their faces contorting in pain as they clutched their abdomens. In the fleeting moment before Hygieni noticed the commotion, Lu Ruan bent her knees and thrust them toward Hygieni's vulnerable area. The spacious bedroom soon bore witness to another contorted visage. Lu Ruan swiftly pivoted toward the edge of the bed, her feet hitting the ground, forgoing her shoes and the holographic device, sprinting down the stairs. 3 furious roars echoed behind her, spurring her to run even faster. She dashed downstairs, leaping over the fallen villa door, disregarding the gravel and debris beneath her feet. Vaulting over the fallen gate, crossing the street, and pressing the doorbell of the villa across from her. "Please open the door, sister." Lu Ruan observed the absence of pedestrians near the transport tracks, forcing her to wait for the door to be answered. Counting silently to 30 in her mind, she prepared to find a hiding spot if no one answered within that time. 30, 29, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as she reached 1. The gate of the villa opened with a click. Chapter 48. It turns out they are mixed-blooded Dark Clan members. Lu Ruan pushed through the gate and entered the living room of the unfamiliar household, her disheveled appearance instantly capturing the attention of everyone inside. "Miss, what happened?" The plump woman, Songshi, hastily rose from the sofa, her face a mask of surprise. Songshi's 7 suitors mirrored her astonishment. "Hello, my name is Lu Ruan. I live across the street. I'm in a rather urgent situation and don't have time to explain much. May I borrow your holographic device to summon a transport robot to the hospital? I'll return to thank you properly." She gasped for breath, speaking rapidly, her clear eyes filled with urgency. Seeing Lu Ruan so anxious that she almost stamped her foot, Sangshi refrained from asking further questions, quickly removing her holographic device and operating it before handing it to Lu Ruan. "Take it and go. There's no lock, limit of 1,000 star coins." In the starry realm, women were scarce, leading to harmonious lives. Conflicts among women were rare. Most felt a sense of novelty upon encountering another female, and those who got along often formed friendships, seeking solace from the men. Those who did not get along typically ignored each other or exchanged eye rolls, mocking their counterparts for their inadequacies. Lu Ruan approached with the confidence that this open-minded woman would assist her. "Thank you." Lu Ruan exited Songshi's home, racing towards the transport track. Using the device to summon a robot to Davidson Hospital. Ding! 10 star coins deducted from your account. Proceeding to Davidson Hospital, estimated travel time 13 minutes. Sitting inside the transport robot, listening to the notifications and watching the scenery whiz by, her previously anxious heart finally began to settle. The hospital director's husband would surely still be there. She would head to the hospital to find him. Though the Zhou mansion was a bit farther from home, she couldn't recall the long string of contact numbers for the 3 men, planning to have Davidson notify the others once she arrived at the hospital. Meanwhile, she retrieved Songshi's holographic device and began to report to the federal police. 13 minutes later, Lu Ruan rushed into the hospital, hurrying to Davidson's office, only to find it empty. As she exited, she coincidentally encountered Heir. "Heir, do you know where your uncle is?" "He is in his private laboratory, room 909. Heir responded, gazing in shock at the alarming bruises around her neck. "Thank you." Lu Ruan ascended the stairs to the 909 laboratory, opened the door, and beheld Davidson clad in a lab coat, engrossed in some task. The workbench was cluttered with an array of colorful bottles, some test tubes emitting plumes of steam. She called out, "Asen, there's been an incident." Hearing her voice, Davidson turned and was taken aback at the sight of his wife, who should have been safely at home, now in such a disheveled state. She was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, her neck bearing the marks of a violent grip, dressed only in a flimsy nightgown. Barefoot and standing at the doorway, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. His heart tightened, and he hastily ceased his activities, rushing to scoop her up and carry her to the medical room. Ruan, who did this? I will not let them go unpunished." Davidson's fingers trembled as he tenderly caressed the bruises on Lu Ruan's neck, a flicker of fierce resolve crossing his gaze. Despite the disdain many men in the galaxy held for women, none dared to physically harm his beloved wife. "During my lunch break, He Jin Yuan, and He Jin Yi invaded our villa. They attempted to steal all our star coins. I managed to evade them after a brief confrontation, but my holographic device remains in their possession. Although I have reported the incident, please inform a Dong and a Yao about this situation, so they can return home and assess the situation. We cannot allow He Jin and his cohorts to escape." Taking a deep breath and regaining her composure, she recounted her harrowing experience to Davidson. This was her first encounter with being robbed at the throat since traversing the stars. The sensation was far from pleasant. Once she retrieved her holographic device, her first course of action would be to drain every last star coin from those three scoundrels, compelling them to kneel before her and call her wife. She would ensure that every gain they made would be siphoned off, reducing them to mere tools for her financial benefit, transforming from faux scavengers to genuine ones. However, considering their stealthy intrusion into her villa, she worried whether the federal police could apprehend them in time. "All right, I will inform Kadong and the others immediately." Davidson entered the medical room, gently placing her in the medical chamber, then took a seat on a stool to comfort Lu Ruan momentarily. "Those from Heimingshing are not to be trifled with. Ruan, rest here for a while. I will prepare something." Images of the He brothers flashed through his mind, and a cold smile curled his lips. He had found his experimental subjects. He turned and exited towards the laboratory, simultaneously notifying Kadong and Luoyao, who were still at the state capital. After Davidson left, Lu Ruan extended her hands from the medical chamber, retrieving the paper profiles of the three individuals she had stored in her spatial device, beginning to peruse them. Name: He Jinyan. Gender: male. Age: 29. Height: 186 centimeters. Weight: 78 kilograms. Mixed race: dark clan mutant-eyed king snake. Occupation: scavenger. Family coordinates: Heimingshing. No family profile. He Jinyan lost his mother at the age of 5, following the dissolution of the He family on Heimingshing, and has scavenged alongside his two brothers since. Continuing to the next profile. Name: He Jinyuan. Gender: male. Age: 29. Height: 186 centimeters. Weight: 78 kilograms. Mixed race: dark clan mutant-eyed king snake. Occupation: scavenger. Family coordinates: Heimingshing. No family profile. He Jinyuan lost his mother at the age of 5, following the dissolution of the He family on Heimingshing, and has scavenged alongside his elder brother and younger brother since. The profile of He Jinyi was nearly identical to the previous two. So they're of the Dark Clan mixed blood? No wonder their resistance to toxins is so formidable, and their body temperature is lower than average. Those of the Dark Clan mixed blood are often regarded as particularly cunning in the galaxy. They have integrated the genes of dark, creeping beasts, resulting in lower body temperatures, selfish dispositions, and a disregard for laws and regulations, making them exceedingly difficult to tame. Heimingshing harbors a significant population of such individuals, many of whom become space bandits seeking easy gains. A fleeting memory of He Jinya's icy lips crossed Lu Ruan's mind. That man's lips were as cold as ice, reminiscent of licking a small pudding ice cream. She shook her head, exclaiming, "How could the mainframe assign a Dark Clan mutant to me?" After her audacious escape from the villa, it was clear that He Jinyan and his brothers would not let her off easily. She was now irrevocably entangled with them. Two choices lay before her: either tame the three venomous snakes or live in constant fear of abduction, suffering greatly should she fall into their hands. Lu Ruan exhaled deeply. Ruan, we are going home." After spending 5 minutes in the laboratory, Davidson returned to the medical room, lifting Lu Ruan as he opened the chamber. She tucked away the 3 profiles and replied, "All right." 15 minutes later, Davidson and Lu Ruan arrived at the villa via a transport robot, coincidentally encountering Kadong and Luoyao, who were returning from the state capital. Luoyao released his grip on Kadong's collar, retracting his wings, and swiftly turned to Lu Ruan in Davidson's arms. Noticing the faint bruises still visible on her neck, his eyes gleamed with cold fury. "Sister, we will avenge you." Kadong's gaze shifted from Lu Ruan's neck to the fallen gate of the villa, then to the federal police officers sprawled on the ground in the corridor, cursing as they called for reinforcements. His eyes darkened as he surveyed the metallic debris scattered at the villa entrance and the traces left by the small stones and metal shards that had injured Lu Ruan's feet. "Luoyao, let's deal with those 3 scoundrels." "Understood." Luoyao nodded, and as they prepared to charge in, Davidson halted them. "Wait, we cannot act recklessly. The federal military upstairs is clearly under control. Those 3 come from Heimingshing and are known for their treacherous tactics. Take this antidote." Davidson handed a vial to everyone present. Lu Ruan consumed the antidote. "Asen is right, we must not be impulsive." Kadong and Luoyao took the antidote, and Davidson handed them a spray bottle and 3 miniature syringes filled with the antidote. This substance is specifically designed to counteract the Dark Clan's neurotoxins. It works upon skin contact. Spray it on them first, and once they are incapacitated, use the syringes. Kedong and Luo Yao armed themselves with the items and entered the courtyard, proceeding into the house and ascending the stairs. Davidson followed closely, cradling Lu Ruan. Upon reaching the staircase, they gazed down the 2-meter-wide corridor on the second floor, where 20 federal police officers in blue uniforms were huddled against the wall in a neat row, their imposing figures now appearing diminutive. Just moments ago, they had been cursing loudly. Now, they cowered in fear, trembling. They resembled quails, their heads withdrawn, their sunken eyes filled with terror, projecting an image of utmost cowardice. The corridor floor was strewn with smoking laser weapons, shattered holographic devices, and broken detectors. He Jinyan, He Jin Yuan, and He Jinyi lounged casually on a small sofa in her master bedroom, their black leather jackets wide open, revealing bronzed abs. Disdainful gazes fixed on the cowering federal police. They nonchalantly puffed on cigarettes, one of them maliciously flicking ash onto another's face. Suddenly, they heard a commotion, and their sinister faces turned sharply towards the staircase. He Jinyan scrutinized Kedong and Luo Yao at the forefront for a couple of seconds, then shifted his focus to Davidson, ultimately locking onto Lu Ruan in his arms. He addressed his brothers. Only 3 have come. They pose no threat. Don your gas masks and capture her. When He Jin Yuan laid eyes on Lu Ruan, he was immediately reminded of the heart-wrenching pain he had just experienced, instinctively tugging at his shirt to cover his lower body. He Jin's gaze swept across Lu Ruan's lips and then lingered on her slender, graceful form, and he muttered softly, both tender and fierce. Lu Ruan made eye contact with the 3 men, a chill rising from the depths of her heart, causing a shiver to run down her spine. She instinctively shrank closer to Daewason, burying her face in his embrace, inhaling the comforting scent of medicine that eased her anxious heart. When she turned her gaze back to the trio, it skimmed over their abdominal muscles before settling lower, her mind secretly speculating on how long these 3 had been in pain. He Jinyan followed Lu Ruan's line of sight, and in an instant, he comprehended her thoughts. His expression darkening, he commanded his 2 younger brothers to advance. How dare you, woman, to humiliate us so? He Jin Yuan stood up and approached Lu Ruan and the others step by step. He Jinya donned his gas mask and rose to follow. Kedong and Luo Yao exchanged a glance and swiftly separated like lightning. Without hesitation, Kedong launched the first attack, raising the spray bottle in his hand and spraying directly at the faces of the 2 men, a cloud of neurotoxic mist dispersing into the air like a dark fog. He Jin Yuan was caught off guard. His abdominal muscles met the toxic mist first, and he collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. He Jinya, with a flick of his leather jacket, turned his back to Kedong, the dispersing toxic cloud being blown towards Lu Ruan by the wind generated from his jacket. The federal officer who accidentally inhaled the poison followed suit, collapsing, while the others who could still move rushed towards the exit in a frenzy. He Jinyan sat on the sofa, observing the unfolding situation, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his pale golden eyes. They're attempting to use poison again, yeah? Be cautious. As he spoke, a high-energy gun materialized in his hand. I know, cover me. After evading the initial wave of toxic mist, He Jinya donned a pair of metallic gloves, extending his arms as mechanical bracers automatically enveloped them. Luo Yao retrieved a familiar iron rod from his space and joined the fray, attacking He Jinya alongside Kedong. In an instant, the battle escalated fiercely. The sounds of metal clashing, high-energy gunfire, and the terrified cries of the federal officers echoed throughout the corridor. The 3 figures moved like lightning, their momentum fierce, while He Jinyan sat on the sofa like a boss, occasionally raising the high-energy gun to aim at Kedong and Luo Yao. After dodging a sneak attack, Luo Yao and Kedong retaliated fiercely, pummeling He Jinya mercilessly. Lu Ruan watched the scene with bated breath. It was far more terrifying than a science fiction film. Daewason silently took 2 steps back, preparing to descend the stairs and lead Lu Ruan to safety. Before heading down, he shouted to the 2 combatants, "Please try not to damage the villa." Having said that, Daewason took Lu Ruan downstairs. He Jinya gradually found himself at a disadvantage, and Kedong seized the opportunity to spray He Jinya with his bottle, finally bringing him down. He Jinyan uncrossed his legs on the sofa, casting a glance at his 2 younger brothers before settling his gaze on Kedong, licking his lips, a glimmer of unacknowledged interest flashing in his eyes. This is intriguing, but without the aid of the toxic mist, you are still no match for me. He swiftly donned his clothing, ensuring he was adequately covered. Kadong snorted coldly, exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Yao, both turning their attention toward the window. Lu Yao raised the iron rod to shatter the window. And while He Jinyan was distracted by the iron rod, he swiftly unfurled his black wings and struck at He Jinyan. A heavy thud resounded. He Jinyan was caught off guard and flew out of the window, crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Ruan, seated at the villa's entrance, was startled by the sight of a heavy object falling. The next moment, He Jinyan spat out a mouthful of blood and swiftly summoned a 2-meter-tall golden mech, climbing aboard. Lu Yao flapped his wings, carrying Kadong down from the second floor. Upon landing, Kadong quickly boarded the SSS-class black mech, taking advantage of He Jinyan's momentary daze to kick his golden mech away. A resounding crash ensued as the golden mech collided with the villa's outer wall, creating several cracks in the structure. The golden mech slid down from the wall and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He Jinyan, inside the mech, emitted a muffled grunt as the spiritual energy binding him dissipated for a moment, causing the mech to automatically retract into its control module. The fierce battle between the men came to an end, revealing He Jinyan's disheveled state, his drooping mouth stained with crimson blood, and his bones likely fractured from the fall. Lu Ruan exclaimed, "Asin, save him, we cannot let him die." Chapter 50. Suddenly Wealthy. "Very well," Daiweisin replied, his tone calm as he leisurely approached He Jinyan. Showing no urgency while instructing Kadong and Lu Yao, "You handle the situation upstairs." Kadong quickly retracted the mech. Lu Yao spread his black wings, lifting Kadong through the window to the second floor, eschewing the stairs in favor of speed. "Adong, Yao, search the 2 upstairs, retrieve my light brain, and thoroughly comb through their belongings for any light brains, space modules, and the like." Lu Ruan called out to the 2 men flying upstairs before making her way to Daiweisin. "Understood, sister. Do not worry, my wife." "How is he?" Lu Ruan inquired as she approached Daiweisin. She observed the man's gruesome state on the ground, feeling a tinge of bloodlust, yet devoid of any pity or sorrow. "A few broken bones serve him right." Daiweisin sprayed some poison at the resisting He Jinyan, rendering him immobilized, and then produced a miniature syringe, plunging it into him. He Jinyan's face contorted as he gasped for air. Within moments, his body began to convulse, his hands clawing at the ground, leaving deep bloody trails as if the pain had reached its peak. His eyes, filled with malice, bore into Daiweisin, silently conveying the message, "You may do as you please, but should I ever escape, beware." Lu Ruan silently stepped back 2 paces. Daiweisin discarded the syringe and searched He Jinyan, seizing his light brain and space module. "1. Your light brain is not with him. Go check with Kadong and the others." "All right," Lu Ruan replied, turning away and choosing not to look at He Jinyan's pitiful state. "As long as he doesn't die, that's sufficient." She entered the living room on the first floor, preparing to head upstairs to check the situation, only to see Kadong and Lu Yao each dragging one of the incapacitated men down the stairs. He Jinyuan and He Jinya were bruised and battered, their pale golden eyes nearly rolling back, blood trickling from their lips, bearing the marks of countless blows. Their bodies were covered in dust, evidence of the kicks they had endured. Most tragically, they lay paralyzed, resembling limp, dying snakes. "Adong, Yao, are they dead?" "They will not perish." Kadong and Lu Yao replied as they brought the men to the ground, then assisted the federal officers who had been incapacitated by the toxic mist from upstairs, placing them on the sofa to await Daiweisin's resolution. "Miss Lu Ruan, we cannot handle your case. Since your matchmakers have been dealt with, we shall withdraw from this matter," the 2 federal officers stated once they were safely settled on the sofa. As they spoke, they cast fearful glances at the 2 men on the ground, seemingly apprehensive about what the fallen men might do to them. "What?" Lu Ruan was momentarily taken aback, her mind swirling with questions. Logically, He Jinyan and his brothers had committed crimes severe enough to warrant 30 years in prison. Yet the federal officers made no mention of imprisoning them. She couldn't help but recall the scene she had witnessed when Daiweisin carried her upstairs, 20 burly federal officers squatting against the wall, seemingly trapped in a state of fear and resentment towards He Jinyan and his brothers. Now that the 3 had been captured, what were the federal officers still afraid of? Was there something more to this? Doubts clouded Lu Ruan's mind as she sat on the opposite sofa, finally stating, "Thank you, officers. We owe it to you that they did not escape." The federal police forced a smile, remaining silent. In their hearts, they fervently wished to depart this cursed place. never wanting to return to this villa again. The two bodies lying on the ground, along with another whose whereabouts were unknown, possessed identities that were utterly terrifying. Unless the Empress ordered General Qin to wage war against He Mingxing, no one could provoke them. However, General Qin was currently occupied on F-1008, eliminating alien beasts and expanding a new main star, leaving no time to lead a military campaign against He Mingxing. If they were to kill or imprison the three, within 2 days, Alpha Star would undoubtedly fall, marking the commencement of a galactic war. The long-standing peace among the 9 main stars would be shattered, and the citizens of each star would suffer. They could only hope that these 3 ruthless figures would not turn their sights on them, the mere junior officers, and would instead return to He Mingxing to manage their villains, ensuring that no malevolence would plague other stars. They would be eternally grateful for that. As Lu Ruan settled down, Luo Yao and Kedong squeezed in beside her. "Sister, your light brain." Luo Yao handed it to Lu Ruan, touching the familiar silver bracelet. Her gaze swept over the 2 figures on the ground, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she opened the light brain and accessed her assets. Then, she transferred the astronomical sum of billions of star coins from He Jinyan and his companions into her account. The notifications chimed. 1,900,000,000 credited. 1,901,000,000 credited. 1,870,000,000 credited. The crisp tones echoed in the spacious living room. Upon hearing the content, the unconscious He Jinyi and He Jinyuan struggled to draw a breath, rolling their eyes back and succumbing to unconsciousness. The federal police, leaning against the sofa, heard the notifications and stole glances at the 2 on the ground, their lips trembling slightly, yet they ultimately remained silent. The figures lying there, having been thoroughly beaten, were as formidable as they were. The account balance surged by 300 billion in an instant, and Lu Ruan's clear eyes curved into crescent moons, her delicate face radiating an extraordinary brilliance. In mere seconds, she transformed from a pauper into a billionaire, almost wanting to scream in the room to release her excitement. Now, with the star coins of He Jinyan, He Jinyuan, and He Jinyi in her possession, she looked forward to firmly controlling them. The first step in economic domination had begun. "Sister, tomorrow I'll take you to Dixing for some fun. Perhaps we should forgo the adventure? From now on, you can support me. I want to eat much. Just 3 meals a day with nutritional supplements and a plate of alien beast meat will suffice." Luo Yao's handsome face displayed a charming smile. With his wife's newfound wealth, there was no need for the family to toil outside. There was no longer a need to earn money for his wife to spend. He simply wished to be with her every day. Lu Ruan cheerfully patted the 2 men beside her. "All right. I will support you both, but since we have accepted this mission, we must see it through to completion. We cannot abandon it midway. Otherwise, she would not accumulate her willpower. She too longed to stay at home and, when weary, to wander outside. However, all this could only be realized once her willpower was fully amassed. My dear, once this adventure concludes, I will accompany you day and night at home." Kedong replied after a moment's contemplation, a flicker of joy passing through his dark, ink-like eyes. Davidson had mentioned the need to find Lan Jiao to help enhance his wife's physique. The adventure mission was not to be forsaken. Once the task was completed and his wife's wealth was sufficient, he could finally rest for a while and take good care of her at home. At that moment, Davidson dragged He Jinyan from the yard inside. "Kedong, Luo Yao, you two bring the others in as well." After speaking, he continued to drag the barely conscious He Jinyan toward the storeroom on the first floor, his actions notably rough, starkly contrasting with how he treated other patients previously. Chapter 51. The tale of the mummy. He Jinyan, He Jinyuan, and He Jinyi were confined to the storeroom. Davidson retrieved 3 medical pods from his spatial button and connected them to a power source. Kedong and Luo Yao assisted in placing the individuals inside. "Davidson, should we not treat them? It seems a bit of a waste of electricity," Luo Yao remarked disdainfully, eyeing the 3 inside the pod. "How could my wife's genetic compatibility with them be 100? He pondered in confusion. Davidson adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. "Not treating them would waste the boxes. We must not easily allow them to perish. Although these 3 appear to be scavengers, they possess billions in star coins. And the scanned information I could find about them indicates that their identities are anything but simple. Their deaths would lead to complications. Once I heal them, they can serve as punching bags for my wife to vent her frustrations. After all, research suggests that appropriately releasing pent-up anger and negative emotions is beneficial for mental and physical health. My wife has endured so much today. She must be eager to express her grievances. Kedong took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, tidied his hair, adjusted his attire, and ensured he looked as charming as ever before striding out of the storeroom. He settled beside Lu Ruan in the living room, ignoring the federal police across from them, and said in a low voice, "Wife, please play the surveillance footage from when they barged into the villa." The welfare villa was constructed solely for women, equipped with a rare alloy security door considered of high quality within the galaxy. Unless opened by the owner, ordinary individuals could not enter. He was curious to see how He Jinyan and his companions managed to breach the entrance. All right. She had just transferred the star coins to her husband and watched as many zeros instantly appeared in their balance, feeling considerably pleased. Exiting the transfer interface, she accessed the Butler Center, retrieving the surveillance footage from the afternoon when the He Jin brothers invaded the villa and projecting it for Kedong to see. At that moment, Davidson and Luo Yao also emerged. Their gazes were instantly glued to the high-definition video. The footage displayed three men clad in leather jackets, menacingly approaching the villa from the direction of the transport track. Upon stopping, they fixed their sinister gazes on the villa's entrance, first producing a detector to assess the number of occupants, confirming that only one person was inside, before pressing the doorbell symbolically. After waiting less than 10 seconds without a response, one of them drew out a 1-meter-long electric saw glowing blue and began to work on the entrance. After several minutes of buzzing, with a resounding crash, the once sturdy rare metal alloyed door fell to the ground. Minutes later, with another crash, the second door met a similar fate, followed by the lock of the third door dropping. The three then kicked the door open and entered Lu Ruan's master bedroom. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ruan silently muttered to herself, "Bandits have invaded the village." Luo Yao shot a fierce glare toward the storeroom, gritting his teeth. "I should drag them out right now and give them another beating." The physical torment had reached its peak. It was time for them to endure mental anguish. Davidson's lips curled into a meaningful smile. The quantum saw used for repairing S-class battleships was indeed put to good use in cutting doors. Kedong stared at the electric saw in the surveillance footage, nearly laughing in anger. The video then transitioned to the scene of Lu Ruan running out from her master bedroom, clad in pajamas and barefoot, sprinting down the stairs in a panic. Her pale neck flushed red. After watching, they found it utterly outrageous. Dong, Davidson, and Luo Yao simultaneously reached out to embrace Lu Ruan, comforting her. The two federal police silently lowered their heads, pretending not to see, yet casting furtive glances at Lu Ruan, who was nestled amid the three men. Not long ago, a colleague exiled to He Mingxing had mentioned that those three ruthless figures employed exceedingly cruel methods against traitors or enemies. A family on He Mingxing had opposed them. The next day, all members of that family seemed to vanish without a trace, never to be seen again. Initially, everyone thought they had merely fled to another star, but later, someone stumbled upon a desolate thicket and discovered the entire family hanging from trees, all transformed into mummies, including 3 female corpses. Had it not been for the federal police extracting their genetic information and conducting comparisons in the gene database, no one would have dared to confirm that the neatly hanging 200 corpses on the tree belonged to the family that vanished the day after offending 3 powerful individuals. From that moment onward, the inhabitants of He Mingxing declared that in the eyes of these 3 formidable figures, there was no distinction between genders. The fate of those who incurred their wrath was invariably tragic. However, Lu Ruan had angered these 3, and from the surveillance footage, they observed her spending a full 20 minutes in a room with them. When she emerged, her neck bore only a faint red ring, and she exhibited no additional injuries, remaining perfectly alive. The 3 powerful men, it seemed, exhibited a certain restraint when dealing with women, contrary to the terrifying rumors that circulated. The veracity of the corpse rumors remained uncertain. The current situation necessitated the hiring of a mechanic to repair the villa's walls and doors. Lu Ruan exited the Butler Center, her words drawing the drifting thoughts of everyone back to reality. Kedong nodded in agreement. He activated his light brain and accessed the StarNet, summoning a professional mechanic to fix the door. It was only at this moment that Davidson noticed 2 federal police officers seated on the opposite sofa, still recovering from their state. He hurriedly produced antidotes and administered them to the 2. Once freed from their paralysis, the officers expressed their gratitude to Director Davidson before hastily exiting, seemingly unwilling to linger in Lu Ruan's villa. After their departure, Luo Yao and Davidson began to bicker. "Sister, let me cook for you." Your cooking is terrible. I'll handle it. Davidson, your food is the worst. You feed her nutrient biscuits at every meal. Paired with that concoction of alien beast milk? And what do you cook? You just boil biscuits into mush and add some sugar? As Davidson spoke, he felt a pang of sympathy. His wife could not yet consume alien plants or meat. He could only prepare her monotonous meals. Although these bland dishes were nutritionally balanced, the longing glances she cast upon them as they devoured meat filled him with anguish, to the point where he almost wanted to feed her some. Lu Ruan, witnessing their quarrel, interjected, "Then you both should cook. Make 2 portions. I can eat twice today." After a pause, she continued, "Forget about preparing your own meals. Today we celebrate our newfound wealth. I will order a luxurious feast online for us to enjoy together tonight." Davidson and Luo Yao resumed their competition in the kitchen. Kadong successfully located someone to repair the walls. After placing the order for the luxurious feast, Lu Ruan also ordered a slightly pricey alien plant salad, a favorite among interstellar women. Accompanied by Kadong, she expressed her gratitude to Sangshi in the adjacent villa, returning the light brain to him. They conversed for a while at Sangshi's home. Upon returning, she found that repairs had already commenced on the villa's walls. The dining table was laden with an extravagant spread, over 20 plates of fragrant alien beast meat, alongside 2 rather simple dishes. Just as Lu Ruan settled at the table, Davidson and his companions, bound and weakened, were placed in chairs across from her, their bodies oriented toward the enticing aroma wafting from the food. "Soft, let us eat," Davidson announced as he and his companions sat closely beside her. The eyes of He Jin Yen, He Jin Yi, and He Jin Yuan inadvertently shifted toward the aromatic alien beast meat. Their stomachs audibly protested, and seeing no one pay them heed, they turned their gaze toward the small biscuits on Lu Ruan's plate. Silently, Lu Ruan inched her plate closer to herself and inquired about the progress of Kadong and Luo Yao's endeavors in the Zhou mansion that day. With eager anticipation, she asked, "A Dong, a Yao, did you find anyone today?" Chapter 52, The Desires of a Foolish Heart. Yearning for her affection, we encountered no one at the Zhou mansion today. We shall return tomorrow. Kadong met Lu Ruan's hopeful gaze, his lips barely moving as he delivered the truth. During this period, nearly all adventurers were occupied with tasks across various affiliated planets. The number of individuals coming to settle accounts was minimal, and the tasks issued by various families had largely been claimed, leaving no one to arrive at the Zhou mansion, resulting in both he and Luo Yao failing to meet anyone. However, all exploration tasks had a deadline. If the deadline arrived and the adventurers had not completed their tasks, they were required to return to the Zhou mansion, return the task token, and pay the corresponding penalty. Failure to comply would result in their entire expedition team being blacklisted, and the adventurers who took on the tasks would find it impossible to continue in this line of work for the rest of their lives. Hence, he and Luo Yao had spent the day at the Zhou mansion primarily monitoring which tasks were nearing their deadlines, preparing to excavate individuals when they came to return their tokens. Unfortunately, the results were less than satisfactory. Only about 10 tasks were approaching their deadlines, all of which had cut-off dates 2 months away. Unaware of Lu Ruan's secret, Luo Yao spoke to her in a particularly gentle tone. "Sister, we are not short on star coins at the moment. We can venture out as soon as we assemble a team. If not, we can take you out for a leisure trip without any rush." Luo Yao's words garnered peculiar glances from the other 2 men. Davidson thought to himself, he is anxious. He wants to drive himself to desperation. If we can't find anyone to team up with for the Blue Flood Dragon, letting my wife eat biscuits every day breaks my heart. Kadong internally lamented, he is also anxious. He is far too anxious, all right? This kid doesn't understand that my wife is a pure woman, unlike the mixed breed women. He only thinks about taking her out for fun every day. Davidson argued that finding the Blue Flood Dragon would enhance his wife's physique, yet she could barely handle this endeavor and would faint. How could she enjoy herself? At the very least, her physicality needed to reach the average standard of interstellar women, able to handle 7 outings at once, before she could roam freely and indulge in her adventures, right? All right, then you both should check again tomorrow. Lu Ruan was not annoyed. She elegantly picked up a plain biscuit, savoring it in tiny bites. The feeling of newfound wealth was exhilarating. Holding a staggering 3 trillion star coins in her grasp, she was undoubtedly a top-tier wealthy lady, her assets nearly rivaling that of the Interstellar Empress. Yet, she had only accumulated 24 willpower points, still far from the 100 mark, making her quest for a long life of 500 years seem distant. Although she lay amidst a pile of money, she found herself unable to spend it. Why did she still need 3 mecha warriors? She desperately longed to assemble an S-class exploration team, embark on an adventure, and promptly acquire a longevity physique, ultimately becoming a carefree individual. One day, when she grew weary of her forcibly bound husband, she would venture into the sea to catch a few wild ones for a taste test. If 1 or 2 were insufficient, she would gather 7 or 8 or even 100. That would truly make her journey through the interstellar world worthwhile. Lu Ruan slightly lifted her gaze to admire the sky outside the window, only to be met with the ravenous stares of He Jinyan and his companions, as if they wished to devour her. She glared at the 3 of them, questioning their intent with her gaze. He Jinyan, nearly too weak to speak from hunger, thought, "This woman, get it straight, you are the ones staring at us." They had merely attempted to frighten Lu Ruan into obediently spending her star coins, only to be thwarted, left weakened and bound, and now, positioned before a feast, they could only covet the meat. This was the first time in his life he felt such humiliation. "You think too much." He Jinyan retracted his sinister gaze. He ignored the enticing aroma wafting from the table, suppressing his inner longing for the meat. He Jinyi was different from his 2 brothers. Whenever he gazed upon Lu Ruan, vivid images of her kissing his lips in the master bedroom flashed through his mind uncontrollably. And he still felt the lingering sensation from her kiss. Damn it, he found himself yearning to be kissed by this woman again. Despite having been kicked by her knee for nearly 20 minutes, how could he still be thinking about this? It was truly absurd. He Jinya's expression was exceedingly complex. Upon hearing the captive speak, he demanded, "What did you say?" Kedong's sharp gaze suddenly fixed on He Jinyan, assigning blame to the man across from him. "You're asking for a beating, aren't you?" Luo Yao stood up, ready to teach him a lesson. Davidson cast a lingering glance towards the 3 individuals across the table, his index finger gently tapping on the surface, as if lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, he retrieved a small whip he had purchased an hour earlier on the Xinguang and placed it on Lu Ruan's lap. "Here for you. Feel free to strike or scold. They are now our captives." Lu Ruan gazed at the meter-long black whip resting on her leg. It fit her perfectly, as if tailored just for her. "Am I not allowed to look at her?" Black Jinyan, observing the fierce demeanor of the silver-haired youth opposite him, felt the hidden malice and treachery beneath the seemingly refined exterior of the white-clad academy head, as well as the predatory glances from the black-haired man, compelling him to lower his gaze. However, his body was so constrained that only his eyes and mouth could move, making it nearly impossible to avert his gaze from Lu Ruan. The moment he caught sight of her, he felt an urge to intimidate her, to make her aware of the dangers of provoking the wrong individuals. "Arson, Yao, Dong, focus on your meal and ignore them," Lu Ruan interjected, urging the 3 men at her side to resume their dining, lest their food grow cold. The trio finally complied, picking up their utensils to indulge in the exquisite meat of exotic beasts. The variety of interstellar cuisine was indeed vast, yet the men had a particular affinity for meat. Nutritional supplements and processed foods served primarily to ensure a balanced diet for ordinary citizens who could not afford the luxury of exotic meats. Women, too, relished meat but tended to favor exotic plants, such as the stems, leaves, and fruits of these flora, as well as fish-flavored nutrient pastes derived from them. As the 3 men at Lu Ruan's side dined with both elegance and speed, the 20 plates on the table gradually emptied. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Ruan felt satiated. She paused, observing Kedong savoring his meal, a flicker of longing evident in her dark, beautiful eyes. She lamented the stark contrast of her current existence, having crossed into this world where she subsisted on plain biscuits. In that fleeting moment of yearning, she remained unaware that the expressions of the 3 men across the table had shifted. Their pale golden eyes, once filled with malice and darkness, now glimmered with an inexplicable sense of compassion. Black Jinyan, with a sidelong glance at his younger brothers, Black Jinyuan and Black Jinyi, found their gazes converging on the remnants of biscuits on Lu Ruan's plate. Their lips, slightly pursed, focused intently on the small biscuits, and their expressions gradually sank into reminiscence, a hint of sorrow emerging on their sharp brows, a sentiment that had lain dormant for many years. Chapter 53. This uncle is truly kind. Black Jinyan's memories drifted back to his childhood. At the tender age of 5, he lost his mother to illness, and their once prosperous black family, comprising 500 members, was compelled to disband. Following the dissolution, the federal government reclaimed the welfare villa allocated to his mother, confiscating her assets. The remaining assets were then distributed among the 50 matched partners tied to his mother, including her 200 sons, her elder uncles who were still alive, and their sons, who were his half-brothers. He and his 2 brothers each received 30,000 star coins. After the villa was reclaimed, their uncles took their own sons and sought new lodgings. He and his brothers believed their father would do the same, leading them to a new life. To their dismay, their father merely pitched a tent at the villa's entrance, settling them inside and demanding they transfer their 30,000 star coins to him, claiming he needed to purchase a small house. He promised to return and take them to their new home. Naively, they complied, transferring the freshly acquired 30,000 star coins, believing their father would come back. Perhaps out of a fleeting conscience, their father later returned 5,000 star coins, claiming that he wouldn't need much to buy the house. The brothers, then just 5 years old, did not grasp the treachery of human nature and watched as their father's imposing figure faded from view, never to return. Had he not later seen his father living well on another planet, he might have thought his father had met with misfortune. After their father departed, the brothers waited in vain for 2 days and nights, while their father had fled for 2 days and nights, even reaching another planet. On the 3rd day, when the enforcement team arrived to inspect the villa, they forcibly expelled the 3 children, compelling them to leave the welfare district. With only 5,000 star coins remaining, he and his brothers wandered aimlessly, uncertain of their next steps, acutely aware that in the perilous realm of Haming Star, thieves and scoundrels abounded, and their scant funds could easily be snatched away. In a moment of desperation, they encountered an uncle from their former family. Upon hearing of their father's disappearance, the uncle, noticing they still possessed 90,000 star coins, feigned kindness, offering to take them to his rental home to live with his 8 sons, treating them as his own. The brothers, filled with hope, joyfully followed him to the rental, where they were well fed and cared for 2 days. He thought to himself, this uncle is truly kind. Despite losing our father, we can still thrive with him and our 8 half-brothers. Yet, just as their joy was blossoming, the uncle declared that the household required a versatile robotic maid, thus demanding the brothers contribute 50,000 star coins to purchase one. Bewildered, he realized they had already given nearly all their funds to their father for the house. With only 5,000 remaining, he candidly explained their predicament, offering what little he had to contribute to the purchase of the maid. Once the 5,000 star coins were transferred, their lives descended into a nightmarish existence. The uncle, unwilling to spend money on a maid, forced the 3 5-year-olds to assume the role of caregivers, undertaking laundry, cleaning, and cooking, enduring harsh punishments if their efforts did not meet the family's expectations. The brothers, still so young and with nowhere to turn, bore their suffering in silence. Moreover, accustomed to a life of luxury, the uncle and his 8 sons found it difficult to adjust to their new circumstances, continuing to consume 3 plates of exotic meat each meal. Meanwhile, the brothers could only watch helplessly as their painstakingly prepared dishes were devoured, relegated to subsisting on the cheap, soon-to-expire biscuits purchased by their uncle from the Xinguang. These biscuits, available at a mere 10 star coins for a large bag, sufficed as their sustenance for 3 days. Each time they witnessed their uncle and 8 brothers feast, their eyes would betray their longing. Seeing his brothers suffer, he would secretly pilfer a couple of pieces of exotic meat for them during meal preparations, only to be discovered by one of the brothers, resulting in a near-fatal punishment for him and his siblings that night. Thereafter, they could only obediently gnaw on the cheap biscuits while enviously watching their uncle and brothers indulge in meat. This grim existence persisted for approximately 3 months, during which the family's daily consumption of meat gradually depleted their account balance. Ultimately, after 3 months, the uncle's assets dwindled to a mere 20,000 star coins. The brothers were then forced to scavenge for coins, surrendering every star coin they earned to their uncle. Regardless of the frigid winter months, with skin chapped by the cold, they were compelled to earn 500 star coins daily, otherwise, their uncle would not spare them or their younger brother. Eventually, the brothers fell ill while scavenging and were rescued by a middle-aged scavenger who took them back to the refuge of scavengers, thus liberating them from the clutches of their malevolent uncle. Chapter 54. The soul and rare warmth. The brothers began to follow this middle-aged scavenger, their adoptive father, and the companions at the scavenger's encampment, scavenging from the tender age of 5.5 until they turned 9. The adoptive father represented the only and rare warmth in their lives. However, in their 9th year, tragedy struck when their adoptive father was robbed by ruffians. In a desperate struggle to protect their star coins from being stolen, he valiantly fought back, successfully scaring off the assailants. But he ultimately succumbed to his injuries in a pool of blood. In a bid to heal their gravely injured adoptive father, the brothers and their companions ventured into the dirtiest and most perilous places, tirelessly searching through garbage for 3 consecutive days until they finally gathered enough to cover the medical expenses. Just as they returned to the encampment filled with hope, armed with the funds for the treatment, another gang of thugs on Heimingxing, seeing their youthful appearance, mercilessly robbed them. In the ensuing struggle to protect their hard-earned money, 15 scavenger companions lost their lives. The brothers, being young and hidden behind, narrowly escaped. Upon returning to the encampment, they had hoped that the coins they had scavenged over the past 3 days, combined with their adoptive father's remaining balance, would suffice for his hospital treatment. However, when they presented the payment in the hospital, they were met with the annual tax day. Their adoptive father's balance was instantly reduced by 50,000 star coins due to the single tax. With all their coins combined, they could not afford the treatment, leading to their adoptive father losing the chance of survival. In his final moments, lying feebly in the hospital's subpar medical chamber, he weakly retrieved a half-broken plain cookie from his pocket and handed it to him. He said, "Xiaoyan, do not waste any food. After the uncle is gone, live well with your brothers. To survive on this planet, where wickedness abounds, remember the 2 words, maliciousness. You must be more malicious than the evildoers." Before he could finish his words, he exerted the last of his strength to transfer all his star coins to him and his brothers, before passing away. From that moment onward, the brothers lost the rare warmth in their lives, and their companions at the encampment also mourned the loss of their most cherished warmth. After sharing the half of the plain cookie, they left the hospital and returned to the encampment. They wept over their adoptive father's urn for 3 days and nights, etching his words into their minds, repeatedly whispering the word maliciousness in their hearts. Damn the evildoers. Damn the single tax. This cursed world. From that point, the brothers, alongside the scavenger companions, ceased scavenging and embarked on a path of robbing the wicked. United, they targeted one evildoer after another, dismantling various criminal organizations. They then sought to rally the scavengers, who already lived in hardship and had to pay 50,000 in single tax annually to the federal government, forming the organization Shering and continuing their campaign against the malevolent figures on the planet. Initially, many scavengers were timid, too frightened to act against their oppressors. He encouraged them to internalize the concept of maliciousness, and gradually they shed their fear, trampling upon those who once oppressed them. A tempest of bloodshed swept across Heimingxing as death hung heavily in the air. The federal police initially intended to intervene, but upon realizing that the members of Shering were all desperate men, they feared retaliation and opted to turn a blind eye to their actions. On Heimingxing, the population consisted of 20 evildoers, 50 scavengers, and the remaining 30 comprised federal officials and some ordinary workers. Over the span of 20 years, from the ages of 9 to 29, the number of scavengers dwindled, while the ranks of Shering swelled. The organization grew to such an extent that the shadows of its members loomed large across the entirety of Heimingxing, gaining control over 70% of the population. From that point forward, there were no good souls left on Heimingxing. Anyone picked off the street was stained with the blood of numerous victims. He and his 2 brothers became the feared leaders of Shering, regarded as heinous villains by evildoers. However, some evildoers could not endure the prospect of earning a living through honest labor and sought to escape Heimingxing to plunder the vulnerable inhabitants of other planets. Occasionally, a few managed to slip through the cracks, wreaking havoc on the citizens of other worlds. To maintain order on the planet, the federal government had no choice but to rely on Shering. Their first condition for negotiation was the abolition of the single tax for men earning less than 200,000 star coins annually. The second condition was the removal of the security systems imposed on Heimingxing. They sought to establish a new order on the planet, completely severing its ties with the 9 major star systems. Ultimately, the officials of Heimingxing capitulated, becoming puppets of the Shering organization while maintaining their positions. Now, as long as the organization's defense network spanned the planet, Heimingxing would be wholly theirs. The core members of Shering, having originated as scavengers, preferred to disguise themselves as such. Consequently, the 30% of non-Shering members on the streets of Heimingxing donned the garb of scavengers for their own safety. This led to a peculiar sight. Upon arriving on Heimingxing, one would find a bustling street where pedestrians were dressed in tattered clothing. He Jingyan collected his thoughts, shifting his gaze from the plain cookie to Lu Ruan. This woman, he initially believed, had the cookie on the table meant for them, only to discover it was for her. She had just humbly consumed the cookie while casting envious glances at the man beside her enjoying meat, too timid to ask for a portion or even reach for it. Was she foolish? In a typical family on Heimingxing, women always took precedence. No matter how starved the men were, the women would never go hungry. Seeing her eyes filled with longing reminded him of when they were 5. Watching a family at their uncle's house feast on meat, and the discomfort grew within him. Lu Ruan had been fierce and unyielding towards them, yet now, faced with others, she seemed too frightened to even reach for meat. Women in the galaxy, regardless of location, never suffered as she did, reduced to such frailness. How hypocritical! He Jingyan cast a scornful gaze towards Davidson, Kadong, and Luoyao, muttering under his breath. This woman would have been better off captured by them. At least they would have provided her with ample exotic beast meat and ensured her well-being, unlike those 3 pretentious men who made her gnaw on a plain cookie. While she gazed longingly at the meat, too cowardly to ask. As the leaders of Shering, they had believed themselves to be the most notorious in the galaxy, only to discover that their counterparts were equally, if not more, ruthless. At that moment, Davidson set down his utensils. You call us hypocrites? He Jingyan retorted. You allow Lu Ruan to nibble on a cookie, leaving her to gaze longingly at you while pretending to care for her. Is that not hypocrisy? Was Lu Ruan being brainwashed by the men across the table? Davidson glanced at the other side of the table. And what about you? You barged into her villa and threatened her, leaving her in such a state? I SNT it because you've left her so frail that I barely exerted any force and her neck turned red? I SNT that your fault? He Jingyan snorted disdainfully. Kadong joined the fray. You have no right to speak. Lu Ruan first glanced at Kadong and Davidson beside her, then turned her puzzled gaze towards He Jingyan and He Jingyi, utterly bewildered. Was the man across from her defending her? Chapter 55, finally negotiated. Stop. Everyone quiet down. I will ask, and you will answer. What is He? The expressions of He Jingyan and He Jingyi were no longer as sinister and terrifying as before, and Lu Ruan felt less intimidated by the two of them. Considering the matter of forming a team, she decided to attempt communication with them, hoping to leverage the 300 billion star coins to coerce them into joining her expedition. However, gazing at their identical heads, a sense of helplessness washed over her. He Jingyan, seated in the middle, slightly parted his thin lips and uttered a single word, yen. His tone was cold, laced with a hint of oppressive darkness, a natural consequence of having controlled Shering for many years. This was simply how he spoke. I am He Jingyi, remember that, He Jingyi chimed in from the left. His voice similar to He Jingyan's, but lacking the same oppressive quality. Lu Ruan shifted her gaze to He Jingyi, nodding slightly. From his earlier words, she realized that he was indeed the one who had threatened her by squeezing her neck to transfer funds. She would remember He Jingyi. She would find an opportunity to strangle him. After lingering on He Jingyi for a moment, Lu Ruan turned her focus back to He Jingyan, who clearly held more authority in their conversation. Her expression grew serious. He Jingyan, what exactly do the 3 of you do? And why do each of you possess over 1,000 billion star coins? Yet, you came all the way to Alpha Star to threaten and rob me over a mere 10 million? He Jingyan replied tersely, as the leader of Shering. You cannot touch this sum of star coins. Davidson, Kadong, and Luoyao simultaneously directed their gazes at He Jingyan. The 3 men were momentarily stunned, their hearts unsettled. Why can't you touch your star coins? Once you bind with us, I become the head of the family, free to allocate your assets, Lu Ruan pressed on. When she initially bound the 9 of them, Davidson had mentioned the matter of asset transfer. She had not chosen to immediately transfer all their star coins to her account. However, interstellar women typically seize the star coins right after binding with men to manage the family's assets. What could these men possibly need the star coins for? Were they so stingy? Over a mere 10 million, they made such a fuss. Lu Ruan, this sum of star coins is crucial to the stability of Heiming-star. You truly cannot touch it. At this moment, He Jingyi interjected to explain. This 300 billion was originally intended for the organization's defensive network construction. However, the current members of Shering were no longer the weak, submissive scavengers of the past. The once dragon-slaying youths had transformed into fearsome dragons. Placing 300 billion into the organization would undoubtedly tempt some individuals. After all, they were well aware of the character of their subordinates, who had grown accustomed to robbery. Once the next phase of the defensive network commenced, they would spend this sum down to the last coin. This was also why the brothers had traveled a long way to warn her and, incidentally, rob her. Lu Ruan murmured, crucial to Haiming Star's stability? He Jinyan nodded slightly. He Jinyi assessed Lu Ruan's slender figure in silence for a moment before enticingly saying, Lu Ruan, if you want star coins, we can give them to you next year. Come with us to Haiming Star, and we will allocate 10 billion to you each day. Once the defensive network was established, Shuriying would completely control Haiming Star. By then, aside from the 20 years of deceased population, Haiming Star would still have 70 billion people, of which 20 billion would be Shuriying members. The remaining 50 billion would be under Shuriying's control, all functioning as tools for earning star coins. Their brothers would not demand much. Merely 10 star coins in protection fees per person daily, allowing them to earn 500 billion star coins each day. What? 10 billion daily for my wife? Luo Yao's eyes gleamed, looking at He Jinyi as if he were a golden lamb. He suddenly found the man across from him less unlikable. 10 billion a day. 100 billion in 10 days, and 300 billion in a year. Was the leader of Shuriying solely focused on money? Lu Ruan's eyes widened in astonishment. 10 billion a day was indeed a tremendous temptation. She quickly shook her head. She still had not fully grasped the nature of these 3 poisonous snakes. Resisting the allure, she decided to prioritize the matter at hand. Lu Ruan fixed her gaze on He Jinyan, asking, how many star coins do you truly need? He Jinyan pondered for 2 seconds before stating a whole number, 300 billion. The men across from her were all hypocritical paupers, treating the remaining star coins as a gift to her, hoping she would be wise enough not to foolishly transfer her star coins to others. If you want to reclaim the 300 billion, I have a condition. Lu Ruan nodded slightly. Her account currently held 350 billion, sufficient to transfer back to He Jinyan. He Jinyan calmly uttered one word, speak. Not in a hurry. First, let me ask you, can all 3 of you operate mechas? What is your mental power level? Yes, SSS. My condition is that the 3 of you must join my expedition team and obediently accompany us on our adventure. Upon completing the mission, I will immediately return your 300 billion. An adventure? He Jinyan's sharp brows furrowed slightly. Embarking on an adventure would require time for tasks on the affiliated star. What tasks do you need to undertake? How long is the expected duration? The royal family has issued a task to find the Blue Jiao. The deadline is 1 year. However, I have clues, so it should be completed in 6 months. Kedong replied. What is the reward for the task? 3 billion. 6 months is too long. Return all our belongings and the 300 billion star coins to us now. After completing the task, we will split 20 billion as our reward. He Jinyan stated resolutely. Next month, the 300 billion will need to be spent entirely. Their account balance will be cleared, and since Haiming Star is not yet fully stable, the organization is in urgent need of funds. He and his brother would accompany her on the adventure to secure the 20 billion for unforeseen circumstances. By next year, they would no longer worry about earning star coins. In the future, they could have as many as they wanted, and making money would no longer be their goal. Lu Ruan was taken aback. What? She was shocked by He Jinyan's audacity. After exchanging glances, Kedong and Davidson nodded. Kedong spoke up, I agree. This expedition task was not solely for star coins. The man across from them seemed genuinely interested in accompanying them, allowing for an earlier departure to search for the Blue Jiao. Seeing that her companions had agreed, Lu Ruan no longer hesitated. However, she scrutinized He Jinyan's subtle expressions and asked, how can I be sure that after you receive the 300 billion, the 3 of you will obediently follow along on the adventure? Lu Ruan. My elder brother has always been a man of his word. At this moment, Davidson wore a gentle yet oddly unsettling smile. He stood, walked to the chair across from him, and leisurely produced a syringe, extending his hand elegantly before plunging it into He Jinyan and his brothers with force. Then he turned to Lu Ruan, his voice soothing and magnetic, soft, I have a way to make them obedient. Observing her husband's confident demeanor, Lu Ruan transferred the star coins to He Jinyan. The 300 billion star coins arrived. Kedong presented a somewhat bulging, clean garbage bag, pushing it across the table. It was filled with the personal belongings of He Jinyan and his brothers. The deal is struck. Can you release us now? He Jinyan turned his golden eyes toward Davidson, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Ruan's mind resonated with a cheerful notification. Congratulations, host, for fulfilling Kadong's current wish to form an S-level expedition team, earning 5 wish points, with a cumulative total of 29. Chapter 56. What did he do wrong? The night descended like a vast black velvet drape, heavily shrouding the entire world. Lu Ruan, dressed in a loose summer pajama, resembled a languid cat, comfortably reclining on the warm, expansive circular bed in the master bedroom. She gazed through the window, her eyes fixed on the night sky outside. The thought of embarking on her journey to Fushuxing the following day filled Lu Ruan's heart with uncontainable joy, as if a cheerful little bird were fluttering within her. Just as she was lost in her elation, a gentle knock on the door disrupted her reverie. Lu Ruan, a deep, soothing voice called from outside. It was Daiwei-san. What is it, Asen? Lu Ruan responded casually, a flicker of confusion evident in her dark, clear eyes. She hesitated to rise and open the door, for she had no intention of inviting a man to share her bed on the eve of her departure. Lu Ruan, there aren't many rooms tidied up in the villa. Your master bedroom has a larger bed. I'll put one of the 3 men in there with you, Daiwei-san explained. Lu Ruan raised an eyebrow in question. She slipped on her shoes and ambled to the door, opening it slowly. Upon lifting her gaze, she immediately spotted Daiwei-san and Kadong, who were holding a motionless man cloaked in shadows at her doorstep. Are you suggesting he squeeze in with me? Daiwei-san nodded slightly. I administered a sedative. He is currently immobile and unable to speak. Consider him a mere wooden figure. He poses no threat to you. Since we are departing tomorrow, it is essential that everyone rests well tonight. In truth, he, Kadong, and Luoyao had initially intended to compete for the honor of staying with her that night, but her firm refusal had thwarted their plans. The villa simply lacked sufficient rooms, and with their considerable statures, 2 adult men could not fit comfortably on a single bed. Thus, they devised this unconventional solution. Lu Ruan scrutinized the restrained man, Heijin Yuan. Who is he? Kadong replied, Heijin Ye. Heijin Yuan glared at Kadong, indignant. He was, in fact, Heijin Yuan. Just as he prepared to vehemently protest, he realized that Daiwei-san's temporary silencing had rendered his attempts futile, producing only muffled sounds. Upon hearing the name, Lu Ruan's expression darkened as she turned her gaze back to Heijin Yuan. Very well, I consent, she declared, secretly hoping she wouldn't end up strangling Heijin Ye. Daiwei-san and Kadong pushed the wooden figure of Heijin Yuan into the master bedroom, settling him against the far side of the enormous round bed, ensuring he did not encroach upon Lu Ruan's sleeping space. Kadong retrieved a light blanket to drape over him, nearly covering Heijin Yuan's entire head, as if to shield him from her sight. Heijin Yuan glared at Kadong with fierce intensity. As a half-breed of the Dark Clan, he inherently favored cool environments. With Alpha Star's oppressive heat and the room's climate control set too high, he cursed Kadong and Daiwei-san for treating him this way, mistaking him for a younger brother while covering him so thoroughly. Daiwei-san, renowned across the galaxy as the esteemed dean, was well aware of the substances that could subdue their kind. Did he not understand their peculiarities? Heijin Yuan felt a swell of frustration rising within him, his gaze darkening. Lu Ruan, rest well tonight. We depart at 9 o'clock in the morning, Daiwei-san instructed gently. Dear, if Heijin Ye bothers you, feel free to cover his head as well. Understood, Lu Ruan replied with a cheerful smile. Daiwei-san and Kadong assumed that the drugged man would remain a passive figure throughout the night. After reassuring Lu Ruan with a few more soft words, they departed, gently closing the door behind them. Little did they know that, following this night, a new contender for Lu Ruan's affections, one whose eyes perpetually harbored a shadowy intensity, would emerge. Lu Ruan slipped off her shoes and climbed into bed, casting her gaze upon the immobile Heijin Yuan, thoroughly covered by the blanket. She swept her hair back from her shoulder and moved toward him, perching herself on his waist, her delicate hands reaching out to grasp his neck with a fierce grip, gradually tightening her hold. Heijin Ye, I never expected you to find yourself in this predicament, she taunted. Heijin Yuan, realizing he was not merely a younger brother, felt the weight of his circumstances. This woman had already been informed of his identity at the dinner table by his brother, yet she still failed to recognize him. As she gazed down at him, she relished the sight of his struggle for breath, though he met her gaze with an intensity that belied his helplessness. Her grip intensified as she sought retribution against Heijin Ye. The pressure of her soft hands transformed into an ominous force, constricting his throat and making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe. "I am Heijin Yuan, not Ya," he desperately tried to communicate through gestures, his mouth moving silently while his body remained immobilized. "Are you truly Heijin Ya?" Lu Ruan's skepticism lingered as she pondered whether she had misidentified him. After all, Heijin Ya had been the first to invade her villa and seize her chin earlier that day. Observing Heijin Yuan's state, she continued to apply pressure, determined to ensure that he would not escape unscathed. After all, those who made her suffer would not be allowed to remain unpunished. Heijin Yuan, devoid of strength to resist, surrendered and closed his eyes, inwardly cursing both Heijin Ya and Heijin Yan 100 times over. He pondered why he was tasked with repaying their debts when he had merely observed their antics since the afternoon. Why should he bear the burden of their misdeeds? 10 minutes passed as Lu Ruan's grip began to tire. Noticing the redness in Heijin Yuan's neck and the discomfort etched across his face, she finally relented, withdrawing her hands. "Whether you are Heijin Ya or Heijin Yuan, you have both threatened me," she declared, her grievances momentarily satiated. With that, she nestled under the covers and closed her eyes, soon drifting into a deep slumber. Heijin Yuan took a moment to breathe in the fresh air, relieved to be free from her grasp. He thought to himself that by morning, she would surely recognize him for who he truly was. As the night deepened, Heijin Yuan struggled to find solace beneath the heavy blanket that enveloped him, feeling the heat stifling. Meanwhile, Lu Ruan, in the center of the bed, seemed to have been overheated, suddenly tossing off the blanket and rolling over, unconsciously extending a foot, in his bid to ignore the oppressive warmth. Heijin Yuan was taken by surprise when her warm foot brushed against him. As Lu Ruan's foot made contact with the cool, albeit not entirely cold, surface of his body, she instinctively moved closer, burrowing herself deeper into the blanket beside him, wrapping her limbs around him like an octopus seeking comfort. Heijin Yuan opened his light golden eyes in the darkness, feeling a shift in his gaze as it transformed into a more predatory slant. He looked intently at the woman who had entwined herself around him. Chapter 57. Please, he couldn't endure anymore. One of her legs draped across his sturdy waist, her arms resting on his cool chest, and her head nestled against his shoulder, their bodies almost melding into one. Her silky black hair cascaded over his neck, the strands brushing against his chin, eliciting a ticklish sensation. His gaze lingered on Lu Ruan's serene face, slightly flushed as if she were dreaming sweetly. Inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair and feeling her steady breath against his neck, waves of emotion stirred within him. This woman was truly remarkable. When awake, she was fierce, gentle, and spicy all at once. The sight of her peacefully asleep was undeniably charming. He couldn't help but recall the moment when she had forcibly bound herself to him. At that time, their first reaction as brothers had been one of frustration, lamenting the arrival of a woman who would siphon away their star coins and jeopardize their grand ambitions. They yearned for a way to sever the bond. Yet, once the binding occurred, there was no possibility of undoing it. They were destined to have only one wife for the rest of their lives. Initially, they lacked her contact information and could not warn her against touching their star coins. However, once they exchanged contacts, they were surprised to find that she had not immediately taken their coins. As their confusion deepened, a barrage of posts about her flooded the star network, leading them to believe that she was preoccupied with numerous matches and therefore neglecting their coins, prompting them to maintain the status quo. Little did they know, a month later, she would directly siphon 10 million star coins from their account. Upon realizing this, they hastily journeyed from Heimingxing to Alpha Xing to confront her after negotiating with the federal government. To their astonishment, upon meeting her, they discovered that her number of matches was surprisingly scant, and those matched were all prominent figures across the galaxy. Nonetheless, they had come this far and intended to seize a portion of her wealth before returning. After all, women in the star realms could thrive anywhere. They assumed that once they drained her and her other matches of their coins, the other matches would find a way to support her. Thus, they threatened her with a transfer, hoping to teach her a lesson and dissuade her from having designs on their coins in the future. The matter of those coins was of utmost importance, and she must not be allowed to touch them. Unexpectedly, their warning turned into a debacle, and they found themselves captured instead. During dinner, he sat across from her, watching her eat plain cookies with a look of injustice. He felt immense pity for her, as she seemed nothing like the women from Heimingxing who would never subject themselves to such indignities. She would have been better off captured and brought to their home. Heijin Yuan's gaze on Lu Ruan grew increasingly profound. with her few matches. Once this adventure concluded, they could take her to Heimingxing and care for her properly. She would become the elder sister of the Shering organization, respected by all the rogues of Heimingxing. The environment there was damp, with exotic fruits that were both large and sweet. She would surely enjoy it. Once she arrived, everything she desired would be at her disposal. Furthermore, Heimingxing was not nearly as terrifying as portrayed on the Star Network. The rogues there were ruthless to their enemies, but were obedient to women in the comfort of their homes. This was why women chose to remain on a planet teeming with rogues instead of fleeing to other worlds. As for the rumors that rogues from Heimingxing abduct women from other planets and mistreat them, those actions were exceedingly rare, occurring only in 1 in 1,000 cases. The probability remained quite low. They, as hybrids of the Dark Clan, might appear selfish, cold-blooded, and ruthless in the eyes of other mixed breeds, but in private, they treated their chosen wives far better than others of their kind. They would never allow their wives to go hungry. Even if they resorted to robbery, it would be to procure food for their wives, unlike Davidson and his ilk, who hoarded everything for themselves. They would treat her better than Davidson ever could. As for what constituted a chosen wife, he was unsure. Regardless, having her nestled beside him, entangled with him, felt splendid. Every cell in his body reveled in her presence. Despite the discomfort from her earlier pinches and the psychological shadow cast by her earlier kicks, he could not bring himself to harbor any resentment towards her. Perhaps the central system never errs. The enforced binding of couples with a genetic match value of 100 must have its rationale. While the attraction between such pairs might not feel profound when they are distant, once they draw close, the genetic allure becomes irresistible. It was as if they desperately wished to be even closer. He Junyuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. With interstellar women being so scarce and countless single men on each planet, he was indeed fortunate to have a wife, especially one with a genetic match value of 100. He felt immensely luckier than those billions of men. Suddenly, he regretted threatening her alongside his brothers. He wondered if she would hold a grudge against him. A flicker of remorse crossed He Junyuan's eyes. Just then, in her slumber, Lu Ruan raised her arm, inadvertently tossing the thin blanket off him. He Junyuan, feeling the sudden chill against his warmed body, comfortably squinted his golden eyes, silently thanking Lu Ruan 100 times over. Meanwhile, as she uncovered the blanket, she found herself exposed to the cool air. After a while, her dream morphed into a nightmare of being trapped in an ice house. In her dream, her limbs were bound, curled up in a corner of the confined icy space, with walls that barred her escape. She raised her eyes to the enclosing walls, contemplating the dire fate of freezing or starving to death if she remained trapped. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to lick the walls to melt a passage for her escape. Thus, in a dazed state, Lu Ruan approached the corner and tentatively initiated her first lick, akin to a cat grooming itself. To her surprise, her tongue did not freeze to the icy surface. This method proved effective. Encouraged, Lu Ruan continued with her second lick, then a third and another. Unbeknownst to her, her soft, damp tongue brushed against He Junyuan's neck again and again. In the darkness, the color of his vertical pupils shifted from a pale gold to a deeper hue, his body temperature rising dramatically. In the stillness of the room, the sound of his heartbeat reverberated like thunder, and his gaze softened, gradually losing focus. This woman, please stop licking, he pleaded internally. It was becoming unbearable. The neck of a Dark Clan hybrid was the most vulnerable and sensitive area, and he felt overwhelmed. Perhaps, in her eyes, he was merely a villain. Lu Ruan remained blissfully unaware of how many times she had licked. She felt the ice walls nearly melting. Stopping her actions, she hurled her body against the ice walls. Yet, no matter how forcefully she crashed against them, they did not yield. What to do? Although the ice house was not cold, remaining trapped would lead to starvation. Just as her anxiety peaked, a glistening honey-glazed chicken leg descended from above, dangling tantalizingly before her. A surge of joy filled her heart, without hesitation. She opened her mouth and bit down hard. In the next instant, He Junyuan gasped in pain. Lu Ruan echoed his gasp. Her teeth ached. This chicken leg was hard. Was it made of wood? Instantly, she felt deceived, though the juices from the chicken leg seemed to flow down. Never mind, she reasoned. Hard is just fine. Unable to eat the meat, she could at least savor the juices. Lu Ruan lapped up the flowing juices, swallowing them down as a sharp, Spicy sensations spread from her throat to her stomach and radiated through her limbs. In less than 2 minutes, her previously cold body began to heat up. Just then, a jolt of nerve pain snapped her consciousness from the dream. On the bed beside her, Yuan had thought Lu Ruan would cease her licking, allowing him a moment of reprieve, but in the next instant, she unexpectedly sank her teeth into his arm with a ferocity that drew blood. She continued to torment the wound, and a surge of pain, accompanied by an itch, caused his already taut body to explode with vitality. Simultaneously, the suppressive drugs administered earlier that night lost their efficacy, granting him freedom. He rolled over, pulling Lu Ruan close, intending to kiss her. Suddenly, in the dim light, he noticed her eyes fluttering open as well. Their gazes, one dark and one golden, met, and the atmosphere instantly thickened. Lu Ruan had yet to fully awaken from her slumber, her senses still hazy as she caught sight of Yuan, who was perilously close. Stimulated by the recent caress of her lips on his neck, his rationality had begun to wane. Just as his lips inched closer to hers, Lu Ruan abruptly raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across his face, the sound resonating startlingly in the hushed room. Yuan, what are you doing? Lu Ruan finally roused completely bewildered. How could this man move after she had pinched him so fiercely before sleeping? Surely, he wouldn't retaliate. The slap knocked Yuan back to a semblance of clarity. He released Lu Ruan, gripping the bedsheet tightly, struggling against the surging desires within him. Lu Ruan. I am Yuan, he managed to utter, his voice sounding slightly unnatural due to temporary hoarseness. Lu Ruan regarded him warily, a mix of embarrassment and anger bubbling within her. You are Yuan? Yes. Lu Ruan was taken aback. After a brief pause, observing that he did not attempt to harm her further, she relaxed her guard and suggested softly, let us go to sleep. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, leaving her both restless and utterly drained. Did you poison me? She asked, discomfort lacing her voice. Yuan replied hoarsely, no. He noted the flush on Lu Ruan's face and her weakened limbs, suddenly recalling that she had bitten his arm and drunk his blood. Their dark clan-esque bodily fluids, including sweat, saliva, and blood, inherently carried a hint of toxicity. Would she be affected? Normally, this toxicity was negligible, so she should not feel anything. Could it be that Lu Ruan's constitution was particularly frail? Lu Ruan, in immense discomfort, murmured to herself. Yuan extended his arm, revealing the deep bite marks on his tanned skin. Lu Ruan turned on the room's light, her gaze landing on his bare arms, adorned with pronounced bite marks. She cleared her throat, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. As her eyes shifted, she noticed his pupils had darkened. His look was no longer shadowed, but rather possessed an intense heat, as if he wished to consume her. Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to devour Lu Ruan, and asked softly, are you all right? I am fine. But what poison does your mixed blood contain? I'm not certain. Let me carry you to find Yuan. Yuan released the bedsheet and scooped Lu Ruan into his arms, sitting upright, as he attempted to rise while holding her. Lu Ruan's skin brushed against his cool body, bringing her immense comfort. She disregarded all else and clung tightly to this comforting figure. Yuan, taken aback by her embrace, found himself momentarily halted. Without a second thought, he lay back down with her, leaning in to kiss her. Lu Ruan gazed at his striking yet fierce visage, her eyes widening. Before she could ponder, Yuan captured her lips, his eyes gently closing as he lost himself in the kiss. Thoughts of his earlier concern for her well-being and his intention to seek Yuan flickered through her mind, leading her to realize that perhaps Yuan wasn't so malevolent after all. Sensing Lu Ruan's distraction, Yuan's golden eyes flickered open. Noticing her absent-mindedness, an indescribable feeling welled up within him. He loosened his grip around her waist slightly, his fingers curling and uncurling in contemplation. Perhaps, in her eyes, he was merely a villain. After a moment, he steadied his breath and gently asked, shall I help you find Yuan? Waiting for 2 seconds without hearing a response, he reluctantly rose and exited the room. Lu Ruan watched him leave, biting her lip, lost in thought, unsure of what emotion stirred within her. Yuan knocked on Yuan's door. After receiving no reply, he knocked again. When Yuan finally emerged, still groggy, Yuan casually instructed him to check on Lu Ruan before heading into the bathroom. He retrieved his personal belongings from the storage compartment in the bathroom and submerged himself in an ice-cold bath. Leaning against the edge of the tub, he recalled the image of Lu Ruan entwining herself around him in sleep and her tender affection as she nuzzled against him. The memory of their reckless kiss lingered, particularly her lack of reaction, as if she were lost in thought. A self-deprecating smile tugged at his lips as he closed his eyes, still tinged with desire. Chapter 59. What did you all do last night? After administering an antidote, Lu Ruan felt the poison in her system dissipate, yet her mind remained unusually alert, rendering sleep impossible. Noticing a fine sheen of sweat on her skin, she descended from the bed and made her way to the bathroom. Daewisen had mentioned that the genes of He Jinyuan and his brothers were somewhat unique, containing trace amounts of toxins in their blood. For a purebred like her, these toxins could lead to weakness and had a certain aphrodisiac effect. However, this toxin could also enhance her physical constitution, albeit not as prominently as the blue frog toxin. She had never anticipated that among her 9 matched partners, 3 would harbor toxic traits. How intriguingly peculiar. As she approached the darkened bathroom, she opened the door, triggering the sensor light. A glance within nearly startled her. He Jinyuan was reclining in a bathtub filled with ice, his golden eyes half closed, his bare body emanating a chilling aura, his complexion slightly pale, as if he were freezing. Quickly, she approached the tub and called out, "He Jinyuan." His eyes flew open at the sound of her voice, surprise flickering across his features, quickly replaced by a subtle glimmer of delight. "What brings you here, Lu Ruan? Do you need the bathroom?" he inquired softly. Her gaze shifted from the ice in the tub to his magnificent physique enveloped in mist, finally meeting his golden eyes. "Yes. I need to use the bathroom. You shouldn't stay in such cold water. It's not good for your health. You should switch to warm water." She recalled that He Jinyuan was a hybrid of a mutated snake and wondered if he might enter a hibernation state from the frigid water. Noticing her concern, He Jinyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh? Are you worried about me?" To his dismay, he found himself relishing this sentiment. Yet, he recalled that she had shown no reaction to him moments before. After determining that she was his partner, he did not wish to impose his strength upon her, fearing her disdain. Thus, he chose to seek Daewisen's assistance to help her instead. "Yes," Lu Ruan replied softly, offering him a radiant smile. He Jinyuan, captivated by her smile, felt a rush of warmth. "Did Daewisen mention what toxins might be in my blood? Do they pose a threat to your health?" "Not significantly. They just leave me feeling weak," Lu Ruan began, but her voice trailed off, leaving He Jinyuan to ponder the implications. As she reached for the temperature ball on the wall and tossed it into the tub, the ice quickly melted, transforming the water into a warm embrace, dissipating the chill into a steamy mist. He Jinyuan sat amidst the fog, his previously harsh demeanor softening, his well-toned physique partially obscured in the steam, exuding an alluring charm. Lu Ruan unabashedly admired his body. "As long as it doesn't harm you," she stated. He Jinyuan noticed her gaze appraising him, a glimmer of intrigue crossing his golden eyes as a plan began to form in his mind. "Please soak for a while, warm up before coming out," Lu Ruan urged gently. As she stood within the confines of the room, instinctively driven by humanity's innate desire to seek benefit and avoid harm, her thoughts lingered on whether this man posed a threat to her as He Jinyuan approached. It was only upon sensing his respect that her vigilance was completely alleviated. Furthermore, it became clear that their aggressive tactics were prompted by the significance of the 300 billion star coins, which they deemed essential, leading them to act preemptively with inappropriate methods. Now that the situation was clarified, they even defended her at the dining table, with He Jinyi tempting her with an offer of 10 billion in exchange for a visit to He Mingxing. Her perception of their brotherhood improved somewhat. The mainframe had promised her these brothers, binding them to her for life, allowing her only one woman. They were akin to her pre-prepared meals, whenever she desired. She could simply heat them up. While she had yet to grasp the true natures of the other 2 serpents, He Jinyuan, who had boldly approached her, despite her misstep, did not respond coldly. After she drank his blood and succumbed to a state of feverish exhilaration, he showed concern and respect, even willing to endure discomfort rather than force her against her will. His current demeanor made her feel utterly secure, since he had willingly approached her, saving her the effort of taming him, and his blood's toxicity posed no significant harm to her, instead slightly enhancing her constitution. She saw no reason to dismiss this opportunity presented before her. Yet, she pondered the desires harbored by this man, whose gaze often bore shadows. How easily could his will be influenced? Nonetheless, that was of little importance. She would mark him first, and if he proved unsuitable, she could always seek another. With these thoughts, Lu Ruan's gaze involuntarily fell upon He Jinyuan's increasingly rosy, sensual lips. She extended a finger, gently brushing against his mouth. He Jinyuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her affectionate gesture. His pale golden eyes brimmed with astonishment and delight. Lu Ruan remained silent, her eyes sparkling with a silent allure as her fingers softly caressed his lips. In the small bathroom, an atmosphere of intimacy blossomed, causing the air to thicken with warmth. He Jinyuan's throat bobbed slightly, his heartbeat quickening, and his pupils gradually shifted to a golden hue. Just then, Lu Ruan leaned in, capturing He Jinyuan's lips with a gentle bite. This tender nip, though brief, ignited a long-suppressed desire within him. He seized her arms and pulled her into the bathtub, sending warm splashes of water flying, soaking Lu Ruan's nightgown and revealing her alluring figure. His gaze swept over her body, darkening as he cradled her on his lap, biting his tongue to deepen their kiss. Their silhouettes entwined within the misty steam. Lu Ruan tasted the familiar spiciness of his essence as the heat enveloped her. She no longer resisted but instead leaned into He Jinyuan's embrace. Their lips danced in a tempestuous union, their bodies entwined, reluctant to part. Time became irrelevant as their connection deepened. Lu Ruan's breath was entirely consumed by the rich, masculine scent of He Jinyuan, a scent uniquely his. As she slightly opened her eyes, she found him lost in the kiss, his golden eyes unfocused. His earnest expression made her heart flutter. He Jinyuan sensed her movement and paused, gazing into her eyes as he hoarsely inquired, "Lu Ruan, where do you wish to go?" His arms tightened around her waist, almost wishing to meld her into his being, yet, with an arrow already drawn, he sought her consent. Lu Ruan let out a soft, breathy response. Soon, her nightgown inexplicably lay discarded on the floor, the warm water in the bathtub splashing and the friction between the tub and the ground creating a soft, clattering sound. Time passed, and a cheerful announcement echoed in Lu Ruan's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully marked He Jinyuan, establishing a contractual relationship." Ignoring the voice in her mind, she felt her body grow increasingly restless and gazed at the man who held her on his lap, breathlessly asking, "Yuan, is your other bodily fluid toxic as well? Aside from your blood?" She felt as if she had encountered a poppy. Once touched, she craved more. He Jinyuan's gaze flickered slightly. "No. I assure you this time I won't feed you my blood." And soon, a new round of their passionate encounter began. Seconds turned into minutes, and the water in the room was replaced again and again, while the dawn crept into the sky outside. The two sequestered within the bathroom could still hear the commotion outside. The other men began to awaken in the adjacent rooms. "Lu Ruan, I can't go on," He Jinyuan murmured weakly. "Then don't poison me," Lu Ruan retorted, her eyes heavy, matching He Jinyuan's own fatigue. He Jinyuan leaned against the edge of the bathtub, his voice hoarse as he apologized. "I'm sorry, it was unintentional." Just as Lu Ruan was about to respond, a knock echoed from outside. "Soft, dear, are you in the bathroom?" The two pairs of panda-like eyes shot toward the door, exchanging glances. Lu Ruan cleared her throat and answered loudly to the person outside, "We're waiting for you outside. I've collected your things and brought you breakfast. Once we locate He Jinyuan, we will set off." She wondered where He Jinyuan had gone, unable to contact him without a light brain. Almost immediately, she heard Kadong cursing He Jinyuan. Glancing back at the shadowy man holding her, she returned her gaze to the door. He Jinyuan adjusted his hold on Lu Ruan, sinking slightly, and extended his long, elegant fingers to help untangle her tousled hair. "Asin, a yao, a dong. What time is it?" "It's exactly 8 o'clock. Lu Ruan kindly called out to the men outside. "I still need a bit more time to get ready." "You don't have to wait at the door. Go find out where He Jinyuan is. We must leave in an hour. We cannot afford to delay due to him." The departure time had been meticulously calculated to avoid the cosmic storm to the greatest extent. If they did not leave by 9 o'clock in the morning, they would have to wait until 5 o'clock the next day. This was why everyone had risen early rather than indulging in sleep. He Jinyi and He Jinyi had already taken measures to locate He Jinyuan. "We'll wait for you, it's no trouble," Kadong reassured them with a soothing tone. Lu Ruan turned to He Jinyuan. This man had endured much yesterday. He had first been kicked by her, then beaten to the brink of unconsciousness by Luo Yao and Kadong, treated by Davidson, and finally brought to her bed by Dia. After being soaked in icy water for 20 minutes, he had still managed to exert himself until dawn without tiring her. It was indeed a lot to ask of him. She absolutely could not allow the men outside to discover the man inside, otherwise He Jinyuan would surely suffer another beating from Kadong and Luo Yao. With her mind racing, she suddenly recalled the habits of the men outside, a mischievous smile curling at her lips. She sweetly called out to the door, "Asen, could you please pick some fresh flowers from the garden for me? Adong, please cut the exotic fruits in the refrigerator into small cubes for me. It's important, and remember, they need to be in the shape of pentagrams. I want tea except anything else. Yao, I can't find my sapphire earrings. Could you check my room? I can't go without them when we depart." In an instant, 3 voices responded in unison, "All right." He Jinyuan gently caressed the sapphire earrings dangling from Lu Ruan's earlobe, a devilish smile gracing his lips. His wife was truly amusing, her mind working swiftly. Minutes passed. Davidson diligently polished his gold-rimmed glasses until not a speck of dust remained. Then, with a compulsive fervor, his deep hazel eyes scoured the flower bed for buds that mirrored one another perfectly, only conceding to snip them once he felt a sense of satisfaction. In the kitchen, Kadong wielded a knife, attempting to cut a star shape from a fruit, yet it ended up resembling something entirely different. His dark brows, as inky as the night sky, furrowed into a deep frown. He gazed at his hands, then at the disarray of fruit on the cutting board, contemplating the drastic action of severing his own hand. In the expansive master bedroom, Luo Yao rummaged through every nook and cranny, leaving no crevice unchecked, ultimately descending into existential doubt. Downstairs, a mechanic sat on the sofa, observing the family preparing to embark on an adventure, his face a canvas of profound confusion. In the bathroom, 2 individuals in the bathtub. Lu Ruan stifled her yearning desires, swaying unsteadily as He Jinyuan assisted her in rising. After drying off and dressing, she had already mentally categorized He Jinyuan as a man akin to opium. Internally, she felt satiated, both mentally and physically, yet her body, under the intoxicating influence, refused to heed her commands. He Jinyuan was irresistible. The moment one touched him, it was impossible to stop. Most critically, affected by the toxicity of his bodily fluids, her spirit remained excessively buoyant, rendering her unable to succumb to unconsciousness as she had with Kadong. She scrutinized the dark circles under her eyes in the mirror, then compared them to those of He Jinyuan, hesitating for a few moments. "Yuan, if we go out like this, you will surely be met with trouble. I'll go first. You stay here and wait for me while I fetch something to cover up." He Jinyuan gazed at his own weakened reflection in the mirror, the dark circles around his eyes a testament to his discontent with the man who had just stood outside the door. Were it not for them, he could have devoted himself to her for a full week without interruption. After tidying themselves up, Lu Ruan concealed He Jinyuan's dark circles with makeup, and they descended the stairs, one after the other. As Lu Ruan reached the living room, she noticed the S-class mechanic they had recruited was already waiting. While He Jinyuan and He Jinya stormed in from outside, their faces flushed with anger. From the staircase, He Jinyuan observed his elder brother and younger brother, both exuding an imposing aura, and he instinctively evaded Kadong and the others. Would he ultimately fall into the hands of his own brothers? He Jinyuan, you had better explain yourself. He Jinya dropped the formality of calling him second brother, addressing him directly. Upon waking early that morning, he had heard from Kadong and the others that second brother was missing, and his immediate assumption was that He Jinyuan had chosen not to join the adventure, thus leaving the villa for He Mingxing. However, upon discovering that He Jinyuan's spatial button and light brain were still at the villa, he dismissed the notion of a voluntary departure. With the voluntary departure ruled out, he speculated that He Jinyuan must have left the villa in a weakened state during the night and fallen victim to an abduction by enemies. He and his elder brother promptly alerted the Shi-Ing members to prepare for battle, readying 10 large warships to obliterate the enemies emboldened by their audacity. After notifying the organization, he and his elder brother embraced the notion that the most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety, surmising that their foes might be lurking nearby. Thus they retrieved a detector and cautiously searched the vicinity of the villa for any trace of their second brother. The detector could sense numerous things, making it ideal for locating individuals. When they first arrived, they had utilized the detector to ascertain how many people were present in the villa. Additionally, the three brothers shared a mutual secret. They had each implanted asymmetrically positioned signal chips beneath the skin on the inner sides of their knees, which, under normal circumstances, could shield them from detection, preventing enemies from tracking their precise locations. Thanks to this special signal chip, the brothers had managed to survive unscathed for many years. In dire situations, such as being captured by enemies, they merely needed to bring their legs together, allowing the two chips positioned asymmetrically on the inner sides of their knees to touch. At that moment, the signal shielding would be disabled, and the chip signals would amplify to their maximum capacity, enabling the trapped individual to await rescue from those outside who could trace their location. That morning, he and his elder brother had wandered around the villa's vicinity with the detector, then ventured out into the surrounding villa area, meticulously searching. Yet they found no signal indicating the presence of the chips belonging solely to the three of them. If second brother had indeed been captured, he would have immediately brought his legs together, anticipating their arrival for rescue. However, the detector showed no response, leading him to conclude that the enemies were certainly not nearby. Just as he and his elder brother were poised to cancel their adventure plans and hastily return to Heimingxing to devise a means of rescuing second brother, the special chip's signal alert rang out. Moreover, the target location was within their very villa. Thus, he and his elder brother hurried back inside, only to find second brother standing on the staircase, seemingly unharmed. What on earth was happening? He scrutinized He Yuan from head to toe, his gaze particularly unsettling. He Yuan descended the staircase step by step, his steps unsteady, his posture wavering. Lacking the strength to respond to inquiries, he reached the living room and spotted a plate of oddly shaped fruit cubes on the table. He devoured a large portion in one go. After greeting the summoned S-class mechanic, Lu Ruan took a seat beside the coffee table, wide-eyed as she observed He Yuan's ravenous actions. How hungry was he? Before she could ponder further, she saw He storm over, fury radiating from him. He Yuan, do you have any idea that my brother and I searched for you for a whole hour? We nearly thought you. He stood beside He Yuan, a blend of concern and anger in his expression. Could you not bring your legs together? The phrase "bring your legs together" meant to allow the chips on the inner sides of their knees to touch, thereby sending a signal to reveal one's location. Only the three of them understood the specific implications of those 4 words. After consuming a plate of fruit, He Yuan regained a modicum of strength. He disregarded He chilling gaze and calmly replied to the irate He "I cannot bring my legs together." His tone bore no hint of guilt. In fact, it exuded a sense of entitlement. From 2 in the morning until 8 that morning, Lu Ruan had been seated between his legs, expecting him to bring his legs together? Impossible. He simply couldn't. Yuan, explain yourself. What on earth transpired? He inquired darkly, a hint of elder brotherly authority underscoring his tone. He Yuan fell silent for half a second, leaned closer to He ear, and whispered a few words. He instantly cleared his throat, his previously furious countenance abruptly darkening, tinged with an unnatural flush of red. What is going on? He questioned, perplexed. He leaned in to whisper a few words to He The anger on He face shifted from red to black, and then to a deepening shade of crimson. Second brother, why does she favor you first? He exclaimed, directing his gaze towards Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan, the woman who had first kissed him, whom he favored, must have mistaken second brother for him last night, which led to their unexpected intimate exchange. He had introduced himself as He at the dining table. How infuriating! Although the brothers bore a striking resemblance, their temperaments and gazes were markedly distinct. How could Lu Ruan, with such poor judgment, mistake her affections for which man? She had fallen into second brother's embrace instead. He gaze towards He Yuan shifted, no longer carrying the same familiarity. He was unsure why, but a sense of discomfort welled up within him, accompanied by an inexplicable urge to give second brother a good thrashing. Lu Ruan immediately garnered the attention of the 3 brothers, each casting her a different look. She pretended not to notice, avoiding their stares. Then, she rose to call out to Davidson in the yard. However, as she exerted force with her waist, a sharp twinge shot through her, causing her to nearly lean against the wall. She turned her head, gritting her teeth in pain where no one could see, and then, in slow motion, sat back down. At that moment, the men who had been busying themselves for her approached her one after another. A gentle yet reclusive enigma, a handsome and resolute man, and a strikingly beautiful and proud youth. They all wore the same smile. their eyes brimming with varying shades of tenderness as they spoke in unison. Soft, do you find this bouquet satisfactory? Darling, the five-pointed star you desired looks more exquisite than the one on the table. Sister, I can't seem to find it. Have you discovered the ear studs? So lovely. Lu Ruan gently inhaled the fragrance of the flowers. She then picked up the plate, pressed the five-pointed star against the back of her hand to test the effect of the fruit mask, found it pleasing, and stored it away in her space. With an air of nonchalance, she informed Luo Yao, I found it. It was hidden in my clothes. Thank you for your efforts, Yao. Thankfully, her previous acting experience allowed her to lie without a flicker of her eyes. After Kadong, Davidson, and Luo Yao diverted their gaze from Lu Ruan, all three simultaneously pressed He Jinyuan for answers. He Jinyuan, where have you been? He Jinyuan pondered briefly before silently shifting his gaze to the mechanic seated on the sofa, evading the inquiries from Kadong and the others. Furrowing his brows, he questioned the mechanic. Are you the S-level mechanic hired by our exploration team? What is your mental energy level? Which academy did you graduate from? Do you possess any exploration experience? With this single inquiry, He Jinyuan successfully redirected everyone's attention. Lu Ruan followed suit, glancing over. The S-level mechanic had already donned a black and blue exploration suit, sported curly brown hair, stood at an impressive height of 6 feet, and bore a youthful, doll-like face. Hello, my name is Lance. I graduated from Alpha Star Mechanical Engineering Academy with an S-level mental energy. I have been conducting research on mechas alongside my mentors at the academy and have just graduated, so I currently lack exploration experience. However, I assure you that I can repair S-level mechas and warships. A timid smile danced on Lance's doll-like face. Prior to his arrival, he knew little about the members of this exploration team, except for Kadong. Upon entering the villa, he was excited to meet Kadong and then the renowned Davidson, who also served as the team's medic, further heightening his enthusiasm. Next, he encountered 2 identical men, clearly not of good character, which frightened him into contemplating withdrawing from the team. He feared that if he failed to repair their mechas, they might cast him aside on a satellite. Finally, facing yet another identical man who frowned at him filled him with dread. Seeing Lance's trepidation, his legs trembling, Lu Ruan chuckled. You've met the team members, right? Captain Kadong, Director Davidson is our medic, and Luo Yao, along with the 3 brothers, are all mecha warriors. Just focus on your work and don't be nervous. Lance nodded slightly. Perhaps it was Lu Ruan's gentle voice that alleviated some of his fears. He Jinyuan withdrew his gaze from Lance, opened the light brain he had just received, and noted the time. It was already 8:50 in the morning. Since everyone is present, let us depart. All right. Do you 3 possess S-level mechas? Kadong glanced at He Jinyuan and the others, holding 3 mecha buttons. These 3 S-level mechas were originally intended for the 3 S-level mecha warriors they were recruiting. Surely He Jinyuan and the others wouldn't require them? No. They only had 3 S-level mechas, and it was clear that Kadong held the S-level ones, which didn't require deliberation. They needed to damage the opposing S-level mechas to bring out their own treasures. Give them to us. 1 for each of us. Let us conserve their use. After a brief hesitation, Kadong handed the mecha buttons to the 3. After all, there was only 1 S-level mechanic in the team. Unless in a dire situation, it was best not to allow He Jinyuan and his companions to engage in battle with the 3 S-level mechas, as any damage to the 3 would be irreparable by an S-level mechanic. Let us go. As Kadong spoke, he prepared to lift Lu Ruan from the sofa. Davidson and Luo Yao had anticipated this, swatting Kadong's hand away to take her themselves. At that moment, He Jinyuan swiftly stepped in, wrapping his arm around Lu Ruan's waist and legs, lifting her effortlessly as he exited the living room. He cast a provocative glance at Kadong and pressed a kiss to Lu Ruan's fair cheek. This earned him the ire-filled gazes of the other 3 and a hint of malice from He Jinyuan. Lu Ruan peered over He Jinyuan's shoulder and, feigning calmness, addressed Kadong and the others. Adong, don't just stand there, come out. Faced with their incredulous expressions, she felt a pang of betrayal towards the organization. Chapter 62, Are you teaching your grandfather how to work? Lu Ruan, Kadong, Davidson, Luo Yao, He Jinyuan, and He Jinyan, a family of 7, along with Mechanic Lance, stood perfectly aligned in the villa's courtyard. They were all clad in black and blue exploration suits. Kadong raised his hand and pointed skyward. and a flash of white light illuminated a 5-meter-long S-level warship hovering above the villa, its subdued earth tones lending it an impressive, sleek appearance akin to a lion resting within the jungle. Soft, wait while I prepare a mecha. He Jinyuan gently set Lu Ruan down, pressing the mecha button. Luo Yao, who had been closely following Lu Ruan, seized the opportunity, scooping her up just as He Jinyuan was distracted, and with a flap of his dark wings, a gust of wind whipped up from the ground, propelling them into the air in an instant. His posture was both graceful and striking, his silver hair dancing in the wind, while his dark wings resembled a looming storm cloud. All right, Soft, I've got you. Just as He Jinyuan reached out to grab Lu Ruan, he found himself looking at Empty's face. When he scanned the area, his elder brother pointed to the sky. Glancing upwards, he saw Lu Ruan already alighting on the warship, where the silver-haired youth mockingly beckoned him with a finger. Darn. I almost forgot this kid is from the Feather Clan. He Jinyuan averted his gaze, a shadow passing through his eyes, and, suppressing his discomfort, boarded the S-level white mecha distributed by Kadong, maneuvering it upwards. The others followed suit, ascending one after the other. Lu Ruan entered the ship's cabin alongside Luo Yao. The layout was deceptively simple, consisting of a control room and a lounge. The control room was where explorers operated the warship, while the lounge, comparable in size to an ordinary room, contained sturdy tables and chairs for tea, a small kitchen occasionally used for cooking captured exotic beasts, and a foldable soft bed against the wall for resting, with a space-type bathroom tucked into a corner. Throughout the day, explorers primarily occupied the control room, battling exotic beasts from the warship. Alternatively, they would board mechas to seek out mission targets on land. Aside from sleeping and eating, the lounge was seldom utilized. The first thing Lu Ruan did upon entering the lounge was to pull down the foldable bed. Having exerted herself throughout the night, she planned to catch up on sleep once the warship settled into a steady course. Sister, are you going to sleep? Luo Yao inquired, somewhat surprised. You just woke up and now you want to sleep again? Don't you want to admire the beautiful scenery of the universe? It's stunning. Lu Ruan nodded as she sat on the bed. Yes, I'm a bit tired. I'll take a nap shortly. He Jinyuan was the next to enter. Noticing Lu Ruan's actions, he unhesitatingly pulled down the adjacent foldable bed and sat beside her. Soft, come over and share a bed with me. I'll hold you. And you can rest peacefully in my embrace without any jolts. What do you mean hold? He Jinyuan, I. At that moment, Kadong and the others also entered. Meeting Lu Ruan's clear gaze, Kadong hastily retracted any impolite remarks. Lu Ruan soothingly addressed the imposing Kadong, a dong. We are all family, so no quarreling. Kadong remained silent for a moment, then commanded, He Jinyuan, you go pilot the warship. He furrowed his brows and instructed the still slumbering He Jinyuan, who had not yet set off. Then turned to survey the remaining personnel. You shall stay in the lounge for the time being while I present our mission and the precautions we must take. Before entering the cosmic storm zone, only one person is required to pilot the battleship. It is imperative that I clearly communicate the necessary precautions to these team members who lack prior exploration experience. However, the new recruits in Kadong's team were quite headstrong, distinctly lacking the compliance exhibited by the seasoned adventurers cultivated within their family. He Jinyuan immediately refused. I will not go. If someone must go, it shall be you. Over the years, as one of the 3 leaders of Shi-Ing, apart from his elder brother, no one had ever dared to command him in such a manner. Even when his younger brother requested his assistance, it was always phrased as a favor. Moreover, he needed to conserve his energy to fight effectively upon arrival. After his declaration, he lifted his feet from the floor and rested them on the soft couch, turning his body toward the bulkhead to evade Kadong's fierce gaze, which seemed to threaten his very existence. He donned a U-shaped pillow around his neck, closed his eyes, and fell silent, resembling an unyielding serpent that could not be roused. Kadong, he said, retrieving an electric baton from the spatial button, and within a second, directed it at He Jinyuan. Lu Ruan witnessed He Jinyuan tremble momentarily, his striking ash-brown hair standing on end for a brief 2 seconds before wilting like withered grass. Adong, speak properly. Do not resort to violence, she urged, startled and hastily intervening. Are you not moving quickly enough? Kadong prodded He Jinyuan with the electric baton, his tone firm. His disdain for He Jinyuan, who had taken his wife, fueled his desire to compel him into action. He Jinyuan sprang from the couch, swiftly grasping Kadong by the collar. Are you instructing your elder? His shadowy eyes gleamed with a chilling light. and his imposing stature of 1 meter 86 radiated an overwhelming aura that felt as though it could crush all in its path. Despite the slightly loose black leather jacket he wore, Lu Ruan silently shook her head. She had envisioned embarking on an adventure with her entire family. But it was evident that among this assembly of men, her three and the three opposing them held a palpable discontent towards one another. She foresaw the turbulence that lay ahead. It remained uncertain when He Jianyuan and his brothers would reach a balance with Kedong and his trio. Much like the initial discord between Luo Yao, Kedong, and Davidson, who had eventually united against external threats. Kedong, in turn, seized He Jianyuan's collar, brandishing the electric baton, poised to strike. Adong, he did not rest well last night. Allow him time to regain his strength, after that. You may direct him as you wish, Lu Ruan explained. Fortunately, Kedong was receptive to her counsel. He momentarily set aside personal grievances and turned to the other men watching. Who among you will pilot the ship? The same audio will be transmitted in the control room. If there are any uncertainties after I finish speaking, feel free to inquire. As captain, he had to consider the greater good. Allowing He Jianyuan a moment to recuperate would enable the entire team to cooperate more effectively upon arrival. Lu Ruan glanced at her other husbands. He Jianyan and He Jianyu remained silent, feigning ignorance. Luo Yao turned away, resembling a student caught unprepared when a teacher posed a question. Davidson, detached, held Lu Ruan's lovingly prepared breakfast. At that moment, the gazes of He Jianyuan, He Jianyan, and He Jianyu fell upon Lance. I shall go, Captain Cook. Lance quickly volunteered. This family was quite intimidating. He would rather seek refuge in the control room than endure the oppressive atmosphere. Kedong nodded slightly. Very well. Proceed along the route. After Lance made his way to the control room, Lu Ruan rose from the soft couch and settled into a chair in the lounge, preparing to listen to Kedong's mission briefing and precautions before finally catching up on her rest. He Jianyuan, mustering his strength, also sat up to listen. The remaining men took their seats. Kedong activated his holographic computer, retrieving a recorded video from 2 years prior on XM007 star, projecting it for all to see. Chapter 63. If last night's individual were him, a battleship launched from Lu Ruan's villa, soaring like a rocket away from the planet, following a meticulously plotted course towards the XM007 satellite. Once the ship entered a stable orbit, Kedong began to introduce the visuals displayed in the video to the entire team. The XM007 satellite was one of the 1,000 satellites that resided at a considerable distance from the main star, with 2/3 of its area covered by ocean and 1/3 by land. Our exploration mission is to capture a blue dragon alive on the XM007 satellite, Kedong explained, gesturing towards the paused video footage. In the video, imprints of large claw marks, approximately 1 centimeter deep, along with several smaller claw prints, were visible on the forest floor adjacent to the ocean. The claw marks appeared somewhat damp. These are the claw prints of the blue dragon I encountered during my previous expedition to the star. The presence of multiple prints suggests that there is more than one blue dragon, likely indicating a clan. Thus, tracking their whereabouts will be considerably easier, Kedong analyzed. As he spoke, the team members listened intently, including He Jianyuan, who had almost engaged in conflict with Kedong moments earlier. Davidson, although not participating in the confrontation, contemplated the potentially toxic creatures they might encounter in such an environment. Suddenly, Luo Yao interjected, Kedong, given that the blue dragon is so dangerous, one can grow over 100 meters long, should we not consider bringing additional personnel for this mission? Kedong chuckled confidently. Larger specimens are harder to capture. We shall target the smaller ones. Just remember this. Upon our arrival at XM007 star, you will all heed my commands. Whatever I instruct you to do, you must comply without taking independent action. His gaze lingered deliberately on the He Jianyuan trio, emphasizing that the utmost precaution was to follow orders, as the dangers on that star were significant. A careless misstep could result in grievous injuries from the alien beasts. Although Davidson would accompany them to provide medical assistance, healing would delay their mission, and they might lose the Blue Dragon's trail while tending to an injured team member. Enough. Enough. We will follow your lead, He Jianyuan remarked impatiently, feeling fatigued. The others expressed no dissent, for Kedong was the only one among them with exploration experience. The remaining members, such as the He Jianyan brothers, were formidable in combat against other fleets, but had little experience dealing with alien creatures. They were largely unfamiliar with the nature and vulnerabilities of the various beasts that roamed the satellite. The journey to XM007 would span 3 days, during which they would traverse 15 zones of cosmic storms. Those who wished to rest could do so now, but must respond immediately to the ship's alarms and report to the control room. Lu Ruan looked up at Kadong. Do ascend, and I need to follow the same protocol? Kadong pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes. Understood. After confirming, Kadong called Luo Yao to enter the control room. Davidson fed Lu Ruan a few bites of breakfast, then retreated to the small kitchen to concoct some new medicinal formulas. After finishing her meal, Lu Ruan applied the star-shaped stickers Kadong had cut for her onto her face as a fruit mask, although she could not eat them. They posed no issue when applied to her skin. He Jin Yuan's couch was positioned facing Lu Ruan's, and as he slightly lifted his head, he noticed her adorned with small star stickers. He queried, Ruan, what is this for? With 2 stars resting on her eyes, Lu Ruan's voice was gentle and inviting. It helps with sleep. Would you like me to place 2 on your eyes as well? Very well. He Jin Yuan agreed eagerly. Lu Ruan delicately removed 2 star-shaped stickers from her face and gently placed them over He Jin Yuan's eyes. Once He Jin Yuan closed his eyes, he inhaled the fragrant scent of the exotic fruit and felt the cool touch on his eyelids, instantly experiencing a sense of tranquility and comfort. Your items are remarkably effective. Indeed. Unbeknownst to them, He Jin Yuan had been secretly observing the scene from the corner of his eye. After Lu Ruan closed her eyes, the icy sensation on her face briefly cleared her mind. She summoned the small companion in her heart. What is He Jin Yuan's current wish? The small companion replied, Host. He Jin Yuan's current wish is substantial. Fulfilling it would grant you 35 units of wish power. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan was greatly astonished. She suddenly perceived He Jin Yuan as a figure of grandeur and significance. His wish was profound and meaningful, and unless she were to become the Interstellar Empress, it would be difficult to assist him in achieving it. She sighed softly. It seemed that some men, despite being marked, were merely marked. She prayed that He Jin Yuan and He Jin Yuan's wishes would not align with He Jin Yuan's. Lu Ruan put her thoughts aside as fatigue washed over her, and she gradually succumbed to sleep. Apart from those in the control room, the others also began to drift off, with He Jin Yuan sleeping the most soundly. The S-class battleship sped through the cosmos. As time passed, several hours slipped by. He Jin Yuan couldn't shake the images from a few hours earlier of Lu Ruan and his second brother enjoying sweet moments together. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, leading to restless sleeplessness. If only he had been the one taken to the master bedroom last night. While Lu Ruan slept, she turned in her slumber, causing all the stars on her face to fall. He Jin Yuan sat up from his resting place, quietly approached Lu Ruan's side, and bent down to pick up the fallen stars. Observing the fragrant stars in his hand and glancing at the sleeping Lu Ruan, he hesitated momentarily, but then turned the stars over and carefully placed them back on her face. His fingers accidentally brushed against Lu Ruan's cheek, and the soft sensation made him instinctively retract his hand, his heart fluttering. He Jin Yuan stood nearby, gazing at Lu Ruan with a complex mix of emotions. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the ship. He Jin Yuan snapped back to attention, swiftly scooping up the sleeping Lu Ruan and striding towards the control room. Just as he was about to place her in the chair, Lu Ruan groggily opened her eyes. Yuan? He Jin Yuan met her hazy gaze, his fingers curling slightly. MHM. He replied softly. Chapter 64. Are you capable? He Jin Yuan gently placed Lu Ruan in the chair, and through the monitor, he saw that He Jin Yuan in the lounge had yet to awaken. After securing Lu Ruan's seatbelt, he planted a fervent kiss on her soft lips. The contrast of his icy lips against her warmth felt somewhat incongruous. Had he transformed from a gentleman into a brigand? Lu Ruan felt a twinge of confusion, but refrained from voicing it. Perhaps this was indeed Yuan's true nature. Nearby, Kadong's expression darkened at the sight. Was he really kissing his wife at such a moment? Kadong admonished, We have 3 minutes until we enter the cosmic storm zone. He Jin Yuan, take your seat. He mentally noted He Jin Yuan's indiscretion before quickly diverting his attention to the monitoring screens, his demeanor now serious. He calculated the departure time to maximize avoidance of the cosmic storm, but caution was imperative as the battleship traversed the storm region. He Jin Yuan secured Lu Ruan's helmet and then casually took a seat a short distance away, savoring the memory of her kiss and the thrill of initiating the kiss himself. The sensation of being kissed was more pleasurable. Meanwhile, others from the lounge rapidly entered the control room, with Daewisen taking a seat next to Lu Ruan. Her focus was entirely on the display screen, oblivious to the earlier interaction. The control room's chairs were arranged in an elliptical formation, 12 in total, corresponding to various combat positions, each equipped with high-definition monitors at the front. Currently, the screens displayed monitoring footage of the impending storm area. All present shared the same view, though during operations, they could view different angles as needed. Kedong, positioned at the head of the ellipse, noted the seating arrangements of Lua Yao and the three brothers. Positions 2, 6, 7, and 8, prepare, he commanded, his deep voice resonating, jolting Lu Ruan into alertness as she adjusted her posture. The others followed suit, their expressions turning grave. Daiwisen's heart raced. Seizing the moment before reaching the storm's edge, he hastily injected himself with a syringe. It wasn't that he doubted Kedong, but during his past travels between the 9 main stars or to the F-1008 satellite to find Qinfeng, he had traversed storm zones that the captains had navigated countless times, while Kedong had only flown through this region once, and other explorers seldom ventured here. If the battleship were to be caught in the dark vortex, it would mean doom for all. Ruan, are you afraid? Daiwisen asked as he retrieved another syringe. Lu Ruan responded with calm confidence, I am not afraid. In fact, she found it somewhat exhilarating. Fear was futile, and if need be, all her husbands would accompany her. However, she trusted that her Kalau Gong, with his 188 combat power, would not allow the entire crew to fall into such peril. As long as you're not afraid, Daiwisen thought as he discreetly stored his supplies, inhaling deeply as his heart rate stabilized and his legs ceased to tremble. Lu Ruan gazed ahead. In the depths of the boundless cosmos, the storm zone loomed like a dark whirlpool, greedily consuming surrounding light and transforming the area into a vast black blot in the universe. Their battleship resembled a small vessel hastily approaching this oceanic abyss. Just as the battleship reached the edge of the dark blot, the space seemed to warp momentarily, an invisible and powerful force tugging at the ship. Lu Ruan observed on the monitor that nearly all matter within the storm zone was being violently torn apart by the immense force. Massive clouds of interstellar dust were scattered chaotically, akin to sand whipped up by a tempest, swirling freely in the storm. Asteroids and comets were disintegrating under the storm's onslaught, debris raining down like shooting stars, tracing brilliant yet fleeting arcs across the cosmos. Intense electromagnetic radiation surged like a torrential tide, with countless high-energy particles weaving through at a frenzied pace, slamming into any object daring enough to approach. Kedong issued a stern command, Number 2, destroy the obstacles ahead. 6, 7, and 8, handle the upper and side threats. With his order, the ship's weapon systems activated instantly, energy beams shooting towards the storm's edge. Kedong piloted the battleship through the area with utmost speed and optimal trajectory. Though He Jinyan and his companions were not accustomed to navigating such regions, they acted decisively, shattering incoming obstacles with precision. Lu Ruan remained composed while Daiwisen feigned calmness. He Jinyan discreetly observed Lu Ruan's demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a massive energy vortex surged toward the battleship. Kedong swiftly adjusted the ship's course in an effort to evade the powerful pull. Yet, the vortex's force was overwhelming, and the battleship was partially ensnared, shaking violently as alarms blared sharply in the control room. Warning! Damage level 1. Steady, everyone, steady. Kedong's expression sharpened as he shouted loudly, his handsome, bronze-hued hands deftly manipulating the controls. In an instant, the battleship resembled a fish striving to leap from the tumultuous sea. The vessel spun a full 360 degrees while attempting to escape the whirlpool's grip. Yet, in the next moment, it was ensnared once more, only to begin its desperate leaps again. After countless attempts, the ship found itself at the heart of the storm, precisely where the gravitational pull was strongest. Its bow was drawn in significantly, and despite activating the top-tier defensive system, the hull began to sustain damage. Warning, ship damage level 5. Warning, ship damage level 6. Ship damage level 7. Ship damage level 30. At this moment, Lu Ruan felt stars dancing before her eyes. Her head spinning as the world around her revolved in chaos, the air filled with the sound of alarms. She clutched the handrails tightly, striving to maintain her balance. As the ship's damage escalated, she realized that any further delay would lead to disintegration, and despair gripped He Jun's heart as he feared for their lives. Kedong, are you capable? If not, hand over the control to me. I will pilot it. He Jun called out, his brow furrowed in concern. Kadong's dark eyes focused intently on one of the parameters displayed on the monitor. Silence. Just a few more seconds. Hey Jun, equally fixated on a parameter, caught a flicker of understanding and surprise in Kadong's voice as he replied, "Wait a moment. Warning, ship damage level 31. Ship damage level 32. Ship damage level 35. The ship is about to disintegrate." The alarm sounded like a death knell, raising everyone's hearts to their throats. The bow of the ship had been drawn into the center of the black vortex, and as the crew braced for the inevitable destruction, Kadong's calm voice rang out, "All hands prepare for a jump." As soon as Kadong's words left his lips, his fingers, sharp and defined, moved like shadows across the control panel, pressing buttons with remarkable speed. His movements were as fluid as flowing water, honed through countless rehearsals, and his tall frame exuded an air of stability and charisma. The serious and stern expression on his strikingly handsome face radiated a kingly aura. Lu Ruan, who had been feeling dizzy, turned to Kadong and felt a sense of reassurance wash over her as she observed his unyielding composure. At the moment Kadong spoke, He Jun Yuan, He Junyi, and Luo Yao simultaneously activated their respective systems. The battleship erupted with a dazzling brilliance, a powerful wave of energy radiating from within, temporarily dispelling the surrounding storm's fury. The vessel shot forward like a cannonball, breaking free from the whirlpool's grasp. Following this, Kadong executed another precise maneuver. The ship surged forth like a shooting star, swiftly escaping the storm zone. The alarms fell silent. The crew in the control room exhaled in relief. "We did it. We've made it out," Luo Yao exclaimed, the tension in his heart dissipating. He Junyi regarded Kadong with newfound respect, astonished that this man had indeed led them through the cosmic tempest. "Next, we will return to a stable trajectory. Lands. Do your utmost to repair the ship from within." "Understood, Captain Ku," Lands replied, filled with admiration for Kadong after witnessing his calm and commanding presence during the crisis. Kadong, after letting out a deep breath, gradually relaxed his taut nerves. He removed his helmet and gloves, turning his sculpted face towards Lu Ruan, his dark eyes shimmering with warmth as he asked teasingly, "Darling, were you scared just now?" "Not at all." Lu Ruan feigned calmness, though her mind was still swirling, feeling a bit dazed. Before she could finish her sentence, a large hand gently cupped her face, and she found herself being lifted from her seat and into the embrace of the man. "Davidson, come here and check on my wife's condition." On the other side, Davidson, regaining his composure, quickly injected himself with an anti-nausea medication, unfastened his safety belt, and rushed to assess Lu Ruan's state. Kadong turned to He Junyi, who was closest to Lu Ruan, suppressing the urge to reprimand him. "He Junyuan, return to the lounge and rest." A glimmer of understanding flickered in He Junya's eyes as he nodded at Kadong. He swiftly removed his helmet, unbuckled his safety belt, and walked towards the lounge without a word. "He Junyi, you should pilot the ship," Kadong directed He Junyuan, who sat farthest from Lu Ruan due to the seating arrangement. In reality, he could only distinguish between He Junyi and He Junyuan through subtle details. The one sitting farthest from Lu Ruan must be He Junyi, while the one who had kissed Lu Ruan before entering the control room had to be He Junyuan without a doubt. Lu Ruan, still in Kadong's arms and feeling a bit lightheaded, remained oblivious to any strangeness. After speaking, Kadong strode towards the lounge, placing her gently on the soft couch. Davidson followed suit, pulling out equipment to examine Lu Ruan's condition. "What?" In the control room, He Junyuan's expression darkened instantly. Kadong was clearly targeting him because Lu Ruan had been with him last night, now making him carry out tasks aboard the ship. After a brief rest, he was once again commanded to work under the pretense of his brother's name. Was he really that easy to command? He glanced at his older brother, then at Luo Yao. "Luo Yao, you take the controls." "This is my second time piloting an S-class battleship," He Junyan replied. "We still have 2 days until we reach XM007. Yuan, you take over. After the next storm zone, I'll take my turn." Seeing his elder brother's insistence, He Junyuan had no choice but to comply. In the lounge, Lu Ruan sat on the soft couch. After Davidson's examination, he administered a recovery potion. The dizziness faded, and her spirits returned to normal. "Kadong, you exerted quite a bit of energy just now. You should lie down and rest for a while. And you, Arsene. It seems you couldn't handle the pressure either. I saw you injecting medication." Kadong slightly bowed his head. his captivating lips brushing against Lu Ruan's cheek in a tender kiss. Lu Ruan thoroughly enjoyed the enchanting kiss from the handsome man. She reciprocated with a peck on his lips. Kadong, lost in bliss, closed his eyes momentarily, embracing her tightly and inhaling the gentle fragrance of her essence before reluctantly releasing her. Davidson had learned to turn a blind eye by now. It could be said that they had reached a tacit understanding. In the presence of other men, they would refrain from kissing Lu Ruan's lips. As for hugging and cuddling, they could endure it. He Junyi sat at a table 4 meters away, his dark gaze fixated on Kadong. Seeing him kiss Lu Ruan, who wore a look of happiness, stirred discomfort within him. In her eyes, there were shadows of other men, yet none of him. Unconsciously, his fingertips dug into his palm, drawing beads of blood. Arson and Lu Ruan exchanged a kiss on Davidson's cheek, which brought him some solace. Soft, you should rest well. I'll wake you when we approach the next storm zone. Davidson leaned back against the chair, attempting to calm his racing heart. This feeling of being on the brink of life and death was one he seldom experienced. Despite having received a sedative beforehand, his aging heart could hardly bear the strain. After the three of them took a moment to rest, He Junyi rose from the table, and as he blinked, his gaze transformed instantaneously. Mimicking He Junyi, he approached the recently reclined Lu Ruan step by step. He cleared his throat softly. Ruan. Lu Ruan sat up slightly, looking at him with a hint of confusion. What's the matter, Yuan? He Junyi bent down to lift Lu Ruan from the couch, swiftly bringing her to the corner of the cabin where the bathroom was located, pressing against the door and stepping inside with her. Although Lu Ruan was somewhat bewildered, she wrapped her arms around He Junyi's neck to prevent herself from falling. In the next moment, He Junyi set her down on the sink, his muscular frame leaning over her, revealing his well-defined abs before her eyes. His face, once fierce, now drew closer, his eyes harboring an enigmatic emotion. Ruan, could you kiss me? You seem to focus solely on Kadong and Davidson. I am also your husband with a 100 genetic match, yet you. Just as Lu Ruan was about to respond, He Junyi grasped her hand and pressed it against his chest. The rapid, powerful heartbeat resonated in her palm, sending a slight tingle through her. Are you jealous? Yes. He Junyi replied after a brief pause, a hint of grievance in his voice. Chapter 66. She no longer bothered. Lu Ruan found the situation amusing. Back at the villa, Kadong and the others would occasionally feel jealous, but they never displayed it in front of her. Instead, they handled their grievances privately, often resolving conflicts with fierce confrontations. He Junyi, however, was different. He would openly seek her sympathy. Lu Ruan wrapped her arms around He Junyi's neck, drawing him closer, and planted a gentle kiss on his moderately soft lips. Yuan, are you no longer jealous now? After a moment of yearning, He Junyi recalled that he was still the second brother. His gaze, intense and piercing, locked onto Lu Ruan's dark, captivating eyes. May I ask you a question? Go ahead. Among the three of us brothers, whom do you like? Of course, it's you. Lu Ruan exclaimed without hesitation. In her mind, He Junyi was an intimidating gang leader, while He Junyi was a ruthless bandit. Yet, Yuan felt safe, possessing the same face, but exuding a different aura. Don't you like my elder brother or my younger brother? I don't. Disliking them equates to hatred. Among the two of them, whom do you dislike the most? He Junyi gazed intently at Lu Ruan, his heart racing. Lu Ruan found it strange that Yuan was so talkative today. She carefully chose her words and smiled lightly. Well, it's not that I hate him. I suppose the one I dislike the most would still be He Junyi. Disliking him did not equate to hatred. Since uncovering the truth, her feelings toward He Junyi and He Junyi had softened. However, it did not imply that she liked them. Unless she assisted Kadong with this expedition task, after which there would be no men to draw willpower from, she might contemplate marking He Junyi and He Junyi to discover their wishes. The one I dislike the most is He Junyi? He Junyi murmured the words Lu Ruan had just spoken, his once fiery gaze dimming gradually. Lu Ruan nodded, biting her lip before continuing. Yuan, do you have a good relationship with your brothers? Can you not tell He Junyi that the person I dislike the most is him? Your younger brother's personality is quite self-centered and ruthless. If he hears the truth, he might want to strangle me. She was perplexed as to why He Junyi stood up for her at the dining table. Yet, his previous words, I didn't use much force, left a mark on her neck, indicating that he was rather self-centered, not considering that she was a woman. She vividly remembered the fierce and ruthless demeanor He Junyi exhibited when he burst into the villa, although he had become considerably gentler. A person's core traits do not easily change, and he could reveal his true nature at any moment. He Jinyi was a venomous snake not easily tamed, and until she figured out how to handle him, she preferred not to provoke him. Matters of revenge could wait for another day. Absolutely not. He Jinyi vehemently denied, his voice rising slightly. Ruan, he is not as despicable as you imagine, nor is he as ruthless as you claim. He won't hurt you again. His intrusion into the villa was merely, well, he isn't what you think. Lu Ruan scrutinized the man before her once more. Truly, he was her Yuan. With such great aspirations, he still sought to protect his younger brother at all costs. She suddenly found him incredibly charming. He was no villainous leader, but rather a lovable serpent with a grand heart who was fiercely protective. Little did He Jin Yuan know, his image in Lu Ruan's eyes had elevated yet again. Yuan, if your younger brother could possess even a fraction of your qualities, how wonderful that would be. Lu Ruan extended her arms, wrapping them around He Jinya's neck, her legs dangling from the sink as she clung to him like a koala, affectionately nuzzling her nose against his prominent britch. After all, she could touch him without concern, having drained He Jin Yuan completely the night before. He Jinya's body stiffened momentarily before he wrapped his arms around her waist. I am not. Lu Ruan, feeling the warmth of his embrace, pulled at the flesh on his chiseled cheeks. Not what? She sensed that Yuan seemed a bit discontented. When He Jinyi met her gaze, he clearly saw a tiny reflection of himself within her dark pupils, mirroring his elder brother, or rather, he was playing the part remarkably well. He murmured softly, "It's nothing." As He Jinyi averted his gaze, if Lu Ruan could see behind her, she would undoubtedly notice the stormy depths in his eyes reflected in the mirror behind her. Lu Ruan smiled brightly, then let Esco rest outside. You stayed with me until dawn last night. I let you off easily. Yet you deliberately kept teasing me without restraint. Once my body recovers, I won't deny you. The moment her words fell, He Jinyi felt as if his heart had been pierced by a knife. He nearly lost his balance. Gazing at the smile on her face, which was uniquely reminiscent of his elder brother, he found it excruciatingly painful. Within her smile lay a glimmer of affection, albeit rare, it was still love, causing his heart to plunge into a chilling abyss, leaving him utterly desolate. Lu Ruan, I don't want to go out. Let me tell you a story. A story? He Jinyi gently placed Lu Ruan back on the sink, ensuring she was stable, then imitating He Jin Yuan's demeanor. He began to narrate, when my brothers and I were 5 years old, we lost our mother. With 10 hours remaining until the next cosmic storm zone, Lu Ruan did not rush to leave. Instead, she listened quietly to He Jinya's story. He recounted their lives in detail, from the age of 5 to 29. After 2 hours, Lu Ruan gained insight into how the 3 brothers had grown up. Life had relentlessly shaped them into the leaders of the Shadow Thieves. She could now comprehend He Jinya's bandit behavior. So, is that rumor about the corpse true? The corpse story was fabricated by our enemies, who deliberately tarnished our reputation. After we dealt with those individuals, we didn't bother to explain ourselves to deter the underlings. Although I can understand your actions. Your younger brother barging into the villa with a quantum saw to destroy the door, rudely seizing my light brain and choking me to demand a transfer was rather outrageous. Don't you think? He Jinyi chuckled softly. Ruan, you cannot view us with a normal mindset. In the eyes of villains, they only take from others. No one dares to rob them of a single star coin unless they willingly offer it. My younger brother is particularly sensitive due to his childhood experiences. However, when he stormed into the villa, he had no intention of hurting you. He simply wanted you to expedite the transfer of star coins. Once the Black Underworld star stabilizes completely next year, all the star coins we earn will be yours. You can use them however you wish. We have no objections. Do not stoop to his level, please. The thought of He Jinya defending her flashed through Lu Ruan's mind. A few minutes later, Lu Ruan nodded at He Jinya, agreeing to let it go. Observing Lu Ruan's change in attitude, He Jinya felt a lift in his spirits. He no longer suppressed his inner desires and kissed Lu Ruan with fervor. She reciprocated his passionate kiss, but as the moments passed, the faint minty scent emanating from him could not conceal the rich aroma of He Jin Yuan. Suddenly, she pushed away the increasingly breathless He Jinya, demanding, "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 67. Do not be afraid, he is merely a bit hungry. I am Yuan, He Jinya rasped. Continuing to mimic the tone of his second brother, he gazed at Lu Ruan, who sat beside the sink, her expression a mix of embarrassment and anger. Surprised that she could discern he was not Yuan. You are not Yuan at all. Tell me, who are you? Lu Ruan's face flushed with indignation. It was infuriating. She had nearly been deceived. However, the toxicity of the person before her seemed stronger than that of He Jinyuan. She scrutinized the breathless He Jinyanu. The three brothers were indeed difficult to distinguish, with their similar attire, hairstyles, and builds, and there were no distinguishing moles for her to identify them. She could only rely on their unique sense to recognize that he was not He Jinyuan. It was truly unexpected that one day she would have to rely on scent to identify a man. I am indeed not Yuan. I am He Jinya. He drew Lu Ruan back into his embrace, speaking without suppressing his voice, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he softly uttered, Yen. His voice carried a chilling tone reminiscent of He Jinyan, steeped in a sense of foreboding. Lu Ruan's pupils dilated in shock. You're He Jinyan? He Jinya nodded. Yes. He first employed the identity of the eldest brother to mitigate her resistance. Otherwise, his previous words would merely become a lie in her mind, and she would think he was merely defending himself rather than believing him. Knowing she was kissing the eldest brother was of no consequence. He merely felt a flicker of compassion for Lu Ruan, but he was drawn to intelligent individuals, a true sapiosexual. Unlike Lu Ruan, who nibbled on her biscuits while watching Kadong and Dai Weisin feast, the eldest brother would not develop feelings for her. He was different. He adored Lu Ruan, who appeared slightly clever yet was, in essence, a tender-hearted fool. Are you truly Yen? Yes, I am Yen, He Jinya replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. After confirming multiple times, Lu Ruan instinctively recoiled. Help! She never imagined that the cold and ruthless leader of the underworld, He Jinyan, would disguise himself as his brother just to engage in intimacy with her. Her mind was in turmoil, unsure whether to be elated or distressed. The happiness arrived so abruptly, catching her completely off guard, leaving her in a state of confusion and unpreparedness. If she could win over He Jinyan, the most authoritative figure at the helm, then He Jinya was merely a younger brother, inconsequential. He Jinya chuckled softly. Ruan, are you surprised? His low, chilling voice resonated like a mournful echo from a decaying well, laced with an undertone of tenderness that was barely perceptible. Lu Ruan's embarrassment faded, and she awkwardly replied, I am indeed a bit surprised. I did not expect it to be you. As soon as she finished speaking, He Jinya leaned in closer. He embraced her, initiating a new round of fervent kisses. Lu Ruan felt a dizzying intoxication from the taste of his lips, her eyes gradually clouding with desire. As long as he was not He Jinyuan, she could begin to savor He Jinya's icy lips and the warmth of his breath. Her body gradually heated up, and she could not resist wrapping her arms around He Jinya's cool form, clinging to him like a koala. Surprisingly, despite his cool skin, he felt quite comforting to hold. In the bathroom, they entwined in a passionate embrace, with Lu Ruan's soft arms encircling He Jinya's neck in enthusiastic response. He kissed her while rotating their positions, pressing her against the wall. As he detached his lips from hers, he leaned in closer, his soft lips brushing against her neck. Unable to resist the urge to bite down gently, Lu Ruan felt a delightful shiver run down her spine, accompanied by He Jinya's minty breath against her neck, igniting a ticklish sensation. Her consciousness began to wane as time slipped away. A soft moan escaped her lips, and to He Jinya, it sounded like the sweetest melody. His deep golden eyes brimmed with emotion, rippling with desire, and his breath quickened. He lowered his head and bit the zipper of her outfit, pulling it down to reveal her delicate collarbone and the subtle curves that met his gaze. He could not resist biting down gently on her collarbone. Yen, that hurts. Lu Ruan protested, feeling a twinge of pain, and pushed the large head that was leaning against her chest away. He Jinya hesitated, recalling that he was still using his brother's identity, and only then did his lips part from her collarbone. His eyes narrowed slightly, struggling to suppress the overwhelming desire to merge with her. This brief interruption cleared Lu Ruan's mind. She slowly leaned her cheek against his broad shoulder, listening to his heartbeat and the erratic rhythm of his breathing. Suddenly, she felt something remarkable between her legs. A jolt coursed through her, and her mind snapped back to reality. She abruptly released He Jinya, lowering her legs from his waist and taking 2 steps back to stand a meter away from him. She prepared to splash cold water on her face to quell the rising heat. Yen, let me wash my face to clear my head, then we can go out. Just as she turned on the tap, He Jinya pulled her back, pinning her against the wall and enveloping her in his embrace once more. Yen, let me go. With her unique physique, she could not help but be drawn to him, and she knew she should not touch him. Struggling in his arms, Heijin held her firmly, asserting no. Lu Ruan raised her gaze to meet his eyes, which were filled with desire, and continued to fight against his hold. Sensing her determination, Heijin smirked, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Do not be afraid, he is merely a bit hungry." His voice was deep and magnetic, laden with restraint. He then gently caressed her brow. Lu Ruan evaded his fingers, lowering her gaze. 1 second, 2 seconds, suddenly, her mind exploded. The channels in her consciousness instantaneously switched to a fantastical film depicting a fierce battle. You. Let me go." Lu Ruan glared at Heijin, incredulous that he could claim it was merely hunger. She pushed him away forcefully. Heijin seized her hands and pressed them against his chest, allowing her to feel the rapid beating of his heart. "Ruan, it is beating this fast for you." Realizing he had no further intentions, Lu Ruan gradually calmed down. Heijin wore a mischievous smile as he stealthily held her hand, sliding it down from his chest over his abs and along the alluring curve of his waist, until it reached. Lu Ruan's ears flushed red. Just then, a furious roar erupted from the corner of the room. "Heijin, get out here." Lu Ruan trembled in fright. Chapter 68, Let the Reserved Remain Reserved. Heijin glanced at the clock. 3 hours had already passed. "Ruan, what are you afraid of?" "Kedong cannot do anything to me. Besides, I am your bound husband. Is it not quite normal for us to engage in some activities here?" He was jolted back to reality by Kedong's voice, and as he looked down, he saw Lu Ruan trembling in fear, eliciting both pity and anger within him. Kedong and his companions should not merely be offering her cookies, they are certainly quite harsh with her in private. Hence, the man's furious roar could easily frighten the little fool into such a cowardly demeanor. Lu Ruan smiled gently and shook her head, insisting that it was not the case. She had simply been taken by surprise by the sudden, fearsome shout, causing her body to tremble reflexively. Heijin observed Lu Ruan's faint strength in her smile, and his heart sank further with sympathy. Why was she so pitiable? He retrieved a packet of exotic beast jerky from his spatial button and somewhat roughly pressed it into Lu Ruan's hand, saying, "Here, although it's rather tough. It can satisfy your cravings. If you can't chew it, just lick it. Once we reach XM007 star, I shall hunt any exotic beast you desire on the spot." He gently kissed her forehead and released her hand. "I actually cannot eat exotic beast meat. What does it mean to be unable to eat exotic beast meat?" Heijin furrowed his brows in disbelief. Who in the entire star system cannot consume such meat? Unless they lack the means to do so. Kedong and Dawei-sin might be somewhat impoverished, but not long ago, she had transferred 10 million from her elder brother's account. Could it be that she spent it all on other matchmakers while enduring a miserable existence of hunger? It was akin to their childhood when, at the tender age of 5, they were coerced by their gluttonous uncle to scavenge for star coins to support the family, only to watch the villainous uncle indulge himself with the coins they earned. They had no choice back then. Heimingxing was chaotic and without adult protection. Children could be captured for experiments. Thus, they chose to remain under the tyrannical uncle's roof, suffering torment. Lu Ruan was a woman. What could possibly prevent her from consuming exotic beast meat? Surely, she had not been brainwashed by Kedong and his group? It was reminiscent of their former scavenger brothers, who brainwashed the thugs they controlled, and only after successful indoctrination did the thugs begin to behave like ordinary citizens, ceasing their violent thoughts of revenge. "I once suffered a serious illness." "What illness?" Lu Ruan wished to explain further, but Kedong's roar echoed again from the speaker, cutting off her words. She decided to postpone the discussion for another time. Observing Heijin's troubled yet caring expression, a ripple of emotion stirred within her. He was not as heartless as she had imagined. She leaned closer to him, gently inhaling his scent, noting the faint hint of mint on him. "I will step out for a moment, Yen." "All right, you go ahead. I will come out shortly." As soon as Heijin heard Lu Ruan was about to leave, he quickly secured her, greedily kissing her lips before reluctantly letting her go. She returned the exotic beast jerky to Heijin, splashed her face with cold water, and exited the room. Heijin tore open the package, took a bite of the tough jerky and pondered, "This is too hard. I should get some tender pieces for her." After Lu Ruan stepped out, she immediately spotted Kedong waiting in a corner of the cabin wall, his expression dark and exuding a tense atmosphere. She softly called out, "Adong." Kadong turned to Lu Ruan and noticed her swollen lips and the ambiguous bite mark on her slender neck. Suppressing his anger towards Heijin, he attempted to speak to her in a gentle tone. "Wife, you should lie down on the couch while I discuss something with Heijin." "Okay." Lu Ruan reclined on the couch. Just as she turned her head towards the bathroom's spatial door, curious about what Kadong and Heijin were discussing, she saw Kadong forcibly open the door with his access card. Moments later, a muffled groan of pain emanated from the bathroom, followed by a loud bang as the door slammed shut, silencing any further noise from within. She swallowed hard, rolled over to lean against the wall, and turned her face towards the cabin wall. She trusted that her husband, as a discerning captain, was merely assisting Heijin in stretching his muscles. Furthermore, with the director husband present, even if their sparring got out of hand, they could still be rescued. With this thought, she chose to ignore the commotion. Her mind drifted back to Heijin's previous demeanor. She had not expected that among the three brothers, the one who often commanded was the best actor. Appearing so cold and ruthless on the surface, yet burning with passion beneath. However, even if he was somewhat repressed, it was still preferable to being cold-hearted inside and out. Lu Ruan slowly closed her eyes, casting aside the shadow of Heijin. She contemplated her next course of action. Throughout the many days since Kadong accepted the mission, she had been pondering one question: how could she assist Kadong in realizing his wish to capture the Blue Dragon? According to the criteria set by Xiao Tuanzi, after forming this exploration team, she would have a contribution rate of 20 towards this mission. She still required 60 to help Kadong fulfill his second wish. She wished to exert 60 effort in this exploration task, which seemed quite challenging. She only possessed skills in singing, dancing, and acting. She was utterly inept in cooking. Even if she prepared meals for this group of men, her contribution would barely amount to 1. Her head was spinning. Xiao Tuanzi, please continue to play the information regarding the Blue Dragon from the star system. Xiao Tuanzi, the Blue Dragon is a ferocious exotic beast, belonging to amphibious creatures with highly developed venom glands. Just 1 microgram of its venom can be lethal. Lu Ruan gently closed her eyes, repeatedly listening to the information about the Blue Dragon for nearly half an hour, when suddenly her light brain illuminated with a blue glow. She opened her eyes to see that Marshal Qinfeng was calling her via video. She sat up and connected the call. A muscular man, standing at 193 meters, appeared before her in a hologram. Dressed in camouflage attire, he seemed to have just finished a meal, as beads of sweat glistened on his face. "Xiao Ruan, have you joined Da Weisan on the expedition?" The man on the other end of the video, noticing her reclining on the cabin couch, looked somewhat surprised and concerned. "Yes, we formed our team yesterday and set off early this morning," Lu Ruan responded sweetly to Qinfeng. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Kadong and Heijin limped out of the bathroom. Observing Kadong, who, as the captain, had just engaged in a fierce battle with the new crew members aboard the warship, Qinfeng's voice boomed. "Kadong, who allowed you to take Xiao Ruan on an expedition?" The deafening voice echoed throughout the entire cabin. Lu Ruan's legs trembled as she quickly covered her ears. "Qinfeng, lower your voice, don't frighten her." Heijin glared at Qinfeng, his expression darkening, showing no regard for the marshal's esteemed position. "If it comes to it, we can have a battle. The Shering members haven't fought in years, and we're quite eager. Xiao Ruan, don't be afraid. I didn't mean to scare you." Qinfeng's tone softened immediately, becoming exceedingly gentle. Lu Ruan nearly mistook his voice for a whisper meant just for her. "It's all right. I'm not scared." She simply had not anticipated her martial husband's sudden outburst. "Kadong, where are you now? Bring her over to F-1008 star. I will take care of her while you continue your expedition." Qinfeng continued to speak softly, and the subordinate officers passing by his door looked astonished. When had the marshal ever spoken so gently? Heijin leaned closer to Lu Ruan, coldly scoffing at Qinfeng on the video. "What delusions are you having?" Kadong explained, "Our route does not conveniently allow us to detour to your star. We will certainly take good care of my wife. You need not worry about her." "Need not worry? What if you lose Xiao Ruan on a subsidiary star, or if she gets hurt? You would be better off leaving her at the villa with a robotic nanny to look after her." Kadong silently absorbed the concern embedded in Qinfeng's words. Initially, he and Da Weisan had also considered leaving their wives at the villa. After the Ashen brothers invaded their home, they could no longer allow their wives to stay alone. Alpha Star is relatively safe, but what if a more ruthless villain than the Ashen brothers emerges? It is far better to keep their wives close. We will take good care of her, Kadong assured. If we men cannot protect her, we might as well hang ourselves, Qin Feng retorted. If you wish to covet my wife, just say so and spare us the pretense. The mocking gaze of He Jinyi fell upon the humanoid projection. Why does Kadong's teammate speak so recklessly, and why does he look like a villain? Qin Feng could not help but frown. After a brief pause, he advised Lu Ruan, if you encounter any danger on the affiliated star, be sure to inform me immediately, so I can bring the army to rescue you. All right, thank you, Feng, I understand, Lu Ruan replied. After terminating the video call, she glanced at Kadong and He Jinyuan. Are you both all right? Have you come to an agreement? All's well. Nothing to worry about. Kadong, He Jinyuan. Come lie down, Davidson called, retrieving 2 advanced medical pods from the space. The 2 men entered the medical pods to treat their injuries. Seeing that they were not in serious condition, Lu Ruan resumed playing the information on Lanjiao. After half an hour, she drifted into slumber. When she awakened, it was already over 6 hours later, just as they were entering the next cosmic storm zone. She did not know who had carried her into the control room. And after a tumultuous ride through the storm, Davidson administered a medication that banished her drowsiness, leaving her invigorated. The warship has entered a normal trajectory. You 3 may discuss who will pilot next while the others rest. Kadong, who stood beside Lu Ruan, rose to unfasten her seatbelt, but she stopped him. Adong. I want to enjoy the scenery from here. After a turn at the controls, He Jinyuan finally relinquished his position to He Jinyen. Once Kadong stood up, He Jinyen occupied the main control seat next to Lu Ruan, while He Jinyi took the opposite side. Yi, after we pass the next cosmic storm zone, it will be your turn to pilot. No problem, He Jinyi replied, intending to remain beside her to enjoy the view. He Jinyen, with one hand on the control stick and the other leisurely browsing through his optical brain, appeared to be absorbed in some information. In that moment, the control room was occupied solely by He Jinyen, He Jinyi, and her. Lu Ruan found herself sandwiched between the 2 men. Her gaze inevitably drifted towards He Jinyen, who was both piloting the warship and engrossed in his tasks. He exuded an air of unspoken authority, devoid of any smile, giving off a rather intimidating vibe even in a relaxed state. His eyes, even while reading, bore a hint of coldness. Yet, this very leader, who seemed so fearsome, had reassured her just hours ago in the restroom, saying, "Do not be afraid, I am merely a bit hungry." Lu Ruan inwardly lamented the age-old adage that one should not judge by appearances. Once one begins to focus on someone, their gaze naturally gravitates towards that person. He Jinyen, preoccupied with his optical brain, remained oblivious to her scrutiny. He Jinyi, noticing Lu Ruan's covert glances at his elder brother, recalled their intimate moments from hours prior and wondered if she might develop feelings for him. Clenching the hem of his clothing, he wished to reveal that it was he who had kissed her and fed her jerky, not his brother. His lips moved, but the words stuck in his throat, ultimately yielding to his fears. If he spoke, given her temperament, she might never wish to engage with him again. Lu Ruan, He Jinyi finally called out, unable to restrain himself any longer. Lu Ruan, apathetic, turned her head slightly and asked, "What? Aren't you going to enjoy the scenery?" He Jinyi pressed, pursing his lips, hoping that if she focused on the sights, she would not pay attention to his brother. "I am watching, indeed," she replied dismissively, continuing her gaze at He Jinyen, as the vast cosmos occasionally paled in comparison to the allure of a handsome man. She recalled He Jinyen mentioning that after the next round, it would be He Jinye's turn to pilot, and she could admire the universe later. "Yen," she gently called out to the man at the main control. He Jinyen's golden eyes shifted to her, questioning, "What is it?" As their eyes met, a chill ran through her. To break the silence, she initiated a conversation. "What were you just looking at?" He Jinyen, upon hearing her softly utter his name, felt a flicker of something unusual in his gaze. "Organizational accounts," he replied, uncharacteristically providing an explanation. "Isn't it risky to manage accounts while piloting the warship?" "I believe it's better to focus on one task at a time." After their intimate encounter in the restroom, Lu Ruan was no longer afraid of He Jinyen. She began to chatter away, akin to a girlfriend engaging with her boyfriend. As He Jinyen listened to her prattle, he recalled her pitiable expression while nibbling on a cookie, and for the first time, he felt a surge of patience, engaging with her more than his usual reticence allowed. "It won't get mixed up. It's not worth mentioning," he replied coolly. "You must have a brilliant mind. I could never manage that. Practice is key, he responded. He Jinyi, witnessing the unexpected warmth between his brother and Lu Ruan, felt a pang of jealousy at her increasingly gentle gaze towards He Jinyan. Lu Ruan, look ahead, there's a nebula. Oh, she replied, glancing at the display screen, disinterested. Before continuing her conversation with He Jinyan, unable to bear it any longer, He Jinyi exited the control room, only to return, feigning the demeanor of a second brother. One, I cannot sleep, so I thought I would come and keep you company. Boldly, he took her delicate hand into his lap to play with. Upon realizing it was He Jin Yuan who had returned, Lu Ruan, recalling his earlier task assigned by Kadong, expressed concern. Yuan, if you can't sleep, take some medication from Asin. Your health is important. But I wish to watch the stars with you, he replied. He Jin Yen glanced over and found his younger brother mimicking the second brother's affectionate demeanor, engaging with Lu Ruan in a manner that was far too intimate. Chapter 70. What do you wish to do? At the age of 9, his adopted father passed away. Having taught his brothers the art of cruelty, Yu would seize whatever caught his eye. This behavior was unlike him. He was merely pretending to draw closer to Lu Ruan. He shook his head. Seeing the congenial atmosphere between the two, he turned his gaze away, unwilling to expose his younger brother. Ruan, look quickly. He Jinyi exclaimed, pointing to the breathtaking scenery ahead. Lu Ruan lifted her gaze. In the boundless depths of the universe, stars sparkled like scattered diamonds, unfolding a magnificent and mysterious tapestry. They seemed embedded in the profound celestial canvas, twinkling with a cold, distant glow, each one whispering tales of eons past. Previously, while gazing at the stars and moon from Earth, she felt that the celestial bodies were too far removed from her. But now the stars were almost within reach. A sense of humanity's insignificance yet grandeur welled up within her. The glimmer in her dark, clear eyes mirrored the sparkle in He Jinya's gaze as they both beheld the scene. For a moment, it was unclear whether the beauty of the scenery or Lu Ruan beside him was more striking. Isn't it beautiful? Indeed, she nodded. There are even more stunning sights ahead. Wait a moment while I check the route. He Jinyi manipulated the controls, marking areas where beautiful vistas might appear, and recited them to Lu Ruan. In 10 minutes, we will pass over H103 star, where you can witness the extreme daylight blue light. In 20 minutes, he continued, tirelessly introducing her to the sights. He Jinyan could only hear a buzzing in his ears and frowned. As doubts began to rise within Lu Ruan, she wondered when Yuan had become so loquacious. Incessantly chatting away, she reached out to cover He Jinya's mouth for 2 seconds and, after releasing him, retrieved a bottle of water from her spatial button and handed it to him. Yuan, you need not introduce me anymore. You must be tired of talking. Have a sip of water to soothe your throat. He Jinya accepted the water and drank half the bottle, then silently stowed it away without returning it to Lu Ruan. If you do not wish to admire the scenery, shall I introduce you to some games? He Jinya speculated that Lu Ruan had grown weary of the vistas, and he produced a gaming helmet to offer her. I do not wish to play. I would like to close my eyes and rest for a moment. Lu Ruan lightly shut her eyes. Once again, her hand was grasped by He Jinya, who began to toy with it, moving from her fingernail to her palm, then to the back of her hand. Today, Yuan was not only talkative but rather clingy. Lu Ruan withdrew her hand and opened her eyes to look at He Jinya. Yuan, if you do not wish to go to the lounge, then just close your eyes and cultivate your spirit. He Jinya suppressed his desire to cling to Lu Ruan and gradually quieted down. Just when he thought she would rest her eyes, Lu Ruan mimicked his actions and took hold of her elder brother's idle hand, beginning to fiddle with it. He Jinya felt Lu Ruan's fingers as they rested on his thigh. His long, sun-kissed hand bore visible veins, an unusual sight for a man accustomed to luxury. These were likely remnants of his childhood spent doing chores and scavenging. Lu Ruan turned his hand over and noticed 2 calluses on his palm. She attempted to scratch at them with her nails, but the calluses were too thick for her to remove. Thus, she took out a pair of nail clippers, intending to trim away the unsightly calluses, when suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. She halted her movements. Just then, a frigid voice whispered in her ear, "Is it amusing?" She lifted her gaze to meet He Jinya's gaze, which held a semblance of amusement, causing her heart to flutter with unease. What are you afraid of? He Jinya was merely a brooding yet passionate man. Despite his intimidating exterior, he could be quite affectionate when no one was watching. Hygienia must have been mindful of his elder brother's presence, suppressing his true self. Lu Ruan smiled playfully. It is not amusing. Your hand is quite beautiful, but alas, the calluses have diminished its allure. Allow me to help you trim them away. Hygienia gazed at Lu Ruan's beaming face. He recalled the time he and his brother had barged into her master bedroom when she was still waking, stretching her hand toward his brother's abs and attempting to share the affection. He was at a loss for words, unsure whether to commend Lu Ruan for her audacity or criticize her for her reckless courage. I do not require your assistance, Hygienia chuckled softly, withdrawing his hand. Hygienia watched Lu Ruan toy with his elder brother's hand, feeling a heaviness in his chest that rendered him speechless. Words piled up like a lump in his throat. Taking a deep breath, he continued to mimic his second brother, extending his hand toward Lu Ruan's thigh. Lu Ruan, if my elder brother does not require it, would you help me trim my calluses? I too have some. A hint of unrecognized bitterness and jealousy lurked in his gaze. Only then did Lu Ruan turn to Hygienia. She put away the nail clippers. Perhaps it is best to leave them. A bit of ugliness does not matter. Hygienia felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly adjusted his mindset, seeking conversation with Lu Ruan. Hygienia again felt the incessant buzzing in his ears. He turned his head, casting a cold glare at Hygienia. If you have nothing to do, go to the lounge and rest. I do not wish to go, Hygienia defied his elder brother's command, unwilling to leave while Lu Ruan was present. Hygienia, recognizing his younger brother's stubborn nature, understood that no amount of persuasion would change his mind. He turned to Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan, will you rest in the lounge? After lying for a while, feeling rejuvenated, she replied, I do not wish to go. The same 3 words echoed in Hygienia's ears. He rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of Lu Ruan's incessant chatter alongside his younger brother, who preferred silence over noise. Can you both quiet down? Hygienia coldly addressed the two beside him. Lu Ruan nodded in agreement. All right. Hygienia, however, remained oblivious to his elder brother's presence. Lu Ruan, let me tell you, the fruits of Heimingxing are large and sweet. Once this expedition concludes, I shall pick some for you and cut them into various star shapes for you to decorate. After Hygienia had nearly exhausted the tales of Heimingxing, Hygienia could no longer endure the noise. He glanced at the navigation route, then unfastened the safety belt of Lu Ruan, who was seated closest to him, preparing to pull her away from the control room. However, at the moment he lifted Lu Ruan, he caught sight of her bewildered expression, reminiscent of her pitiful self nibbling on a small biscuit. He hesitated for a moment, bringing her down to sit on his lap instead. In the cramped control seat, Lu Ruan sat sideways on Hygienia's legs, facing the stunned Hygienia. Elder brother, you cannot do this, it is unsafe. Hygienia snapped back to reality, his tone unfriendly as he reprimanded Hygienia. Hygienia did not spare a glance at Hygienia, maintaining his composure and focusing ahead, one hand resting on the control lever while the other prepared to open the holographic interface to continue reviewing the organizational accounts. Lu Ruan, perched on Hygienia's lap, thought to herself how he truly was a brooding enigma. Suddenly, a faint scent of cedar wafted to her nostrils from his proximity. Her pupils narrowed slightly. After a moment's contemplation, she turned her gaze back to Hygienia. No matter how similar one's demeanor may be, it is impossible for one's speech and behavior to change drastically overnight. Lu Ruan snickered inwardly, discreetly retracting her gaze from Hygienia. To confirm her suspicions, she leaned closer to Hygienia's neck, inhaling the faint scent of cedar, then drew near to his lips to catch his breath. Hygienia's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you wish to do? Lu Ruan met Hygienia's narrowed gaze, her heart racing as she feigned calmness. She had confirmed that Hygienia's scent was indeed that of pleasant cedar. Thus, the man who had been intimately close to her in the bathroom, with a hint of mint, was neither Yen nor Yuan, but rather Hygienia. She withdrew her nose, leaning closer to Hygienia's ear to whisper, Yuan, do you not recall 6 hours ago when you mentioned what you wished to do with me? She found herself in a precarious situation, forced to play along with the charade. Hygienia paused, turning his attention to the younger brother masquerading as him. So, 6 hours ago, his younger brother had approached Lu Ruan in his guise? Explain, Hygienia coldly commanded Hygienia, his gaze laced with displeasure. Lu Ruan's whisper reached Hygienia's ears clearly, causing his heart to tighten. Faced with his elder brother's dark expression, he frantically gestured for silence, hoping not to reveal the truth to Lu Ruan. He could not afford for his masquerade to be exposed, lest Lu Ruan disregard him henceforth. Hygienia, feeling anxious, blinked rapidly. Hygienia withdrew his gaze, his eyes fixated on Lu Ruan, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Behave yourself. Gently. He nudged her head toward the screen. Understood, Lu Ruan replied, ceasing her movements. Hygienia treated her like a stray tabby cat. His gestures were relatively gentle, yet his cold, piercing eyes betrayed no emotion. Her earlier behavior resembled that of a mischievous kitten seeking to nuzzle his lips, and he nearly cast her aside. Hygienia might cradle a cat in his arms, but he was unwilling to grow too intimate. It seemed this ruthless leader was a true embodiment of restraint. Lu Ruan felt a sense of defeat for the first time. It is often said that individuals with a genetic compatibility of 100 are drawn irresistibly closer. Yet the man beneath her was perhaps an exception. Yuan, she said, I shall return to my seat. You may focus on piloting your battleship. To remain in the control room, do not move, otherwise, proceed to the lounge. He Jinyan's tone brooked no dissent. Lu Ruan took a seat, knowing her younger brother would incessantly chatter with her, leading to a headache from their bickering. Lu Ruan let out a soft sound. To steady herself, she placed her hand on He Jinyan's shoulder, leaning her body against his chest. He Jinyan lowered his gaze slightly, observing the woman nestled against him. Inhaling her delicate fragrance, his fingers hesitating momentarily above the light brain before resuming their task. Well, as long as she kept silent, he could manage. Lu Ruan faced He Jinyi, and as she lifted her eyes slightly, she found herself locked in a staring contest with him. One, come into my embrace. He Jinyi whispered, having realized that his elder brother was already annoyed by the noise. If he continued to speak loudly with Lu Ruan, he would inevitably be exposed. Lu Ruan pretended not to notice He Jinyi mimicking her second brother and cheerfully engaged him in conversation. 6 hours prior, He Jinyi had feigned being He Jinyuan, carrying her to the bathroom to express grievances and seek a kiss. After kissing him, she discerned his minty scent, revealing he was not He Jinyuan. He then took on the guise of He Jinyan, growing intimate with her. Had it not been for Kalaoging's loud shout, they might have crossed a line in the bathroom. After entering the control room, her attention had been solely on He Jinyan, neglecting him, prompting him to switch identities to Heir Yuan and continue the charade. She never expected to be so skillfully played by this man. Since he enjoyed playing the role of her brothers, she would indulge He Jinyi in his performance. It would be a contest of her professional acting against He Jinya's clumsy portrayal. Lu Ruan feigned curiosity and asked Yuan, were those words you spoke to me last night true? Indeed, He Jinyi replied, his expression momentarily stiffening before he nodded. He had no knowledge of what Ergo had shared with Lu Ruan and simply pretended to agree. A mischievous glint sparkled in Lu Ruan's eyes as she remarked, I can't believe your younger self was like that. He Jinya's gaze shifted slightly before returning to normal, wary of revealing too much. What had Ergo disclosed to Lu Ruan about his childhood? Upon noticing He Jinya's confusion, Lu Ruan mused, no wonder He Jinyi is so disliked now. Ruan. What I told you last night was all false, He Jinyi said, suppressing his frustration. Yi is a good brother. What a remarkable Ergo. Speaking ill of his own brother in private. But you kept telling me that there were reasons for Ye's behavior, urging me to be more understanding of him. Lu Ruan initially expressed surprise, but then shifted her tone, scoffing, I see no need to tolerate him. He Jinyi is simply a thoroughgoing villain. He Jinyi choked on his words, feeling as if he had been stabbed. If Ergo hadn't spoken ill of him, then what had he said? What to do? Now Lu Ruan seemed to increasingly despise him. He Jinya's lips moved, struggling to find the right words. After ransacking his mind for suitable phrases, he finally said, Yi is actually a good person. Lu Ruan wished to engage He Jinyi in a battle of words, but suddenly, a cold hand covered her mouth. Her body lifted into the air, repositioning itself on He Jinyan's lap, her back to He Jinyi, her face turned towards the empty side. The screen on that side displayed breathtaking cosmic views. Apologies, Yen, I will no longer converse with Yuan, Lu Ruan said, feeling a chill envelop her. And she quickly quieted down. Upon seeing Lu Ruan finally cease her chatter, He Jinyan shut down the light brain and focused intently on piloting the battleship. He Jinyi glared at Lu Ruan's back, then glanced at his elder brother cradling her in his embrace, a flicker of darkness crossing his gaze. His elder brother clearly had no affection for this little fool. Why then compete with him? Recalling the past, he remembered how his elder brother had learned hard lessons at the age of 5, first from their father, then from a malicious uncle. Those two incidents had weighed heavily on his brother's mind. He felt guilty, thinking that if he had been a bit smarter, he wouldn't have foolishly given all their star currency to their father for a small house, nor would he have followed that wicked uncle, subjecting himself and his two younger brothers to suffering. He wouldn't have watched as they barely escaped death time and again after establishing sharing. From then on, he developed a dislike for foolish individuals, which could be said to be a disdain for his former self. He admired the intelligent. Yet here he was, holding Lu Ruan, this little fool, on his lap. Just as He Jinye's intense stare nearly pierced through He Jinyen, the battleship hit a slightly turbulent patch. He Jinyen tightened his grip around the woman in his arms while concentrating on piloting the ship. The vessel swayed dramatically, and due to inertia, Lu Ruan's head bumped against He Jinyen's, her soft lips accidentally meeting his. He Jinyen froze momentarily, not moving for a brief spell. He Jinye's eyes burned with fury. Just then, He Jinyuan awoke from the jolt. He had come to the control room searching for Lu Ruan and, upon arriving at the doorway, was stunned. His elder brother was piloting the ship while seeking a kiss from his Ruan, and his younger brother was merely staring, as if he could bore a hole through his elder brother. Neither of them truly cared for his Ruan. Why were they competing for her? Ruan. He Jinyuan's fingers dug into his palm, a shadow crossing his eyes. Chapter 72. Justifiable affection. Lu Ruan turned at the sound and saw her Yuan standing at the door, his expression rather grim. She feigned ignorance, pretending the person at the door was He Jinyi. Unbeknownst to her, the moment her soft lips parted from He Jinyan's, a ripple of emotion stirred in his deep gaze. He Jinyi noticed Lu Ruan engaging with Ergo, who was striding over. This wouldn't do. If Ergo entered the control room, Lu Ruan would undoubtedly see through his disguise. He swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt, stood up, and pulled the sullen Ergo towards the lounge. After He Jinyi and He Jinyuan left the control room, silence enveloped the space. Lu Ruan remained perched on He Jinyan's lap. In the tranquil atmosphere, the closeness of the two sparked an unspoken tension. Lu Ruan's gaze involuntarily drifted downward, landing on He Jinyan's sharp yet handsome features. She had just unwittingly kissed him. He did not seem as angry as she had anticipated. He had not cast her aside. A glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes as she contemplated testing this mob boss's boundaries. Lu Ruan extended one arm across He Jinyan's upright back, while the other arm wrapped around his chest, resting her cheek against the somewhat coarse fabric of his exploratory team uniform. She listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, which remained calm and strong. He Jinyen, with her nestled in his embrace, remained as tranquil as a still pond. He was indeed a man disinterested in women. Just as Lu Ruan prepared to rise, He Jinyan's voice broke the silence. If you wish to embrace, do so properly. Do not fidget. His voice, drifting from above her, held a cool tone tinged with an almost indulgent undertone. In that moment, she felt like a feline nestled in He Jinyan's arms. Lu Ruan ceased her movements, leaning against his chest, gently closing her eyes. In truth, whether it was He Jinyuan or the yet-to-be-claimed He Jinyi and He Jinyen, they were all potential suitors for her. She believed He Jinye's words while impersonating her brothers were genuine. Based on the current circumstances, He Jinyi seemed the easier to manage. He Jinyen would require a bit more time. However, it was fortunate that He Jinyen did not appear to dislike her company. Everything could unfold in due course. As Lu Ruan contemplated, her consciousness began to blur. Time passed, and the battleship stabilized without a hint of turbulence. Suddenly, she heard the man's voice once more calling her name, Ruan. Nearly dozing off, Lu Ruan opened her eyes and asked, "What is it?" At the dining table. "Why did you watch Kadong and the others eat exotic feast meat without daring to take any?" He recalled her various reactions since their first meeting. She encountered the three brothers, fierce and intimidating, as they stormed into her villa, yet she dared to engage in a battle of wits with them. Setting aside the matter of nibbling on small biscuits, this woman might not be as brainwashed as he had imagined. Judging from her earlier conversation with the younger brother, it was evident that, under the circumstances last night, the second brother could not possibly have discussed anything else with Lu Ruan. This indicates that Lu Ruan is lying. She has seen through the identity of the younger brother, yet deliberately toyed with him. When she leaned in to sniff his scent, it was undoubtedly an attempt to discern his identity. This woman was far more astute than he had anticipated. The reason for her nibbling on small biscuits must have a deeper significance. Lu Ruan was taken aback, and He Jinyi seemed particularly concerned about the matter. not expecting that He Jinyan would also be quite invested in it. She slightly propped herself up, gazing at him as she slowly explained. Yen. The reason I eat small biscuits is that I previously suffered from a serious illness and have yet to fully recover. My constitution is still quite poor, and I can only consume small biscuits. I cannot digest unprocessed exotic beast meat or exotic plants. What did you do with the 10 million you withdrew from my account? Previously, Ayao had urgently taken her to the hospital for treatment. In a desperate situation, without the proper flight permit, he flew her directly from the city intersection to the hospital, where her wings had sustained severe burns. That 10 million was used to treat his wings. He Jinyan finally pieced everything together. His perception of Kadong, Davidson, and Luo Yao subtly shifted. Although the three were somewhat impoverished, they were not hypocritical. They genuinely cared for Lu Ruan. Luo Yao, in his effort to take Lu Ruan to the hospital, had even sacrificed his rare wings, making his use of the 10 million for treatment understandable. As for Lu Ruan, this was the first time He Jinyan seriously scrutinized his forcibly bound wife. Chapter 73. The only woman he gazed at Lu Ruan, who was obediently leaning against him. Her skin glowed softly under the warm light, her long eyelashes resembling the wings of an exotic butterfly. Her delicate nose was petite and exquisite, and her pink lips were slightly closed, exuding a faint fragrance with each breath. His gaze traced down her cheek to her long and graceful neck, the delicate lines alluring. Further down, her black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders and chest, with a few rebellious strands playfully resting on her collarbone, adding to her charm. Aside from being a bit slender, she was beautiful enough to meet his aesthetic standards. What illness did you have? A rather unusual genetic disease. How long will it take to recover? Lu Ruan recalled Davidson's words upon returning to the villa from Jupiter, then responded to He Jinyan, and said my current condition is acceptable. After one more treatment cycle and some increased exercise, I should be able to return to normal. She had received her second injection of toxin peptides a week prior. Initially, the director's husband had told her that she would need 1 injection of toxin peptides at his hospital each month. After a recent health check at the villa, he mentioned that a larger dose for strengthening would allow her to reach the physical condition of an ordinary star citizen. This meant that if she received another injection next month, she could be considered a normal star citizen. In reality, Davidson had not informed Lu Ruan that the third injection of toxin peptides was still in preparation. He had gone on an expedition with Kadong for that very purpose. However, he would not let Lu Ruan know that the toxin peptides were insufficient. After all, he simply wanted Lu Ruan to live her short 80 years without worry, leaving the rest for them men to handle. As long as it can be cured, He Jinyan said softly, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Are you concerned about me? Lu Ruan's eyes crinkled with a smile. She truly did not expect that He Jinyan would care about her illness. This sinister overlord was not as fearsome as he appeared. If you think so, then it is. He Jinyan replied calmly. He lifted his gaze to the vast cosmos, where humanity felt as insignificant as a speck of dust, himself included. Upon reflection, the woman in his arms would be the only one in his brief 300 years. He could afford to be a bit more patient with her and genuinely seek to understand her. Yen, Lu Ruan slightly turned her face to glance at the resting area, where the men were lying on the couch, then turned back to him. You said 6 hours ago that what you wanted most was to. She deliberately left her statement unfinished. He Jinyan, having been brothers with He Jinyi for many years, would undoubtedly recognize that it was He Jinyi impersonating him. Yet, he chose not to expose the ruse. She simply pretended to be unaware, as if the man from 6 hours ago was indeed He Jinyan. He Jinyan raised an eyebrow slightly. What did I want most with you? My mind is filled with too much, I forgot. Could you remind me once more? He was curious to see what the younger brother had said while pretending to be him. Lu Ruan's cheeks bloomed with a delightful blush as she awkwardly replied, you said it was a bit hungry and wanted. She gestured subtly for He Jinyan to look down. He Jinyan followed her gaze, and his expression instantly froze, a chill radiating from him. You was courting danger. Does it still feel hungry now? Lu Ruan asked, looking somewhat uneasy at He Jinyan. However, the blush on her face faded after a mere 2 seconds. Humans are creatures that always seek more. Not only did she want to know He Jinyan's reaction, but she also wished to test the limits of this aloof overlord, to ascertain how much he could tolerate her. He Jinyan regarded Lu Ruan, his gaze deepening. Had she not mentioned the younger brother's comments from last night, he might have been completely deceived by this woman. Lu Ruan intentionally brought up 6 hours ago. Was it a test? He covered her mouth. Be quiet. Lu Ruan chuckled internally as He Jinyan silenced her again. She removed his hand. All right, I won't say anything. He Jinyan reverted to his impassive demeanor, contemplating for half a second before advising, in the future, avoid contact with you. Why? He might lead you astray. Lu Ruan laughed incredulously. And you? She gazed into his abyss-like eyes. Those eyes held many inscrutable depths. He Jinyan met Lu Ruan's gaze, momentarily unsure of how to respond. He turned his head to look ahead. Lu Ruan's lips curved slightly. After sitting up from He Jinyan's embrace, she placed her hand on his broad shoulder. Her gaze fell softly on his sharply defined contours, both captivating and dangerous. Even in a calm state, he exuded an overwhelming presence. Lu Ruan observed him for a few seconds, bolstering her own courage. Then, while He Jinyan was seriously focused ahead, she leaned in and gently kissed his cold lips. He Jinyan's body stiffened momentarily, as if he had been frozen in place. A flicker of astonishment passed through his pale golden eyes. Lu Ruan noticed He Jinyan's reaction. She felt she had discovered a way to unsettle this ascetic overlord. After a couple of seconds, He Jinyan regained his composure. His voice low and icy. You either leave or behave yourself on my lap. Lu Ruan playfully blinked. I prefer to stay here with you. She nestled back against He Jinyan, closing her eyes obediently as she had before. He Jinyan felt Lu Ruan's closeness, as if a stone had been thrown into the calm lake of his heart, creating ripples. His free hand brushed over her head, a slight smile tugging at his lips as he let out a soft huff. After 2 seconds, he returned to normal, continuing to pilot the ship with diligence. What Lu Ruan did not know was that at the doorway of the control room stood He Jinyi, who had suddenly halted. He Jinyi had witnessed the entire scene of Lu Ruan stealing a kiss and then snuggling against his elder brother. He lowered his gaze slightly, silently seizing Lu Ruan from He Jinyan's lap. In the next moment, Lu Ruan was brought by He Jinyi to the resting room. Sitting on the couch, she caught a whiff of the familiar mint scent and glanced over at He Jinyuan, who was breathing evenly on the adjacent couch. Pretending not to recognize the person standing by her couch, she asked, Yuan, what are you doing? The voice of Lu Ruan was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the nearby He Jinyuan to hear. He Jinyuan suddenly opened his eyes. He Jinya's expression stiffened momentarily before returning to normal. This time, he was not intentionally playing the role of the second brother. If Lu Ruan made a mistake, he would simply go along with it. He Jinyi imitated He Jinyuan's tone and said to Lu Ruan, Ruan, it is unsafe over there in the control room. He had his back to He Jinyuan and was unaware that the second brother had already awakened. The earlier scene had been too glaring. The one who had been kissing Lu Ruan intimately in the bathroom was him. Why should the eldest brother enjoy the benefits? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He Jinyi picked up Lu Ruan from the couch and strode into the bathroom. However, just as he was about to close the door, the shadowy figure of He Jinyuan squeezed in behind him. Bang! The door shut. In the control room, He Jinyan cast a glance at the monitoring screen of the lounge, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Ruan found herself cornered between the two brothers at the bathroom door. She smiled cheerfully and raised her gaze, asking, So, which one of you is Yuan? Chapter 74. Arrival at XM007 star. After 2 days of intense and stimulating experiences, Lu Ruan's ship traversed through one cosmic storm after another, arriving at the distant XM007 star. After 3 days of travel, they finally reached XM007. This star was so remote that few had ever set foot here, and not a single sign of life was visible. We are now heading to the location where the Blue Dragon's claw prints were discovered. That area will serve as our center, and we will first explore a radius of 100 miles nearby. Kadong, seated at the main control position in the control room, spoke solemnly to his team about the plan. The monitoring screen revealed that the warship was currently hovering at an altitude of 1,000 meters above this satellite star, while the base signal station on the star was positioned above a nearby sea area. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, humanity primarily resided on 9 major planets. The 1,000 satellite stars were fraught with danger. Although they were unsuitable for human habitation, they were resource-rich planets discovered by humans. The surface of this satellite star, designated as XM007, was covered in dense jungles and endless seas. Within the jungles, exotic beasts roamed freely. Small exotic creatures were the size of earthly tigers and leopards, Medium-sized ones were as large as dinosaurs, and the large exotic beasts resembled colossal monsters from movies. The jungles primarily harbored smaller exotic creatures. In the sea, creatures of various sizes could be found, and occasionally, a giant beast would surface. In the air above the sea, numerous winged beasts soared. Little Tuanzi, the natural enemy of the blue dragon, is the Ichi-Zulong. The Ichi-Zulong is amphibious and can fly at low altitudes, specializing in preying on blue dragons, black dragons, and some large creatures in the sea. Little Tuanzi paused the playback. As her mind processed the information provided by Little Tuanzi, she focused intently on the monitoring screen. To her left stood the three brothers He Jinyan, while to her right were Kudong and his two companions, along with a mechanic named Lance. Kudong's voice sounded again beside her. Numbers 6, 7, and 8. Do not attack the airborne exotic creatures without my command. Understood. Let's go, He Jinyi urged. Only then did Kudong steer the warship toward the designated coordinates. This 5-meter-long, Earth-toned warship glided discreetly and swiftly through the skies above the XM007 satellite star. As the airborne exotic creatures caught sight of the unfamiliar shadow, they attempted to chase after the warship, but it vanished from view. The warship headed toward one end of the sea. At the opposite end of the sea, several SSS-class warships bearing the emblem of the Ku family adventurers were docked at the shore. A tall, long-haired young woman in a fitted outfit was diligently repairing a warship. Behind her stood 30 adventurers, who exchanged glances, and then the leader, Kudong's cunning second brother, revealed a glimmer of malice in his eyes. On the other side of the sea, after about 2 hours of travel, Kudong arrived at an altitude of 1,000 meters above the designated coordinates. This is it. Now continue downward. Kudong maneuvered the warship to hover 100 meters above the jungle, circling the coordinates at a slow pace. The coordinate point was located near the jungle, just a kilometer from the coast. He activated the warship's detector, conducting a thorough search for any signs of the blue dragon on the ground, ready to halt at the first indication of its presence. Everyone in the control room, including Lu Ruan, was fixated on the screen. The infrared display showed various exotic beasts below, including serrated tigers from the jungle, dog-sized mutated grasshoppers, a snake as thick as an oil drum, and a 1-meter-long caterpillar. Lu Ruan swallowed hard. These exotic creatures appeared so ferocious and intimidating. The size of their warship was only slightly larger than the jungle's exotic snakes, and the current scene resembled a handful of minuscule humans stumbling into the realm of giants. Davidson's legs trembled slightly as he tried to maintain composure. Luo Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. On the main planet, exotic beasts had been nearly eradicated, with only a few the size of robots remaining. Yet here, every exotic creature was majestic and formidable, even if they couldn't capture the blue dragon. Capturing a few others would surely yield a handsome profit in star coins. He Jinyan's gaze subtly shifted toward Lu Ruan when he noticed her apparent fear, and he softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid." Just as He Jinyuan and He Jinyi were about to comfort Lu Ruan, the eldest brother interjected. The warship spiraled around. Due to its slow speed, the airborne exotic creatures began to approach the warship, perceiving it as an intruder in their territory. Within 10 minutes, 5 mutated golden eagles surrounded the warship. These fierce mutated golden eagles were slightly smaller than the warship, but their combined strength was formidable. Lu Ruan glanced up just in time to see one of them fiercely peck at the warship, causing the entire vessel to shake violently as if an earthquake had struck. Her heart raced and her mind buzzed. It took her several moments to regain her composure. Kudong narrowed his eyes, maneuvering the warship to evade the eagles. However, the mutated golden eagles seemed determined to pursue the warship relentlessly. Luo Yao, He Jinyuan, and He Jinyi were on the verge of attacking them. But Kudong's words halted their impulsive actions. Do not attack them, let them peck. He then turned to Lu Ruan, saying, Dear, there may be some jolting soon. So prepare yourself mentally. Davidson, keep a close eye on her condition. Davidson nodded in response to Kudong. After giving his instructions, Kudong continued to follow the original route to search for the blue dragon. However, the fierce golden eagles appeared to be enjoying themselves. One pecked the warship hard, followed by another that pecked it twice. Fortunately, the S-class warship's defense system was robust, otherwise it would have sustained considerable damage by now. The remaining eagles toyed with the warship as if it were their prey, flapping their wings back and forth, and when they grew tired, they would use their claws to grab and toss it aside. Kudong, why don't we just shoot them down? We cannot attack the exotic creatures recklessly, otherwise. We will attract their entire pack, which could lead to serious trouble. They will leave once they tire of the game. Kudong's expression darkened as he piloted the warship. For the next 2 hours, whenever the mutated golden eagles pushed the warship away, Kudong would maneuver it back to its original position. Each time the eagles grabbed and tossed the warship, he tirelessly piloted it back to the designated spot, continuing the thorough search. After 1,000 repetitions, the atmosphere in the control room became tense and everyone's patience was being tested. Lu Ruan stared at the encroaching mutated golden eagles, feeling a surge of frustration. They were truly annoying. A small flame of determination ignited within her. "Ruan, watch me. I will take them down in 1 second. Hey Genie squinted at the surrounding fierce golden eagles. "Eldest brother, Yi, you handle the 3 above, and I will take care of the 2 on the sides." Hey Jin Yuan declared, his fingers poised on the control panel. "You must not attack." However, Kudong's command came just a beat too late. With a resounding boom, a missile launched from the warship, targeting the mutated golden eagles, exploding in midair. "Only a few mutated golden eagles. Kudong, why are you so cowardly?" With several piercing and sorrowful cries that shattered the silence, the mutated golden eagles plummeted like kites with severed strings, crashing onto the treetops. Concurrently, a terrifying butterfly effect unfolded. Everyone's pupils dilated as they stared at the countless mutated beasts converging from all directions. Chapter 75. Safe Zone. The jungle trembled as a swarm of mutated beasts erupted forth, resembling an unstoppable surge of black tide. The flying beasts hovering above the nearby sea also responded to the commotion with a deafening rush. In an instant, the sky, the sea, and the jungle were filled with a dense throng of beastly shadows. The cacophony of their roars echoed from all sides. The previously fallen mutated golden eagle had not yet cooled, and the scent of its blood attracted a frenzy of other beasts. These ravenous creatures devoured it in an instant. The cries of the dying eagle seemed to convey some message that summoned its kin. Amidst the throng of beasts, thousands of mutated golden eagles, seemingly enraged, bore down upon the battleship with palpable hostility, preparing to strike. These aggressive eagles appeared as though they would shred the battleship to pieces in the next moment. Lu Ruan had never witnessed such a scene. A few were manageable, but over 1,000 made her scalp tingle. Kudong gazed at the dark mass suddenly appearing in the sky and jungle, his expression gravely serious. Everyone avoided the brown-black-blue beasts, concentrating their fire on the eagles to break through the encirclement. Units 3 and 5 were tasked with air defense, while Units 6, 7, and 8 were responsible for the sides of the ship. He had no time to chastise the disobedient team members. His black eyes narrowed, and he issued commands in a deep voice. A heart-stopping battle ensued. Kudong maneuvered the battleship, crashing through the dense swarm of beasts above while heading towards the signal base on the satellite planet, the direction they had first arrived at. Luo Yao and Lance placed their hands on the control panel, activating the weapon systems to fend off the beasts. Heijuan Yuan and Heijuan Yi, already feeling uneasy, executed Kudong's commands with newfound cooperation. Heijuan Yi analyzed the situation, focusing fire to disrupt the attacking eagles and clear a passage for the battleship. The vessel struggled through the throng of beasts amidst a deafening symphony of cannon fire and roars. Countless eagles fell, and the air was thick with blood mist. Lu Ruan gripped the armrests of her seat tightly, her heart racing with each collision. Suddenly, a colossal mutated python lunged from the jungle, sinking its fangs into the battleship's tail, causing the vessel to sway violently. Alarms flared. "Warning. Battleship damage level 3. Kudong frowned, increasing the power in an attempt to break free from the python's grasp. Just then, a golden eagle seized the opportunity, its sharp claws ripping through the ship's metallic hull. "Warning. Battleship damage level 7. Lu Ruan stared in terror at the screen. Heijuan Yi reacted swiftly, redirecting fire to shoot down the eagle. Meanwhile, the number of beasts in the sky continued to swell, seemingly endless, and the scent of blood from the fallen eagles drove the others into a frenzy. "Cease all attacks." Kudong gritted his teeth at this sight. He no longer cared about the incoming beasts. He maneuvered to avoid those he could, and charged through the gaps in the beast horde. Heijuan Yi and the others also halted their attacks. After all, eliminating some beasts would only attract more, obstructing the battleship's escape. However, as the ship forced its way through the crowded beasts, it sustained damage. "Warning. Battleship damage level 8. Battleship damage level 9. Battleship damage level 11. 15 minutes passed. Battleship damage level 37. Warning. The battleship is about to enter a state of disintegration. At this moment, thick black smoke was billowing from the ship's tail, and alarms continued to sound until the voice announced, "Warning, battleship damage level 45. The battleship is beginning to disintegrate." With a crack, a large gap appeared in the outer metal plating of the ship. Subsequently, as the battleship collided with the beasts, the cracked metal plating fell away, and the ship quickly lost its outer defense. In that instant, everyone felt a palpable fear for their lives. Captain K. There's still a kilometer ahead filled with flying beasts. If we crash again, the ship will completely disintegrate, and we will fall into the beast horde. Even with mechas, we cannot fend off so many beasts. Lance experienced such a heart-stopping scene on his first expedition. His heart could barely take it. "Kadong, can we push through?" Heiju glanced around gravely. "If not, we should use the escape pods and jump into the jungle. Otherwise, we won't have time." The escape pods are a means for personnel to evacuate when the battleship faces disintegration. However, the current situation is not suitable for such a method. The jungle is filled with beasts, and once the team uses the escape pods, they will inevitably scatter, each facing unknown dangers. Kadong remained silent, fully focused on operating the vessel. Everything around him seemed irrelevant. Lu Ruan slightly turned her head, witnessing Kadong's swift movements, executing extreme maneuvers in a zigzag towards the less dense areas of the beast horde. His gaze was sharp, his lips pressed tightly together. This was the first time she had seen her husband, Ko, with such intensity, even more serious than during their first encounter in the cosmic storm. From his expression, it appeared that he did not possess full confidence. He relied solely on past experiences and the fortitude forged through countless brushes with death to lead his team in a desperate escape. At this moment, they were still a kilometer away from the less dense area of beasts. The battleship advanced with great difficulty. 100 meters, 200 meters, 700 meters, 800 meters, 900 meters, 1,000 meters. Finally, after the battleship's defensive shell had completely fallen away, Kadong successfully led everyone beyond the beast horde. He glanced at the parameters on the screen, pulled the control stick, and activated maximum speed towards the signal base. 3 hours later, the battleship, emitting thick smoke, came to a halt near the signal base on the beach by the coast, with towering forests in the background. Everyone disembarked from the battleship. Lance hurriedly poured water over the smoke, then, disregarding the lingering fear of the ordeal, began busily repairing the severely damaged S-class battleship, which had sustained 60 damage. A kilometer around the signal base is designated as a safe zone. The safety of this area is due to the special protective net surrounding the signal tower, which emits waves effective in repelling large, medium, and small mutated beasts. Within this zone, the presence of beasts is virtually non-existent. While protecting the signal tower, the protective net also provides a safe haven for explorers venturing onto the satellite planet. Kadong surveyed the others. "Everyone gather around, I have some matters to discuss." Aside from Lance, who was busy repairing the ship, the rest sat together, looking towards Kadong. With a frown, Kadong addressed the identical faces before him. "What happened? Who was sitting in positions 7 and 8? Heiju and Heiju exchanged glances at Heiju. Without hesitation, Heiju pointed to his two brothers beside him. His tone was somewhat grim, carrying a hint of reproach as he looked at Heiju and Heiju. After Heiju spoke, he glanced at the battleship parked a few meters away, its surface heavily damaged, with smoke still rising from its tail. It had been 5 years since he felt such trepidation. Yi and Yuan, when faced with issues, still find it hard to contain themselves. Lu Ruan turned her gaze to Heiju and Heiju. "It was indeed our oversight," both Heiju and Heiju echoed in unison. The two exchanged glances with Kadong, their expressions revealing a readiness to accept punishment, indifferent to the consequences, as the situation had already unfolded. Was this an oversight? A single blunder nearly jeopardized the entire team. If you are indifferent to your own well-being, do not drag others down with you. Luo Yao's tone was somewhat harsh. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Davidson adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat, addressing the group. The recent events were quite severe. If anyone is feeling unwell, please proceed to the medical chamber for treatment immediately. Upon disembarking from the battleship, he administered a recovery serum and a sedative to his wife, who had already regained her composure. Others appeared fine on the surface, but the impact from earlier might have caused some internal damage. He retrieved 3 advanced medical capsules from his spatial button and placed them on the beach behind him, connecting them to a portable power supply. No need. No need. No need, came the chorus of refusals, when suddenly, Lance, who was repairing the battleship, collapsed onto the sand. Davidson and Kadong hurriedly assisted him into the medical chamber. Lu Ruan observed quietly, relieved that the director's husband had provided timely aid, otherwise, she would have been the next to faint. Kadong and Davidson returned to their previous positions, directing their attention toward He Junyi and He Junyuan. The exotic beasts on the subordinate star are social creatures, with the smallest groups numbering around 1,000 and larger groups reaching up to 100,000. If 1 or 2 of them are attacked, the remainder will respond to the signal and pursue the enemy relentlessly. Among the flying beasts, those with a brown, black, and blue coloration are known to be fierce and aggressive. Kadong meticulously educated the 2, and indeed, the entire team, on the characteristics of the exotic beasts on the subordinate star. He refrained from reprimanding the team members as Lu Ruan had anticipated. She sat on a small stool, leaning against Davidson, watching Kadong as he patiently explained, his deep and stern voice emanating an aura of a convincing leader. A profound sense of security enveloped her. This extraordinary man, despite occasionally uttering coarse language and not being perfect in character, never faltered in critical moments. In the realm of exploration, he was a true king, a captivating monarch. Her heart was once again drawn to him, reminiscent of the first time she laid eyes on him upon her arrival on the desolate star. When He Junyi's peripheral vision caught Lu Ruan, he noticed her gaze was entirely fixed on Kadong, her eyes seemingly reflecting admiration and attachment. He withdrew his gaze, scrutinizing Kadong with a discerning eye. So, this is her preference? Luo Yao intended to check on Lu Ruan's condition, but found her gazing adoringly at her older companion, leaving him with an ambiguous feeling. So it seems, Kadong, we shall follow your lead from here on. He Junyi and He Junyuan attentively listened for half an hour, ultimately realizing their impulsive actions and gradually accepting Kadong's role as the commander. They were adept at engaging in villainous deeds, but when it came to exploring and combating exotic beasts, Kadong was undeniably superior. Observing the 2 rebellious spirits beginning to repent, a smile crept onto Kadong's lips as he addressed everyone. Let us set up camp here for now. Once Lance awakens and repairs the battleship, we shall search for the Blue Dragon's traces near the designated coordinates. If anyone feels unwell, please seek out Davidson without delay. After Lance, although Luo Yao and Kadong were uninjured, they too rested within the medical chamber to recuperate. In that moment, the atmosphere lightened considerably. He Junyuan and He Junj began setting up the tent with the supplies provided by Kadong. Within 10 minutes, a 5-meter diameter circular tent was established on the sandy beach between the towering jungle and the coastline. Lu Ruan was the first to lie down inside the tent. The space was quite spacious, comfortably accommodating 8 individuals. For added comfort, Kadong had specially purchased thicker cushions. Lu Ruan lay on the cushion, leaning against the pillow she had brought from the villa, her thoughts still lingering on the harrowing escape that had transpired 3 hours prior. At that moment, He Junyi entered the tent. He surveyed Lu Ruan, who was reclining at the edge, and contemplated the other men while also assessing the tent's size. Lu Ruan, please sit up. Lu Ruan sat up, her eyes questioning as she looked at He Junyi. I will set up another tent for you. Although there will be some on watch outside tonight, you need not crowd with the remaining men. He Junyi suddenly spoke, his cold tone infused with a hint of warmth. He retrieved a smaller tent from his spatial storage, unfolded it, and began assembling it within the larger tent. His movements were swift and organized, each step executed with remarkable proficiency. Before long, an exquisite small tent stood within the larger one. Hey, I did not expect you to possess such a thing. Lu Ruan's eyes brightened as she admired the smaller tent, which, while modest in size, appeared quite sturdy. Though the space was limited, it was sufficient for 2 people. I had it prepared long ago. Upon seeing Lu Ruan's delight, He Junyi continued to produce a comfortable mattress for her to place inside. During their days of scavenging, tents were prevalent in the gathering places for scavengers. Without star coins to purchase houses, a worn-out tent was their warmest home. This particular tent was the one his father had used to shelter him and his brothers when they were young. After all these years, he had preserved it meticulously, never anticipating it would one day be used for Lu Ruan. In the spacious interior of the large tent, the small tent appeared somewhat out of place yet exuded an endearing warmth. Lu Ruan, clutching her pillow, nestled into the small space, comfortably closing her eyes. He Junie stood outside the small tent for quite some time. He pondered what their lives would have been like had their father not deceived them. Returning to take them from the tent to live in a small house, instead of absconding with the money to another star. He Jun contemplated deeply. He Junyuan and He Junie entered the tent. Upon seeing the familiar small tent and Lu Ruan resting inside, they paused, their throats tightening. After a long moment, He Junyuan inquired, "Brother, how did you bring that out?" Utilizing resources effectively. Chapter 77. The happiness of interstellar women. While Lu Ruan slept in the small tent, Kadong and the others were catching miniature exotic beasts along the beach. Near the signal base station, no large or medium-sized beasts were present. However, miniature exotic beasts, unhindered by the protective net, were relatively abundant. In the eyes of interstellar men, beasts the size of earth tigers were considered small exotic beasts, while those the size of earth cats and dogs were classified as miniature. In her deep slumber, Lu Ruan remained oblivious to the mouth-watering scene unfolding on the beach. Lance, comfortably resting in the medical chamber, had already regained his strength. Kadong, along with Luo Yao and the He brothers, emerged from the sea with an assortment of plump, mutated shrimp and crabs. Davidson was busy cooking the mini exotic beasts they had caught. He Junie then ventured into the safe zone within the jungle to gather large, sweet exotic fruits, such as the fragrant exotic raspberries. Once Davidson finished preparing the mutated shrimp and crabs, the men on the beach, taking advantage of the fading daylight, set up tables and chairs, laying out dozens of platters of exotic crabs and shrimp, along with 10 plates of exotic raspberries. Kadong roused Lance from his rest. The 7 men shed their exploration gear and gathered together to feast heartily. While Ruan is still asleep, those who wish to eat meat should hurry. Ever since Lu Ruan had explained to He Jun her sole reliance on small biscuits, he had shared this information with his brothers, allowing the 3 to understand Kadong and the others' actions better. Upon hearing Davidson's words, Lance cast a glance toward the direction of the tent. The name Lu Ruan is quite uncommon. Surely, the one inside the tent matches the description in the genetic match message? After years of being single, having never had a woman to take him away, he encountered a woman with a 98 genetic match, yet she rejected him. A deep sense of regret washed over Lance. He cast a glance at the renowned Daewisen on one side and then at the intimidating He Jinyi on the other. Well, even if Lu Ruan agreed to the binding, he could not compete with these formidable individuals. The regret in Lance's eyes dissipated as he curiously inquired, "Dean Daiwei, are you not calling Miss Lu Ruan over for dinner?" Daewisen gently explained, Ruan is temporarily unfit to consume the food on the table due to health reasons." "Ah, that makes sense." Lance nodded in understanding. On the main star, even a portion of stale exotic beast meat could fetch several hundred star coins. Kadong, after we catch the blue dragon, let us bring back a few large exotic beasts for a feast, shall we? Luo Yao, savoring the fragrant exotic crab, wore a look of utter satisfaction on his handsome face. Kadong replied nonchalantly, "If we are fortunate enough to encounter a solitary one, we may capture it. But we should not act recklessly if we encounter a group." Adventurers frequently traverse subordinate stars and share Luo Yao's sentiments when faced with exotic beasts. However, they often encounter herds, and without 100% certainty, none dare to capture an exotic beast lightly. Outside the tent, 7 men elegantly indulged in their meals. The steam rising from the cooked exotic crab wafted through the sea breeze into the tent, where Lu Ruan, still asleep, caught a whiff of the enticing seafood aroma and awakened from her dreams, her stomach grumbling with hunger. She turned to see what Kadong and the others were doing. As she stepped out of the tent, she spotted a lavish seafood feast laid out just 5 meters away. Kadong was peeling a giant exotic shrimp, the size of an arm, and bringing it to his mouth. From his expression, she could discern the delectable nature of the mutated shrimp. Meanwhile, Luo Yao was cracking open a crab the size of a watermelon, and upon opening it, the rich crab roe filled his mouth, and the ecstasy in his sharp eyes was unmistakable. Lu Ruan's stomach grumbled again. Silently, she took 2 steps back, returned to the tent, and pulled out some biscuits and water from her storage, chewing on them with little enthusiasm. "Wife." After only a few bites, she heard Kadong's deep, magnetic voice. He soon sat beside her, holding a cup of the exotic beast milk that Daewisen had prepared. Lu Ruan met Kadong's narrow, dark eyes. "Adong, what brings you here?" Kadong chuckled softly, bringing the milk to her lips. "Drink this." Once your health is restored, I will procure whatever you desire. After sipping the milk, her hunger subsided, and her complaining stomach began to quiet. She returned the cup to her storage and, with a touch of consideration, said, "You should go back outside and eat with the Yao and the others. I'm no longer hungry, so you need not worry about me." Kedong gently shook his head. He pulled Lu Ruan into his embrace, allowing her to rest against his chest, and explained, "I eat rather quickly, while Luo Yao and the others are taking their time since it's their first meal in the wild. This is a safe zone. But not every adventure allows for meals in such safety. In the past, while in dangerous territories with my team, sometimes meals would be prepared but never eaten as exotic beasts would suddenly appear. We could only gulp down a nutrient solution before entering combat mode. In short bursts, we could finish a battle in an hour and resume our meal, but in prolonged situations, we could fight for 2 days and nights without food. During those times, we endured the gnawing emptiness in our stomachs. Over time, I trained myself to consume 3 plates of exotic beast meat in a minute." Lu Ruan lazily nestled into Kedong's embrace, feeling the warmth radiating from his back. Her husband was the warmest among those she had encountered. At that moment, he wore a tank top, and his heat was like a human furnace, radiating against her back. Kedong savored the softness and sweetness of Lu Ruan in his arms, her head resting on his shoulder like a large puppy. "Wife, there are only 2 hours until nightfall." He began to explain the situation to Lu Ruan, his tone shifting from the coldness he exhibited when addressing his team to a tender, magnetic voice reserved for his cherished one. Lu Ruan listened quietly. This star had long nights and short days, with only a third of the day illuminated. At night, miniature exotic beasts would emerge in groups near the beach. Many of these creatures were poisonous, thus it was best for her to remain inside the tent and avoid venturing out. If she felt the need for fresh air, she should call for him, and he would accompany her. Lu Ruan softly replied, "Okay. We men will take turns keeping watch, eliminating any poisonous beasts that might approach the tent, so you need not fear." After hearing Kedong's gentle reassurances, Lu Ruan felt warmth in her heart. Women in the starry realm were truly fortunate. They merely needed to wait for their men to earn a living, with no other concerns. Lu Ruan turned to gaze at Kedong's stern yet handsome face, unable to resist kissing his sensuous lips, which occasionally uttered coarse words. Upon receiving Lu Ruan's affectionate gaze, Kedong felt as if his heart had been lightly clawed by a kitten. He swallowed hard, adjusted his hold on Lu Ruan, and instinctively returned the kiss. Just as they were lost in each other's embrace, the imposing He Jinyan approached after finishing his meal. As he stepped into the tent, he found Kedong tightly holding Lu Ruan in the corner. His cold gaze narrowed slightly, and the atmosphere around him shifted to a frigid intensity. Chapter 78. Shall we scoot back into the corner? Upon hearing footsteps, Lu Ruan looked up and met He Jinyan's chilling gaze. "Yan, have you finished eating?" In this awkward scenario, she felt somewhat embarrassed. He Jinyan acknowledged, his gaze fixed on Kedong. "Kedong, Lance is looking for you to gather materials to repair the battleship's defense layer. Didn't you say you wanted to install a protective barrier around the tent? There are only 2 hours until nightfall." Kedong pulled out a suppressor and administered it to his arm, responding curtly to He Jinyan. "Don't tell me the leader of the Shadow Seekers is still short on a few materials for the battleship's defense layer? Moreover, installing the protective barrier takes merely 2 minutes. Why the rush?" This was the first time he had heard He Jinyan speak so many words, each one seemingly trivial. Lu Ruan rose from Kedong's embrace, adjusting her slightly wrinkled clothing. "Wife, if you need to freshen up, the battleship space bathroom is still available." After the suppressor took effect, Kedong left to deliver materials to Lance. Once he departed, He Jinyan's icy demeanor began to thaw. Lu Ruan let out a dry laugh. Glancing at the man still standing in the tent, "Yen, aren't you going to help out?" "Not going," He Jinyan replied coldly. Noticing Lu Ruan's somewhat disheveled appearance, he hesitated for a moment before remaining silent. "Well, there are only 2 hours until nightfall. I'll go freshen up first." After speaking, Lu Ruan exited the tent. He Jinyan's gaze lingered on her retreating figure for a few moments, and only after she boarded the damaged battleship on the beach did he withdraw his gaze. He pursed his lips slightly and let out a faint scoff. Lu Ruan entered the space bathroom to wash up. Kedong and Luo Yao began setting up the protective barrier. After Lance received the defense layer materials, he commenced assembly. Daiwisen, meanwhile, was applying a ring of potion around the protective barrier. An hour and 50 minutes later, darkness descended. Once your wife emerges, those who wish to freshen up should hurry, Kadom instructed everyone after finishing his tasks. 50 minutes later. Lu Ruan lay in the small tent against the wall. After a harrowing few hours of escape, her husband and Lance, having eaten, drunk, and cleaned up, all lay down in the large tent. Nightfall was still an hour away. During that hour, all the men could rest well. Once night fell, they would take turns standing guard. Those on watch would be responsible for eliminating any miniature exotic beasts that might emerge from the jungle and monitoring the surroundings, ensuring those inside the tent could sleep soundly. At this moment, Kadom chose to lie horizontally at the entrance of the small tent. He Jinyi and He Jinyuan noticed that Kadom had effectively blocked the entrance to the small tent, and though they felt displeased, it was not the time for disputes. They settled down in their preferred positions near the small tent. He Junyan disdainfully distanced himself from Kadong. Davidson, with a calm demeanor, chose a comfortable spot. Luo Yao lay down next to the three brothers, while Lance positioned himself beside Davidson. The spacious interior of the large tent felt diminished with the addition of the small tent against the wall. 7 robust men, clad in shorts and bare-chested, lay sprawled in various positions. Within minutes, one of them fell into a deep slumber, unconsciously kicking others in the face. Kadong, jolted awake by a kick from He Juni, glared with anger. Nearby, Luo Yao inadvertently kicked He Junyan in the forehead, provoking a murderous glare from him. Should we just chop off our feet? Kadong and He Junyan simultaneously queried He Juni and Luo Yao. Who told you to sleep that way? Came their shameless replies. Who told you to mimic my speech? The tension between Kadong and He Junyan was palpable, mirrored by the animosity between He Juni and Luo Yao. The atmosphere in the tent grew increasingly strained. Lance, lying next to Davidson, discreetly opened one eye to observe the heated scene and then whispered to Davidson, Director Davidson, should we inch further into the corner? As Davidson was on the inside, he would need to make the first move. After assessing the situation, Davidson silently shifted inward a bit more and pulled out earplugs to block out the noise. He Junyan, observing the tense standoff, wisely chose to remain silent to avoid exacerbating the situation. Lu Ruan, hearing the commotion from her separate space, hurriedly pulled back the curtain, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. Her husband lay sprawled at the entrance of her small tent, clearly attempting to ward off any other men from entering. Following him were He Junyan, He Juni, and Luo Yao, their heads and feet positioned in a way that nearly allowed their toes to invade each other's personal space. It appeared they were on the verge of a brawl. Next to them was Yuan, who lay a little farther away. The director and Lance huddled together in the corner, seemingly trying to flatten themselves against the wall. Lu Ruan thought to herself, these men are nearly all notable figures in the galaxy. Why can't they arrange themselves neatly in a row instead of this chaotic mess? She stood up, stepped over Kadong's body at her tent's entrance, and positioned herself centrally, clearing her throat. A Dong, a Yao, a Sin, Yen, Yuan, and Lance. Please change your positions. Place your pillows at the edge of the tent and extend your legs towards the center to avoid bothering one another. Upon her suggestion, the previously tense quartet ceased their quarrel and complied with her instructions. However, the outcome slightly deviated from her expectations. Due to the small tent occupying a corner, once the 7 men lay down, their feet inevitably touched. This contact seemed to evoke a reaction as if the other were a virus, leading them to wish to distance themselves even further. Even the 3 brothers, despite their familial bond, preferred not to be in close proximity. Could you stretch your legs a bit further? He Juni glared at Luo Yao. You shouldn't take up so much space for yourself, Luo Yao retorted defiantly, his rebellious nature flaring at being accused by He Juni. No arguing. Lu Ruan assessed the situation, realizing that if one person were to withdraw, the rest would not be crammed together. She scanned the room, addressing her husbands, who among you will come and lie down with me? As her words left her lips, 6 pairs of eyes suddenly focused on her. Wife, it's your choice, Kadong finally replied. With 40 minutes remaining until nightfall, after a harrowing escape and a satisfying meal, all the men yearned for a moment of tranquility. Lu Ruan's clear gaze swept over the brothers' well-defined abs, Kadong's powerful physique, Davidson's alluringly pale skin, and Luo Yao's sculpted lines, finally resting on the composed face of He Junyan. Tentatively, she asked, Yen, will you come with me? Chapter 79. Sleeping with Yen. He Junyan was truly a man of composure. Even 2 days prior, when she had sat upon his lap, his heartbeat had remained steady, providing her with assurance as she lay beside him. After all, other husbands, like the director and the intellectual rogue, often wooed her with sweet words, claiming to teach her aerobics. Kadong, perpetually unsatisfied, always sought to engage in more intimate activities. The silver-haired younger brother was wild in private spaces, far more so than anyone else. Yuan was notorious for sneakily administering his own form of poison. He Junyi, despite appearing normal, was equally as mischievous as his brothers behind closed doors. Lu Ruan gazed at He Junyi for a few seconds. He stood up, indifferent, and stepped into the small tent, lowering his head. If she invited anyone else into the small tent, Yuan and He Junyi would undoubtedly oppose it. Once He Junyi entered, Lu Ruan exchanged a few words with the others before following him into the small space and pulling the curtain shut. The small tent could accommodate 2 adults while still leaving some room. She looked down to find He Junyi lying flat against the side of the tent, his upper body bare and clad in gray shorts, having left more than a meter of space for her. His eyes were gently closed, and the sense of dominance he exuded remained unchanged. She realized for the first time that some men could be intimidating even when utterly disrobed. She adjusted her pillow and quietly lay down in the space he had left for her. Just as she closed her eyes, a damp, musty voice echoed in her ear, as if emanating from a decaying well. Lu Ruan, our dark clan enjoys the coolness. If you feel cold, feel free to pull out the blanket. Oh, all right. After a few minutes of lying down, the chilly air began to drift towards her from one side. She promptly retrieved the thin blanket she had brought from the villa and covered herself with it. However, this small blanket was rather wide. If she folded it and piled it to one side, her sleeping space would be compromised, forcing her to curl up uncomfortably. After hesitating, she tugged the exposed part towards He Junyi. The blanket, now infused with a woman's fragrance, draped over He Junyi's neck, causing him to slightly open his eyes and lift his head. Upon realizing the situation, he lowered his head once more and shut his eyes again. However, in the process, he inadvertently pressed down on a strand of Lu Ruan's hair that had fallen across his side. The blanket made her feel significantly warmer. Just as she was about to adjust her position on the 1-meter-wide soft surface for comfort, a slight movement caused a painful tugging sensation on her scalp. Turning to look at He Junyi, she saw him peacefully resting with her hair pinned beneath his head. Forget it, she decided not to wake him. She would let him rest for another half-hour. To alleviate the pulling sensation on her scalp, she shifted closer to He Junyi. Just as he was about to drift into a light sleep, his arm brushed against a warm limb. He opened his eyes slightly to assess the situation, then continued to close them. As night fell, Kadong and the others took their first watch, each shift lasting 8 hours, leaving him with time to rest. Lu Ruan enjoyed being close to him, so she let herself lean in. Once she closed her eyes, the entire large tent fell into a comfortable, fleeting slumber, with time passing steadily. Half an hour later, Kadong's wrist communicator vibrated. Outside the tent, the night was pitch black, and from the jungle behind the beach, a swarm of tiny exotic beasts emerged, making their way towards the tent. Some of them are mutated centipedes, while others include a 1-meter-long mutated snake, scorpions, caterpillars, and mutated mice the size of Earth's felines. Kadong awoke from a light slumber. He roused the first watchmen, Luo Yao, Davidson, and Lance. The 3, called from their dreams, opened their bleary eyes, looking quite drowsy, nearly reluctant to rise. If you do not get up soon, the mini-beasts will cross the barrier and enter the tent. Now, change into your expedition gear and follow me. The trio, still somewhat dazed, followed Kadong out of the tent. Upon lifting their gaze, they spotted hundreds of mutated mice scurrying toward them, some circumventing the barrier, while others, rather mischievous, attempted to climb over it, only to be shocked and fall in droves. A few of the more formidable ones ignored the barrier and made their way inside. The mutated centipedes and scorpions, having detected the unpleasant smell of the barrier, mostly chose to detour. However, the brave warriors of their kind, upon encountering unfamiliar entities within their territory, would not easily relent, even if they were momentarily stunned by the electric shock. Kadong, along with Luo Yao and the others, brandished their capture devices, beginning to ensnare the escapees, tossing them one by one into the spatial pouch. Be swift in your capture, but do not harm them. If the mini-beasts are injured, they will enter a frenzied state, and none of us will have a peaceful night's sleep. The trio diligently followed Kadong's lead in capturing the creatures. However, the onslaught of beasts emerging from the jungle proved overwhelming, and in their frantic efforts, one managed to slip through and climbed onto the tent. This particular mutated mouse had sharp teeth and was gnawing away at the fabric. As Kadong turned, he noticed a hole forming in the tent. He swiftly approached the intruder. Inside the small tent, Lu Ruan, hearing the commotion, looked up to see a flash of white light, followed by a terrifying mutated mouse that had chewed a hole in the larger tent. Its head poked through the opening, preparing to attack the smaller tent. Lu Ruan's pupils constricted, and she held her breath, hastily prodding He Jinyan. He Jinyan squinted, waiting for the moment the mouse's head emerged, intending to snap its neck to prevent it from making a sound. In that instant, Kadong was a step ahead and captured the mouse. "My dear, these beasts will soon tire and return to their nests. We will capture the ones that have escaped, so you can rest assured." Kadong's voice came from outside the tent. Seeing the mutated mouse was taken away, Lu Ruan let out a small sigh of relief. However, once she lay down, she found it impossible to sleep peacefully, her mind plagued by horrific images. After Kadong departed, the light vanished, and a cold arm pulled her into his embrace. "Lu Ruan, I am here. I will not let anything happen to you." He Jinyan's eyes subtly changed, becoming clearer in the darkness. "Yen, I cannot help but think of that mutated mouse's terrifying fangs and its glowing green eyes. It is too frightening." This was the first time Lu Ruan confided her feelings to the man beside her. "I understand," He Jinyan replied softly. Lu Ruan did not expect him to comfort her. She merely reminded herself not to be afraid. The next moment, his hand gently cradled her head, and his lips, carrying the scent of cedar, brushed against hers in a fleeting kiss. Her heart skipped a beat, noticing that her heart had yet to regain its steadiness. He Jinyan observed her expression, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. "Are you still thinking of the mutated mouse?" Lu Ruan was incredulous. Was this man truly attempting to soothe her in such a manner? She activated her light brain, using its dim glow to look at He Jinyan, who held her close. From his deep-set eyes, she seemed to glimpse a unique tenderness reserved solely for her. Chapter 80. Do you not wish to do something with him? Lu Ruan's eyes slightly narrowed, concealing her inner astonishment, before she raised her gaze again, a hint of fear brewing within. "I still cannot stop thinking about the earlier scene. I cannot sleep." She was very curious about what he would do next. Would he continue with gentle kisses, offer verbal reassurances to divert her attention, or remain silent, allowing her to adjust her emotions? He Jinyan sensed her heartbeat returning to normal and scrutinized her beautiful face. She seemed still frightened. Was his judgment incorrect? "How can I assist you?" He Jinyan inquired earnestly, treating the alleviation of her fears as a serious matter. In the faint light, the man gazed intently at her, waiting for her response, as if he were prepared to act on whatever she said. Lu Ruan's heart fluttered slightly. "Could you hold me a little longer? It might help me feel more at ease," she asked almost shyly. Without hesitation, He Jinyan tightened his embrace, the warmth from his chest seeping through her clothing, providing a comforting heat amidst the coolness. She stole glances at his expression, only to find him maintaining a serious demeanor. "Is this any better?" His deep voice whispered in her ear, akin to a lover's soft murmur, laced with concern. Lu Ruan could not help but smile inwardly. He Jinyan was somewhat endearing in this moment. "It seems to be much better." She stifled her urge to laugh and responded sweetly. Upon hearing her words, He Jinyan contemplated for a moment before suddenly leaning closer to her face. Lu Ruan's heart raced, unsure of his intentions, and she anxiously closed her eyes, feeling a twinge of shameful anticipation. However, the next moment, she merely felt a gentle touch on her forehead, as if brushed by a feather. Startled, she opened her eyes to find He Jinyan's golden gaze fixed upon her, his lips just having left her forehead. "With you here, I am no longer afraid." "Let us sleep," Lu Ruan said, closing her light brain, contentedly placing her hand on He Jinyan and curling up to sleep. Beneath the small blanket, the man's warmth enveloped her. He Jinyan closed his eyes, unable to suppress the memory of the moment before entering the tent, where Kadong held her tightly in the corner. She interacted naturally with other partners, such as Yuan and Yi, yet before him, she became unusually reserved. Aside from the tentative kiss she had initiated while sitting on his lap 2 days prior, she had not taken any further actions. Lu Ruan could have done anything she wished. He would not resist. After sleeping all afternoon, would she continue to avoid conversing with him? He Jinyan's thoughts swirled. Outside the large tent, people were bustling about, while He Jinyi and He Jinyuan inside remained in deep slumber. Lu Ruan thought she would sleep for a long time. However, after 2 hours of light sleep, she awoke with clarity. At this point, the footsteps outside had considerably diminished. She surmised that the number of beasts had lessened. Rather than activating her light brain, she recalled the scene from 2 days prior when He Jinyuan and He Jinyi cornered her at the bathroom door. She had pretended to be confused, mistakenly thinking they were someone else, leading to a physical altercation between them. He Jinyi was thoroughly exposed. Her current attitude toward him could be summed up in 4 words: indifferent and unconcerned. Unable to sleep? He Jinyan's cool voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Lu Ruan softly replied before turning her back to him and began to play with her light brain. For the first time, He Jinyan experienced the sensation of being neglected. He recalled her blushing face nestled in Kadong's embrace, her enthusiastic responses as she wrapped her arms around him, and the shy expression she had worn when she playfully mentioned feeling a bit hungry in his ear. Then he remembered the night before their departure, when his younger brother had whispered to him about her lingering presence. Suddenly, a sense of discomfort welled up within him. Lu Ruan. What is it, Yen? Lu Ruan paused her actions, turning back to look at He Jinyan, noticing the shift in his demeanor to one of darkness. Her heart skipped a beat. What had caused him to change so suddenly? You need not fear me, He Jinyan said blandly. I am not afraid of you, Lu Ruan chuckled softly. Finding it puzzling that He Jinyan would say such a thing, she had long ceased to fear him when she chose to approach him, though at times his imposing aura could be somewhat intimidating. He Jinyan's lips moved as he met the woman's amused gaze, suddenly at a loss for words. She feared him not. Yet sleep eluded her. Could he truly be less comforting than a holographic device? You are not of the Inzu. Engaging with a holographic device in darkness could harm your eyesight. As night fell, the many exotic beasts were easily attracted by light. Thus, the illumination within the tent remained off to deter such creatures, making her reckless play an irritation to her eyes. I do not engage with holographic devices. I am uncertain of what to do instead. You could play. Lu Ruan borrowed the soft glow to quietly observe He Jinyan, only to find him pursing his lips in silence. His hands enveloped her in an embrace. Their skin touched, his slightly cool body after 2 hours beneath her warm quilt no longer felt so icy. He Jinyan was infused with the genes of a mutated king cobra. He seemed to have transformed into a man who could shift his temperature at will. A myriad of thoughts swirled in her mind as her brows arched. Are you suggesting that I could play games? This notion was quite appealing. She had already deciphered the words He Jinyan wished to express, her heart fluttering with excitement akin to Columbus discovering a new world. So, He Jinyan was such a man. He was enigmatic and seemingly aloof, relishing in others' initiative while maintaining an appearance of a meditative and ascetic deity. He had completely redefined her understanding of men. Should she not tease him a little? He Jinyan, while wearing a gaming headset may not expose you to light. The allure of gaming can lead to obsession. It is wise to partake sparingly. Lu Ruan observed He Jinyan's earnest demeanor, striving to stifle the quiver at the corner of her mouth, preventing herself from laughing aloud. Very well, I shall heed your advice. I will not engage in gaming nor with the holographic device. She turned away from He Jinyan, feigning boredom, yet helplessly resigned to continue her sleep. He Jinyan, observing Lu Ruan's demeanor, furrowed his brow and gazed at her back for several minutes. Did she truly not wish to converse or engage in any activity with him? He surveyed the small tent, his gaze finally landing on the curtain. After a minute of contemplation, he retrieved soundproof panels and a frame from the spatial button, installing them around the tent. Lu Ruan was taken aback. Yen, what are you doing? She peered through the dim light at He Jinyan, who expertly and swiftly set about his task without delay or hesitation. With each movement, his toned physique was strikingly revealed, showcasing perfect muscle lines right before her eyes. The sounds from Yuan He and Yi may disrupt your sleep. Once I install the soundproof panels, our spaces will be entirely separate. Chapter 81. I can no longer keep my legs closed. 20 minutes later, the once small space had transformed into a sealed compartment, with the curtain tightly blocked. Lu Ruan could no longer hear a whisper of external noise. Yen, with this setup, if a dong has something to communicate, we wouldn't hear it. No need for concern. He Jinyan opened the soundproof door, taking out 2 small adhesive patches, symmetrically placing them on both the inside and outside of the door, and then produced mini headphones to insert into his ears. Lu Ruan's eyes widened. She had not realized such an operation was possible. She chose to remain silent. He Jinyan reclined, and after half an hour of rest, his drowsiness had vanished. Lying beside him was a woman radiating a subtle fragrance, a delightful sensation. The only frustration he felt was that Lu Ruan preferred to engage with a holographic device rather than converse or partake in anything with him. He had successfully transformed their small space into a truly independent one. Could she not now freely express herself? Lu Ruan. Now, nothing can disturb you. Yen, thank you. The moment Lu Ruan expressed her gratitude, she reverted to her previous position, turning her back to He Jinyan as if nothing had transpired. Yet beneath her calm exterior, turmoil brewed within. Despite her efforts to suppress it, his burning gaze lingered in her mind, impossible to ignore, as if it had a tangible quality. Clinging tightly to her back, causing her skin to flush. She adjusted her breathing, opting to feign ignorance of the gaze behind her. She awaited He Jinyan's revelation of his true feelings. He Jinyan remained silent, staring at Lu Ruan's back for a while. Eventually, he pressed the light switch against the wall. Once the soundproof panels were installed, the light could be turned on at any time. In an instant, their secluded space transformed from night to day. He Jinyan's icy lips parted. If one cannot sleep, forcing oneself to do so disrupts the natural rhythm of sleep. Did you not just say the purpose of the soundproof panels was to prevent me from being affected by Yuan He and Yes noise? Now you have become the greatest disturbance? Lu Ruan boldly retorted. The once taciturn and cryptic figure had, without her noticing, shared far too many convoluted words with her. A smile threatened to escape her. He Jinyan found himself momentarily speechless. He had indeed stated such. Yet his true intention was far more complex than merely ensuring her slumber. Conflicted feelings of helplessness and urgency intertwined within him, prompting him to decisively grasp Lu Ruan's body and turn her to face him directly. Lu Ruan, clearly unprepared for this turn of events, gazed in astonishment at the proximity of He Jinyan. She had expected him to continue in silence. He Jinyan's gaze fell upon her face, fixating on her surprised expression, his inner impulse intensifying. Memories of her nestled in Kadong's embrace flashed through his mind. Why did she behave so demurely in his presence? Could she not extend the same warmth to him as she did to other men? Ultimately, He Jinyan could no longer restrain himself. He abruptly drew Lu Ruan tightly into his embrace, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Simultaneously, his cold lips descended upon hers without hesitation, kissing her fervently and passionately. Lu Ruan was completely taken aback by this unexpected display. Considering the Enzu's nature, once they touched, it was nearly impossible to cease. Her body stiffened momentarily, her hands instinctively pressing against He Jinyan's chest. However, the force was soft and lacked any semblance of resistance. He Jinyan sensed Lu Ruan's reaction. A wave of desire surged within him, compelling him to deepen the kiss, as if wishing to convey all his pent-up emotions and longings through this singular act. Time seemed to halt in that moment, leaving only the two of them in their world. After what felt like an eternity, He Jinyan slowly released Lu Ruan, their lips parting, both breathing heavily. Lu Ruan's cheeks were as red as ripened apples, her gaze slightly dazed, as if still lost in the chilling yet passionate kiss they had just shared. He Jinyan regarded her delicate visage, his voice low and gravelly. Now, you should understand what I wish to do with you. The barrier between their hearts had been shattered, and Lu Ruan no longer shied away, gently nodding her head. Observing her acquiescence, He Jinyan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He held her tighter, resting his forehead against hers, his icy tone laced with an undeniable huskiness. Lu Ruan, I am your husband with a genetic compatibility value of 100. There is no need for you to pretend in my presence, nor to feel afraid. Under the illumination, every detail of their small space became apparent. A hint of crimson graced He Jinyan's otherwise cold features. His pale gold eyes remained captivating. Yet upon closer inspection, within those golden irises reflecting her tiny silhouette, one could discern emotions of affection and cherishment that were rarely observable. In that tranquil moment, she was the first to hear the steady yet quickening rhythm of his heartbeat. His breath had also become erratic. He had kissed her lips, still lingering with a trace of desire. Lu Ruan's cheeks burned, her heart pounding like a drum. She gently closed her eyes, bracing herself for what was to come. At this juncture, there was little left to fear. In a few hours, when he ventured out to keep watch, she would endure any adverse reactions the Anzu might impose. Now, let us first mark him. He Jinyan cast a glance at the luminous holographic display, then reached out to caress Lu Ruan's soft nightgown. In the next moment, Lu Ruan's entire body pressed against the cool, yet not overly frigid, form of He Jinyan. In another heartbeat, the two bodies fit together seamlessly within the small, secluded space. Outside, the sounds of the grand strings echoed like a torrential downpour, while the delicate notes whispered secrets, soaring high into the heavens. Intertwined silhouettes, amidst the lurking beasts of the night, harmoniously composed a beautiful melody together. Beyond this intimate enclosure, He Jin Yuan and He Jin Yi slumbered peacefully, both brothers dreaming simultaneously of a pure and ethereal woman. He Jin Yuan murmured in his sleep, "Ruan." Moments later, He Jin Yi, lying 2 meters away, echoed the same name. As time slipped away, 5 hours later, the bustling Kadong and others returned to the room. He roused the two brothers lounging on the soft cushions, who opened their eyes in unison. "It is your turn to guard the night. Most of the beasts have returned to their lairs, but we must remain vigilant and patrol diligently around the protective barriers." Kadong, still in his exploration gear, could no longer resist the pull of sleep and collapsed onto the cushions, succumbing to slumber in an instant. Luo Yao, Davidson, and Lance followed suit. As He Jin Yi and He Jin Yuan approached the small space, about to call for He Jin Yan, they were suddenly taken aback to find a soundproof door installed, complete with a sensor chip. "Big brother, it is time. We are to patrol now." Inside the small space, He Jin Yan's movements abruptly halted, and Lu Ruan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she murmured in discontent, "Yan, why have you stopped?" "Just a moment, I will be there shortly." He Jin Yan replied in a husky voice. He swiftly activated the holographic display to send a message to He Jin Yuan, "I can no longer cross my legs." Chapter 82, Second Brother, You Must Strive to Excel. He Jin Yuan fixated on the message that had appeared, "I can no longer cross my legs." Feeling as though struck by lightning, his expression momentarily frozen. After a brief pause, a chill enveloped him, his countenance shifting from clear skies to ominous clouds, ultimately transforming into a tempest. Beside him, He Jin Yi, puzzled, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Second brother, what troubles you?" "We will capture the beasts ourselves." He Jin Yuan responded, donning his exploration gear without further ado. He offered no explanation for He Jin Yi's myriad questions, grasping the beast-catching device and striding out of the room, albeit with a slight stumble and a firm grip on the apparatus. He Jin Yi followed closely behind. The two brothers commenced their patrol around the protective barriers encircling the large tent. He Jin Yi, observing his second brother's taciturn demeanor, let his thoughts drift. Second brother, despite being the most emotionally stable after the eldest, had become increasingly unpredictable since encountering Lu Ruan. The same could be said for himself. It seemed that since meeting Ruan, something had shifted within them. During daylight on the battleship, he and his second brother found themselves irresistibly drawn to her. Witnessing the flicker of anger in her eyes ignited a fierce desire to obliterate whatever displeased her. Thus, they had disregarded Kadong's commands and attacked the mutated golden eagle. Now, as he noticed the sudden chill in his second brother's expression, he pondered what his elder brother had sent him. Could it be that Lu Ruan was clinging to the eldest brother in the small tent space, preventing him from emerging? An inexplicable fear gripped He Jin Yi. In Lu Ruan's eyes, there had once been only second brother, yet now she seemed to have accepted the eldest as well. Once this expedition concluded, if she were to accompany them to Heimingxing, would her attention not be divided between the two brothers, especially the eldest? Despite his apparent indifference to everything, when he desired something, he would undoubtedly compete with them for it. The eldest brother's reluctance to leave the tent was telling. He had clearly developed feelings for Ruan, and that simply could not be allowed. If Ruan were to develop a deep bond with the eldest brother, the two younger brothers would have no chance of approaching her. Second brother, He Jin Yi called out to the shivering He Jin Yuan. He Jin Yuan, lost in thought, responded distractedly, "What is it?" The eldest brother's reluctance to emerge from the small tent indicates he has ulterior motives towards Lu Ruan. If she becomes close to him, we will have no opportunity to win her affection in the future. So, what do you wish to say? He Jin Yuan abruptly turned to face his brother, who stood 2 meters behind him. "What I mean is, second brother, you must strive to excel." We need to unite to seize her back. We cannot allow the eldest brother to monopolize Lu Ruan, or else we will both be left without wives. He Jinyi urged. Do you think it is that easy? He Jinyuan scoffed. It is precisely because it is not easy that we must work together. Lu Ruan is currently indifferent towards me. When you are not around, I will use your identity to approach her and help solidify your position. Do not expose me as you did last time in the bathroom. He Jinyi began to devise a plan. As you wish, He Jinyuan replied dismissively. He gazed up at the night sky, where only boundless darkness remained. The eldest brother was undoubtedly the most cunning among them. While it was manageable to explore together now, once Ruan arrived at Heimingxing, it would be exceedingly difficult for him and Yi to draw near her. His mind could not help but conjure her image, recalling how she tenderly called his name, how she playfully placed little stars in his eyes aboard the battleship, and how she mischievously licked his neck in her dreams, nearly overwhelming him. The moments when she unconsciously pressed against him had, in mere days, claimed a substantial portion of his heart. If her gaze were to no longer reflect his presence, He Jinyuan felt a sharp pang in his heart. Second brother, it is settled then. He Jinyi, observing He Jinyuan's silence, curved his lips into a devious and shadowy grin. Once he snatched Ruan from the eldest brother, he would not foolishly relinquish her to his second brother. After all these years of brotherhood, perhaps they could yield to one another in matters of wealth and power. But when it came to a wife, only a fool would push her into his brother's embrace. The two patrolling brothers continued their busy endeavors. Meanwhile, the brothers who were not on patrol remained tirelessly occupied. The inky sky gradually lightened, revealing hints of dawn, and the first rays of white light illuminated the earth. The nocturnal creatures emerged, stretching their wings. Inside the large tent, Kadong and the others, who had kept the first watch the previous night, remained in slumber, their murmurs echoing throughout the room. In the adjoining small space, the air was fragrant. The white mattress, the pale yellow quilt, and the green soundproof walls created an intimate setting. The entwined figures moved gracefully. Ruan, you cannot hold back. He Jinyan's fingers traced the contours of the figure beneath him, pausing momentarily before he spoke in a low, husky tone. You can vocalize. After an arduous 14 hours of nocturnal activity, Lu Ruan remained spirited, yet her body was utterly fatigued. She lifted her head, her vision dimming, and gazed at He Jinyan. The man, with his sun-kissed skin glistening with a fine sheen of sweat, bore a flushed complexion, the scent of cedar wafting from him, now intensifying. Even in the throes of passion, the glint of clarity remained in his shadowy golden eyes, unlike his younger brother, whose kisses had rendered him dazed. This vigilance and absolute control over his surroundings left her at a loss for words regarding He Jinyan. One could only say that some men, having experienced much, find it challenging to truly surrender to temptation. If it were not for He Jinyan's repeated reluctance to let her go, she might have believed that to him. She held little allure. Yen, I do not want this anymore, Lu Ruan managed to voice, suppressing her difficult emotions. All right. He Jinyan glanced at the time, then at Lu Ruan's darkening eyes, resisting the urge to continue, he acquiesced. Moments later, He Jinyan lifted Lu Ruan in his arms and headed outside to bathe. Lu Ruan nestled against his shoulder, slowly lowering her head, her gaze sweeping over the slumbering forms of Kadong and others on the ground. A wave of indescribable emotion surged within her, akin to a heavy stone finally settling, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. The moment she stepped out of the tent, the morning sun bathed her in warmth. She gently lifted her head, gazing at the battered warship that lay quietly not far away. Its exterior was in tatters, as Lancy had only assembled the defensive layer materials last night, without having had the chance to effect repairs. As she fixed her eyes on the ship, a figure suddenly came into view. It was He Jinyuan, standing beside the protective railing of the warship, with his back turned to her, seemingly staring into the distance, his elongated silhouette exuding a sense of solitude. Lu Ruan's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, He Jinyuan seemed to sense something, slowly turning around, his gaze meeting Lu Ruan's. In an instant, time appeared to freeze. The dark circles under Lu Ruan's eyes and the shadowy depths of He Jinyuan's gaze intertwined, as if they could penetrate each other's souls. He Jinyuan, concealing the emotions in his eyes, took deliberate steps towards Lu Ruan. Chapter 83, Unique Yuan. You can't see the strange beasts now. You should return and catch up on your sleep. Lu Ruan leaned on He Jinyuan's shoulder, her concern for He Jinyuan evident. The atmosphere in this brotherly competition felt rather delicate. She could sense that the one holding her had intentionally tightened his embrace, as if declaring possession. Haijinian's eyes sparkled with a hint of pride. Yuan, well done. You worked hard with you last night. Haijinian pretended not to hear. He looked at Lu Ruan's panda eyes and pondered for a moment before saying, Ruan, I will go cut some stars for you. With that, Haijinian strode towards the dense forest behind the beach to search for the exotic fruit capable of cutting stars. Yuan, I don't need that. Haijinian paused briefly but continued forward. Lu Ruan had no choice but to call after the retreating figure, don't wander too far. Just search within the safe zone. If you can't find it, return quickly. Understood, came Haijinian's voice, neither too loud nor too soft. Only then did Lu Ruan feel at ease. Haijinian wanted to approach Lu Ruan for a chat, but a flash of his own unwelcomed appearance in his mind forced him to suppress the urge. After Lu Ruan emerged from the worship, Kadong and the others gradually woke up. She consumed a recovery potion and lay on a beach chair, with Haijinian and Haijinian flanking her, each holding a star to stick on her face. Lu Ruan, with a mask on, squinted her eyes and began to relax. Surrounding her were the busy figures of Kadong and the others. Lancy had already begun repairing the warship, while the remaining members went into the sea to catch exotic shrimp and crabs for breakfast. Not long after she closed her eyes, Haijinian pulled Haijinian to a corner where no one was paying attention. Standing at the edge of the forest, he addressed his second brother, whose expression was less than favorable. Yuan, regardless of your reluctance, Juan is bound to me as my wife, and you needn't wear that expression. Haijinian chuckled enigmatically. Brother, after all these years, we understand each other's temperaments well enough. There's no need for pretense. The three brothers had always followed the eldest's lead, as he had taken care of them since childhood, which made them willing to listen to him. However, both he and you had fought for their eldest brother over the years. Their feelings toward him were rooted in respect, not fear. Initially, they thought little of sharing the same woman, but once they both held her in their hearts, the dynamics of their brotherhood became delicate. He was no longer the 5-year-old boy he once was. When it came to the matter of their wife, he no longer wished to heed his elder's words. She is bound to us both, her affections are her own choice. Seeing his younger brother's expression unsoftening, Haijinian furrowed his brow, his tone as unyielding as ever. I hope you remember what was said here today. Do not act one way in public and another in private. Haijinian felt a wave of discomfort at the pride he had just seen in Haijinian's eyes. After speaking, he wished to ignore his brother further. Wait, Haijinian called out, halting him. You also likes Ruan. Among the three of us, he is the one most likely to make a move. If one day Ruan and you become close, you and I, as her elder brothers, may never see her again. Haijinian recalled the way his younger brother had approached her disguised as the second brother. She had likely seen through it, but pretended not to notice, playing along with the younger brother. This indicated that Ruan did not dislike the younger brother. She merely feigned indifference. He was the most aggressive among them, and he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. If he managed to win Ruan's heart, he would undoubtedly hide her away in a secret corner, ensuring no one could find her, thus monopolizing his wife. Haijinian's gaze flickered. So, what are you trying to convey? Brother? Ruan cares about you. If I am unavailable, you must stay by her side and ensure that Yi does not disguise himself as you to approach her. Always be wary of Yi, understood? Haijinian instructed. Haijinian recalled the words his brother had uttered last night. Did both his elder and younger brothers perceive him as an honest man who would not compete for affection? A glimmer of understanding crossed his mind. When Ruan is with you, is it the same? Haijinian feigned ignorance. What do you mean? His elder brother had yet to realize the specific effects of their bodily fluids on Ruan. Otherwise, he would not have asked such a question. Haijinian would not reveal the truth. It was sufficient for him to know. Haijinian ceased further inquiries, recognizing that such matters were not suitable for extensive discussion. He raised his gaze to the woman reclining on the beach chair. Her behavior was somewhat peculiar, yet it was not a significant issue, and he decided to proceed with caution in the future. Haijinian disregarded Haijinian's thoughts and walked directly toward Lu Ruan, quietly standing by her side. Lu Ruan caught a faint scent of patchouli, deducing who had approached her, and moved her lips. Yuan, why haven't you gone to rest? Lancy will need at least 3 more hours to repair the warship. I just want to stay here with you. Haijinian's voice was barely audible, almost lost in the air. As Lu Ruan contemplated his words, recalling the fierce gaze he had cast upon Haijinian earlier, she attempted to ease the tension between the brothers. Yuan, in my heart, You are irreplaceable. Irreplaceable, meaning no one can take your place, not even a brother who looks just like you. Haijinyuan felt comforted, and his previously unarticulated fears began to dissipate. All right, I understand. In that moment, he seemed to grasp that the precious woman on the lounge chair was not merely an object to be snatched away at will. She possessed her own independent thoughts, preferences, and choices. All he could do was quietly accompany and protect her. A faint smile graced Lu Ruan's lips as she summoned the little spirit to inquire about Haijinyuan's current wish. The current wish of Haijinyuan is singular. Assisting him in fulfilling this wish will yield 35 points of willpower. Upon hearing Haijinyuan's current desire, Lu Ruan sprang to her feet, her gaze fixed on the distant figure. All the little stars on her face fell onto the beach, forgotten. Haijinyuan, holding the astonished Lu Ruan, seated her on his lap before sitting on the lounge chair himself. Ruan, what just happened? Lu Ruan shook her head, a bittersweet expression on her face. It's nothing. She looked down at Haijinyuan, then at Haijinyuan on the warship, her eyes scanning the surroundings until they landed on Yi, who was carrying a bucket. Before she let out a long sigh. Were these brothers compelling her to become a queen? She hoped Ye's wishes differed from those of her two brothers. Chapter 84, Strange Phenomena. 3 hours later, Lancy finally completed the repairs on the warship, restoring it to its former glory, as if it had never been damaged. A team of people reassembled in the control room. On either side of Lu Ruan sat Kedong and Haijinyuan. Kedong's gaze swept across the team, his voice low and serious as he stated, in this operation, everyone must obey commands and absolutely refrain from acting recklessly. We will continue searching for the traces of the blue flood dragon near the designated coordinates. His words were akin to a military command, instantly silencing the entire control room. The others nodded in agreement. Kedong continued, the Lan Jiao is an exceedingly perilous exotic beast. From the previous video data, it appears that they may still have a group. We must not let our guard down. Once we detect their traces, we must mark them for tracking. Only after thoroughly understanding their group's situation can we formulate a plan. You must not act recklessly. His gaze shifted to 3 identical faces. Haijinyuan remarked, Haijinyuan replied, no problem. Haijinyuan added, all right, let us set off. We cannot waste time. Lu Ruan looked at Kedong, feeling admiration for his composure. Kedong's persistent admonitions were not solely for the smooth execution of the search mission, they were also for the safety of the entire team. Haijinyuan, let her go. As Kedong withdrew his gaze, he suddenly noticed Haijinyuan's grip on Lu Ruan's hand, resting it on his thigh. Holding her makes her feel safer, Haijinyuan explained nonchalantly, his expression reminiscent of a caring husband. Kedong furrowed his brows slightly, ultimately deciding against saying anything further. He started the engine, and the warship slowly departed from the beach, ascending into the sky and swiftly racing towards the coordinates like a fleeting shadow. Throughout the journey, the team maintained heightened vigilance, including Lu Ruan. However, this operation surprisingly proceeded much more smoothly than the last. As the warship approached the vicinity of the coordinates, the sky and sea revealed an unusual scarcity of exotic beasts. One could only spot them from a great distance. A flicker of confusion crossed Kedong's slender black eyes. Haijinyuan pondered, why haven't we encountered a single exotic eagle today? I recall thousands swarming us last time, and we certainly did not eliminate them all, did we? Let us wait a moment. I'll take a look, Kedong replied, activating the monitoring system for distant surveillance of the aerial situation. The display screen revealed that there were no exotic eagles in the distant waters, and other exotic beasts were also few and far between. Something must have drawn them away. However, the activity range of the Lan Jiao typically does not exceed 100 kilometers from their nesting area. Therefore, they would not wander far from other exotic beasts. Let us seize this opportunity to quickly locate their traces. Keep your eyes peeled, Kedong instructed as he maneuvered the warship swiftly around the vicinity of the coordinates. The display screen flashed rapidly with infrared images of exotic beasts. Lu Ruan was dazzled by the array. The remaining men, Haijinyuan focused intently, attempting to capture any trace of the Lan Jiao. He not only scrutinized the infrared images, but also searched the ground for new claw prints or remnants of carcasses. Time flowed like a gentle stream, silently passing by. In this vast expanse of land on this side of the sea, the earth-toned warship joyfully traversed between the ocean and the jungle. Yet, on the other side of the sea, a starkly different scene unfolded. Several SSS-class warships emblazoned with the Ku family crest were engaged in a fierce battle against a densely packed swarm of exotic beasts. Among the exotic beasts were over 100 exotic eagles that He Jinyi and his brothers had yet to fully eliminate. The beasts were massive and fearsome, charging towards the warships with a chilling ferocity. A beautiful young woman with long hair, clad in combat attire, sat in the control room of one of the warships, furrowing her brow as she observed the dense horde of beasts. Her gaze ultimately fell upon Kabe at the main control position. "Are you capable?" she remarked disdainfully towards Kabe. Under his command, the SSS-class warship was only exhibiting the capabilities of an S-class vessel, yet still found itself ensnared within the beastly throng. Is this truly an adventure from the Ku family? A flicker of displeasure crossed Kabe's eyes. "My lady, if you could refrain from speaking, I would be able to operate the warship with greater peace of mind." The young woman fell silent, but would still furrow her brow each time she saw Kabe make an adjustment. A truly exceptional commander could unleash the superlative combat potential of an S-class warship, while an SSS-class warship in their hands could maximize its formidable capabilities. It was said that Kabe was the highest-rated expedition leader in the Ku family, second only to Kadong in mission completion rates. This time, he had accepted a task to search for rare minerals as required, bringing her from the most distant subsidiary star. The first 20 or so planets yielded no minerals, however. On the cliffs of the coastline of XM007, there lay a mineral she had never encountered before. She had halted the team here for 3 days. Each day was spent either battling exotic beasts or repairing the warship, and they had yet to retrieve the minerals from the cliff. As the young woman waited, Kabe, seeing the warship on the verge of damage, decisively ordered a retreat. In an instant, several SSS-class warships, swift as shadows, surged towards the safe zone. Behind them, a horde of over 10,000 exotic beasts pursued, toppling the SSS warships. The outer layers of the vessels were sustaining damage. Yet the robust defensive layers of the SSS-class warships slowed the rate of deterioration. The young woman mused. Kabe of the Ku family can only unleash S-class combat capabilities from an SSS-class warship in battle. However, when it comes to fleeing, he truly demonstrates the maximum speed of an SSS-class warship. This individual is a master of evasion but a novice in combat techniques. 2 hours later, several warships emblazoned with the Ku family emblem docked on the sandy beach of the safe zone, where the young woman took tools to repair the vessels. The Ku family's warships had fled successfully, causing the swarm of exotic beasts to disperse and return to their territories. On this side of the sea, Kadong's team conducted a meticulous search within 100 kilometers of the coordinates for 2 hours, when suddenly, the number of exotic beasts in the sky began to surge. They were returning. Lu Ruan's eyes widened in disbelief. Before long, the tranquil sky was filled with a dense swarm of flying beasts, all of which began to assault the warship. Kadong narrowed his black eyes, preparing to redirect towards the safe zone when a clear and melodious prompt echoed in the control room. Ding! Target exotic beast locked. Lu Ruan gazed at the shadow of the Lonjiao on the screen. It was neither the carcass nor the claw marks of a Lonjiao, but a living exotic beast. It was situated in the jungle just 50 meters from the coast, measuring 10 meters in length, with a stunning blue body and shimmering scales. This was a juvenile beast, and there were no adult beasts in the vicinity. Kadong glanced at the densely packed horde of beasts pursuing them, and then at the discovered juvenile Lonjiao. After a moment's consideration, he commanded, "Mark it first. Then retreat." Chapter 85. Who will mark it? Kadong, how do you intend to mark it? He Jinyi inquired. He understood that marking guns were used to shoot the exotic beasts, with bullets containing signal chips that would be injected into the beasts' bodies, allowing them to use a detector to locate the chip's position within 100 kilometers. By searching for the chip's location, they could pinpoint the target for precise tracking. However, therein lay the problem. Such marking guns required a person to wield them and shoot. Now, with an abundance of exotic beasts appearing in the nearby aerial region, the beasts seemed particularly hostile towards the warships. Upon spotting the shadow of a warship, they would charge with bloodshot eyes. Who among the team would dare to venture out with a marking gun to shoot the Lonjiao? Neither he nor his brother wished to do so. Although Luo Yao belonged to the Yu clan, once outside, he might be mistaken for an intruder encroaching on their territory and end up battered. Lanz was merely a mechanic. Mechanics focused on how to manufacture and repair warships and mechas. Such individuals were well-versed in every system parameter of the warship. Yet, to expect them to engage in combat with a warship mecha was akin to a 5-year-old donning adult clothing, awkward and uncoordinated. Davidson had only just begun to adapt to the stimulating life aboard the warship. With no combat prowess, he would likely be sent flying by the beasts the moment he stepped outside, his body reeking of the scent of the dead beasts. Lu Ruan, on the other hand, would be an enticing target for the beasts. With her tender and delicate flesh, they would devour her in a single bite, leaving nothing but a burst of juice. Kadong once again surveyed the situation in the air, swiftly making a judgment within a mere 2 seconds. Currently, the nearest alien beast was hovering 2,000 meters above the warship, and it would only take half a minute to reach them. Immediate action was imperative. He turned to He Jinyan and the others. The alien beasts, now provoked by some unknown stimulus, were all converging towards the warship. Luo Yao, descend with me to mark the Lonjiao. He Jinyan, lead the remaining individuals to divert the swarm of alien beasts along a circular route to buy us some time. Kadong spoke rapidly, his words clear and precise. Lu Ruan glanced to her side and saw Kadong lightly press a button on the control panel, causing the warship to hover. He then unfastened his safety belt with fluid grace, abruptly opened the cabin door, and without hesitation leaped into the jungle like a nimble cheetah, vanishing from her sight in an instant. Lu Ruan's heart raced. She widened her eyes, searching for Kadong's figure on the display screen. However, before she could react, Luo Yao followed suit. In 1 second, he unbuckled his safety belt and in the next, opened the cabin door, spreading his magnificent black wings like a graceful glider, diving towards the dense jungle below. The scene before her resembled a thrilling cinematic moment, and a surge of intense shock welled up within Lu Ruan. She had not anticipated the resolute actions of these two men, and now, whether in midair or in the jungle, there were alien beasts everywhere. She focused intently on the surveillance footage, her heart in her throat. Kadong landed mere meters from the Lonjiao cub, quickly retracting the escape pod, his adventurous attire now exposed in the jungle. Around him were not only the 10-meter-long Lonjiao, but also a dozen 1-meter-long green caterpillars and a sawtooth tiger, licking its fur in the underbrush. Immediately upon his landing, Kadong attracted the attention of the caterpillars, the sawtooth tiger, and the Lonjiao cub. Upon realizing that Kadong was merely a small bipedal creature, their eyes gleamed with excitement, and they transformed from their leisurely state into terrifying hunters, charging towards him with alarming speed. In the densely wooded jungle, the tangled branches rendered it unsuitable for operating mecha combat. Kadong's pupils contracted slightly as he swiftly scanned his surroundings, then reached for a steel cable anchored to a nearby tree. Just as the Lonjiao's tail was about to strike him and the sawtooth tiger lunged, he grasped the cable and leaped to evade the attack. His movements were agile and deft. The black and blue adventure suit became his battle garb, both charming and effective in shielding him from the poisonous spray emitted by the surrounding caterpillars. Luo Yao found his wings caught among the treetops, unable to descend. He folded his wings and peered down through the branches, observing Kadong continuously dodging the alien beast's attacks below, with no opportunity to retrieve the marking gun. He hastily tossed a rope down to him. Kadong, throw me the gun. I shall take aim. The scales on the Lonjiao are incredibly tough. We must strike its head to implant the signal chip. Come down and assist me, do not merely watch from the trees. As Luo Yao leapt down to join Kadong, the frustrated sawtooth tiger and Lonjiao grew increasingly agitated, intensifying their attacks. The caterpillars began to climb the trees, leaving Kadong with no refuge among the branches. Every attack from the alien beasts had Kadong and Luo Yao barely evading, their situation growing increasingly dire as both men found themselves perilously close to the gaping maws of the beasts. In the face of nature, humanity appeared rather insignificant. These heart-stopping moments of escape transpired within a mere 30 seconds. While Lu Ruan anxiously sweated for her 2 husbands in the jungle, the other husband in the control room remained busy. He Jinyan observed the rapidly approaching horde of beasts and instructed Yi, take the helm and follow Kadong's guidance to divert the beasts in a circular route. Yuan, you and I will target the large beasts of non-black, brown, and blue colors to distract the other flying beasts. He excelled in situational awareness and strategic oversight. Yu was the most adept among the 3 at maneuvering the warship, having previously taken control during such critical moments. Understood. He Jinyan acknowledged, and in the blink of an eye, Yi settled into the primary control position, executing the transition with a swift and decisive motion. His hands gripped the control panel, and with a gentle press of his fingertips, the warship sprang into motion, racing forward. This time, the situation differed from the last. Previously, the alien beasts had encircled them from all directions without a unified approach. Now, they were all pursuing from the sea, presenting a clear direction. His task was to lead the dense horde in circles, allowing Kadong in the jungle to succeed in his mission, enabling the entire team to retreat from this dreadful place. As the warship surged into action, Lu Ruan's gaze inadvertently fell upon He Jinyan. She had not expected him to be the one piloting, rather than the frequently commanding Yen. She recalled his bandit-like demeanor when he had intruded into her villa, the mischievous smile he wore while flicking ash into the faces of neatly lined federal police officers, and his roguish charm during those intimate moments when he played the role of a brother. Yet, she had never witnessed him with his lips pressed together, exuding an air of cold composure. He Jinyan caught a glimpse of Lu Ruan observing him. He quickly glanced at the small monitor, noting her expression. Her deep, clear eyes no longer bore the indifference she once had towards him, but sparkled with a radiant admiration akin to the stars. His heart fluttered, and a subtle smile curved his lips. Resisting the urge to converse with his wife, He Jinyan remained fully focused on piloting the warship. The warship was in motion, and the alien beasts were also in pursuit. The aerial view transformed into a spectacle of the warship circling, pursued by thousands of alien beasts. Yee! More alien beasts are approaching from the sea. After completing this circle, ascend 500 meters to expand the orbit. We must not collide with the slower beasts when returning. Otherwise, the warship's speed will decrease by 60, jeopardizing our escape from the attacking beasts ahead, He Jinyan commanded, analyzing the situation and directing the actions. These densely packed alien beasts varied in their flying speeds. They were relatively scattered rather than following in an orderly line, making it impossible for the warship to circle continuously. Understood, Yi replied. At this moment, it was crucial to heed the elder brother's commands. After circling with the thousands of alien beasts, He Jinyan directed an upward ascent to enlarge the circle further. His speed was perfectly calibrated, ensuring that the beasts would neither fall behind nor lose their sense of direction, returning to their jungle nests and complicating matters for Kadong. Nor would it be too slow, posing a threat to the warship. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Lu Ruan's eyes. She had not anticipated Ye's steadiness. However, after 15 minutes of favorable conditions, the number of beasts arriving from the sea increased significantly. The alien beasts pursuing the warship swelled from thousands to tens of thousands, and the numbers continued to rise. He Jinyan made a swift decision. Yuan, attack the 3 large alien beasts approaching from the sea. We must eliminate them with a single strike. No problem. He Jinyan and He Jinyuan locked onto their targets, and as He Jinyi circled closer to the side of the sea, they aimed with precision at the colossal creatures in the water, firing their cannons. Boom! 3 high-energy missiles struck their heads simultaneously. The large alien beasts, charging aggressively, collapsed before they could utter a sound, their massive bodies crashing onto the ocean surface, sending waves splashing. The other alien beasts that had come from the sea, witnessing the downfall of their large counterparts, swarmed in, eagerly feasting on the fallen prey. The influx of alien beasts continued unabated, and He Jinyan and He Jinyuan persisted in their search for larger quarry. The 3 brothers were instantly engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. Lance felt as if he were soaring through the heavens, with his soul trailing behind. Lu Ruan did not even need to observe their hands. The cacophony of their operations surpassed that of professional esports players in a league match. She shifted her gaze to the screen, eager to ascertain the status of the 2 individuals in the jungle. In an unforeseen moment, the battleship executed a sharp maneuver. Lu Ruan's head spun momentarily. As the tumultuous sensation subsided and the ship stabilized, a shocking scene unfolded on the monitor, causing the entire team to gasp in disbelief. 3,000 large, brown aberrant beasts were advancing from the oceanic expanse. Each beast spanned 100 meters in length, and despite their size, they exhibited agility surpassing that of smaller aberrant creatures. Lu Ruan's heart raced. It was the Yichi Julong. The Yichi Julong was the foremost nemesis of the Lonjiao. Characterized by its brown complexion and an average length of 100 meters, a formidable predator from the XM007 satellite. He Jinyan hastened the battleship's speed, narrowly avoiding a collision with the Yichi Julong. Have you completed the markings? Hurry, retreat now or it will be too late. He communicated via the headset to Kadong in the jungle below. Markings completed. Ascending now. Luo Yao had just flown to the treetops with the injured Kedong. Upon glancing up, he beheld a menacing swarm of over 3,000 Yichi Julong circling the brown-hued battleship. Among them, dozens identified the biosignature of Lanjiao offspring and dove from above, preparing to retract their wings and delve into the jungle to capture their favored prey, the Lanjiao. Kedong pondered the scene thoughtfully. The last time he had visited, there had not been such an abundance of Yichi Julong, nor had the Lanjiao offspring been present. Their sudden emergence in groups suggested an attack on their habitat. He addressed Haijinian again. We need to separate and evacuate. Follow my commands and engage the large brown aberrant beasts diving towards the jungle. They are the natural enemies of the Lanjiao. We must grant the Lanjiao offspring time to escape. We cannot allow our marked targets to fall into the hands of their adversaries, otherwise all will be in vain. Understood, came Haijinian's response. Kedong instructed Luo Yao, fly towards the safe zone quickly. Luo Yao gazed at the ominous mass above and the descending Yichi Julong, instantly accelerating with unprecedented speed. His black wings melded with the increasingly dimming sky. The aberrant beasts, mistaking Luo Yao for a diminutive member of another species, refrained from attacking. Luo Yao expertly evaded the assaults, soaring a kilometer away within 15 seconds. As Kedong launched the SSS-class battleship and boarded with Luo Yao, he commanded the troops above with resolute authority, attack. The moment the battleship's hatch opened, Haijinian and Haijinyuan launched an offensive against the diving Yichi Julong. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air as the Yichi Julong plummeted towards the jungle, their roars mingling with cries of pain, shattering the tranquility of the skies. The survivors descended into a frenzied state. Other Yichi Julong, receiving the signal, stirred restlessly, fixating their fury upon the S-class battleship. Meanwhile, the Lanjiao offspring in the jungle, upon hearing the sounds of their adversaries, scrambled into the crevices of the strait, narrowly escaping disaster. Haijinian activated the battleship's maximum speed to flee. Pursued relentlessly by the massive beasts, Haijinyuan and Haijinian bombarded their pursuers, impeding their advance. After a minute, the battleship evaded the horde. The monitoring screen shifted to reveal the scene ahead. Lu Ruan observed the SSS-class battleship, now a mere black dot, carrying Kedong and Luo Yao. They are moving at such an incredible speed? 3 hours later, as Haijinian returned with Lu Ruan and the others to the safe zone, darkness enveloped the surroundings. An SSS-class battleship was stationed within the fenced-off area on the beach. A multitude of miniature aberrant beasts clung to its exterior, mutated rats, scorpions, centipedes, and snakes, some even engaging in skirmishes amongst themselves. The chaotic scene was dizzying, particularly distressing for those afflicted with trypophobia. The beach is swarming with miniature aberrant beasts. We are confined to the battleship. The S-class battleship was parked a few meters away from the SSS class. Lance and Haijinian, witnessing the scene, felt a visceral discomfort. Haijinian, devise a plan to eliminate them. Luo Yao and I are injured and cannot assist. Kedong's voice resonated from the SSS class battleship. This is quite a handful to manage, Haijinyuan remarked, furrowing his brow. Kedong, you have the traps. Shall we all spend the night aboard the battleship? There are no comfortable sleeping arrangements on the SSS class. You and Luo Yao will have to make do until dawn, Haijinian suggested to Kedong. Dong, how are your injuries? Lu Ruan's concern surfaced. Prior to their departure, the dean's husband had generously provided each of them with a substantial supply of advanced recovery potions. If the advanced recovery potions could not mend their wounds, they must be severe. Don't worry, dear, we are fine, Kedong's voice reassured her once more. Haijinian turned to Davidson. Do you have a solution? Indeed, Davidson replied. He surveyed the swarming miniature beasts, then retrieved 2 barrels of potion from his storage, placing them at the feet of Haijinian and Haijinyuan. This is a tranquilizer specifically for the miniature aberrant beasts. Simply douse them with it. Haijinian lifted the potion barrel from the ground, raising an eyebrow. Not bad, Davidson. Don't be stingy. Bring out a few more barrels. This is all I prepared this morning. Each barrel costs 100,000 star coins, so use it sparingly, Davidson remarked, suppressing his discomfort as he produced his entire morning's stock. Lu Ruan cast her eyes downward, observing the ground teeming with barrels, estimating around 20 in total. She then glanced up at the dean's husband, who had turned away from the barrels. Despite his apparent reluctance, he was exceedingly generous. How impressive that he had concocted so many valuable potions targeting aberrant beasts in a single morning. Lu Ruan's eyes sparkled. If the dean's husband were to play in the game, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier healer and poison master. feeling slightly bashful under Lu Ruan's fervent gaze. Davidson coughed softly, gradually accepting the adoring look she bestowed upon him. Aim to douse them effectively, Lu Ruan instructed Hygienian and Hygienian as they prepared to disembark. Hygienian replied softly, understood. Hygienian grinned playfully, Ruan, watch closely, observe my technique. Lu Ruan's lips twitched slightly. She refrained from responding to Hygienian, puzzled by his sudden warmth in conversation. Hadn't he previously retreated due to her cold demeanor? She shook her head in disbelief. Armed with Davidson's specially formulated potion, Hygienian and Hygienian opened the hatch and, with barrels in hand, first splashed the ground beneath them, proceeding to walk along the path they had doused. Then, each took a barrel and poured it over the SSS-class battleship where Kadong and Luoyao were located. In an instant, the aberrant beasts clinging to the surface of the SSS-class battleship fell away, as if poisoned, tumbling to the ground as peaceful corpses. The others in the control room finally dared to set foot on the ground. Upon entering the S-class battleship, Lu Ruan followed Davidson up to the SSS-class battleship a few meters high to check on Kadong and Luoyao's injuries. Hygienian and the others set up tents. After all, sleeping in a tent was far more comfortable than resting on the soft couches in the battleship's lounge. They quickly erected the tents and decisively sprinkled Davidson's newly formulated beast repellent around the perimeter. The miniature aberrant beasts that had previously swarmed toward their territory now recoiled from the repugnant stench emanating from the repellent, opting instead to take a detour. Inside the SSS-class battleship, Lu Ruan stood beside Kadong and Luoyao. Kadong sat in a chair, extending his leg adorned with trousers. Revealing a significant portion of his calf was gnawed away by a serrated tiger. After consuming several high-grade recovery potions, the wound ceased to fester or bleed. Yet, it appeared quite ghastly. Just a hair's breadth away, the bone could have been bitten into by that aberrant beast. My dear, I am fine. Do not be alarmed by the frightful appearance of the wound. It is merely a missing chunk of flesh. The fact that my bone remains intact is a minor injury. And with Davidson's treatment, I shall recover swiftly. Do not worry for me. Did you pilot that warship back? Her mind flickered back to the small black dot that was nearly out of sight during their retreat. Kadong nodded nonchalantly. It was merely piloting a warship. Using my hands, not my legs. Lu Ruan's throat tightened with emotion. How could this man, so grievously injured, feign ease and comfort her instead? After Davidson examined and bandaged Kadong, he placed him in the medical chamber and then turned his attention to Luoyao's injuries. A tuft of feathers was missing from Luoyao's wing, and the tip had been severed. Davidson, will it grow back? How long will it take? The youth's handsome face paled slightly. Yet, he did not utter a single cry of pain nor blame Kadong for taking him to mark the blue dragon cubs. In truth, Luoyao and Kadong had collaborated exceptionally well, but despite their caution, they were still inevitably harmed. After another thorough examination, Davidson replied, It will grow back in a week, though it may appear somewhat unsightly. Nevertheless, that is of little consequence, let it be a bit ugly. Is it not possible for it to return to its original state? Luoyao gazed at the severed tip of his wing, his eyes dimming. If you wish for it to return to its original form, once our expedition concludes, I can assist you in severing it, and it will gradually regrow. Upon hearing this, Luoyao gradually relaxed. After the two injured individuals lay in the medical chamber, Lu Ruan inquired of Davidson, Asen. How long will it take for that large chunk of flesh bitten off Kadong's calf to heal? Davidson responded, If he lies in the medical chamber daily, he will recover in 3 days. Kadong lifted his head from the medical chamber, addressing Davidson. We have successfully marked the blue dragon cubs, and after being startled today, they will undoubtedly remain hidden in their nest for several days. Please inform He Jinyan that the entire team shall rest for 3 days. Having said this, Kadong could no longer sustain himself and closed his eyes. Luoyao did the same. The spacious advanced medical chamber was not suitable for frequent moving, and relocating it would leave insufficient space in the tent for the entire team. Davidson decided to leave the two injured parties aboard the warship to receive their treatment in peace. The others filled their stomachs and freshened up, concluding a day filled with tension, before lying down in the tent. She lay in her small space for approximately 20 minutes, initially believing that, aside from those in the medical chamber, the remaining men would be peacefully sleeping in the large tent. Just as she was about to close her eyes, He Jinyan suddenly pushed open the door and entered her small space, promptly locking the door securely behind him and inserting a mini earphone into his ear. Ruan. The man's voice was low and melodious. In the next moment, she felt a slight dip beside her, a minty scent invading her nostrils. Lu Ruan couldn't help but chuckle at He Jinya's increasingly refined acting, nearly falling for his ruse again. Yuan? He Jinya naturally settled beside Lu Ruan. Shoo. Do not call my name, call me husband. Chapter 88. My heart seems to be stabbed again. He Jinya pressed against her outer side. She slightly turned her face inward, adjusting her expression in a manner that He Jinya could not see, and when she faced him again, she adopted the tender affection she reserved for He Jin Yuan. She gently caressed He Jinya's face, saying, Yuan, this morning when you placed the stars on me, I called you husband, yet you replied that a husband can have many, but I only have one Yuan. Have you changed your mind now? He Jinya's gaze shifted subtly as he seized Lu Ruan's hand, insisting, just call me by my name. What trick did the second brother employ to make her willingly call him husband? She initially thought the eldest brother was the most cunning and difficult to deal with, but it turned out the second brother was the most formidable rival. Lu Ruan nodded, all right. The small space was still illuminated. Under the gentle, warm light, He Jinya imitated He Jin Yuan, lifting his drooping mouth corners to a normal level, making his face appear less shadowy, like a villain. Furthermore, Yuan's eyes would involuntarily dilate from excitement whenever he saw her. He Jinya could even mimic the dilation of his pupils so convincingly. His acting had improved significantly. From a distance, it was truly challenging to discern the genuine Yuan from the imitation. If this fellow could grasp the essence of the character and eliminate the minty scent, he would nearly be a one-to-one replica of his second brother. The husbands she matched with were increasingly fascinating. Are you tired today? Lu Ruan inquired with casual concern. Not tired, He Jinya replied, rubbing his face against Lu Ruan's hand. You know, with you brothers looking so alike, how do your subordinates distinguish between you? Lu Ruan subtly withdrew her hand, her curiosity piqued. As the leader of a vast organization, he undoubtedly had numerous confidants. How did these confidants distinguish between them? A sly smile flickered in He Jinya's eyes. One, if you give me a kiss, I will tell you. No. Then just a peck? Are you negotiating? Lu Ruan sighed. He Jinya controlled his expression, maintaining the facade of being more like his second brother, ensuring he did not break character. He leaned closer to Lu Ruan and gently kissed her before saying, distinguishing between us brothers is quite simple. Those who have worked alongside us for over 10 years can identify us by instinct. As for the lower-tier members of Shering, they seldom see us throughout the year. These individuals are like scattered pawns in various corners, only needing to manage their small territories, and it is inconsequential whether they can tell us apart. Identifying you by instinct? Lu Ruan pondered, continuing to inquire, given that you all look identical, why do you still wear matching clothing and style your hair the same way? That is a long story. He Jinya's expression fell into reminiscence, and after a brief pause, he slowly explained, in the early days of our organization, we were each responsible for different matters. To facilitate differentiation among the members, we strived to wear distinct clothing. At that time, Ya liked to dye his hair a light gray-brown color, while I preferred leather jackets. The eldest brother favored black attire, which concealed bloodstains. Due to our differing appearances, those who had seen us could easily recognize us by our clothing characteristics. Initially, this posed no issues, but as the organization expanded, problems arose. Do you remember when Shering transitioned from the most impoverished town to another city, the local gangs, feeling threatened, secretly infiltrated Shering, intending to capture the eldest brother? Despite our vigilant defenses, the eldest brother fell victim. He was tortured for 2 months by the most notorious gang in the area. During those 2 months, Shering faced the crisis of being leaderless and nearly disbanded. Yeah, and I disguised ourselves as the eldest brother to comfort the members, all while meticulously planning for 2 months, leading a team into the enemy's gang to rescue the eldest brother. That operation cost us 2 brothers from Shering. From that point onward, we 3 brothers began to alter our appearances. No longer would we deliberately wear distinctive clothing or adopt iconic hairstyles, which would provide an opportunity for the observant. We dressed identically. Aside from those partners who had also benefited from our adoptive father in the former scavenger gathering place, the rest of the members in the organization could not distinguish us. This change has persisted for over a decade. We have now all developed the habit of dressing alike. The eldest brother, who once disliked the light gray-brown hair, gradually accepted it. Yeah, who once detested leather jackets, has grown fond of their stylish and cool appearance. I believe the eldest brother's preference for black clothing is indeed a wise choice. dressed in black when one is splattered with another's blood or wounded and bleeding. One appears almost unaffected. He Jinyi spoke fervently, almost forgetting to modulate his voice mid-sentence. Lu Ruan remarked, so the reason you all dress identically is for this purpose. It dawned on her. Ruan, can you differentiate between me and Yi? He Jinyi's gaze bore into Lu Ruan intensely. He had yet to disclose more intricate details to her. Beyond their identical appearances, the brothers had once worried that if one were captured, the responsibilities of that individual would be interrupted. Thus, they all studied the same knowledge. If one was absent, the others could compensate. However, their areas of expertise varied significantly, as did their styles of conduct and preferences. Lu Ruan smiled brightly and replied, of course. It's exceptionally easy to tell. You are Yuan, you resemble He Jinyi, yet lack his distinct aura. The smile on He Jinyi's lips gradually faded as he endeavored to defend himself. Ruan, why were you secretly observing Yi on the battleship? Were you not captivated by his charming figure? I was beside you, consumed by jealousy. However, upon reflection, he dismissed his jealousy. As the second brother, he could not harbor such feelings. He merely wished to claim her for himself. Yi was an admirable younger brother and a worthy man. She could approach him and converse normally. She need not fear that he would resent her closeness to Yi, for he was magnanimous. 20 minutes prior, he had been lying in the grand tent, just like his two brothers. Yet, his mind incessantly replayed the image of Lu Ruan gazing at him on the battleship, stirring a deep yearning within him. He desperately wished to know if she had indeed been enchanted by him and no longer harbored disdain. To test her, he had disguised himself as the second brother. Yuan, how can you be so wonderful? I find myself loving you even more. Lu Ruan beamed sweetly. Her gaze filled with adoration as she tenderly regarded He Jinyi. Her soft hands instinctively encircled his waist, and she gently kissed him on the chin. The soft sensation and the wafting fragrance left He Jinyi momentarily dazed. He instinctively pulled Lu Ruan closer, a faint smile gracing his lips. In that fleeting moment, being close to her felt exquisite. In 2 seconds, he wished for her to remain this way indefinitely. Yet in 3 seconds, He Jinyi's expression suddenly stiffened. She favored the second brother. It felt as though his heart had been pierced. Do you still not favor Yi? He Jinyi forgot to modulate his voice, asking Lu Ruan in a strained manner. Chapter 89, Nearly Overcome. Yuan, why do you ask such a thing? Lu Ruan was stunned, her expression mirroring the shock one feels when confronted with a spouse questioning their affection for another man. He Jinyi's eyes narrowed slightly, suppressing his discomfort before smiling again at Lu Ruan. It's nothing. I merely worried that you would always be around you, causing you annoyance, hence my inquiry. That won't happen. He's merely a child, immature. I won't hold that against him. Another sharp pang pierced He Jinyi's heart. Well, he understood now. When Lu Ruan observed him on the battleship, Davidson had been seated beside her. She must have been looking at Davidson, her view obstructed by him, leading to this misunderstanding. With this thought, he also reflected on the differing gazes she bestowed upon his two brothers. A sense of despondency washed over him. She was only 20, while he was nearing 30. Was he merely an immature, unreasonable boy in her eyes? Noticing He Jinyi's despondency, Lu Ruan eagerly prompted, "What are you thinking? Either join them outside or lie here with me." Her fingers wandered uncontrollably across his chest, pinching gently, feeling the firmness beneath. While the shape was similar to that of his brother's, the texture was undeniably more solid. He Jinyi's thoughts were interrupted by Lu Ruan's actions, and he reassured himself. She simply had not recognized him, and her affection was directed towards him. After comforting himself, He Jinyi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He allowed her mischievous hands to roam freely, then in a husky, magnetic tone asked, "Ruan, is it pleasant to touch?" Lu Ruan did not respond, continuing to explore the sensation of He Jinyi's abdominal muscles. His well-defined abs exuded a wild strength. Had she not matured beyond her previous innocence, she might have squealed like her Blue Star sisters. As she reveled in the tactile experience, He Jinyi's gaze darkened, his breath growing heavier. Did she realize the extent of her allure over him? With just a glance, she could ensnare his very soul, and now, with her soft hands incessantly caressing him, he found himself unable to control his body. He Jinyi sensed the undeniable change within him, and despite the voices of his brothers outside, he hesitated, ultimately deciding to focus solely on Lu Ruan. He reached out, gently capturing her delicate hand, and spoke in a low, husky voice, "Ruan, you are playing with fire." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan abruptly halted her movements. She lifted her gaze to meet He Jinyes, and as their eyes locked, she gasped in astonishment. For she beheld, mere inches away, He Jinyi in a state of arousal, as if on the verge of eruption. Lu Ruan's cheeks flushed crimson, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, she coughed lightly and quickly uttered, "Ahem, I won't touch you anymore." Internally, she mused, how could He Jinyi be more sensitive than her two brothers? She swore she was merely discerning the differences among the brothers beyond their sense. He Jinyi had no intention of relinquishing the moment. A sly smile crept across his lips as he breathed heavily. "It's too late. You've ignited a fire, and now you must extinguish it." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly flipped her beneath him, pressing her down. Immediately, He Jinyi kissed her fiercely, his warm lips and tongue sweeping over her like a tempest, leaving her utterly defenseless. 10 minutes passed. She struggled against him, gasping for air. You nearly stole my breath away. Must you be such a rogue?" He Jinyi opened his eyes, gazing at Lu Ruan's flushed and beautiful face, momentarily taken aback before softly murmuring. He simply could not restrain himself. "Ruan, now that we've begun, could you assist me further?" Noticing Lu Ruan's silence, he feigned being He Jinyuan and continued, "I've recently learned some new skills on a secret website. My technique has vastly improved. Shall we give it another try?" Unlike his brothers, who lacked physical prowess, he believed himself exceptional in this regard. He aimed to make her addicted to him, achieving his goal. Once Lu Ruan had regained her breath, she paused for a moment, stifling the urge to expose He Jinyi's ruse. Having consumed a high-grade recovery potion earlier, her body had fully recuperated. After enduring the aftermath of He Jinyi's actions, she was no longer afraid of the Dark Tribe. She yearned to mark He Jinyi, to discern his desires, and to test her self-control against this embarrassing reaction. "Then take it easy," Lu Ruan murmured softly. However, He Jinyi had already succumbed to a frenzied state. His large hand, akin to an iron claw, tightly grasped her waist, mercilessly pulling her closer until their skin met. In that fleeting moment, the entire space was enveloped in a vibrant atmosphere of spring. An air of ambiguity lingered like a mist, intoxicating all who found themselves within it. Lu Ruan was utterly lost, her mind consumed only by the passionate rhythm of the man before her. Outside, the two brothers gazed at the door of the small space with hostile eyes, as if they could perceive all that transpired within. "Eldest brother, I accidentally let the wild beast in. What do we do now?" He Jinyuan's expression darkened. "Keep messaging him. Tell him if he doesn't come out, things will get worse," he replied, his tone grim. He cast a glance at the now-awake Davidson and Lance, then leaned closer to whisper a few words to He Jinyuan. He Jinyuan opened his holographic device, typed a message, and sent it. Inside the small space, He Jinyi had just finished a round and, upon checking the message, narrowed his eyes and quickly responded, "Second brother, I'm solidifying your position. Ruan says your skills have improved." Chapter 90. I am really wronged. Congratulations, host. You have successfully marked He Jinyi, establishing a contractual relationship. Lu Ruan's mind buzzed with the announcement from the little entity. It took her 2 minutes to regain her composure, feeling a delightful soreness in her waist as if her bones had been disassembled. He Jinyi, this dog of a man, was indeed formidable. His methods were devoid of flamboyant techniques, relying solely on primal male instincts. With one exception, he could articulate human speech. She turned to look at He Jinyi and saw him engrossed in his messages. "Is someone still looking for you at this late hour?" She leaned in to see. "Just an oblivious subordinate. Without me in the organization, he's like a headless fly, lost and directionless." He Jinyi chuckled, closing his device after confirming Lu Ruan had not seen the content. As the leader of a vast organization, one must not allow subordinates to become overly reliant. Lu Ruan casually remarked, her skin now adorned with a faint blush, as if kissed by the evening glow, a warm current surging within her body, leaving her feeling unusually heated. Even worse, this warmth penetrated her very bones, and the addictive sensation washed over her once more. He Jinyi's broad shoulders and narrow waist pressed against her, his sun-kissed skin radiating a cooling touch that flowed over her like a refreshing stream, invoking an indescribable comfort. This sensation ensnared her, leaving her both enchanted and somewhat anxious, as it continually challenged her resolve. "One, let us not speak of that oblivious fellow anymore. Let us continue," He Jinyi said, tucking his holographic device beneath the mattress and ignoring the increasingly grim expressions of his two elder brothers outside as he pulled Lu Ruan back into his embrace. His large hand moved slowly over her abdomen, inching upwards. Lu Ruan became increasingly dazed, akin to a cat encountering catnip, wrapping her arms around He Juan-Yi, yearning to merge with him once more. He Juan-Yi felt her fondness for his body, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes, experiencing a dual fulfillment. In truth, he understood very little. By chance, he had ensnared the woman in his arms, rendering her unable to escape. Truly, he was gifted. He Juan-Yi inhaled the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Lu Ruan, his confidence soaring, his eyes blissfully narrowing as his lips parted slightly, filled with desire as he whispered, "Ruan. The entire team will rest for 3 days. We have 3 days and nights together. Don't rush, I'll take another minute. For these 3 days, I am entirely yours, guaranteed to be unceasing." 3 days without pause? Lu Ruan's eyes widened in fear, quickly shifting to a mix of annoyance and amusement as she stared at He Juan-Yi. This man, did he seek to take her life? He Juan-Yi's aggressive approach was entirely different from Kedong's. Kedong was akin to a brilliant professor fluent in advanced mathematics, capable of accurately modeling optimal routes based on the surrounding environment, while He Juan-Yi was like a clueless student who believed 1 + 1 = 3. She playfully ruffled He Juan-Yi's hair, causing his handsome style to become a disheveled mess, nearly resembling a bird's nest. In this light, combined with his sinister countenance, he appeared more like a ruthless villain. He Juan-Yi, feeling wronged, fixed his hair and remarked, "Ruan, I'm not handsome when my hair is a mess." His eyes still glimmered with desire as his hands wandered unabashedly over her body. Lu Ruan captured his hand, estimating her current physical state. She figured she could continue for 1 more hour, after which she would need to send him away. With that plan in mind, she suggestively remarked, "Actually, I prefer a gentle gentleman." Perhaps the 3 brothers had only been taught the arts of pillage and conquest, unlike other men in the galaxy. Thus He Juan-Yi was utterly clueless in this regard. She needed to guide him away from his reckless abandon. Very well, He Juan-Yi mused, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his face. Gentlemen? Does she prefer someone like Davidson? Before He Juan-Yi could ponder further, Lu Ruan pressed her cool body against his, gently licking his enticing Adam's apple. A muffled groan escaped He Juan-Yi's throat, his breathing quickening. Soon, the two were entwined once more in fervent passion. The small space echoed with the sounds of rough breaths and soft sighs of desire. An hour passed. Lu Ruan pulled herself away from He Juan-Yi. "I'm thirsty. Could you step outside and fetch me a bottle of water?" He Juan-Yi retrieved a bottle from the space button and handed it to her. "I'm not accustomed to this brand. Please ask Arson or Lance outside. They have pure water for 2 star coins a bottle." Her body felt increasingly heated. She needed to expel He Juan-Yi quickly. "Ruan, the taste of the 3-star coin water is superior. You'll get used to it as you drink." He Juan-Yi attempted to persuade her. "I don't want that." "All right, I'll go fetch it for you. When I return, it will be according to my wife's wishes." He Juan-Yi did not overthink it, calming his breath, dressing, and stepping out. His holographic device remained under the mattress, and his mini headphones had accidentally fallen onto the small blanket due to their recent vigorous activity. Lu Ruan smirked mischievously. Once He Juan-Yi left, she swiftly locked the door. After accomplishing this, she returned to her previous position, picked up the fallen mini headphones, and plugged them into her ears, listening for any sounds from outside. "Davidson, please bring me a bottle of 2-star coin water." She quickly heard He Juan-Yi's urging voice. "You're out of water?" Following that, the cold, detached voice of the director's husband echoed, tinged with irritation. He must have been awake, having witnessed He Juan-Yi exiting her small space, which explained his tone. "Ruan wants to drink. I'll get it for her myself." Lu Ruan quickly messaged Davidson, "Arson, I still have water in my space. I just forgot. Please rest well." After sending, the director's husband seemed to lie back down. Just as she thought everything was settled, a sudden commotion erupted outside, followed by the sounds of fists and feet colliding, accompanied by muffled groans of pain. Her eyes, still tinged with a hint of desire, widened in alarm. Would they know their limits? With discomfort creeping in, Lu Ruan's focus shifted away from the outside. She continued to struggle against the overwhelming waves of heat and desire, determined to endure for 1 more hour to ensure her safety. As Lu Ruan's willpower grew stronger and her mental fortitude escalated, the three brothers exited the tent. In the pitch-black night, on the beach filled with the cries of strange beasts, He Juanyi found himself pinned to the ground by his two older brothers. "So, you forced Ruan?" He Juanyen glared coldly at He Juanyi, who lay beneath them. It was evident that he had been expelled by Ruan, and considering his usual demeanor, he must have coerced her. "And your skills have improved?" He Jinyuan delivered a forceful kick to the vulnerable spot of He Jinyi, who cried out in protest, claiming his innocence. "I am truly wronged. Ruan has been incessantly clinging to me, demanding my companionship for 3 days and nights. I exerted immense effort to extricate myself from her grasp. Brothers, please do not be unreasonable." He Jinyi whimpered in pain, his pleas for mercy laced with a hint of defiance and arrogance as he gazed at his brothers. "Come with me," commanded He Jinyen, as he yanked the bruised He Jinyi away. They reached the protective barrier behind the tent, a place where the occupants within could not overhear their sibling discourse. He Jinyuan followed closely behind. Without illuminating the lantern, the three continued their conversation in the enveloping darkness. "Brother, why have you brought me here? What do you wish to discuss?" He Jinyi questioned, perplexed. Despite the bruises adorning his face and the pain inflicted by his brothers, he sensed a difference in their treatment compared to how they dealt with traitors or enemies. They had shown restraint, rather than anger. He felt a peculiar satisfaction at the thought of provoking them. After all, he often observed the two brothers sharing tender moments with Ruan, while he was met with her cold indifference, repeatedly pricking at his heart. He Jinyen remarked, Your smug demeanor is quite irksome. Just yesterday, you drained Ruan's energy, intending for her to recuperate in a small space. Yet, you hastily barged in to seize her attention. When we were with her, she clung to us until dawn. But your current demeanor suggests you have disregarded her wishes and forced yourself upon her, prompting her to cast you aside. He Jinyi retorted defiantly, and what of it? His gaze was filled with provocation. He Jinyen, with earnest intent, advised, she is currently annoyed with you, so it would be wise to refrain from constantly approaching her. To truly cherish someone is to observe from a distance, waiting until they require your presence. You cannot simply disregard her feelings and act on your desires, otherwise, she will only grow to despise you more. Let this night be the last time. Taken aback, He Jinya's expression dimmed as he tightened his grip on his clothing. His voice hoarse, how can you be so certain that she does not harbor feelings for me? If she truly disliked me, she would not have driven me away. I have no desire to hear your lengthy discourse. He Jinyi was awash with conflicting emotions. For years, he had fought alongside his comrades, victorious in every endeavor. Yet, since encountering Lu Ruan, he had faced relentless competition for her affection, unable to elicit a single moment of warmth from her. Recalling the intimate moments they shared while he was disguised as his brother, he felt a bittersweet pang in his heart, akin to savoring honey laced with shards of glass, sweet yet painfully agonizing. If given the choice, he would never wish to imitate his brothers, approaching her with trepidation, fearing her disdainful gaze, or being shooed away like a bothersome fly. Yet, despite the defeats he faced, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her. After a moment of clarity, he realized that this was merely his unreciprocated affection. She did not harbor feelings for him. Closing his crimson eyes, he concealed the moisture gathering at their corners. Witnessing He Jinye's obstinacy, He Jinyen pondered momentarily. In their youth, they had been deceived by their father and uncle, living a life worse than that of swine. Over the years, He Jinyi had developed a deep-seated aversion to cunning individuals, particularly those who had played tricks on him, preferring the simplicity of those less astute. Had Ruan seen through his disguise from the very beginning and deliberately toyed with him, he might have refrained from pursuing her further. With a decisive tone, He Jinyen declared, do you know why Ruan spoke ill of you before we reached XM007? It is because she has long seen through your facade and chose to inform you deliberately. My words hold truth, she had already discerned your true self. He Jinyuan chimed in, affirming, indeed, she recognized you long ago. He Jinyi stared intently at He Jinyen, urgency lacing his voice. When did she realize? From the moment she first sat upon my lap in the warship's control room, she could distinguish between us. Though we share similar appearances, our essences differ. If one is close enough, she can identify us through our auras, He Jinyen patiently elucidated. Upon hearing this, He Jinye's mind conjured vivid memories of their earlier encounter, his heart racing wildly. So, she does like me. he exclaimed, akin to a child who has just discovered a hidden treasure. He Jinyi turned away from the barrier, basking in the exhilaration of his newfound realization, laughing heartily under the starry sky. After several minutes, a mix of embarrassment, anger, and joy washed over him as he muttered, "Ruan, how can you be so mischievous? You recognized me all along and played with me. You have caused me sleepless nights." Were it not for my brother's insightful explanation, he would have remained oblivious, likely wallowing in jealousy. The melancholy that had enveloped him dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of joy. He lowered his gaze, surveying his surroundings, and in that moment, even the toothy mini-beasts lurking beyond the barrier appeared endearing. His disdain for cunning individuals remained. Yet the initial impression of Lu Ruan as an adorable fool had ensnared his heart. He Jinyi could not help but chuckle, though his laughter echoed oddly in the stillness of the night. Meanwhile, He Jinyan and He Jinyuan exchanged glances, contemplating the surprising transformation of their brother. Had he truly lost his mind? In the distance, after He Jinye's laughter subsided, his once crimson eyes returned to a gentle golden hue. Beneath the surface, an unrecognized affection and determination flickered within him, his previously menacing aura softened. Although he might not know how to care for his bonded partner, he was resolute in fulfilling her desires to the best of his abilities. He Jinyi stood in the darkness for a considerable time before re-entering the tent, where he discovered that his companions were still awake. "Davidson, prepare a medical pod for me. I require treatment." "Your injuries are not severe," Davidson replied, dismissing He Jinye's bruised visage and unsteady gait. He Jinyi frowned. "When we returned, you praised your medical supplies for dealing with the mini-beasts. Yet now you cannot even retrieve the medical pod?" Suppressing the urge to retaliate, Davidson retrieved the medical pod, his tone stern. "Operate it yourself. The basic medication is fully stocked. Once the expedition concludes, I shall deal with you." "That will suffice," He Jinyi conceded. As he lay within the medical pod, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the small tent. Would she continue to pretend she did not recognize him the following day? The next day, Lu Ruan awoke. The first thing escaping her lips was a sigh. Truly, they were triplets. Their desires mirrored one another. If each partner were as pure as her brother, with their sole wish being to repay debts and grow wings, she would have accumulated a significant amount of wish power by now. Exhaling a breath of frustration, she noted that her progress in capturing the blue serpent had reached 30. Her contribution, however, remained stagnant at 20 since the formation of their team. How could she increase it by 60? Engaging in dangerous activities was not an option. Her life was paramount. Was it time for intellectual pursuits? Her husband, Ko, excelled in this area. As the team leader, he had devised a plan well before their departure, rendering this approach unfeasible. The data provided by the little one stemmed from interstellar records, lacking any novel insights beyond the confines of the interstellar realm. What should she do now? With a hand running through her hair for several minutes, she finally rose to dress and venture outside. It is futile to be anxious. It is better to act according to the circumstances. She picked up the holographic computer and headphones from He Jinyi and, upon exiting the tent, found the men busily engaged in their tasks. Lance was maintaining the warship, while Davidson, clad in a lab coat, was inside the protective barrier, preparing an antidote for the blue geotoxin using a table laden with various vials, administering the second dose to Kedong, who had been bitten by a blue geopup. Kedong and Luo Yao were still lying in the medical pod, which had been relocated to the beach to bask in the sunlight. The He Jinyen brothers were gathered outside the protective barrier, seemingly engaged in some discussion. After inquiring about Kedong and Luo Yao's injuries, Lu Ruan approached the trio of brothers. As she drew closer, she noticed several imprints on the sand, indicating that a few warships had recently docked. The three men were deliberating over these marks. The previous night had been too dark for them to notice the impressions while setting up the tents. It appeared that other explorers had visited this place after their departure in the morning, during their first expedition to the coordinates, although they had engaged the Idiao. Other exotic beasts did not exhibit such hostility towards the warship. Their search for the blue Jiao had commenced smoothly, with minimal encounters with flying beasts nearby. However, once the beasts returned from the sea, they exhibited considerable animosity towards the warship. This led me to deduce that this expedition team had attacked the beast herd on the other side of the sea, thus provoking the beasts' animosity upon their return. He Jinyi suggested inquiring with Kedong and Luo Yao, who had returned the earliest, to see if they had encountered anyone. Lu Ruan turned back to glance at the dark-haired man resting in the medical pod and crossed the protective barrier to approach Kadong, eager to learn more. If the beasts were indeed hostile towards the warship, the mission would become exceedingly challenging. The He Jin-yen brothers followed closely behind Lu Ruan. Observing the holographic computer and headphones in her hands, He Jin-yi ceased to feign nonchalance and flashed a charming smile. "Please hand those to me." Lu Ruan was not in the mood for pretense and willingly passed the items to him. He Jin-yi's expression brightened, further affirming the truth of his elder brother's words. Lu Ruan made her way to the medical pod, where Kadong was playing back recorded videos of the warship, pausing on scenes depicting thousands of beasts circling the vessel, alongside a flock of 3,000 Ichi Zulong soaring in from the ocean. He murmured, though Ichi Zulong are social creatures, they rarely travel in large groups. They prefer to hunt alone to avoid competition for food. What could have transpired in their habitat to compel them to migrate en masse from one side of the sea to the other? Kadong. We discovered warship imprints over there, indicating that an expedition team visited this area yesterday. Did you see anyone? Kadong looked up at He Jin-yi, replying no. I did not see anyone. Were the warships large or small? Large, 5 in total. 5? Kadong nodded slightly. Warships are classified into large, medium, and small categories. An expedition team with large warships would typically comprise many members, possibly as many as 30. Deploying such significant resources for a mission would imply a reward of at least 10 million star coins. The fact that 5 large warships were dispatched suggests that this expedition team likely hails from the Jia Ma Star-S adventurer families, either the Ku family or other families of comparable standing. This leads me to conclude that the commotion we experienced was likely caused by this team. If we rest here for 3 days, we could attempt to collaborate with them upon their return to the safe zone. I hope it is not my troublesome second brother's team, otherwise, collaboration may be hindered. And they might take the opportunity to create difficulties for me and obstruct my mission. Other teams, however, are more likely to cooperate. What form might this collaboration take? We could offer some star coins to entice that team to divert the beasts on one side of the sea while we capture the blue Jiao on this side. Or perhaps their mission remains incomplete, and we could assist each other. What if they have already completed their mission and are merely pausing in the safe zone before returning to the main star? Kadong explained. He Jin-yi replied. Then we shall lie in wait for this team. During these 3 days, while I am undergoing treatment, should you encounter the Ku family expedition team in the safe zone, and if the leader bears a black mole at the corner of his eye, you must inform me immediately. I will not reveal myself. If anyone from their team inquires, you shall assert that you are star thieves, adopting a hostile demeanor to deter them, yet endeavor to avoid any genuine conflict. That man is my second brother, Kabe. He is narrow-minded and exceedingly cunning. Once he realizes this is my team, or that you have engaged them in a real conflict, he will undoubtedly seek trouble in various ways, making it quite troublesome. Understood, He Jin-yi responded. Kadong's voice was loud enough for Lans and Davidson, not far away, to hear clearly. Lu Ruan remained unaware of Kadong's contentious relationship with his second brother. Adong, what precisely is the conflict between you and your second brother? Could you elaborate? After a moment's thought, Kadong decided to be candid. While I was still with the previous family, my second brother poached my team members, taking the 10 most exceptional mech warriors cultivated within the family. He cunningly monopolized the best resources. I led my former team aboard an S-class warship for several years. Once, my second brother undertook a high-difficulty mission but failed, incurring a penalty for breach of contract. I seized the opportunity to accept that overdue mission and earned 30 million star coins upon completion. After witnessing my success, he began to obstruct me at every turn, as he is rather petty. Additionally, he has been in this line of work for 10 years longer than I. Yet my completion rate surpasses his. I consistently rank above him on the adventurer's ladder, which irks him. He secretly hopes I fail. At this point, Kadong shook his head, unwilling to delve further. The discord between him and his second brother was substantial. It seemed he could not tolerate anyone surpassing him. Chapter 93, 3 days of intensive training. Davidson, Lans, cease your activities and come here to listen to me. After summoning the 2 men, Kadong gathered 6 individuals, including Lu Ruan, around the medical pod of Kadong and Luo Yao to recount the events of the previous day. The group fixated their gazes on the projection ahead. In terms of the types of beasts encountered, combat-oriented large predators constituted 10% of the total. Among these, the Ichi Zulong was the most formidable. They are fierce, reaching lengths of 100 meters, yet exhibit remarkable agility, thriving both in water and on land. We engaged them yesterday, and these beasts hold grudges. They will not let the warship go easily. If we encounter them again in 2 days, we must retreat immediately. Do they possess any weaknesses? He Jin inquired, his leather attire slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of his perfect physique, accentuated by enticing abdominal muscles. Yet, his aura was dark and forbidding, deterring any thoughts of disrespect. Even the most audacious of women would think twice before approaching him. Lu Ruan instinctively leaned closer to Davidson, inhaling the scent of medicine to calm her nerves. As He Jin exuded the presence of a grim reaper emerging from the depths of hell. Clearing his throat, Kadong continued, according to the records. The Ichi Zulong has exceptionally sensitive hearing, capable of detecting disturbances up to 10 kilometers away. We might consider employing sound to attract their attention. However, this method requires further contemplation. The entire team listened attentively as Kadong meticulously explained the characteristics of each exotic beast based on the recorded footage, which lasted for an hour. After this hour, Kadong methodically instructed his team, "Our mission is to capture the Blue Jiao alive. It is therefore impossible to rely solely on warships throughout the entire operation. For mecha warriors must accompany me to disembark and personally capture the Lan Jiao. Although the 4 of you may excel in combat against humans, you possess no experience in battling alien beasts. Taking advantage of the 3 days of rest, I propose an intensive training program for the 4 of you. Any objections?" None. The 4 responded in unison. Davidson, see if you can concoct some specialized sedatives targeting the Lan Jiao. Lance, you will not be participating in the battle. Make sure to rest well. With his task assigned, Davidson returned to his collection of vials and began to work diligently. As one of the 3 esteemed deans across the entire galaxy, he not only served as a medic and a poison specialist, but also took on the role of a cook, hoping to capture the Lan Jiao and return to the home planet soon. Following Davidson, Lance rose to catch up on sleep. Now only 4 mecha warriors and Lu Ruan remained with Kadong. Luo Yao, Kadong, my injuries have yet to heal. How do you plan to conduct this special training? Kadong produced a gaming headset and handed it to several of them. Share it among yourselves. We will use this. He Jin was momentarily taken aback, but then donned the headset. Instantly, the login interface materialized in his mental realm. Username, number 001, single player. Single player training. Beginner level, awaiting entry, single player training. Intermediate level, locked, single player training. Advanced level, locked, single player training. Master level, locked, multiplayer. Team training. Beginner level, locked, team training. Intermediate level, locked, team training. Advanced level, locked. Has everyone accessed the login interface? From this moment until 10 o'clock tomorrow evening, you 4 will advance from the beginner level to the master level in this game. If there are any issues, please speak up. Kadong's deep and melodious voice resonated on the beach, his sharp brows embodying the authority of an expedition leader. Despite lying in the medical pod, he remained composed and striking. The trio remained silent. With his wife present, a man cannot afford to express reluctance. Luo Yao, reclining in the medical pod, hesitated slightly. Kadong, is this training game of the VR or AR type? If it is VR, one only needs to utilize mental strength to operate the game. However, if it is AR, a combination of mental strength and physical movement is required, which may affect my injuries on my wings. AR, Kadong replied coolly. Then turned to Davidson nearby, inquiring if Luo Yao's wing injuries would hinder his ability to play the AR training game. Just instruct him not to use his wings. Davidson replied from a distance. Luo Yao, you will undergo the same training as the other 3. Upon finishing his statement, Kadong activated his light brain, and the training screens for the 4 appeared vividly before them. Lu Ruan, seated beside Kadong's medical pod, observed the game's content clearly. He Jin, He Jin Yuan, and He Jin Yu were numbered 001, 002, 003, while Luo Yao was numbered 004. Soon, the 4 clicked to log in, and the screen transitioned to the virtual scene of the beginner-level single-player training. In this scene, the 4 controlled mechas faced a 1-meter-long caterpillar. Simultaneously, they maneuvered their 2-meter-tall mechas and crushed the caterpillar underfoot, causing the progress bar for the beginner level to rise by 0.1. Just as the first caterpillar perished, 10 more emerged. The 4 continued to stomp and kick, dispatching the additional 10, their mechas appearing remarkably agile. Lu Ruan's focus remained fixated on Kadong's light brain, oblivious to the four men on the beach, their movements synchronized with the mechas in the scene. The beginner-level training progressed to 1. Players are encouraged to make further efforts. Please eliminate 100 mutated fireflies within 3 minutes. As the game's progressed, notification sounded. 101-meter-long caterpillars surged toward the trio. With the increased number of beasts, the 4 warriors found the battle no longer as effortless as before. 001 failed. 002 failed. 004 failed. 003 succeeded in the first level against the mutated fireflies, achieving a beginner training progress of 5. Prepare for the next challenge, the serrated tiger. You have 3 minutes to eliminate 100. This is the most basic operation for mecha explorers. To eliminate 100 within a minute is the standard for excellent mecha explorers. Kadong's tone shifted to that of a stern instructor as he addressed the 3 who had failed, his imposing demeanor instantly transforming. Utilize the combat strategies indicated in the level prompts to defeat the alien beasts. Do not engage recklessly. You 3 will restart this level. He Jinyan, He Jin Yuan, and Luo Yao reset their progress, while He Jinyi advanced to the next level. Lu Ruan found the scene dizzying. She slowly lifted her head and gazed directly at the brothers He Jinyan. Suddenly, her eyes were irresistibly drawn to them, unable to look away. The 3 imposing men resembled wild leopards, running freely on the beach. Their movements flowed like water, each punch and kick infused with power and rhythm. The black leather attire billowed in the wind, revealing toned, sun-kissed abs that rose and fell with each breath. Their elegantly sculpted arms swung with vigor. Seemingly capable of shattering any obstacle, their long, muscular legs moved with the speed of lightning, agile and powerful. All of this flashed before her eyes. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This is simply more exhilarating than male models dancing, utterly captivating." And there were 3 of them. She felt as if threefold joy intertwined in her heart, causing her heartbeat to quicken uncontrollably. While she was still immersed in this visual feast, Luo Yao noticed her watching He Jinyan and the others, and upon seeing the 3 older men in revealing attire, his gaze flickered. He removed his shirt, his perfectly sculpted shoulders and back suddenly entering Lu Ruan's view. "Sister, look at me." Chapter 94. The arrival of Kube Luo Yao's presence added a touch of color to the visual spectacle. It seemed that her silver-haired brother had grown taller recently. Now standing beside the 3 brothers at 186 centimeters, he was nearly eye level with them, estimating his height at 185 centimeters. It was surprising that in just over half a month, Luo Yao had grown 2 centimeters taller. Upon closer inspection, the youth no longer resembled a boy but rather a man. 4-fold. As Lu Ruan pondered this, she inadvertently voiced her thoughts aloud. 4-fold? Suddenly, she heard Kadong's gentle yet masculine voice beside her. She shook her head, insisting there was nothing. At that moment, Lu Ruan was unaware that her 5th feast awaited her on the other side of the sea, engaging in real combat with alien beasts, even more intense than the 4 men before her. "Wife, would you like to play? I will personally teach you." Noticing where Lu Ruan's gaze was directed, Kadong covered her eyes with his palm and gently turned her head to face him. "Can I also play this?" Lu Ruan smiled brightly as she met Kadong's alluring visage. "Of course, you can play VR. It will help enhance your mental strength." He carefully placed the headset on her. Lu Ruan's attention was successfully diverted by Kadong. She began to play the game of battling alien beasts, with training scenarios identical to those of Luo Yao and the others, except her experience was VR, requiring only mental control without the need for physical combat. Number 005. Please prepare. The mutated fireflies will enter the battlefield in 3 seconds. Once she donned the gaming headset, she felt as if she were truly there. Suddenly, a caterpillar invaded the grassy scene before her, the graphics incredibly lifelike, identical to what she would see in reality. As the caterpillar raised its head, its body towered to her neck, and with a spray of venom, she was caught off guard and sprayed in the face. Health points decreased by 30, and the decline continued. Should her health points reach 0, it would be deemed a failure in the level. Lu Ruan had no time to wipe off the venom. She lifted her trembling leg and stomped down hard on the caterpillar. 1 second, 2 seconds, and the training progress for the beginner level reached 0. 1. Signaling the beginning of her journey. The corpses on the ground swiftly vanished, and it seemed not so terrifying after all. Kedong had been intently monitoring the progress of several individuals through the surveillance footage, particularly focusing on Lu Ruan. He raised an eyebrow as he observed her effortlessly crush mutated fireflies beneath the virtual mech's feet. In the realm of interstellar women, the levels of mental fortitude typically ranged from A, B, C, D to F, with only a select few achieving S rank, and those surpassing S rank were nearly non-existent. Although his wife possessed a relatively weaker physique, she demonstrated remarkable agility in maneuvering the virtual mech, defeating the aberrant creatures, which indicated that her mental prowess was indeed commendable. The higher one's mental level, the less likely they were to experience dizziness or nausea when remaining aboard a battleship or in a mech chamber for extended periods. As time passed, the challenges grew increasingly formidable, with some levels requiring as many as 200 attempts to conquer. Unbeknownst to the challengers, the rigorous training game they were engaged in was a masterful creation of Kedong, specifically designed to train novice team members, a unique gem not found in military textbooks. His former teammates had trained through such a methodical process, while Luo Yao, He Jinyan, and the others were immersed in their specialized training. They developed muscle memory for combat against aberrant beasts, elevating their combat capabilities by 10 levels for the forthcoming adventures. Lu Ruan progressed through level after level. Just as she was poised to step into the advanced training phase, she found herself stuck at the final minor level, failing over 100 times, with her intermediate training progress halted at 98. Upon hearing the notification sound, she paused momentarily. Not bad, Kedong mused, admiration gleaming in his eyes, devoid of any insincerity. Lu Ruan flashed a gentle smile, pleasantly surprised by the myriad benefits of combat training. Immersed in this experiential learning, she had transformed from a person who feared insects and ferocious beasts to one who remained unfazed in the presence of such creatures, her courage soaring like a rocket. Adong, let us see how far Yao and the others have progressed, she suggested, shifting her gaze to the surveillance screen. The first individual had reached the final level of advanced training, while the second and third were at the penultimate level, and the fourth had advanced to the third level of master training. Kedong's eyes darted toward Luo Yao. Yao is so far ahead of the other three? Lu Ruan exclaimed, astonished as her gaze fell upon the silver-haired man, memories of her recent visit to Jupiter to seek information about her brother flooding her mind. The Yu tribe were natural warriors, endowed with acute perception, reigning as kings of the jungle. In perilous situations, they often emerged victorious by utilizing their wings. She could almost perceive a new star rising before her. Kedong's lips curled slightly, acknowledging a Yao's promising future. He Jinyan and the others were somewhat hindered by their experiences in battling human foes, resulting in muscle memory that was more challenging to correct, rendering them slightly inferior to Luo Yao in combat against aberrant beasts. As the clock struck 10 on the following evening, the four successfully completed their master-level training. Da Weisin prepared a splendid feast for everyone. While the group dined under the night sky, several vessels emblazoned with the Ke family emblem suddenly appeared overhead. Kedong's expression shifted, discarding his utensils, and swiftly retreated into the medical chamber. For the past 2 days, aside from bathing and attending to physiological needs, he had been lying in the medical chamber to regain his strength, even eating while reclined. The leader is the person I mentioned earlier. He is the one who pushed me into the tent, Kedong instructed in a hushed tone. Understood. Shortly thereafter, 5 warships landed, aligning closely with the protective barrier. The first ship's door opened, and a ladder descended directly onto the beach within the barrier. A booming voice echoed, "Brothers on the opposite side, let us be friends. We'll set up a few tents within your barrier tonight." Upon recognizing the voice of the opposing squad's deputy, Kedong immediately activated his holographic communicator to message He Jinya, "Let them in. Once they arrive, adopt a somewhat hostile attitude." He then messaged Da Weisin, "Push me into the tent." The individuals aboard the warships paid no heed to whether they received a response and began to descend the ladder into the protective barrier. A cursory glance revealed that there were 30 of them, each clad in red and black expedition uniforms, with the Ke family crest emblazoned on their chests, presenting the image of a well-trained expedition team. However, among them, there was no sight of a young girl in combat attire. The leader, with slender, fox-like eyes that slightly upturned at the corners, exuded a shrewd cunning, complete with a distinctive black mole beneath his eye. "Kabe from the Ke family, and you?" Kabe approached the dining table with his entourage. "In such a place, they brazenly lit lamps and enjoyed a meal?" Da Weisin. With his back turned to Kabe, called out to Lua Yao, and together they pushed the medical chamber toward the tent. Kabe's keen eyes observed the departing Da Weisin and the medical chamber, then shifted to the others remaining at the table, Lan Si, Lu Ruan, He Jinyan, and He Jin Yuan, finally resting on He Jinya, who had just spoken up. "Oh, quite bold, family Kabe? Never heard of you. What obscure adventurer has emerged from the woodwork?" He Jinya regarded Kabe with disdain, a malicious smile creeping across his lips as he retrieved a familiar quantum saw from his space button. He seemed to assess Kabe's worth, contemplating whether to stage a heist. Lu Ruan interjected, "No need for pretense. He Jinya is simply being himself." "Kabe, the foremost adventurer of the Ka family from Jia Star, where did you come from, you lackey?" The deputy beside Kabe stepped forward instantaneously. However, his derisive gaze met He Jinya's venomous stare, and the words lackey suddenly caught in his throat. There were many individuals with the surname Ka across the galaxy, but only one adventurer family with that name from Jia Star. This Ka surname had been passed down for millennia, renowned throughout the cosmos. After Kadong distanced himself from the family, Kabe had emerged as the leading figure of the younger generation within the Ka clan. Recently, Kabe had been featured prominently in numerous interviews and news segments. Anyone with the ability to breathe would encounter videos and reports about him upon accessing the StarNet. How could anyone be unaware of who Kabe was? Kabe pressed his deputy back slightly, meeting He Jinya's gaze with a feigned smile. "My brother possesses a straightforward temperament. I hope you won't take offense. However, if you are unaware of the Ka family, it seems you are not engaged in the adventurer trade. Bringing this esteemed lady to such a perilous satellite is quite audacious. May I inquire what your intentions are?" He then cast a glance at Lu Ruan, while the 29 individuals behind him followed suit, scrutinizing her. Ordinary adventurers would go to great lengths to shield women within the safest confines. Who would dare to venture into the wild with a woman unless they were space pirates? Kabe's team began to speculate on the identities of He Jinya and the others, drawing connections to space piracy. "Since I currently wish to enjoy my meal undisturbed, I suggest you vacate the barrier within 10 seconds. Otherwise," He Jinya stood, brandishing the quantum saw toward Kabe, threateningly declaring, "We wouldn't mind pulling another heist. If your expedition team cannot muster 30 million star coins, don't expect to leave the safety zone." The quantum saw emitted an eerie blue glow, casting an intimidating aura in the night. If one were to accidentally encounter it, even the rarest alloys, harder than diamonds, could be severed. One could only imagine the fate of mere flesh and blood limbs. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Kabe stepped back, narrowing his fox-like eyes. "With just the few of you, do you truly believe you can contend with us?" He gestured to his 29 elite companions, all equipped with 5 SSS-class warships. The space pirates were outnumbered, and in a confrontation, it was likely that the other party would back down first. However, after battling aberrant beasts for 2 days and nights, they were in dire need of rest, making a confrontation within the safety zone an unwise choice. "Why do you think we have the audacity to linger here?" A voice, dark and filled with malice, echoed. A chill crept into the hearts of all the members behind Kabe. He Jinyan and He Jin Yuan turned around, their identical faces momentarily reflecting in Kabe's eyes. One bore an icy demeanor, while the other exuded an ominous aura. Kabe was abruptly subdued by He Jinyan's formidable presence, his fox-like eyes glimmering with a cold, penetrating intensity. This space pirate possessed an air of distinction, his gaze revealing a chilling, murderous intent. Until he grasped the situation, it was prudent to refrain from rash actions. "Since you are unwilling, I shall not press further. Everyone, retreat." Kabe scoffed, leading the 29 members out of the protective barrier and setting up tents on the beach, a mere meter away. He Jinya resumed his place at the dining table, continuing his meal. Davidson and Lua Yao emerged from the tent. The group gathered around the table continued to indulge in their feast as if the earlier tension was merely a brief interlude. Lu Ruan withdrew her gaze and carried a portion of exotic beast meat into the tent for Kadong. Outside the protective barrier, Kabe and his team, much like when Kadong first arrived, captured beasts, constructed new barriers, and took turns to guard the night before daring to sleep. Yet, faint voices and murmurs consistently emanated from Kabe's larger group, particularly from those engaged in beast hunting. Their activities attracted the smaller exotic beasts. Yet, despite the illumination from their tents, the creatures did not breach the protective barrier. How was this accomplished? They must have employed a particularly effective repellent. Impossible. Our repellent is the finest in the galaxy for deterring miniature exotic beasts. I just poured bucket after bucket onto the ground. The valiant members of the beast group still could not fend them off. He Jinyan, hearing the murmurs from outside the protective barrier, opened his holographic device to send a message to He Jinya. After the meal, He Jinya walked to the edge of the 1-meter-high barrier. While Kabe's team busied themselves with patrolling and capturing beasts, he affixed something to the inner side of the barrier facing him. Once everyone returned to the tent, the space occupied by Kadong's medical cabin, which took up 2 spots, made the remaining space inside the large tent feel rather cramped. The 7 individuals did not lie down but instead gathered on chairs. Lu Ruan sat beside the medical cabin, with a few others closely beside her, excluding Lancy. Ruan. Choose me tonight, He Jinya urged, his tone alluring, a charming smile gracing his lips. He Jinyan softened his gaze, chuckling lightly. Me. He Jinyuan's voice softened further as he tentatively suggested. Ruan, could you select me? Sister, it has been 21 days since you returned from Jupiter. And you have yet to summon me, Luaya lamented, his exquisite features reflecting a hint of grievance. Ruan, you played games all day today. Allow me to massage you to help you relax. Davidson elegantly poked his head out from behind Luaya. Kadong, lying in the medical cabin, attempted to move his legs but still felt pain. The injury had yet to heal. Lu Ruan met the gazes of 6 pairs of slender, deep-set eyes and suggested, how about drawing lots? She was at a loss for whom to choose, feeling that it would lead to an imbalance. Lancy, positioned in the corner of the tent, found his gaze involuntarily drawn to Lu Ruan, whose fair face displayed a hint of distress, seemingly troubled by how to appease her suitors. Lancy slowly averted his gaze, a flicker of envy shining in his eyes. Women are truly delightful and precious beings. He envied those who could escape the single status among the billions of men across the galaxy and bind themselves to a spouse. Lua Yao and the others activated their holographic devices and entered the group chat to draw lots. At that moment, a slightly anxious voice reached He Jinya's ears. Brother Bei, the employer is dead. What should we do now? Chapter 96. No one knows his appearance. He Jinya paused his drawing, instructing the others, stop. We shall draw lots later. He then resumed listening to the conversation through his earpiece. Over the past decade, the counterpart had issued similar tasks no less than 20 times, with many exploration teams seeking rare minerals. 1,000 affiliated stars had been thoroughly scoured by adventurers. What difference does it make that she is personally leading the team this year? How could one easily find something that has eluded them for 10 years? We deliberately concealed our strength to make her believe we would flee when in danger, planning to accompany her for half a year to secure the base reward before terminating our cooperation. Yet she insisted on remaining on this planet. She even observed the cliffs at Haya for an entire week, which are merely rocky terrains teeming with beast nests and numerous large flying beasts, particularly the formidable Ichizu Long. If it were not for her sudden increase in the bounty, we would not have dared to risk utilizing mechs for mining, ultimately battling against the beasts for 2 days and nights. Does she expect us to protect her without a scratch? Is this a jest? Stop, discussing this is futile. She is dead, and that is that. Kabe interrupted the deputy team leader, inquiring, have you all dealt with it? Her holographic device has been destroyed. And regarding her corpse, we were pursued by the beasts and had to abandon her in the sea. Her remains are undoubtedly consumed beyond recognition. The deputy presented Kabe with a green space button, which was retrieved from her. The mechanic had attempted to unlock it several times without success. Kabe pocketed the space button and gazed at the tent flap, as if peering through it at the night sky. After a brief 2 minutes, he articulated a clear resolution. Based on our observations, this individual dislikes being disturbed and has always been the one to initiate contact. With 5 months remaining in the task deadline, it is unlikely anyone will seek her out during this time. We can settle on Heimingshing. Even if our actions are exposed, we can evade the repercussions of interstellar law. His tone bore a hint of displeasure, seemingly resenting the employer's death for entangling them. However, Heimingshing is rife with nefarious individuals. Wouldn't we be walking into a den of wolves? Ha, Kabe smirked, his fox-like eyes gleaming with cunning. We must prepare thoroughly. This space button serves as our best ticket to entry. Furthermore, have someone investigate the intentions of those opposing space pirates. Once our warship is repaired, we shall rob them. They must possess numerous valuable items. After reaching Heimingshing, with these spoils, we can join the largest organization on that planet, Shering. We shall transform from sheep to tigers. Meanwhile, in the larger tent, He Jinyan momentarily froze. He Jinyuan was similarly taken aback. A fierce glint flickered in He Jinya's eyes, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kabe, you wish to rob them and join Shering? He seemed to have heard the greatest joke in the galaxy. Noticing the peculiar expressions of the three, Lu Ruan prodded He Jinyuan's arm, asking Yuan, "What are you thinking?" He Jinyuan handed her an earpiece, allowing her to listen to the conversations overheard outside. Once dawned, Lu Ruan could also hear the dialogue from the other side. "Brother Bei, wherever you go, we shall follow. It's getting late. Go outside and inform the patrolling brothers to keep a close watch on those space pirates. If they attempt to leave the safe zone, awaken me." Understood. Shortly thereafter, the sounds in the earpiece diminished to the whispers of those capturing beasts on the beach, alongside the deputy team leader's instructions, before falling silent. Lu Ruan glanced ahead. At that moment, He Jinyan produced familiar soundproof panels and distributed them to the men present. "Install these around. I have some matters to discuss." The tents brought by the adventurers were not entirely soundproof, allowing for some external noise to seep in. This precaution was to prevent them from sleeping too deeply and failing to react swiftly in case of danger. Given the current circumstances, it was necessary to render the large tent soundproof for ease of conversation. 15 minutes later, the soundproof large tent was completed. The entire team of 8 gathered together for a discussion. Luo Yao inquired, "Hey Jinyan, what were you about to say just now? Please speak up." However, He Jinyan did not immediately respond to Luo Yao's question. Instead, he turned to Kadong and asked, "What level is Kabe's exploration team?" Kadong replied, "SS. This cunning second brother has achieved an SS-level command proficiency. The team comprises elite members, all at the SSS level, equipped with SSS-grade gear, resulting in formidable combat strength." He Jinyan nodded and then spoke, "We just overheard their conversation. Kabe is plotting to rob us." Lu Ruan's gaze swiftly shifted from He Jinyan to He Jinyi. "They intend to rob you? Pray tell. How does a thief feel when they are about to be robbed?" He Jinyi gently touched Lu Ruan's expressive face and scoffed, "Ruan, worry not. No one can take a single star coin from us. Kabe is too cowardly to act without fully understanding the situation. We shall continue our training tomorrow." After a brief pause, Kadong added, "If they cannot restrain themselves, given our smaller numbers, we will retreat toward the sea area and use the exotic beasts as a shield. Yuan, please notify the organization. If Kabe's exploration team sets foot in the territory of He Mingxing, apprehend them all and confine them to the number 9 experimental base," commanded He Jinyan. Criminals from other planets mistakenly believe that He Mingxing is a refuge for rogues, unaware that the villains of He Mingxing yearn to escape their confines. Understood. He Jinyuan promptly sent the message. Ignoring He Jinyan's intimidating gaze, Lu Ruan curiously asked, "Yen, what device did you use to overhear their conversations so clearly?" She only observed a few men remaining within the protective barrier and did not see them placing listening devices on enemy territory. Kadong, Luo Yao, Davidson, and Lance also could not contain their curiosity. "It is a special signal enhancement chip, not a listening device," He Jinyan explained. Lance, overcoming his fear of He Jinyan, inquired, "Is there truly such a thing? Master, could you allow me to study it?" As a mechanic, he had encountered various chips, but had never come across one of this nature. He Jinyan replied coolly, "No." "I beg you," Lance pleaded, his gaze filled with longing. Recognizing that Lance was the only mechanic in their midst, He Jinyan elaborated, "There are only a few of these chips, obtained by chance many years ago. We do not have any spare for you to study." 10 years ago, during a robbery of a space pirate crew, they encountered Samuel. He Jinya's expression turned reflective, and He Jinyuan mirrored his sentiment. Samuel was shrouded in mystery and danger, with no one aware of his appearance. It was uncertain when he would be willing to reveal himself to the public. They had robbed him of a special chip as a means of thanks, allowing him to leave unharmed. 2 years ago, Yuan He breached the defenses of the galaxy's foremost mechanical workshop and, through surveillance, spotted a mysterious man wearing a similar mask to the one Samuel had worn a decade prior. Only then did they realize that the mechanic they had rescued was, in fact, Samuel. "Very well, I will attempt to contact him once the exploration concludes," Lu Ruan agreed. "Let us continue the draw." At that moment, Luo Yao spoke up. Soon, the men were once again drawing lots to determine which fortunate soul would accompany their wives that night. Me. Luo Yao's eyes were fixed intently on the countdown timer. 10, 9, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kedong also participated in the draw. Didn't he win? He expressed mild disappointment. Why wasn't it me? He Jinyi glanced at his own hand, as if examining a wayward child. He Jinyen scanned the phrase, participation is what matters, and remained silent. Davidson also saw the same 4 words in his line of sight. Quietly retrieving a small vial and a syringe, filling the syringe with a generous amount of liquid, and inquired of the others, who is the lucky one? Luo Yao's lips curled into an enormous grin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Sister, I shall sleep with you tonight. Luo Yao, extend your hand. I will not. In an instant, Luo Yao scooped Lu Ruan into his arms and swiftly entered a small space, the door closing tightly behind them. The other men exchanged glances, then quickly accessed their friend list to find the contact named Luo Dog, flooding the chat with messages threatening Luo Yao. Inside the small space, the two lay down. Sister. Luo Yao pulled the fragrant and soft Lu Ruan into his embrace, nuzzling her head with his chin. Lu Ruan pushed his head away, smiling as she gazed at him. Ah, Yao, reveal your injured wing, let me see how it has fared. Ugly, Luo Yao protested. Hurry. Lu Ruan's tone brooked no refusal. Only then did Luo Yao slightly sit up, half unfolding his injured wings within the small space. Lu Ruan's gaze fell upon the tips of Luo Yao's wings, which had been bitten off by an exotic beast. Though the wound had grown some new flesh after treatment, the new tissue appeared grotesquely swollen. It resembled a handsome man whose thumb had been severed by a sharp instrument. The healed wound was both unsightly and alarming. She murmured in sympathy, not ugly. Upon saying this, Luo Yao swiftly retracted his injured wing, displaying the uninjured one instead. Touch this one, it is beautiful. He took her hand, guiding it to caress his feathers. Each black feather was soft and smooth, glistening alluringly, while the edges were hard and sharp, reminiscent of thorny reeds when touched. Lu Ruan was taken aback. Was this the literal interpretation of having hardened wings? Be careful, don't get hurt. Luo Yao's eyes brimmed with affection, beneath which lay a hint of bewilderment. Beautiful, Lu Ruan affirmed, clearly enamored. Noticing her delight, he searched through his wings and plucked the feather he deemed most exquisite, placing it in her palm. Why are you still plucking feathers? Lu Ruan asked, exasperated, as she gazed at the striking black feather in her hand. Moments later, under his adoring gaze, she carefully tucked away his feather. After lying together for a few minutes, Luo Yao's deep, magnetic voice resonated, Sister, once you return to Alpha Star, will you only look at those old men? Do you not prefer younger ones? Lu Ruan, puzzled, lifted her head to meet Luo Yao's somber gaze. You do not favor the pink ones? I have grown dark, just look, I assure you it is darker than any of those old men. Luo Yao spoke in a muted tone. Lu Ruan felt her heart race with anxiety as she instinctively covered Luo Yao's mouth with her hand. Was this even appropriate? Nevertheless, her fingers inadvertently brushed against the stubble on the man's jaw, which had not yet been shaved. Hidden from Lu Ruan's sight, Luo Yao's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes gleaming with playful mockery, yet filled with clarity and affection. On the beach of the XM007 affiliated stars safe zone, harmony prevailed. Meanwhile, in the perilous waters beyond the safe zone, a drenched young girl clung desperately to the jagged rocks, struggling to ascend. There were no beaches here, just steep cliffs teeming with the nests of exotic beasts. It was hard to tell how long she had been climbing, how many times she had nearly slipped. Yet she had only made it halfway. Her gaze was fixed upon a rare mineral emitting a faint glow, its surface adorned with unique patterns as if meticulously sculpted by nature itself. The surface was insufficient, she needed to dig deeper. Murmuring to herself as if conversing with the mineral, she realized that the surface layer did not meet her expectations and that she needed to delve further. Casting a glance toward the direction of the safe zone, she took a deep breath and continued her ascent along the steep cliff. At last, she grasped a branch protruding from the cliff, using it to pull herself up to the summit. Suddenly, a small exotic leopard lying atop the cliff lunged at her, its jaws clamping onto the girl's calf. With a crunch, 2 of its fangs broke off, and its glowing eyes glared menacingly at her in the darkness. With a hiss, the girl yanked her injured leg free, wincing in pain. She paused for a few seconds, then staggered forward, slowly moving toward the safe zone along the cliff's edge. On Kappa Star, at the pinnacle of the Interstellar mechanical tower, a mysterious man disguised as a hacker sat in a wheelchair. As he observed the girl's movements, his brow furrowed deeply, as if he were enduring unimaginable torment. Kajia Kabe? Just wait. Chapter 98, Dean David is quite pitiful on the third day of rest. Lu Ruan awoke from Luo Yao's embrace, the clock striking 11 in the morning. Each morning, she was greeted by the sight of handsome men. Their exquisite features adorned with sleep, their well-built bodies laid bare, captivating eyes of various hues, and an intense gaze filled with possessiveness that seemed to want to hide her away. Jia, Luo Yao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze gradually focusing. Lu Ruan ran her fingers through his silky silver hair, feeling its delicacy and smoothness. Did you dye it, or is it naturally like this? Luo Yao replied lazily. I have never dyed it. Her eyes sparkled with evident admiration, instantly dispelling the negative emotions he had accumulated over the past half-month. His wife still favored the youthful version of him. It's 11. We should get up, Lu Ruan declared as she sat up to dress. Don't, Luo Yao protested. Having unknowingly fallen asleep the previous night, when would he have the chance to spend time alone with her again? He playfully wrapped her back in his arms. Jia. Trust me just this once, I'll make it irresistible for you. Lu Ruan's eyes flickered. The night before, she had given him sleeping pills to ensure he rested well. In the next moment, her ear was enveloped by his teasing breath, sending a jolt of electricity coursing down her spine. She felt her entire body go weak. The man, who had savored the taste of pleasure, was not one to stop at will. What ensued next was a series of events that only the non-VIP users could not witness, replaying repeatedly on her body. As Lu Ruan exited the small space, her neck bore several kiss marks akin to strawberries. 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, impossible to conceal. This was still the lightest it had been after she pretended to faint. Luo Yao, unable to tear his gaze away, cradled the unconscious Lu Ruan. And as soon as he stepped onto the soft mat of the large tent, a group of assertive men surrounded them. Luo Yao, do you even know what time it is? You were supposed to bring Juan out for breakfast. You didn't, he respond. You were meant to bring her out for lunch. Yet still no reply? Are you planning to let her starve for a whole day and night? Luo Yao, don't even think about participating in the lottery activities from now on. A barrage of scolding ensued, but Luo Yao feigned ignorance. From 11 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, he had fed her nearly a whole bag of crackers. My wife is not hungry, he declared calmly. Jia is quite full. You old men need not worry. He slightly turned, intending to carry her to the warship for a bath. However, just as he did, the multitude of bruises on Lu Ruan's neck caught the attention of the other men. Lu Ruan, leaning against Luo Yao's shoulder and pretending to be faint, suddenly sensed several intense gazes sweeping over her, and the atmosphere grew tense. Luo Yao, holding her, inexplicably halted his steps. Kedong first gazed at his unconscious, radiant, and exceptionally alluring wife, before reassessing Luo Yao, who had grown 2 centimeters taller. Could this kid surpass him? A sudden wave of insecurity washed over him. Davidson adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, standing behind a group of men taller than him, instinctively rising on his toes to catch a glimpse of his wife in Luo Yao's arms. The next moment, he realized something was amiss. Oh, that posture is quite unseemly. Davidson's heels touched the ground as he stood elegantly. He then squeezed through a gap between Kedong and Heijin. However, his tiptoeing was clearly observed by Lance, who was curled up in the corner. Lance understood all too well the pain of not being tall enough. At a height of 1.8 meters, he felt like a dwarf among the crowd. Had he not worked hard to become an S-class mechanic, he would have faced countless scornful glances. Such was the world. Height and currency defined a man's stature. Without sufficient height, one could hardly stand tall, women would scorn, and even men would look down upon him. Dean Davidson was truly pitiable, having to rise on his toes just to see his wife. If Lord Samuel was the most enigmatic figure in the galaxy, then Dean Davidson was the most transparent celebrity in the cosmos. Raised by his physically impaired brothers and suffering from long-term malnutrition, his height had already been set, and time could not rewind to alter his past. As thoughts raced through Lance's mind, he retrieved a piece of material from his spatial button. He skillfully crafted it into a 10 centimeters height-increasing insole. He had no use for it himself. How others perceived him was of little consequence. But Dean Davidson had a wife, and that made a difference. He wanted to help the medical luminary who had once saved millions stand tall. Give me Ruan. Davidson finally caught sight of Lu Ruan in Luo Yao's embrace and carefully inspected her. Lu Ruan pretended to awaken from her feigned faint. Sen? Ruan. Wife. Ruan. She stood on the soft mat, gazing up at her several husbands, each with varied expressions. Surely, They hadn't even been waiting outside the tent from morning until afternoon. Dong, aren't you training? Training. After tidying up, Lu Ruan sat comfortably in the tent. Kadong led 4 mech warriors to commence team combat training. Team battles emphasized awareness and cooperation. Utilizing a VR mode this time, they would not be considered even remotely competent until they progressed from a beginner to an advanced level. Kadong and the 4 mech warriors simulated training throughout the day. Lu Ruan watched as Luo Yao and the others transitioned from preferring solo combat to seamlessly following Kadong's commands, their coordination impeccable, bringing a smile of satisfaction to her face. At 10 in the evening, the 8 of them gathered in the tent to discuss the plans for the following day. Luo Yao, your wings are not fully healed. Refrain from using them for now. 3 days ago, we marked the Blue Xiao Lan Jiao cubs. And tomorrow morning we shall embark on a quest to discover the location of the Blue Xiao's nest. All is well, no one has raised any objections. Just as Kadong was about to speak again, he was interrupted by He Jinya's voice. Hush! There is a situation over at Kabe. He Jinya made a few adjustments on the light brain, and in an instant, the monitored conversation played back clearly in the soundproof tent. Our mother has suddenly pressured us to return to the family. If we do not arrive within 3 days, we will all be expelled from the Ke family. How peculiar. It seems the opposing side has left a contingency plan before their demise. Brother Bei, what shall we do now? What else can we do? Since the matter has been exposed, we must sever all connections with the outside world and hasten our journey to Heimingxing. We cannot allow the federal enforcement team to capture us. I will notify the brothers to return. No rush. Let us first eliminate those few space pirates and strip them of their valuable possessions. That woman is quite attractive. We should bind her and present her to the leader of the Shi-Ing organization on Heimingxing as a token of our sincerity. Lu Ruan stumbled and fell onto the soft mat. Davidson's glasses clattered to the ground, and he hurriedly helped his wife up. Kadong, Luo Yao, and He Jinyan exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with cold determination. Lance trembled, quickly hiding away the flawless height-increasing insoles he had just finished crafting. Chapter 99. For managed to escape. Damn it, the monitored conversation continued to play. Brother Bei, all 5 of our SSS-level warships have sustained damage levels exceeding 30. None have been repaired yet. If we continue using them and the damage surpasses 45, our mechanics will be unable to fix them, rendering them scrap. Kabe's deputy expressed his concern. Warships with damage levels below 30 require 2 days for repairs. Those above 30 need 3 to 5 days, or even longer. I truly miss the late Samuel, who could repair a ship within an hour. Within a kilometer radius of the signal base, they would not dare to use warships. We will employ mechas instead. Warships possess immense power, and if we inadvertently destroy a nearby signal tower, this planet will lose all contact with the main star. Explorers would become lost in the vast cosmos, with 0 chance of returning to the main star. Everyone would be trapped here until death. All right. I will inform the brothers now. In Kadong's tent, He Jinyi made a few adjustments, and the monitored sound ceased. Everyone, change into your exploration suits. Kadong said solemnly, being the first to quickly don his gear. Lu Ruan had just retrieved her outfit when the 2 men beside her, like well-trained soldiers, sprang into action. One swiftly grasped her arms, while the other pulled her clothing over her. In the next moment, a 3rd man zipped her exploration suit to the top in a single motion. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that Lu Ruan barely had time to react. In 3 seconds, she was fully dressed. Looking at the exploration suit she wore, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, astonished by their efficiency. However, this was not the end. Just as she stood there in a daze, her feet suddenly left the ground, and her body was lifted into the air. She focused her gaze and discovered that Luo Yao was cradling her. She had never felt so much like a doll before. After everyone was suited up, Kadong stated, Kabe is eager to reach Heimingxing. Since they are using mechas instead of warships, we will take our warship near the coordinates and scout for trace